Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. My Hero Academia. God Level Evolution. 1GL. Chapter 001. 300. 301. 302. 428. In a 300 square meter training room, a teenager about 14 or 15 years old was carrying a 30-pound weight and sweating profusely doing push-ups. 430. The young man gritted his teeth and said with a fierce face. From the teenager's slow movements and distorted facial expressions, it can be seen that the teenager has reached his limit at this time, and his hands are like poured with lead. But the strong will still keeps it going. The teenager insisted on 498, and by this time a pair of arms were completely numb. With a poof, the whole person was overwhelmed and finally fell to the ground. Abominable. 2 more left. The young man looked at his arms extremely unwillingly and said. After resting for about 15 minutes, the teenager felt that the soreness of his muscles had disappeared by half. It seems that my personality is so useful. The boy named Kurosaki Ichigo said with self-deprecation. Originally an otaku in the 21st century, he woke up and came to My Hero Academia, a strange world. Like many people in this world, Kurosaki Ichigo also has his own personality recovery. Physical recovery faster than others. The injury recovered faster than others. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo did not find out what else his personality did. This couldn't help but disappoint Ichigo Kurosaki, because no matter how hard he exercised, he seemed to be just a little better than ordinary people. Can't you really be a hero? Is it true that his cousin, Momo Yaoyorozu, is not a world person? Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth again and began more self-abuse training. Kurosaki Ichigo knows that only after the muscle fibers are constantly torn and recover, can they grow stronger. Kurosaki put 60 pounds of weight on his back and did push-ups again. 1, 2, 3. Sweat trickled down Kurosaki Ichigo's cheeks, and his expression looked a little distorted, but his eyes revealed determination and fanaticism. The whole person seems to have forgotten the pain and is immersed in boring and masochistic training. 8 million families. A family of super-rich merchants whose residence is as luxurious as a palace. Kurosaki Ichigo, the nephew of 8 million families, was adopted by 8 million families 3 years ago because his parents were killed. Moreover, there is a cousin who is a day older than himself, Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo Yaoyorozu who are in the 3rd grade of junior high school, they are already 170 centimeters plus tall, bumpy, and have a body that does not belong to adult women. Due to the relationship of personality, Momo Yaoyorozu must expose more skin to the air, but at this time, Momo Yaoyorozu is wearing a strict trench coat. No way, his hateful brother, the little man forced it. What about Ichigo? 8 million came to the outside of Kurosaki Ichigo's room, knocked on the door more than a dozen times, found that no one responded, couldn't help frowning, and dialed the phone of the servant at home. Miss, a young master is in the training room. The servant's voice came. When Momo Yaoyorozu heard this, he quickly hung up the phone and trotted to the training room at home. That bastard must be torturing himself again. 8 million worried. In the eyes of Momo Yaoyorozu people, his younger brother, Kurosaki Ichigo, is not the kind of super handsome guy, but he is very attractive and very talented, and he can always create some songs that can be called classics, and he can also draw manga, write novels, and so on. But the only thing is that his younger brother may not become a hero. His personality is too mediocre, except that he is not afraid of getting tired. It doesn't seem to be a good thing. Momo Yaoyorozu clear. His younger brother has been working hard for the past 3 years in order to be able to attend UA High School with him. But the effect is a drop in the bucket, except that the physique is 1.5 times that of ordinary people, there is nothing else. After arriving at the training room, 8 million looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. Ichigo Kurosaki carried a large piece of iron on his back and fainted in the training room. Bastard. Momo Yaoyorozu in one time, burst into tears. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 002. 8 million, an absolute super rich businessman. The decoration of the home is like a palace, and naturally there is a personal doctor. After seeing Kurosaki Ichigo faint again, he hurriedly dialed the number of his private doctor and asked him to come over. Miss, a young master just passed out, and it's okay. The private doctor said to Momo Yaoyorozu's. Well, thanks. After hearing the doctor's words, 8 million Bai breathed a sigh of relief. So when will he wake up? Momo Yaoyorozu asked again. According to the young master's physique, there is still half an hour at most. The doctor laughed. 8,000,001 pairs of beautiful eyes stared at Ichigo Kurosaki in a coma, with both blame and concern in his eyes. After the doctor left, Momo Yaoyorozu stayed by Kurosaki Ichigo Chuang. This is not the first time Ichigo Kurosaki has fallen into a coma, it has happened several times in the past 3 years of living in the 8 million homes. After each incident, whether it was Momo Yaoyorozu or her parents, they would reprimand Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo Kurosaki promised well every time, but he never changed. After 15 minutes, Kurosaki Ichigo woke up. When I opened my eyes, I found a delicate and worried face. Sister, you're here, Kurosaki Ichigo said rather embarrassed. 8 million Bai snorted coldly and twisted his head to the side. Apparently, 8 million was angry, and just as usual, Kurosaki Ichigo was about to comfort his sister, when a sudden tingling pain came from his mind. Immediately afterwards, a series of mechanical cold electronic sounds sounded. Ding! The hero system is bound successfully. Host Ichigo Kurosaki. Power 15, ordinary people 10. Speed 14, 10 for ordinary people. Closing square bracket dot. Agile 13, ordinary people 10. Personality evolution. Item none. Points none. Ding! Reward a newcomer gift package, whether to accept it or not. The sound of the system sounded again. Accept. Kurosaki Ichigo secretly said. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an improved gravity fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Jeet Kun Do. Improved gravity fruit introduction. 1. Can generate gravitational waves, and can arbitrarily manipulate the strength and direction of gravity. Includes gravity, lateral gravity, no gravity, anti-gravity, pressure, pull, repulsion, gravity. 2. Not afraid of seawater. Jeet Kun Do introduction. A hand-to-hand combat technique. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was about to ask something about the system carefully, an anxious voice sounded in his ears. Achino, what's wrong with you? Momo Yaoyorozu saw Kurosaki Ichigo's painful expression, and the whole person couldn't help but nervously hug Kurosaki Ichigo. Sister, I'm fine. Are you really all right? Well, it's okay, but you're suffocating me. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo felt the fullness of Momo Yaoyorozu and teased. You color embryo. After hearing his brother's ridicule, 8 million Bai couldn't help but angrily raise his pink fist and smash it at Kurosaki Ichigo. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo quickly dodged. Then, in the room, there is a pillow chase between my sister and brother. After some fighting, 8 million one said with a straight face, one household, you can't mess around in the future. Quote, well, I see, Kurosaki Ichigo said solemnly. Ghosts believe it. Momo Yaoyorozu pouted. Hey. In this regard, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but touch the back of his head in embarrassment. Today is Saturday, school is closed. Although 8 million Bai is a talented woman with excellent character and learning, she is not idle, and in the afternoon, she goes to the Advanced Molecular Science course. Understanding molecular science, which is quite good for Momo Yaoyorozu personality. As for the parents of the 8 million, due to business, they run all over the world all year round, and they rarely have time to go home. The care of the 2 children was taken care of by the hired housekeeper. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, he went to the training room, again and again, without changing. Due to the interruption of Momo Yaoyorozu's, Kurosaki Ichigo still has many questions to ask the system. Isn't his personality restored? How did it become evolution? And the gravity fruit, what is going on? Chapter 003. After communicating with the system, Kurosaki Ichigo roughly understood. 1. The items in the system can be extracted as long as you meditate. 2. Their own personality is not a simple recovery but an evolution, and as for the specifics, they also need to be developed by themselves. Gravity fruit. Kurosaki Ichigo secretly said. A fruit that looked like a durian appeared in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't think much about it and took a bite directly. Improved gravity fruit is the same except for one more seawater that has no effect on him. Including the disgusting smell of devil fruit, which is like feces. It's so unpalatable. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a bitter sigh. This devil fruit has an effect only in the first bite of eating, and as for the rest, there is no difference from stool. After taking the gravity fruit, Kurosaki found that he had not fully mastered all the abilities of the gravity fruit. On the contrary, he currently only has 5% of the gravity fruit ability. But don't underestimate this 5%, because even so, Ichigo Kurosaki can manipulate 5x gravity. Under 5 times the gravity, it is not only as simple as bearing 5 times its own weight, but its internal organs and heart organs are all subject to huge loads. After getting the gravity fruit, I couldn't help but make Kurosaki Ichigo excited. In his previous life, when he was watching the Dragon Pearl, he saw that Sun Wukong and others improved their strength rapidly through tenfold, tens, or even hundreds of times gravity training. Kurosaki Ichigo also tried to exercise under several times the gravity. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was eager to become stronger, directly used the 5x gravity field. 5 times gravity. Kurosaki Ichigo said silently. In an instant, Kurosaki Ichigo's whole person was crushed down by strong gravity. Fuck. Ichigo Kurosaki burst out a dirty sentence. Under this 5-fold gravity field, Ichigo Kurosaki not only could not stand up, but even had an extremely difficult breathing. But Kurosaki Ichigo did not lift this 5x gravity field, or maybe he could free himself from this 5x gravity field. It's struggling and enjoying, trying to get up from the ground. Coming to this world full of heroes, Kurosaki Ichigo wants to be the strongest hero, wants to protect his sister, Momo Yaoyorozu, and does not want to become a person of 2 worlds with his sister in the future. Get stronger. I want to get stronger. A strong belief underpins Ichigo Kurosaki. But a gravitational field of 5 times is too much for Ichigo Kurosaki. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was constantly struggling and wanted to stand up, not only the muscle fibers of his whole body were constantly tearing, but also his internal organs and other organs were under a huge load. 10 minutes later, poof, with a sound, Kurosaki Ichigo spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person fell to the ground again, unconscious. Before the Momo Yaoyorozu left, he told the housekeeper that he must go to the practice room every half an hour to avoid any accidents. When the housekeeper was on patrol, he was shocked to find Ichigo Kurosaki lying on the ground, and quickly notified the doctor to come. After the doctor arrived, he said with a wry smile, "A young master, it's just too chaotic. If it weren't for his personality, I'm afraid ordinary people would have to go to the emergency room for rescue. I really don't know how the young master practiced, and let the organs bear such a terrifying load. When will the young master wake up?" The butler asked. "At least half a day." The doctor said. Okay. The housekeeper sighed and said, "Hey, then I'll contact the eldest lady first." Quote, "No need." At this moment, a weak voice sounded. This voice shocked both the doctor and the housekeeper, and looked at Ichigo Kurosaki lying on the chuang with a look of horror. "Don't tell Momo Yaoyorozu," Kurosaki Ichigo said in a deep voice. "But," said the butler embarrassed. "Not really. I'm already fine." Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to force his feet. This couldn't help but frighten the housekeeper to quickly hold him up. In case something happened to the young master's body, he couldn't deal with the master, the lady, and the eldest miss. "Young master of a household, you must not exercise stubbornly anymore. Although your personality is recovery, but if it is beyond the tolerance range, it is really very threatening." The butler said worriedly. "Sorry to worry you," Kurosaki Ichigo said apologetically. This housekeeper told himself, not only for his own work, but also for Kurosaki Ichigo, who was like a martial idiot, and the housekeeper who lived together, it also hurt in his heart. Chapter 004. After Kurosaki Ichigo sent the personal doctor and butler away, he lay down on the chuang for a while. To Kurosaki Ichigo's surprise, his gravity fruit proficiency increased to 5.2%. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo felt that his injuries seemed to have eased a lot. Is it a self-administered drug? Or is it that your ability to recover from injuries has become stronger? Forget it, no matter how much it is. I will continue to practice later. The following week, Ichigo Kurosaki took a week off from school on the pretext of his injury. And Kurosaki Ichigo soaked in the practice room every day. There is only one goal, and that is to adapt to 5 times the gravity in a week. During this period, Kurosaki Ichigo repeatedly told the housekeeper and personal doctor not to tell Yaoyorozu about his injury. When the two saw Ichigo Kurosaki training so selflessly, they couldn't help but remind the two of them of when they were young. Who didn't have few dreams when they were young? Both nodded in agreement. Over the course of a week, Ichigo Kurosaki didn't know how many times he was in a coma and how many times his muscles were torn, but the effort was worth it. Ichigo Kurosaki finally defeated himself on Saturday morning. Under the load of 5 times gravity, Kurosaki Ichigo can already walk freely. Kurosaki Ichigo's gravity fruit proficiency has increased to 7%. Today's Kurosaki Ichigo, the upper limit of controlling gravity is still 5 times gravity, but the range of gravity field has increased from 3 meters to 5 meters. Not only that, Kurosaki Ichigo's strength, speed, etc., have made a qualitative leap. Host Ichigo Kurosaki. Power 38, ordinary people are 10. Speed 50, 10 for ordinary people. Agile 48, normal people are 10. Personality evolution. Skills 1. Jeet Kun Do. Item none. Points none. Among them, Kurosaki Ichigo's speed is already 5 times that of ordinary people. After the professional test of the butler, the speed is already comparable to that of the cheetah. The strength is also 3.8 times that of ordinary people, about 400 pounds of pure strength. In addition, what Kurosaki Ichigo himself did not realize was that his ability to recover from injury was getting stronger and stronger. Ichigo Kurosaki, who can move freely in the 5x gravity field, did not become complacent. On the contrary, he began to train more harshly. Kurosaki Ichigo practiced Jeet Kun Do under the field of gravity. Aikido. At this moment, outside the practice room, a familiar voice appeared. What's wrong, sister? Kurosaki Ichigo quickly removed the gravity field. Today my weekend cram school is off, you accompany me to go shopping. Momo Yaoyorozu said. That, I still want to. Kurosaki Ichigo, who is a martial artist, has increased rapidly this week. Where would he think of doing something else? I don't care. Momo Yaoyorozu saw that Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to refuse, took a step, directly put his arm around Kurosaki Ichigo, and walked towards the outside of the practice room. Despite the clothes, Kurosaki Ichigo still felt the maturity of his sister. Shu Yu. Momo Yaoyorozu also found the clue, and couldn't help but say coquettishly, little color ghost. Quote, 800, you're just a day older than me. As a man, Kurosaki Ichigo instinctively repelled when he heard the word, small. So what? Momo Yaoyorozu wrinkled his nose and said, okay, then I'll go change clothes first. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a defeated look, go change it. The body stinks to death. 8 million said with disgust. Although Ichigo Kurosaki can now walk normally under 5 times the gravity, it is also very difficult, and in 10 minutes at most, the whole person will be salvaged from water. Hey, then you just hugged me so tightly. Kurosaki Ichigo quipped playfully. Bah, I wouldn't have to. 8 million Bai's face turned red, and he stomped his foot shyly, and said coquettishly. But at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo had long left. Hee, my brother is still very handsome. 8 million Bai looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was dressed in casual clothes, and said with a smile. Although Kurosaki Ichigo is not yet 15 years old, he is 178 centimeters tall, which is half a head taller than the 170 centimeters plus Momo Yaoyorozu. That is, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled noncommittally. Stinky beauty. 8 million rolled his eyes and said, sister, isn't your personality created? Do you need to spend money to go shopping at the mall? Kurosaki Ichigo said, looking at the 8 million people who were suffering from the onset of shopaholic. HMPH, what do you know, sister, do you know what this is called? Promoting national consumption. Momo Yaoyorozu sophistry, alright, 2 hours later, Kurosaki Ichigo and Momo Yaoyorozu walked out of the large shopping mall. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was carrying a large bag and a small bag in his hand, follow behind Momo Yaoyorozu's. The two did not rush home, but strolled on the road. The two were like a small couple, strolling on the overpass. Under the overpass, there is a large river. Ichigo, the weather is so good today. Momo Yaoyorozu innocent romances spinning in circles. It's okay, Kurosaki Ichigo said in bewilderment. Suddenly, at this moment, a figure flew over the bridge. It was a man with wings. At this point, it swooped down. Directly tore a middle-aged woman more than 100 meters in front of Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes in half. Suddenly, passers-by screamed in panic. In this world, in addition to heroes, there are criminals who have acquired a strong personality. It's him, Vulture Matsushita Yuri Matsushita, a dangerous criminal with a personality of vulture. He has a vulture's beak on his beak, a pair of wings on his back, and his hands turn into sharp claws when using personality. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search, categories, tags, updates, sign in. Chapter 005, Achino, be careful. After sensing the danger, 8 million Bai immediately wanted to protect Kurosaki Ichigo behind him. At this time, Panasonic Yuri was flying towards 8 million. 8 million people used personality creation to create a fishing net and threw it out. Momo Yaoyorozu hoped to trap Matsushita Yuri. A playful smile appeared at the corner of the vulture's mouth, and it had turned into eagle-clawed hands, directly tearing the fishing net. Click. With a sound, seeing Matsushita Yuri easily tearing his desire to pieces, and at the same time, feeling the terrifying murderous aura coming from under him, Momo Yaoyorozu people were suddenly at a loss. Although Momo Yaoyorozu are honor students, there is a fundamental difference between exercises in school and real battles. In the school's simulated actual combat, I have never seen a real murderous spirit. Matsushita Yuri struck quickly, wanting to catch Momo Yaoyorozu's. Momo Yaoyorozu wanted to create a shield, but it was too late. Matsushita has sharp claws that have reached out in front of his eyes. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the eyes of Momo Yaoyorozu's. Aikido. 8 million looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who stood up in amazement. Kurosaki Ichigo slashed a hand axe at Matsushita Yuri's arm. The strength of hundreds of pounds made Matsushita Yuri feel a burst of pain. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo raised his fist, stepped on the arrow, and rushed towards Matsushita Yuri. Fist for nothing. Bounce legs for real. A flick of the leg directly swept to the abdomen of Matsushita Yuri. Shish. Matsushita Yuri couldn't help but gasp for air, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The little ghost in front of him is not an ordinary person, and his strength is really great. Achino, be careful. At this time, the Momo Yaoyorozu who came back to his senses said worriedly. At the same time, 8 million Bai created a long sword with personality and wanted to help Kurosaki Ichigo. However, at this time, Panasonic Yuri flew towards 8 million. Not good. Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked in his heart, and hurriedly pounced. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo pounced, Matsushita Yuri suddenly came back with a horse gun. The two claws grabbed Kurosaki Ichigo, and at the same time, quickly flew into the air. Oops, Matsushita Yuri is going to throw this teenager to death. Matsushita Yuri is a vulture with great flying ability, and can grab objects twice its weight and fly freely. His favorite thing is to catch his prey hundreds of meters in the air and then drop it. Let the prey fall to death. In the blink of an eye, Matsushita Yuri caught Kurosaki Ichigo tens of meters in the air. Aikido. On the bridge, 8 million tears fell. Little ghost, be scared silly. Boom. Matsushita Yuri, who had captured his prey, laughed strangely. This little devil didn't even struggle. Huh. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly sneered twice, and said in a rhetorical tone, "Are you sure that you caught me?" Quote, HMPH, why do you still want to be stubborn until now? Matsushita Yuri was stunned at first, but thought that when he reached the sky, it was his own world, and although this little devil had good melee combat strength, he was definitely helpless now. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly backhanded and grabbed Matsushita Yuri's eagle claw. Haha, little ghost, do you think that in this way, Uncle Ben will not be able to throw you down? Matsushita Yuri laughed. 5x gravity field. Backhand grabbed Matsushita Yuri Kurosaki Ichigo and used his gravity field. Boom. Matsushita Yuri suddenly felt as if he was carrying thousands of pounds of weight. At this time, under a gravity field of 5 times, Matsushita Yuri has to bear not only 5 times his own weight, but also 5 times the weight of Ichigo Kurosaki. The weight of the two people combined is about 150 kilograms, 5 times, 750 kilograms. Panasonic Yuri can only lift a maximum of 150 kilograms of weight. After struggling a few times in the air, the wings fell straight down. Little ghost, there is the river below, don't let it go. Matsushita Yuri said in horror. Yes. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth, still clutching Matsushita Yuri's arms. The two fell rapidly. Chapter 006. Poof. With a sound, the two fell into the water at an extremely fast speed. Matsushita Yuri's personality is vulture, which belongs to the bird category, and after entering the water, the whole person is extremely uncomfortable. Gollum, Matsushita Yuri said incoherently while choking on water. Little gremlin, in this way, you'll be suffocating too. Quote, nope. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled lightly. It sank Panasonic Yuri to the bottom of the river, tens of meters. After Matsushita Yuri held his breath for a few minutes, his whole head became dizzy, but the little ghost in front of him was like a nobody. What's going on with him? Why can you hold your breath in water for so long? Over the past week, Ichigo Kurosaki has managed to adapt to 5 times gravity. Not only has strength and speed been greatly enhanced, but this lung capacity has also been exercised. During one bath, Kurosaki Ichigo found that he could hold his breath in the water for up to 1 hour, and this holding time was increasing. It is not impossible to breathe in water like fish, or even walk in space. After all, his personality is evolution. After 20 minutes, Matsushita Yuri gradually reached its limit, the whole person's consciousness began to blur, and the river water continued to pour into the mouth. Gollum. Kurosaki Ichigo stepped on his head, 5 times the gravity field, and kept blessing, worried that he was playing dead. Until Kurosaki Ichigo's mind sounded a series of mechanical cold electronic sounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the criminals Matsushita Yuri. Ding! Reward the host with 1000 points. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little overjoyed in his heart. The usefulness of this points is not small. It can be used for random lotteries, and it can also improve the proficiency of skills. On the bridge, on the other hand, passers-by have already dialed the distress number, and the heroes have arrived one after another. Woo-hoo! My brother fell into the water with the criminal. The cold goddess of the campus 8 million by saw her brother fall into the water for nearly half an hour, and before she got up, she thought in her heart that Kurosaki Ichigo was already fierce at this time, and couldn't help but choke up and said to the professional heroine Mountain Woman and the dense forest Kamui. Don't worry, leave it to me. The Mountain Woman said first, and then turned into a 2062 centimeters giant and jumped directly into the water. The water depth is about 30 meters plus, and the 20 meters plus Mountain Woman jumped into the water and immediately caused an uproar. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was at the bottom of the river, found 2 enlarged versions of beautiful legs. Is it her? Kurosaki Ichigo secretly said. The Mountain Woman, who is still good at water, puts her head in the water to look for Ichigo Kurosaki. At this time, the Mountain Woman found that Kurosaki Ichigo was dragging the criminal, Matsushita Yuri, in his hand and swimming towards the water, and she was extremely surprised. Isn't this a third-year junior high school student? Why is it capable of dealing with the criminal, Matsushita Yuri? The Mountain Woman, who has always been in debt, has a clever move and wants to snatch this credit. He reached out and grabbed Ichigo Kurosaki so that he could tell people that Matsushita had captured it himself. The Mountain Woman usually does not lack money to mend her teammates. But the Mountain Lady is still too underestimated to look at Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't want to be caught like that. Kurosaki Ichigo, whose physical fitness was several times stronger than ordinary people, turned around and moved in the water a few times, and then hidden. This made the mountain woman interested, and first surfaced and took a big breath of air. After that, continued to the water to fight Ichigo Kurosaki. Boom, boom. The giant of more than 20 meters makes huge waves appear on the surface of the river. Passers-by couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Is it still fighting? The dense forest Shinwei on the bridge has been in a wait-and-see trend because he is not good at water. Suddenly, at this moment, a scream of shame sounded. Ah! The mountain woman screamed at Ichigo Kurosaki, who swam into her clothes. The texture is good. Kurosaki Ichigo accidentally grabbed the soft part, quickly stepped on it, and swam to the surface. Aikito. When 8 million Bai discovered Kurosaki Ichigo's head, he cried with joy. Boy, catch it. Dense Forest Kamui used his personality to turn his arm into a branch tens of meters and flew in the direction of Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo grabbed his right hand, and the dense Forest Kamui took Kurosaki Ichigo out of the water. After Kurosaki Ichigo emerged from the water, everyone couldn't help but let out a frightened sound. Ah! He's holding a vulture in his left hand. Is there a Matsushita inside? It won't. Really. Chapter 007. Aikido. Are you okay? After the dense forest Kamui dragged Kurosaki Ichigo to the bridge, Momo Yaoyorozu immediately rushed over, hugged Kurosaki Ichigo tightly, and choked up. How old are they, and they still love to cry noses? After Kurosaki Ichigo felt the concern of Momo Yaoyorozu's, his heart warmed and said, HMPH, I'm your sister. Momo Yaoyorozu wrinkled his cute nose and said. At the same time, other nearby heroes arrived, and when they saw Kurosaki Ichigo subduing Matsushita Yuri, they were first surprised, and then they praised Kurosaki Ichigo. Boy, yes, what's your personality? Very strong. After graduation, come to our hero office. Quote, several heroes all raised their thumbs to Ichigo Kurosaki. The teenager in front of him is only a third-grade middle school student, but he can subdue C-class criminals. This kind of strength can be seen in the peeping leopard in the tube. Thank you. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Things are almost dealt with, and it's time for the hero to leave. However, just as Kurosaki Ichigo was about to leave, a soft voice suddenly sounded behind him. Teenager, aren't you going to invite your sister to a cup of coffee? The person who spoke was the mountain woman, whose real name was Yu, who had returned to his normal size 163 centimeters tall. Extremely dark personality. Just now, she didn't succeed in mending the knife, she was busy with a trip in vain, and she was also taken advantage of by a little ghost, and she planned to take revenge on this teenager. HMPH, let you be so capable. As the nephew of Momo Yaoyorozu families, Kurosaki Ichigo, a month's pocket money may be more than the annual income of these new heroes in the profession. It's okay to invite her to a cup of coffee, but her sister is next to her. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo, who was a little hesitant, the mountain woman walked towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Her graceful figure was attached to Kurosaki Ichigo's body, and said softly, young sister, my skin is not bad. Quote, when she said this, the dark-bellied mountain woman glanced at the Momo Yaoyorozu beside her with her eyes. The meaning of the threat is not clear. That, okay. Kurosaki Ichigo had to let go. At this time, the mountain woman with a black belly was like a little girl in love, holding Kurosaki Ichigo's arm and rubbing hard. This made the Momo Yaoyorozu on the side feel quite uncomfortable. Along the way, the mountain woman is like an excellent actor, and she provokes Ichigo Kurosaki in various ways. As for Kurosaki Ichigo, he was threatened many times by the extremely murderous eyes of Momo Yaoyorozu's. At the same time, I don't know what the waist looks like when it is pinched by Momo Yaoyorozu's. Fortunately, Kurosaki Ichigo's recovery ability is extremely strong. After 2 hours of suffering, the mountain woman, with a playful smile on her lips, glanced at Ichigo Kurosaki before leaving. After the mountain woman left, 8 million Bai was not in the mood to go shopping at all, and called and asked the butler to pick the two up. On the way home, Momo Yaoyorozu have been puffing up, completely ignoring Ichigo Kurosaki, who has been looking for stubble. Miss, the school has informed you to take the recommended entrance exam of UA High School next week. The butler's words suddenly broke the awkward atmosphere. Sister, congratulations, Kurosaki Ichigo said. Oh, you also come on. The smell of 8 million vinegar has not gone away. Yes, young Master Yi, you also have to come on. The butler encouraged. Well, thanks. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. Momo Yaoyorozu to take the recommended entrance examination, which is a treatment that only super excellent students can enjoy. In addition, there are only 4 recommended admission places for UA High School. As for Kurosaki Ichigo, because his personality is recovery, his original ability is not strong enough, and he was not recommended by the school. However, Ichigo Kurosaki can also join UA High School by taking the general entrance exam. There are still more than 3 months to go before the entrance exam. Kurosaki Ichigo still has enough time to get stronger. After returning home, after a few bites of food, 8 million people return to their rooms. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, continue to the practice room. Kurosaki Ichigo, who has an evolution personality, only needs to sleep 4 hours a day to be energetic. What? Gravity fruit if you increase your proficiency by 0.1%, you will cost 100 points. Kurosaki Ichigo originally wanted to increase proficiency by points, but when he heard the system's sky-high asking price, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Chapter 008 Kurosaki Ichigo's Jeet Kune-do proficiency has reached 50%, and unlike Gravity Fruit, it can increase proficiency by 5% for every 100 points. To this end, Kurosaki Ichigo came to the conclusion that the stronger the skill, the more points it takes to improve proficiency. Jeet Kune-do is Kurosaki Ichigo's melee physical technique, which played a good role in the battle with Vulture Matsushita Yuri. If his Jeet Kune-do proficiency reached 100% at that time, Matsushita Yuri may not be able to walk 50 moves under his own hands. In addition, the system tells you 5,000 points, and you can conduct a random lottery. After thinking about it carefully, Kurosaki Ichigo plans to fill up the proficiency of Jeet Kune-do. As for the method of obtaining points, in view of the current authority of Kurosaki Ichigo, just simply defeat opponents with personality to get the corresponding points. The current Kurosaki Ichigo does not have a hero license, including temporary, so he cannot fight criminals in public. The laws of this world are a bit on the whole. Those who possess personality cannot use their individuality to disrupt public order in public. Of course, it's not that you can't completely use personality. For example, Momo Yaoyorozu of Her on the Street, feeling tired of walking, can use personality to make a bicycle, or make a chair to park on the side of the road to rest. Kurosaki Ichigo knows that he wants to really become stronger, wants to fight with the strong, and have a real fight. In this regard, Kurosaki Ichigo also has his own ideas. It's just that this idea is still too early and needs a little more exercise. For the next week, Ichigo Kurosaki continued to soak in the practice room. Another week of exercise made Kurosaki Ichigo's body stronger. During this period, the private doctor was very curious, and couldn't help but ask the housekeeper, "Has the young master been practicing recently?" Quote, "Yes," the butler said. "Why didn't the young master come to me?" The private doctor asked curiously. Maybe the young master has become stronger." The butler said. "Oh, too." The personal doctor suddenly realized. You know what? The body of a young master is simply too strong, and the recovery ability of injuries is at least 10 times that of ordinary people. Quote, "What, 10 times?" The butler said in surprise, because he was not worried about Kurosaki Ichigo. The butler would go to the practice room every hour to inspect it. He clearly felt the strength of the young master, getting stronger and stronger, but he did not expect to be so strong. The personal doctor nodded in confirmation. Practice room. Kurosaki Ichigo spent 2 hours using Jeet Kune-do in a 5x gravity field. After this round of training, Ichigo Kurosaki's whole person was as if he had been salvaged from water. But on Kurosaki Ichigo's face, there was a hint of excitement and joy. During this week's training, Ichigo Kurosaki constantly tossed himself and abused himself. The flesh becomes more fulfilling. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo's gravity fruit proficiency has been increased to 7%. Gravitational waves. Kurosaki Ichigo threw a punch, and at the same time, a blue light shot out. A 20 kg dumbbell suddenly floated 3 meters in the air. After increasing his proficiency to 7%, Ichigo Kurosaki has developed gravity wave. In simple terms, Ichigo Kurosaki can control objects, moving forward, backward, left, and right. However, the range of movement can only be within 10 meters of the center of the circle. In addition, the maximum degree of control of gravity is still 5 times. Host Ichigo Kurosaki. Power 70-10 for ordinary people. Closing square bracket dot. Speed 60-10 for ordinary people. Agile 68 normal people 10. Personality evolution 1. The ability to recover from injuries is 10 times that of ordinary people. 2. Can hold the breath for 2 hours in water. Skills 1. Jeet Kune Do, 100% proficiency. 2. Gravity fruit. Proficiency 100, 5 times gravity, gravity field 10 meters, gravity wave. Item none. Points none. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 009. 8 million, as super rich businessmen. Much more is known about the world than the average family. Uncle Nohara, you should know about Underground Black Fist. One day, after Kurosaki Ichigo finished training, he found the butler and said, Underground Black Fist. After hearing these 4 words, the pupils of the butler, Nohara Hiroshi, suddenly dilated, first with a look of shock, and then quickly shook his head and said, Young Master Ichigo, I don't know. Quote, Uncle Nohara, please tell me. Kurosaki Ichigo said again, his tone revealing firmness. Young Master. That place is an Asura hell. Butler Nohara Hiroshi exhaled deeply and said, Asura field. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled playfully, didn't I walk on the Asura hell every day? Quote, After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Nohara Hiroshi's body trembled. For Kurosaki Ichigo's daily masochistic training, Nohara Hiroshi sees it in his eyes. I have put my life on the line several times, and I have only recently gotten better. It can be said that Kurosaki Ichigo is really a teenager walking on the Asura road. Be careful yourself. In City C, Hiroshi Nohara knew that he couldn't stop Ichigo Kurosaki, even if he didn't tell him. With the financial resources and channels of the 8 million family, Ichigo Kurosaki could inquire. Underground Black Fist. It is a place for rich merchants and fanatics to find fun. When personality appeared in the world, the black boxing market operated better than before. In a deserted town next door to Ichigo Kurosaki, there is an underground Black Fist. On the surface, this is just an ordinary boxing club, but there are things inside, and many of them are criminals with extremely dangerous personalities, and they will also hide in it. As for the government, it is also turning a blind eye to the underground Black Fist because there is too much involved. After coming to the underground Black Fist, Kurosaki Ichigo made his intentions clear. The suit-clad staff led Ichigo Kurosaki into the basement. After arriving in the basement, Kurosaki Ichigo found that it was really a different scene. Underground Black Fist. There are 9 floors underground. The first layer is the lowest level fighter. To advance to the next round, you must get 100 stars. 5 stars for each opponent you win. After 3 consecutive wins, an additional 20 stars will be awarded. After 5 consecutive wins, an additional 30 stars will be awarded. After 6 consecutive wins, an additional 50 stars will be awarded. Simply put, as long as you can achieve 6 consecutive wins, you can qualify for the second tier. The winner of the first tier will receive 10 W yen per match. By the way, 10 W yen, that is, you can buy a computer. Asura is up to you for the next one. A female staff member in a rabbit costume said to Ichigo Kurosaki. After coming to Underground Black Fist, basically you won't use your real name, and everyone can give themselves a nickname. As for the nickname, Asura, Kurosaki Ichigo just took it casually. Okay, thanks. The rules of Underground Black Boxing are basically the same as the boxing rules in the previous life. Because of the personality, the audience wants to see more exciting matches. The rules in the ring are very simple. In addition to not being able to deliberately kill, using poison and thermal weapons, it is gone. In other words, you can use any cold weapon, even a dark weapon. Kurosaki Ichigo's first opponent was a stout one-eyed man. Little Ghost, you are really unlucky, you met Uncle Ben in the first game. The one-eyed man said coldly. Oh, Kurosaki Ichigo replied. At the same time, the masses watching the battle said one after another. What a poor Little Ghost, what a back of luck. Little Ghost, get ready to be crushed by Jack. It looks like another new person is leaving. Whiskers. The game begins. Asura vs. Mighty Jack. The referee announced. Jack the Big Hand, his personality does not have much effect, that is, night vision night and day in general. However, his own grip is extremely strong, and he can crush human bones with his bare hands. He was already eligible to enter the second tier, but stayed on the first tier for a long time in order to enjoy the victory. Mighty Jack was also called Rookie Killer by the audience on the first floor. Little Ghost, I'm going to crush your bones piece by piece. Jack said grimly. Yes, Kurosaki Ichigo sneered, and then the whole person suddenly burst out. Beyond the speed of a cheetah, the audience only saw a string of figures in front of their eyes. Immediately afterwards, with a bang, the powerful hand Jack fell to the ground, and the whole person was hugged together, in pain. It won't. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Ichigo Kurosaki looked down at Jack on the ground. However, at this moment, the embarrassed powerful hand Jack suddenly pulled out a dagger from his arms and stabbed it at Kurosaki Ichigo. This surprised Ichigo Kurosaki and hurriedly retreated. However, the dagger scratched Ichigo Kurosaki's abdomen. Blood flowed out of the wound in the abdomen, but fortunately the wound was not deep. Little Ghost, I can't see that you are quite strong, but you can only do this. Lao Tzu's dagger has a very strong anesthetic, and even the male lion will fall in an instant. Jack snapped. Narcotics, which are not included in the scope of poison, are allowed to be used. But at this time, due to the previous blow of Kurosaki Ichigo, he still could not recover, and he could only stagger to his feet at this time. Yes, Kurosaki Ichigo sneered, and then walked over to Jack with a strong hand step by step. Chapter 010. The male lion will also fall in an instant. Doesn't mean I'll fall too. Kurosaki Ichigo said coldly. Jack with a strong hand, trembling with fright. This kind of fear has never been felt even on the second level. Who the hell is this teenager? Is his body stronger than a lion? Or that his personality can detoxify? Kurosaki Ichigo's training under 5 times gravity has brought his physical fitness to an incredible height. It's not that this powerful anesthetic doesn't have any effect on me. After being scratched, Kurosaki Ichigo also felt a little dizzy. But this is not at all on a horizontal line compared to the pain in 5 times gravity. Click, click. Kurosaki Ichigo appeared behind the powerful hand Jack, and in turn, directly ripped off both of his arms. See this bloody and cruel scene. The fanators at the scene did not have a trace of sympathy for Jack the powerful hand, on the contrary, some were just endless swearing. Waste. The harmful Lao Tzu lost the gamble again. What a waste. Damn waste. Actually lost to a hairy boy. Shu Yu. The referee appeared in the ring again and announced, the winner of this match, Asura. Quote, in this way, Ichigo Kurosaki received 10 yen and 5 stars. After the victory, Kurosaki Ichigo walked to the lounge. The effect of anesthetics begins to really take effect. A sense of vertigo hit, but Kurosaki Ichigo did not fall. On the contrary, after more than 10 minutes, Kurosaki Ichigo stood up intact, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His evolution ability seems to be getting stronger and stronger in the ultimate exercise. Not only did he wake up, but his body had developed some immunity to anesthetics. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but think playfully, if he was stabbed more, would he be completely immune? Half an hour later, Kurosaki Ichigo ruled the staff dressed up as the bunny girl and continued to participate in the competition himself. A wave of 3 consecutive wins made the people of the first layer begin to pay attention to the dark horse of Kurosaki Ichigo. What is his personality? This teenager is so strong. In the fourth battle, Ichigo Kurosaki was scratched by a woman who used a dark weapon. Like Jack the Stronghand, the woman's dart concealer has anesthesia on it. But Kurosaki Ichigo only felt faint for a short time before he fully came to his senses. This discovery surprised Ichigo Kurosaki. This can instantly paralyze the male lion's anesthetic, and I am afraid that it will have no effect on himself next time. After winning the fifth battle, Ichigo Kurosaki successfully qualified for the second tier. After a short break, Kurosaki Ichigo challenged again. Underground Black Fist has not been able to break into the second layer in half a day for 2 years. Victory. Win again. After coming to the second level, Ichigo Kurosaki has achieved 3 consecutive wins. The prize money for each match in the second tier is 50 W yen, and likewise, each win in each match is also awarded 5 stars. But unlike the first tier, losing a game will deduct 10 stars. Enter the second layer. Each person's original star number is 100. When the number of stars is lower than 60, you will lose the qualification to remain in the second layer. Welcome to the battle between newcomer Asura and Spinner. The referee said. Spinner's appearance made Kurosaki Ichigo stunned. Isn't he a fan of Hero Killer? Will the enemy alliance people in the future? Why did it also appear in Underground Black Fist? Little Ghost, Uncle Ben is very upset now. With a head a bit like a bird, Spinner, who has lizard skin, said. Chapter 011. Yesterday, Spinner lost 3 consecutive fights in the third layer of Underground Black Fist, thus disqualifying him from staying in the third layer. In these 3 games, Spinner also lost a little unjustly. Those 3 are the number 1 seeds in the third layer. Spinner, who was in a very bad mood, planned to abuse Ichigo Kurosaki to relieve his depressed mood. This match, the odds given by the organizer of Underground Black Boxing. Ichigo Kurosaki, Katsu, 1.3. Spinner, win, 1.25. It can be seen from the odds that everyone is still very unoptimistic about Ichigo Kurosaki. Before the match began, the referee confirmed to Ichigo Kurosaki, Asuras, do you need to use weapons? Quote, because Spinner used a weapon, the referee asked this question. Spinner had 2 knives on his back, one of which was joined together by numerous short knives. Weapons. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned. I have been training hard in the flesh and close combat, but I have neglected weapons. And his own gravity fruit, if used with a knife, will exert greater power. Besides, with a knife, it's still quite pulling. Good. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. Although he had no research on sword techniques, with his current strength, even if he swung indiscriminately, he would have a good power. To him, the referee said to the bunny girl's staff. Soon, the bunny girl found a long black knife and handed it to Ichigo Kurosaki, and said, Mr. Asura, this knife is 50 W yen, wait until your game is over. Quote, after speaking, the bunny girl also winked at Kurosaki Ichigo. Little Ghost, are you holding Buddha's feet temporarily? Spinner couldn't help but laugh when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo choose a weapon because of his own use. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded very seriously. This serious look made Spinner feel that the little ghost in front of him was really indebted, and he dared to put himself in his eyes like this. The game begins. The referee announced. Spinner smiled strangely and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo, like an eagle, with great speed. Swoosh. Spinner's big knife swung up, like a giant python, whistling towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo cross-knife block. Poof. With a bang, after the collision, Mars splashed. This blow made Spinner shocked in his heart, and the little ghost in front of him had so much strength. Bang. With a sound, Kurosaki Ichigo slammed his right foot on the ground, surpassing the speed of the cheetah, and suddenly circled behind Spinner. Bang. Bang. After taking a few steps in succession, like a phantom, he rushed towards Spinner. One slash. Spinner hurriedly turned around, picked up his large knife again, and greeted him. Poof. Another collision. Little Ghost, don't be too proud. When Spinner saw Kurosaki Ichigo sneaking up on him from behind, he couldn't help but be furious. The big knife in his hand is like a group of snakes dancing, and there are long knife figures in the air. Poof. Poof, poof. Ichigo Kurosaki hurriedly parried the defenses. Under the wild dance of Spinner's big knife, Kurosaki Ichigo looked quite embarrassed, and the whole person was forced to retreat. This kid called Asura is estimated to lose at home. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. How can this kid be Spinner's opponent? The fanatics in the audience shouted excitedly, and it can be seen that there are many people who bought Spina to win this game. Kurosaki Ichigo, who used a knife for the first time, used knife skills and the cooperation of footsteps, and was obviously a layman. After dozens of confrontations, with a chair, a wound was cut on Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Blood flowed through the clothes. Hey, little ghost. After Spiner saw that some difficult little ghosts were scratched by himself, a smile could not help but appear on the corners of his mouth. However, after dozens of encounters, Spiner became more and more surprised. I thought that after his first injury, there would be fear in his heart, and gradually revealed flaws. However, Spiner found that the little ghost in front of him was getting more and more excited, and his knife skills seemed to be becoming more and more proficient. From the earliest embarrassment, to now can barely fight against themselves. Drink. A bad thought arose in Spinner's heart, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter and dispatched all his strength in order to quickly defeat Ichigo Kurosaki. The rainstorm-like offensive made Kurosaki Ichigo more and more excited. At the same time, Ichigo Kurosaki was still thinking about whether he could apply the gravity realm to his swordsmanship during the battle. The excitement in Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes made Spiner think more and more in his heart that this terrifying little devil was really practicing his own swords. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 012. Little Ghost, you are too arrogant. The proud Spiner couldn't stand a little devil who didn't have any hair, and practiced his own knife and said angrily. The big knife in his hand, like a mad snake, flew all over the sky. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was fighting with Spiner at this time, rubbed. Put your feet on the ground, jump into the air. The long knife slashes down. The amazing explosive power and speed made everyone sigh at the extraordinary nature of this little ghost. But this made Spinner laugh maniacally and snapped, "Little ghost, you are seeking your own death." Quote, Ichigo Kurosaki, who jumped into midair, undoubtedly became a live target. The large knife in Spiner's hand, which was connected by countless short knives, jumped up diagonally, like a long whip, bang, cutting through the air and producing a popping sound. Amazingly powerful. It's over. It's a pity. The little ghost is still young. Yes, combat experience is too lacking. Killing the other party in underground Black Fist, although it violates the rules, is also a common thing. After killing the opponent, he will still win the match, but he will be banned for 3 months. Yes. A sneer appeared at the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth in midair. Gravity knife burst. Ichigo Kurosaki applied the gravity field to the air near the blade. Boom. Instantly slammed down Spinner's long knife. At the same time, Spiner found that this terrifying force, like 1,000 pounds of force, made it impossible for him to pull his big knife. What the hell is going on here? Can it be said that this little devil still has whole cards? Spiner was shocked. Hey. Several cold lights flashed in Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes, and the whole person stepped forward to attack, and the extreme speed was like a storm. In an instant, Kurosaki Ichigo appeared in front of Spinner's eyes. Gravity knife burst. Ichigo Kurosaki once again concentrated gravity on the blade. The long knife splits. Spiner used his whole body strength and blocked with a knife. Poof. A bang, a loud bang. Spiner felt the air around him become heavy, as if Tarzan was pressing on the top. Poof. With a sound, because Spiner could not withstand this powerful force, he resisted with both hands and knives, and he actually knelt down. The bricks on the ground suddenly broke out some fragments. Little ghost, you. Spiner gritted his teeth angrily and struggled to get up. Kneel well, Kurosaki Ichigo said coldly. Poof. With a bang, Spiner spurted out a mouthful of blood under the pressure of the explosion. What followed was, poof. With a bang, the large knife was knocked down by Ichigo Kurosaki. The whole person fainted on the field. Quiescence. There was silence. The on-site spectators were all stunned and dumbfounded, completely unable to believe that this little ghost, who was only 15 years old, could be so strong. Shu Yu then sounded the shouts of the madman. Waste. Spiner is such a trash. Depend. The harmful lousy lost so much money. MDZZ. As for the winning Ichigo Kurosaki, after the referee announced the victory of the match, he chose to leave. This battle has benefited a lot. The gravity knife explosion created by himself can actually concentrate the gravity field into a line, and then with his original strength, he can produce 2,000 pounds of power. This is much stronger than directly using the gravity field against the enemy. In addition, with the development of his gravity fruit, the gravity multiplier increases, and the strength of gravity knife burst will continue to become stronger. On the other hand, what Kurosaki Ichigo did not notice was that in the corner of the second floor, there was a middle-aged man who stared at Kurosaki Ichigo like prey and said, "Such a strong personality, such a strong body, it was simply sent to the door specifically for me." Quote, as he spoke, his right hand turned into a cloud of mud, dropped to the ground. After defeating Spinner, Ichigo Kurosaki did not rush to the challenge, but returned to the room he was staying in. Underground Black Fist. As long as you have money, even the presidential suite can be lived. Ichigo Kurosaki did not treat himself badly, and naturally chose to stay in the presidential suite for 50 yen per night. After all, it's just a matter of one game. In these 2 days, Ichigo Kurosaki won all 9 battles, and defeated each opponent with personality, and he would receive corresponding bonus points. As for why the system did not prompt, it was because Kurosaki Ichigo felt that it was too noisy and turned it off casually. With 9 wins in 9 games, Ichigo Kurosaki accumulated 6,000 points. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo chose to conduct a random lottery. Chapter 013, Shu Yu, the sound of the system sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining swordsmanship. 1 sword flow, Juai, death, lion elegy. P.S. It is collectively called a sword in Japan. 1 knife flow, Juhei, death, lion elegy. Isn't this a trick among One Piece? Able to cut steel and hear the killing move of the breath of all things. As soon as Juhei slashed out, the speed was like electric flint, and the enemy could not only see his own movements clearly, but even his own sword light. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo found that his proficiency in Ikikiryu Juai Death Lion Elegy was only 2%. The system tells that for every 100 points consumed, the proficiency of 1 Dao Flow, Juhei, Death, Lion Elegy increases by 2%. That's not worth it. Forget it. Keep it. Maybe you can draw something good next time. Kurosaki Ichigo secretly said. Then, Kurosaki Ichigo began to cultivate in the suite. Under 5 times the gravity, Ichigo Kurosaki does the most basic physical exercise, push-ups. This is a method that can exercise the muscles of the whole body. Of course, push-ups under 5 times gravity are dozens of times more difficult than push-ups in normal conditions. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was exercising, suddenly thought that if he had completed his cultivation of 1 sword flow, Juai, death, lion elegy, and then combined with the gravity field, wouldn't he be able to create his own exclusive sword art? Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo became more and more excited. A week later, Ichigo Kurosaki managed to break into the 4th floor. During this period, Kurosaki Ichigo was undefeated. Of course, due to his lack of combat experience, there were several occasions when his life hung in the balance, and his opponent left multiple scars on Kurosaki Ichigo's body. However, due to Kurosaki Ichigo's evolution personality, these scars did not stay on his body for long, and after 2 or 3 days, the scars disappeared without a trace. Today is Kurosaki Ichigo's last day in Underground Black Fist. Regardless of success or failure, he is leaving. Because her sister 8 million asked for her temporary contact information from the mouth of the housekeeper, Hiroshi Nohara, and told herself after the call that if she didn't go home again, she would also run away from home. Momo Yaoyorozu not only have tough means, but also flexible means. In the telephone, tears and snot are flying. No way, Kurosaki Ichigo had to agree to go home. In fact, Kurosaki Ichigo was also going to leave. In Underground Black Fist, this gloomy atmosphere is not what Kurosaki Ichigo likes. In essence, Kurosaki Ichigo is a very cheerful and sunny personality. But in order to become strong, to protect my sister, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't do it either. The opponent of the last stop is a criminal from the United States, Black Widow. Black Widow is her code name, and her personality is Poisonous Spider. Absolute femme fatale, wavy blonde curls, three-dimensional face, tall and sexy, bumpy body. Before the match started, Black Widow threw a wink at Ichigo Kurosaki. The charm of a mature woman flocks to Ichigo Kurosaki. At this time, the fanatics in the audience couldn't help but whistle, extremely interested in Black Widow's behavior of hooking up with a pure virgin. Ichigo Kurosaki, who thought he was quite good at concentration, couldn't help but have his heart beat faster and his mouth became dry. What a wonderful woman! Kurosaki Ichigo forcibly allowed his mind to return, and secretly said, "Funny boy." Black Widow couldn't help but laugh when she saw Kurosaki Ichigo's mind so firm. "Little brother, you are so cute, can my sister kiss you?" Black Widow's seductive voice sounded again. "Nope," Kurosaki Ichigo said flatly. "Why?" Black Widow was stunned at first, and then looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with tender eyes. I don't like old women who are too old," Kurosaki Ichigo said with a playful smile. "What? You said the old lady is the old woman." Black Widow was angry, and although Black Widow was notorious, the men who died at her hands did not know how many. But Black Widow is not very old, only 23 years old. Women hate when others say they are old, and the ruthless Black Widow is no exception. Chapter 014. Seeing the two of them tense, the referee announced the start of the match. After the game began, Black Widow began to move ghostly. The whole person drifted in the ring. Ichigo Kurosaki, who has no knowledge of Black Widow, is quite surprised by Black Widow. This woman's speed turned out to be so fast, compared to some of the physical masters who fought before. "Boy, I'm going to make you pay for your wild words," Black Widow said grimly. "Oh," Kurosaki Ichigo replied nonchalantly. Sue. Suddenly, dozens of silver needles appeared in all directions of Kurosaki Ichigo, shooting towards Kurosaki Ichigo rapidly. "Haha, I didn't expect Black Widow to use the special move at the beginning. This little devil hurt lousy to lose millions, and today he can finally recover some interest." The fanatics watching the battle talked about it. In this game, Wang Zi won the odds of 1.2. Conversely, Black Widow's odds of winning 1.4. No way. Ichigo Kurosaki, who has never been defeated, has made many speculative fanatics bet wildly. This caused the organizer of Underground Black Fist to lose a lot of money, so in this battle, the organizer adjusted the odds. The silver needles in the sky, like a rain of needles, blocked all of Kurosaki Ichigo's routes, and there was nowhere to escape. And these silver needles, Kurosaki Ichigo may not know, but these madmen clearly know that each silver needle is actually a poisonous needle condensed by the liquid body secreted by Black Widow. Stabbed by this poisonous needle, even if it is an elephant, it will be killed in an instant. In Underground Black Fist, there is a rule that highly toxic is not allowed, but there is another one below, that is, personality is related to toxins, except for those who. Hey, Ichigo Kurosaki smiled playfully. Just when the poison needle was less than 2 meters away from Kurosaki Ichigo, suddenly, the long knife on his waist came out of its sheath. Poof! Of a sound. The rain showers stopped in an instant. Poof! Then, there was the sound of silver needles falling to the ground. What's going on? Hey, can it be said that Asora's personality is really related to gravity? After several life and death battles, Kurosaki Ichigo's combat power soared rapidly. The proficiency of gravity fruit has also increased to 9.8%. Today, Kurosaki Ichigo can control a gravity multiplier of 7 times, and the range of the field is still 10 meters. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo also developed gravity, and currently, the maximum value that Kurosaki Ichigo can use gravity is 100 kg and the range is 2 meters. Kurosaki Ichigo's poisonous needle run against Black Widow used gravity. Although these poison needles have a certain inertia, they are pulled by the gravitational pull of this 100 kilograms and fall down in an instant. Black Widow was taken aback, completely unable to believe her eyes in front of her. This little ghost, without making a move, cracked his poisonous needle rain. Kurosaki Ichigo looked Black Widow up and down like a hunter. Black Widow felt that the boy in front of her was like a fierce beast, which made people terrifying. Gravity knife burst. Kurosaki Ichigo unsheathed his long knife and took a step forward. The speed was like an electric flint, and the Black Widow instinctively felt the danger and hurried to escape. However, the sky above him was like a mountain topping, making it difficult for the agile Black Widow to move an inch. On your knees, Kurosaki Ichigo said coldly. Mastering 7 times the gravity of Kurosaki Ichigo, the power of this knife has increased to 2,800 pounds. The strong air pressure makes the bricks on the ground produce some cracks. Bang! With a sound, the infinitely enchanted Black Widow knelt down in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. P.S. Gravity and gravity are 2 concepts. Gravity refers to the free fall motion of an object. Gravity, I took a look. There is a gravitational pull between any 2 objects, and this attraction exists between any 2 objects. This attraction between objects is ubiquitous between everything in the universe and is called gravity. Gravity is an interaction between objects due to their mass. Its size is related to the mass of the object and the distance between the 2 objects. The greater the mass of the object, the greater the gravitational pull between them. The farther apart objects are from each other, the less gravitational pull between them. The gravitational force between 2 objects that can be regarded as particles can be calculated by the following formula: F equals gmm(r²). Since the calculation formula is too troublesome, I directly used weight instead. Chapter 015. Admit defeat. Kurosaki Ichigo said condescendingly to Black Widow. The Black Widow, who was breathless by atmospheric pressure, helplessly raised one hand and said, I vote. Before the words fell, a green liquid body suddenly burst out from Black Widow's mouth. Kurosaki Ichigo's reflex nerves were very sensitive in hypergravity conditions, and he quickly took 2 steps backwards to avoid the green liquid body. At the same time, Black Widow quickly fled in the opposite direction. After a few big steps, Black Widow found the terrifying pressure and disappeared. It seems that this little guy's gravity has a range, and he can't get too close to her. Black Widow said darkly. At the same time, although Ichigo Kurosaki escaped Black Widow's venom, he felt a little dizzy at this time. What a strong toxicity, worthy of being a Black Widow. Kurosaki Ichigo secretly said. The venom on the ground, seemingly steaming, is actually volatilizing. The battlefield on the 4th floor is surrounded by tempered glass covers, and the air permeability is extremely poor. The toxin melted into the air and began to erode Ichigo Kurosaki's body. Little one, you know how powerful the old lady is. Black Widow, who had won the blow, laughed very charmingly. The laughter is full of charm and danger. Black Widow's toxin is one of the world's most toxic agents. Even Kurosaki Ichigo, who has a progress personality, felt quite dizzy for a moment. But soon, Kurosaki Ichigo pulled out the big knife in his hand again. At the same time, step by step, he walked towards Black Widow. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth, and a little fishy light shone in his eyes, like a man-eating beast. Give you one last chance, throw in the towel. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Nope, it's impossible, you got my toxin, how can you still walk normally? Black Widow's panicked voice sounded. Toxin, I think it's just a bit of bad breath. Kurosaki Ichigo said playfully. Hearing Kurosaki Ichigo ridicule Black Widow's saliva as highly poisonous, the madman can't help but laugh. This kid is really talented, and the scary Black Widow is like a pitiful little spider in his eyes. You, don't come over, I won't throw in the towel. Black Widow saw Kurosaki Ichigo approaching step by step, and said very nervously. Since you don't admit defeat, then you can only waste your beautiful face. Kurosaki Ichigo said as he stared at Black Widow's white jade-like skin. I don't believe it, you won't do anything to a woman, said Black Widow. Kurosaki Ichigo also encountered female opponents in the fight of Underground Black Fist, but every time, Kurosaki Ichigo forced them to admit defeat and never did anything to hurt their bodies. However, this not only did not let the female martial artists in Underground Black Boxing appreciate, on the contrary, they all regarded Kurosaki Ichigo as the most delicious prey. After all, this underground black fist is the dark side of this world. Ha ha ha, have you ever seen a beast that absolutely doesn't bite? After listening to Black Widow's words, Kurosaki Ichigo strode forward like an eagle swooping. Bang, bang. After only 2 steps on the ground, he was already in front of Black Widow. Long knife split, endless murderous aura, by revealed. It's scary. Black Widow suddenly screamed loudly. Then, the whole person fell backwards. As for Ichigo Kurosaki at this time, he turned his back, put his long knife into its sheath, and left dashingly. Immediately afterwards, the referee's voice sounded. Congratulations to Asura for winning this match. Chapter 016. Scared. It actually scared Black Widow out. What a terrifying little ghost. His body is so strong. The fanatics in the audience talked about it, including many female martial artists, looking at Kurosaki Ichigo's strong body, subconsciously tipped their lips. After this battle, Kurosaki Ichigo has already obtained the qualification to enter the 5th layer of Underground Black Fist. However, Kurosaki Ichigo does not plan to enter now because he wants to go home. After defeating Black Widow, Kurosaki Ichigo went to the restaurant of Underground Black Fist, and after eating his last meal, he was ready to leave. The restaurant of Underground Black Fist is not worse than the world's 5-star restaurants, and even in some ways, it is even better. The waiters here are all bunny girls, and as long as you can afford it, you can take it away at night. In addition, there are various entertainment equipment in Underground Black Boxing, such as hot spring halls, game halls, KTV, bars, and everything. After arriving at the restaurant, Kurosaki Ichigo ordered a roasted whole lamb and a turkey. That's right, one person eats. Today's Kurosaki Ichigo has an amazing amount of rice, and a meal is several times that of ordinary people. When the bunny girl brought the roasted whole lamb to the table, she also made a gesture of scratching her head at Ichigo Kurosaki, trying to get Ichigo Kurosaki's favor. However, Kurosaki Ichigo completely ignored it and gobbled it up with his own care. Halfway through roasting the whole lamb, Kurosaki Ichigo noticed a sudden commotion around him. Quite a few people whistled. What's wrong? Kurosaki Ichigo looked up suspiciously and saw that Black Widow was walking in his direction. The Black Widow, who was stunned by Kurosaki Ichigo's murderous aura, just woke up not long ago, and the first thing she did when she woke up was to inquire about Kurosaki Ichigo's whereabouts. Wearing crystal high heels and a black dress, she vaguely revealed a slender beauty legs, and her plump body was very eye-catching. Asoras, can I sit down and dine with you? Black Widow smiled charmingly. Oh, good. Kurosaki Ichigo answered, nodded, and then took care of himself. This look, but it doesn't look like a million by family people at all. 5 minutes later, Kurosaki Ichigo had almost gnawed the roasted whole sheep, completely ignoring the enchanting beauty Black Widow next to him. Do you know why I'm called Black Widow? Black Widow said suddenly. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo paused and stopped. When I was in college, our teacher wanted to treat me, Black Widow suddenly sneered. As a result, he was poisoned by my poison needle before he even touched my body. Quote, oh, Kurosaki Ichigo answered again. The teacher's wife said that I had seduced him and wronged me in various ways, and as a result, when I became angry, I poisoned all of them. My personality is Black Spider. In addition, as long as my emotions are excited, the toxins secreted will also be strengthened. I didn't have friends since I was a kid, but I couldn't control my emotions. I always hurt people unintentionally. When she said this, Kurosaki Ichigo could obviously feel the sadness in Black Widow's heart, but her tone was very peaceful, as if she was saying something completely different from herself. And then, Kurosaki Ichigo felt quite sympathetic to what happened to Black Widow, but Kurosaki Ichigo still didn't understand why she said this to herself. I want you to be my man. Black Widow said endlessly. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned. Well, you're not afraid of my toxins, and besides, I kind of like you in my heart. Black Widow gives 2 reasons. Oh, Kurosaki Ichigo said calmly. The Black Widow saw Kurosaki Ichigo with a light face, and suddenly, leaned into Kurosaki Ichigo's ear and said softly, the Loon family is still a virgin, and even the man's hand has not been touched. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo was surprised. Is this seducing oneself? However, Even if his determination is as strong as a rock, this woman's charm is too great, and his face is a little red with anger. Young man, the Loon family is hungry, don't you invite me to eat? Black Widow suddenly spoke softly, and this expression was diametrically opposed to Black Widow in the ring. Oh, please eat chicken. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, and then tore the rest of the turkey directly to the Black Widow. Black Widow's face is full of black lines, and she is really a teenager who does not understand the style. Kurosaki Ichigo also ignored Black Widow and continued to eat and move on his own. After seeing Kurosaki Ichigo windswept up the clouds, Black Widow pursed her lips and smiled. Young man, do you really not consider the Loon family? Quote, yes, I asked my sister when I got home first. Kurosaki Ichigo said half-jokingly. Black Widow was speechless again. This teenager, is it so skinny? Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 017. For Black Widow, as an adolescent Kurosaki Ichigo, he has some thoughts in his heart. But for what Black Widow said, Kurosaki Ichigo did not dare to guarantee that it was true. Besides, if he brought Black Widow back, he would not be able to slaughter himself for 8 million. Out of pity and sympathy for the beauty, Kurosaki Ichigo finally left her a phone number that could be reached, and at the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo also ripped off a chicken leg for Black Widow. To Kurosaki Ichigo's surprise, this Black Widow was not pretentious, and actually gnawed on a chicken leg and ate it. But this eating appearance is still so charming, making people's hormones rise sharply. Young man, I'm going back to the United States. Black Widow said again after eating. What's wrong? Kurosaki Ichigo was curious. This Black Widow is a wanted criminal in the United States. An organization approached me and helped me clarify the charges. Black Widow smiled lightly. Oh, Kurosaki Ichigo answered. Don't worry, it's all an organization of beautiful women. Black Widow said as she stared into Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes. That's good. Kurosaki Ichigo faced Black Widow's teasing, did not show weakness at all, and directly admitted it. Junior, come on, I'm sure we'll meet soon. Black Widow got up and left. Looking at Black Widow's back, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled indifferently. Following. Kurosaki Ichigo directly bought a Mercedes in underground black boxing and wanted to drive it home directly. Mercedes in 8 million homes can only be regarded as a means of transportation, but this car is quite meaningful to Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, this is the first pot of gold you earn. After coming out of the underground Black Fist, you have to pass through a deserted area. While driving Kurosaki Ichigo, he was thinking about what gift to buy for 8 million. Although her personality is creation, if she doesn't buy some gifts to go home, she doesn't know what she will cry into. Thinking of Momo Yaoyorozu, Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth couldn't help but show a smile. This sister, who is like a cold and beautiful woman in front of outsiders, is simply a joke when she gets along with herself in private. Poof, poof, poof. Just as he entered the barren zone, Kurosaki Ichigo found that his Mercedes suddenly turned off. What's wrong with this? Kurosaki Ichigo frowned slightly. His newly bought car, there was a problem. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo opened the window and got out of the car to check, suddenly, a murderous aura appeared behind him. Ichigo Kurosaki, who has been fighting in the underground Black Fist for more than half a month, has a much stronger perception of danger than before. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo felt that his feet were entangled in mud, and the mud quickly spread to his body. Little ghost, Lao Su waited until you came out. What a strong personality. What a strong body. Lao Su asked for. A shrill and lewd voice sounded. The mud monster has long set his sights on Ichigo Kurosaki, with a body like poured steel, exciting personality and bottomless growth potential. The silt monster can be said to watch Kurosaki Ichigo grow step by step, hoping to devour it when he makes himself stronger. In this way, you have a chance to defeat the top 10 or even top 3 heroes. The silt monster almost blinked and wrapped Ichigo Kurosaki's entire body. The palm formed by the mud covered Kurosaki Ichigo's nose and mouth, wanting him to faint so that he could swallow it. It's disgusting. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was blindfolded with eyes, mouth, and nose, secretly said. For the behavior of the mud monster, Kurosaki Ichigo felt disgusted and brain dead. Just this clumsy method, just want to make yourself unconscious. Doesn't he know that his current self can hold his breath for 5 hours? Drink. Kurosaki Ichigo burst out and directly tore out a hole in the silt monster with his hand. The mud monster was shocked. He had always envied the mud monster who was greedy Kurosaki Ichigo, and his IQ was touching, and he forgot that after Kurosaki Ichigo was strong, it was not something he could touch. Get out. Ichigo Kurosaki, who was covered in mud, was furious and tore the silt monster into shreds with his bare hands. But although this mud monster is not very strong in itself, it is very resistant, and the physical attack has no effect on him. The silt monster who was shattered on the ground said angrily, "Little ghost, I know that you are very strong, but you can't help Uncle Ben." Quote, the mud monster wants to reorganize his body and continue to pester Ichigo Kurosaki. Yes. Kurosaki Ichigo sneered twice. The long knife at the waist is unsheathed. Boom. Suddenly, the silt monster felt the air become heavy. This made the scattered silt monsters unable to reshape their bodies. But the silt monster was not afraid, and said with an eerie smile, "Little ghost, you always have a time when you are physically exhausted." Quote, the sludge monster's IQ suddenly exploded at this time. Even All Might and Andre, they couldn't use personality all the time. For this, so did Ichigo Kurosaki. This is also why the silt monster waited until Kurosaki Ichigo was alone before making a move. You wait for me. Quote, a playful smile appeared on the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth, and he also learned from All Might and found a Coke bottle from the car. Gravity. Kurosaki Ichigo used gravity to directly kill the silt monsters all over the ground. I sucked it in. Done. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a joyful smile after sucking the silt monster into the Coke bottle. Chapter 018. Abominable little ghost, dared to do this to Uncle Ben. Abominable. When I go out, I must crush your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Quote, bastard. The silt monster who was put into a Coke bottle for the first time was angry in his heart, and in the Coke bottle, 2 eyes as big as Katsura Yuan looked angrily at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was driving. For this look, Ichigo Kurosaki said that he was very upset, picked up the cigarette on the car, took a few heavy puffs, and stuffed the cigarette butt into the Coke bottle. Because Kurosaki Ichigo can control the relationship of gravity, under the gravity field, even if the lid is not covered, he can't escape. The residual heat of the cigarette butt is not very harmful to the silt monster, but this insult makes the silt monster feel ashamed. If you stare at young Master Ben again, young Master Ben will use you as a urine pot. Kurosaki Ichigo threatened. The silt monster who broke the jar and broke actually resisted again, his eyes were still angry. Fuck. Kurosaki Ichigo cursed, and then braked. After coming out, I really peed the silt monster face. Kurosaki Ichigo's approach really scared the mud monster. God knows, this little ghost, what other way to fix himself? For this reason, the eyes of the silt monster changed, it became very kind, full of flattery. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help laughing. That's right, it's weird earlier, you don't have to suffer like this. Quote, after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, the silt monster's eyes became more docile. And, I also make various expressions from time to time. This reminds Ichigo Kurosaki of various memes. Interesting, this silt monster is also good to put on his own car as an ornament, and he is not in a hurry to send it to the police station. After more than 10 hours of driving, Kurosaki Ichigo finally returned to the city where he lived. Kurosaki Ichigo went to a large supermarket specifically for Momo Yaoyorozu to pick out something she liked. 8 million people's favorite thing is reading books, especially encyclopedias. After all, it's a top student. Ichigo Kurosaki made a lot of money in Underground Black Fist. Especially after the 3rd tier, the prize money for each match is 1,000 yen. In addition, Ichigo Kurosaki put all his funds on himself before each match. To this end, Kurosaki Ichigo's personal assets have reached 500 million yen. It's not too rich, but it can also kill some small entrepreneurs. When the shopping guide saw a well-dressed, rich or expensive teenager coming to buy books, she immediately ran over and said, "Sir, what type of books do you want to buy?" Quote, well, Let's start with an encyclopedia. Kurosaki Ichigo said, remember, make sure it's genuine. Quote, yes, sir. The shopping guide smiled professionally. Is there anything else? Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo thought for a moment and said, there are also some books about women, preferably after reading them, so that they can become gentle. Okay, sir, how about you read this book, On the Connotation and Cultivation of Women? The shopping guide suggested. That, you don't have to show me, you think you can, let's get one of each. Kurosaki Ichigo, who has a lot of money, said. Okay. The shopping guide was stunned at first, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. Today is a rich man. The shopping guide's calf quickly picked it up for Ichigo Kurosaki. The shopping guide selected about dozens of books. Kurosaki Ichigo glanced at it, feeling that it was not enough, let her choose more. The shopping guide nodded blankly, and then thought. A gentle book that makes women. He must have bought it for his girlfriend. Well, that's right. It turned out that he was hopeful. I'm stupid. The shopping guide walked to the 18 forbidden counter and began to pack it up frantically. In RI, public sales are allowed, of course, in principle, they cannot be sold to minors. As for Kurosaki Ichigo idle, he sat in the rest area and drank coffee. More than 10 minutes later, the shopping guide told Ichigo Kurosaki that he had already selected it, and said whether he needed to mail it to his door. Mail. Naturally, he did not personally send it over, and he liked it even more. Nearly 115 books, packed into 2 large bags. After Kurosaki Ichigo finished paying, he left with a bag in his hand and left without incident. This made the shopping guide in charge of receiving Ichigo Kurosaki couldn't help but have a red heart. So handsome, so rich, so strong. Boys, your fan fiction stories hub. Search, categories, tags, updates, sign in. Chapter 019. Carrying more than 100 pounds of books, Kurosaki Ichigo did not have any pressure. However, just as Kurosaki Ichigo was about to arrive at the parking lot, he heard a siren sound. Several police officers are patrolling the scene. Mr. Police, the wallet I put in the car was stolen. Mr. Police, so am I. I'll go, this thief is too poor, take away the expired cookies in my car. The owners reported the crime to the police. At this time, a young policeman reported to a middle-aged policeman. Head, the car has no trace of destruction, and the modus operandi is very sophisticated. Quote, oh, the car wasn't vandalized, and things were stolen. The middle-aged policeman at the head frowned. Well, Head, I think it may have been done by a thief with some special personality. The young policeman analyzed. Good, I probably understand. You go to the hero agency and let them deal with this matter. The middle-aged policeman said. In such an unnatural case, ordinary police officers are completely helpless and can only be handed over to professional heroes to handle. As for the owners of those stolen cars, only a case can be prepared. And then it didn't work. Ichigo Kurosaki got a general overview of things from the conversations of others. Feelings are the crimes of thieves with a special personality. But it doesn't matter, in your own Mercedes, there is nothing. Even the long knife was worn on his waist. Hey, not true, oops, one thing was missing, Lao Su's car jewelry, silt emoji. Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo hurriedly ran towards his car, and after opening the door, he was shocked to find that the inside of the car had been turned over. What about Lao Su's silt meme? Kurosaki Ichigo secretly said. After searching for it, Ichigo Kurosaki found that the silt meme was missing. At the same time, a note was also found in the car. If you have no money, don't learn from others to buy Mercedes, poor. WTF. The corners of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth couldn't help twitching. This thief is also too arrogant. Turned the inside of his car into a mess and left a note to taunt himself. The silt emoji was gone, which slightly disappointed Kurosaki Ichigo, but quickly put the matter behind him and went home to play with his sister first. 8 million. The moment he opened the door, the butler Hiroshi Nohara went out to greet him. Kurosaki Ichigo noticed that the expression on Nohara Hiroshi's face was a little wrong, so he said, "What's wrong, uncle?" Quote, the housekeeper said with a scared look, "Young Master Ichigo, the eldest lady has been in a bad mood recently." Quote, Ah. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled awkwardly. It's okay. Where is she now? Quote. Housekeeper. The eldest lady is in the bedroom. Quote. Well, good. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and walked towards the 8 million boudoir with 2 stacks of books. Coming to the door of the room, Kurosaki Ichigo heard the voice of Momo Yaoyorozu mourning. HMPH, smelly boy, when you come back, I'm going to smash your ass. I dared to say goodbye to my sister. The sound of Momo Yaoyorozu mourning made Kurosaki Ichigo angry and funny. Phew, soon, Kurosaki Ichigo heard 8 million choked voices again. The siblings have been together every day since 3 years ago. After Kurosaki Ichigo left, 80,000 million hearts were empty. It seems that I can no longer see the bad brother who tells himself, ghost blowing lights, in the middle of the night, scares himself into screaming, and only shows a smug smile. I can no longer hear someone humming a nice song to myself. The main thing is that no one willingly allows themselves to be bullied anymore. Momo Yaoyorozu suddenly became cranky and said to himself, did he go on a trip with that giantess? But that's not right, that giantess has been busy lately. Where did he go? Did you really go to the housekeeper's uncle and friend to train? Momo Yaoyorozu people fell into deep thought. Ichigo Kurosaki outside the door was a little sad and distressed. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo knocked on the door. Is there something going on? Confused, 8 million people who want to be quiet, don't want to see him. Sister, it's me. Kurosaki Ichigo's voice sounded. In the room, Momo Yaoyorozu, who were half lying on the chuang, not even wearing slippers, barefoot, quickly ran to the door and opened the door. After opening the door, Kurosaki Ichigo saw a beautiful face because he was worried and missed himself. But this expression only appeared for a moment. HMPH, you still know to go home. HMPH, you still know that you have my sister at home. 8 million pairs of hands crossed at the waist, and said like a majestic sister who taught the little brother. Chapter 020. Facing the Momo Yaoyorozu like a little lioness, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but feel funny. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo found 8 million barefoot, and his eyes couldn't help but stop at her pink, blown breakable little feet. This sister of herself is really a 9-headed beauty. Momo Yaoyorozu with a height of 170 centimeters plus, but his feet are not big. Because he was too engrossed in his eyes, he was noticed by the Momo Yaoyorozu, and the embarrassed Momo Yaoyorozu directly kicked towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Today's Kurosaki Ichigo reflex nerves are 10 times that of a normal person, and when he dodged sideways, he let Momo Yaoyorozu kick into the air. The Momo Yaoyorozu who failed to hit the blow were even more angry, and kicked at Kurosaki Ichigo again. Kurosaki Ichigo flashed again, this kick, directly on the side of the door. 8 million people suddenly screamed in pain. Kurosaki Ichigo's heart tightened, and he quickly stepped forward to ask if he was hurt. HMPH, it's all to blame on you. It's all to blame on you. It's all to blame on you. 8 million angrily smashed his powder fist into Kurosaki Ichigo's back. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo no longer dodged. Seeing that the Momo Yaoyorozu were almost venting their grievances, Kurosaki Ichigo carried 8 million to Chuang. 80,000 million are still bulging, turning their heads over, a look that doesn't want to take care of Ichigo Kurosaki. Sister, I brought you a gift. Ichigo Kurosaki made a killer move. Oh. After hearing that Kurosaki Ichigo brought him a gift, Momo Yaoyorozu's face changed slightly, and he pouted and said, what is it? Quote, hey, Kurosaki Ichigo hurriedly unpacked and took out the 80,000 million favorite encyclopedia. HMPH, even if you have a little conscience. There was a hint of joy on the face of Momo Yaoyorozu, even though there were many encyclopedias at home, but this was bought by his own brother. Nature is different. This is what I bought with the first salary I earned in my life. You're the first, Kurosaki Ichigo said as he held 2 stacks of unpacked books to the 8 million chuang. First salary, the first one. Hearing the Momo Yaoyorozu of these 2 keywords, I suddenly felt good in my heart. A hint of blush also appeared on his pretty face. Sister, let me tell you, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo sat down next to Chuang and began to make up nonsense. What to work as a sparring partner in a boxing club, and you can earn money and exercise. The main thing is that the clients are women. Oh, that's not bad, isn't it? Hee hee, my Ichigo grew up and knew how to buy gifts for my sister. 80,000 million were in a good mood and raised their thumbs to praise. To this, the corners of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Grew up, seemingly, you're a day older than me. Ichigo, what books did you buy me? 80,000 million copies of the book asked. Of course, some good books, after reading them, will make you more intellectual, more knowledgeable, and more beautiful. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly became poor. Hearing his brother's disguised praise, 80,000 laughed and couldn't close their mouths. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was once again deeply attracted by the 8 million and hundreds of randomly placed feet. I can't take my eyes off. Suddenly, 8 million by asked, Kurosaki Ichigo, you bought these books for me to study? Quote, yes, what's wrong? Kurosaki Ichigo said subconsciously. You, after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's confirmed words, 8 million bai's tone suddenly became furious, and he kicked Kurosaki Ichigo's face. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly flashed and said, sister, what's wrong with you? Quote, HMPH, look, what kind of books are you buying? Obscene. Momo Yaoyorozu threw a book of 18 forbidden books that were not suitable for children directly at Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw it. Sister, Kurosaki Ichigo quickly explained. You, HMPH, the embarrassed 8 million directly pushed Kurosaki Ichigo out of the room. Bang! With a bang, the door to the room closed. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled helplessly. The shopping guide was also too associative. On the other hand, after the 80,000 million in the room threw the 18 forbidden books into the trash, they held the encyclopedia that Kurosaki had escorted him and put it under his pillow. Chapter 021. After coming out of the 8 million room, Kurosaki Ichigo went to the practice room and began to exercise. As usual, Kurosaki Ichigo tempered his physical strength under 7 times gravity. At the same time, Ichigo Kurosaki is also thinking about his personality and whether the development direction is too narrow. Although Ichigo Kurosaki, who now has an evolution personality, has 11 times the recovery ability of ordinary people, mainly for the ability to restore and strengthen muscles, organs, and bones. But evolution should have more than just this direction. In the days of Underground Black Fist, Kurosaki Ichigo also increased his knowledge and experience by reading books. Among them, a keyword, hormone, interested Ichigo Kurosaki very much. There are many types of hormones. For ordinary people, the content of hormones is within a normal range. Too much or too little secretion will affect the health of the body, and even directly cause life danger. Kurosaki Ichigo, who has an evolution personality, can control the secretion of hormones to enhance his strength. Especially adrenaline. If adrenaline secretes more, it will gain huge energy. I remember watching a movie in my previous life. A man with adrenaline content n times that of ordinary people has a sense of smell like Spider-Man. Also, you can fly off the wall. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, his own conditions are strong enough. Once the secretion of adrenaline is accelerated, what kind of height will it reach? But Ichigo Kurosaki didn't know how to do this. Kurosaki Ichigo began to ponder. An hour later, Kurosaki Ichigo began to practice his swords, also under 7x gravity. When he was in Underground Black Fist, he won one knife flow, Juhei, death, lion elegy, through the lottery. Through Shira's hellish training, the proficiency of one Dao flow, Juhei, death, lion elegy, has reached 30%. Progress is really slow. In addition, this ordinary long knife is difficult to withstand the countershock force after using Ikikyoryu Juai, death lion elegy, so the long knife in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand is already the third. Poof, poof, poof. Kurosaki Ichigo found an iron pillar and kept chopping at it. Sure enough, after hundreds of impacts, the long knife broke again. Bang! With a sound, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the shattered long knife, shook his head helplessly, and secretly said, "It seems that it is time to buy a good knife of your own." Quote, After finishing training, Ichigo Kurosaki went back to his room, and after taking a shower, he sent a message to the 80,000 million who were getting angry with the eldest lady. Sister, are you free tomorrow? Oh, there should be. Accompany me to shopping. It depends. Well, forget it. 3 minutes later, Ichigo Kurisaki's mobile phone message sounded. HMPH, for the sake of your face buying me a gift, I'll do it well and accompany you tomorrow. Howler. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled playfully, typing quickly with his fingers. The next day, 5 o'clock in the morning. In a dark corner of the city. Haha. Lao Su finally came out. The silt monster looked at the Coke bottle that had filled itself and kicked it out in anger. These 2 days I have been in hell. The smelly imp, who threw cigarette butts into bottles, also used himself as a urine pot. This morning, I was stolen by a mysterious little girl. As a result, the little girl said, "It's so ugly, I thought it was a treasure." He threw himself away. Finally lucky to be found by a wild dog, thinking that he was food, he finally saw the light of day after biting the cap open. Little ghost. Asaurus, I'm going to kill you. The silt monster roared hoarsely. But with the mud monster learned from the past, he dares not be careless, he must at least find a decent body, and after devouring it, he can carry out his revenge plan. But pay special attention to one point, don't find two monsters, just like that little ghost. 8 o'clock in the morning. Ichigo Kurosaki and 8 million went out to buy knives. Chapter 022. The world, which can now be called the era of superhuman beings, has almost submerged into the cold weapon of history, gained vitality, and prospered again. Ichigo Kurosaki and Momo Yaoyorozu went to the specialized cold weapon market. In the market, there are all kinds of cold weapons. There are also shurikens, kunai and other dark weapons. Ichigo, look at that store, I think there are good things in it. 80 million pointed to a relatively dilapidated store on the street. Sister, have you read too many online novels? Kurosaki Ichigo said with a helpless wry smile. In the online novel, many good things are hidden in a shabby shop. But most of the reality is the opposite of what is described in the novel, shabby shop, that can only be said that the owner is not running well. But at this time, Momo Yaoyorozu forcibly dragged Kurosaki Ichigo into the store. The boss was a middle-aged man from the Mediterranean, and after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo walk in, the Mediterranean smiled flatteringly. "Hello, what type of weapon do you like?" Quote, "Knife." 80,000 million said, "Knife." The middle-aged man in the Mediterranean immediately smiled and led the two to the knife cabinet. "You see, there are all kinds of things here. And it's cheap," the middle-aged man said with a flattering smile, and a trace of joy could not help but appear in his eyes, and it could be seen from the brand-name clothes worn by the two of them. It was definitely the son-in-law and miss of a rich family. "Not a fat sheep, what is it?" "Boss, my brother wants a little tougher." For the Momo Yaoyorozu who liked to shop, he has completely become the spokesperson and boss of Ichigo Kurosaki. "Beautiful young lady, don't worry, these knives are extremely sharp," the boss said with a smile. However, as soon as the words fell, a crash sound was heard in the store. The boss and Momo Yaoyorozu looked towards the source of the voice. It was discovered that Kurosaki Ichigo actually used 2 fingers to break the so-called, extremely sharp and indestructible, sword in the boss's mouth. I'm sorry, I'll pay later," Kurosaki Ichigo said. Today's Kurosaki Ichigo is 10 times stronger than ordinary people, plus Kurosaki Ichigo, who has learned Jeet Kune Do, knows how to use clever power in order to verify whether the knife is really that strong. "So I used a little harder. Result, boss." Momo Yaoyorozu saw the boss who was bragging about the sky, and said in a rather unkind tone. Maybe this knife has been sitting for a long time, and it is a little rusty, look at something else," said the boss without blushing. "Oh." Momo Yaoyorozu replied, and glanced at Ichigo Kurosaki instead. "I saw another." Bang. The knife broke again. "Boss." 8 million looked at the boss who sold knives with a huff. It is estimated that it has not been maintained for a long time." The boss began to be a little embarrassed, and secretly said in his heart, "I wipe these dog-day knife factories, the things sold are too fake, and they are actually made of pig iron." Quote, "Pig iron, physical properties, hardness is okay, but brittle. You try this again." The boss took out a long knife with a glowing blade and handed it to Ichigo Kurosaki. "Good. Kurosaki Ichigo reached out and took it, and his fingers pressed hard again. This time, there was no break. Just when the rebound was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw that this good knife made of steel was actually bent by him. This couldn't help but surprise the boss in his heart. The pig iron knife just now was indeed inferior, specially made to deceive those who wanted to be heroic swordsmen. But this steel knife, the quality is not bad at all. However, he was so overwhelmed at his hands. That is to say, it is not completely the poor quality of his own knife, but a monster living in the body of the little ghost in front of him. Boss, you need to be kind. Kurosaki Ichigo saw that the knife here was at this level, and couldn't help but pull up his arm of Momo Yaoyorozu and left the door. Little ghost, you wait. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was about to step out of the store, the boss's voice suddenly came to mind. There is less flattery in the voice and more solemnity. HMPH, the boss who sells fake knives, we don't believe you. 8,000,001 said with a displeased face. I really have a good knife here, it's just, the boss said with a straight face. Oh, then you hurry up and take it out. If it's good, I'll definitely offer a good price. The eldest lady who is not bad at money, Momo Yaoyorozu, said. Okay, you guys wait. After the boss finished speaking, he ran to the warehouse in the background and took out a rectangular box with a layer of gray on the surface. Phew. The boss blew into the box. Suddenly, the dust drifted away. Momo Yaoyorozu hurriedly hid behind Kurosaki Ichigo. For the good knife in the mouth of the boss, Kurosaki Ichigo, who has lived for 2 lifetimes, does not believe much. Perhaps this is another routine. However, the moment the boss opened the box, Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes burst with a burst of essence. Good knife. Chapter 023. Hehe. Boy, good eyesight. This is a demon knife called Ghost Share. The boss laughed. Oni Toru. Demon knife ghost. After hearing this, 8,000,000 Bai's face couldn't help but change. The demon knife ghost is a legendary demon knife. Absolutely ominous. But the knife that this boss sold earlier is so watery. This knife may not be real, but he can feel an extremely uncomfortable aura from the knife, and it seems that there is an ancient fierce beast hidden in the knife. Young man, it's not that I don't have a good knife, but this ghost Shay is not something that ordinary people can have. The boss said in a deep voice. Yes, Kurosaki Ichigo said indifferently, and then directly reached out and held Onitoru in his hand. Don't. Kurosaki Ichigo was so fast that the boss didn't even have time to remind him. At the moment when Kurosaki Ichigo held the demon knife, Momo Yaoyorozu suddenly became nervous, and he felt a violent aura burst out from Kurosaki Ichigo's body, and his eyes turned scarlet, as if he was possessed by the devil. Ichigo, throw it away. Momo Yaoyorozu hurriedly said. Young man, you. The boss was also stunned at this time. The reason why he took out the demon knife, Ghost Shay, is actually to hope that this bastard, after walking out of his store, will not say that he is selling fake and shoddy products. As for the boss himself, he didn't think that this Kurosaki Ichigo had the guts to hold the knife in his hand. Before Kurosaki Ichigo, there were several young talents who had seen Onitoru, but in the end, they were frightened by Onitoru's terrifying aura and chose to give up. Haha. Kurosaki Ichigo felt the powerful spiritual energy flooding into his mind, wanting to erode his will, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Compete with will. To compete with the will of a man walking in the hell of a Saurus. Kurosaki Ichigo, who cultivated in the realm of hypergravity, was honing his will every day. If you don't train until you can't move, you don't rest. Death. It's not that I haven't seen it. That's not enough. Kurosaki Ichigo did not have a trace of fear in his heart. On the contrary, his body was full of fighting spirit. The momentum was like a wave, like a fierce beast. In an instant, the furious aura on Kurosaki Ichigo's body gradually eased down. The scarlet eyes also returned to normal. Ichigo. Momo Yaoyorozu tears shouted. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled slightly and said, Sister, I'm fine. Quote. Aha. Momo Yaoyorozu's steps fell into Kurosaki Ichigo's arms. The scene just now was really too scary, as if his younger brother was about to be devoured by the devil. Until now, Momo Yaoyorozu still had palpitations. Junior, you. At this time, after the boss who sold the knife saw that Ichigo Kurosaki used strong willpower to suppress the demon chi of the demon knife, the whole person couldn't help but be stunned and dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. Boss, it's really a good knife. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled playfully and said, Sister, pay. Quote, Momo Yaoyorozu nodded. The two siblings 2 years ago, the money was used together. This time Kurosaki Ichigo earned money from underground Black Fist after returning home, all transferred to the account of Momo Yaoyorozu. Uncle, I can't see it, you still have good things. Momo Yaoyorozu saw her brother choose a knife with a heart, and she herself was happier than Ichigo Kurosaki. How much? Quote, the boss pondered for a moment and said firmly, I sent you. Quote, yes, belch. After hearing the boss's words, Momo Yaoyorozu and Kurosaki Ichigo were both stunned, and looked at the profiteer uncle in front of them with some disbelief. Let's go. The boss turned around and spoke. Don't, uncle. This knife, even if you gave it to my brother, but these knives that were damaged by my brother, this is good, I will give you 2,000 yen. Although 8 million Bai has some personality, she is very kind, and she knows that it is not easy for the boss to do business, so she directly threw out a check for 2,000 yen, and left hand in hand with Ichigo Kurosaki. Seeing this check for 2,000 yen, the boss was completely stunned. Although the demon knife is priceless, the two knives that were broken by that little monster are at most 5 yen. This is also too much. Just when the boss was stunned, the fat lady of the shop walked back. The proprietress saw at a glance that the box containing the ghost was empty, and was pleasantly surprised. That ominous thing was sold. Quote, didn't, that one gave away for free. The boss said expressionlessly, what, you're a loser. The hostess was immediately furious. What's wrong with men entrusting their dreams to men? The boss's expression suddenly became serious and said. The boss lady was stunned. This husband who was usually obedient to herself, instead, the boss lady smiled lightly and said, okay, sweep the floor. Quote, The boss nodded reasonably, and then handed the 2,000 check to the hostess. This is, the hostess wondered, money from the sale of other knives. The boss said, haha, is it? The proprietress was stunned for a moment, then smiled, and suddenly the gentle boss said, honey, you are tired today, let me sweep the floor. Quote, I'll do it anyway. The boss refused, and then the scene in his mind came to mind. When he was young, he practiced sword art hard day and night, but because his qualifications were too low, he was swept out by the master. The boss's eyes looked at the sky and muttered, boy, come on. Quote, Chapter 024, Sister, make me a scabbard. After returning to the car, Kurosaki Ichigo said to Momo Yaoyorozu. Oh, 8 million Bai stopped and began to use his personality. A bright light appeared in front of Shang. Then, Kurosaki Ichigo reached in and pulled out the scabbard. Good, just right, Kurosaki Ichigo praised. 8 million smiled slightly. After buying the knife, 8 million Bai did not want to go home so early, and offered to go shopping again. Kurosaki Ichigo reluctantly agreed. On the way, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly asked his senior sister, Sister, what do you think evolution is? Quote, the cause of evolution is nothing more than adaptation. Just like us humans, in order to be more adaptable to the environment, we have eliminated a lot of unnecessary parts. Some animals have also evolved some special abilities in order to adapt to the environment. Momo Yaoyorozu explained. Oh, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly had some realization in his heart. Indeed, the essence of evolution is adaptation. In order to adapt to surviving under n times gravity, muscles, bones, and organs have been rapidly improved. In other words, the harsher of the external environment of the self with an evolutionary personality, the higher the progress of oneself. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was thinking, there was a popping sound directly ahead. A minotaur about 5 meters tall is wreaking havoc. After a while, the professional heroes arrived on the scene. The dense forest god used personality and his arm turned into a long branch, trapping it. Wow! Dense forest divine might. Wow! Many girls at the scene screamed. Just when everyone thought that the battle was about to end, this minotaur suddenly turned into a pile of silt, free from the shackles of the branches. What's going on? Dense forest Shinwei was shocked. Boom! With a sound, the minotaur who reorganized his body again quickly walked in front of the dense forest Shinwei, and a punch blasted out, and the powerful fist directly knocked the dense forest Shinwei out. "I'm coming." Just after the dense forest divine power was shot away, a crisp voice sounded. Immediately after, there was the sound of bang, 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 huge footsteps. "The mountain woman is here." The giant turned into a 2062 centimeters mountain woman, kicked the Minotaur. Minotaur, big fist punched out again. Boom. Between the fists and feet, a storm of wind was generated. At this time, the mountain woman, tears flew out, and shouted, "It hurts." Quote, "Ha ha ha." The Minotaur laughed triumphantly. Immediately afterwards, the Minotaur punched the face of the mountain woman. Oops, not good. The onlookers immediately became worried about the mountain woman. At this time, the dense forest Shinwei struggled to stand up, but he couldn't do it. Just when people thought that the mountain woman was fierce, a figure as fast as lightning rushed forward. The Minotaur saw a figure flash in front of him. Bang! A sound. One of the Minotaur's arms, falling down into a pile of silt. It's him. The rescued mountain woman saw the back of a familiar teenager, and her heart was slightly shocked. "Let's go," the boy said with his back to the mountain woman. The mountain lady nodded, and then returned to its normal size. "It's you, coward." At this time, after seeing the face of the comber, the Minotaur roared angrily. "Long time no see." Ichigo Kurosaki smiled playfully. "HMPH, little ghost, I've been looking for you for a long time." The Minotaur roared and swung his fist at Ichigo Kurosaki. The Minotaur, in fact, is a silt monster. After being inadvertently released by wild dogs, he happened to meet the escaped criminal, Minotaur, and took the opportunity to seize his body and personality. Yak's personality gives the mud monster terrifying powers. Having thwarted 2 new professional heroes in succession, the Mud Minotaur feels the first in the world, and has forgotten the tragic scene when he was used as a urine pot by Ichigo Kurosaki. "Ha ha ha." Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly burst out laughing and said to the silt Minotaur, "Do you know what your name is?" Quote, the Minotaur looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who had a look of contempt in his eyes, and subconsciously asked, "What?" Quote, "Frog at the bottom of the well." A hint of playfulness appeared at the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth, and at the same time, the demon knife ghost was unsheathed. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 025. Stinky Imp. The silt Minotaur roared angrily. The personality of the Minotaur is Yak. In addition to a large increase in strength, there is also a pair of indestructible horns. At this time, the silt Minotaur used its horns to head towards Kurosaki Ichigo. One knife flow. Juhei, death, lion elegy. Kurosaki Ichigo turned into a pitch-black lightning bolt, electric flint, so that passers-by could not see Kurosaki Ichigo's speed with their naked eyes. Poof! After the knife and the horn collided, a violent explosion sounded. Even the surrounding air formed a shock wave, so that everyone watching the battle could not open their eyes. Little ghost, I've become stronger. The silt monster who doubted his life, who had been beaten by Kurosaki Ichigo, couldn't help but laugh loudly after finding that he blocked Kurosaki Ichigo's knife technique, although this huge momentum made his neck a little uncomfortable. Yes, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled indifferently. Click, bang, bang. At this time, the silt monster that devoured the Minotaur heard the sound of the object cracking. Immediately afterwards, he found that a piece of his horn fell from his eyes. Wow, it's so strong. Who is this boy? It's even able to deal with criminals who can't even defeat heroes. The melon-eating passerby exclaimed. Little ghost, you, the silt Minotaur was suddenly startled, his horns could penetrate steel. But he was cut off by this little ghost. The silt Minotaur, who had just established some confidence, was suddenly stunned. With rolling eyes, he knew that he was not his opponent yet. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was holding a knife in one hand, walked towards the mud Minotaur with a smile on his face. This sense of oppression is the same as in the past. Bastard! The silt Minotaur grabbed some of the rubble from the ground and threw it at Kurosaki Ichigo. HMPH. Kurosaki Ichigo snorted coldly. Gravity field. Gravitation. Dozens of rubble fell before getting close to Kurosaki Ichigo. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's pace did not stop. Like a great devil, step by step towards the Silt Minotaur. The Silt Minotaur's face was frightened livid, and cold sweat flowed backwards. Little Mud, when you see me, you should turn around and run, frog at the bottom of the well. Kurosaki Ichigo said with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. You're such a monster. The Minotaur Silt monster popped out such a sentence for a long time. He didn't expect that the gap between himself and this little devil was so large. At this time, the Silt Minotaur was suppressed by Kurosaki Ichigo's aura and stumbled to the ground. Gravity knife burst. Kurosaki Ichigo catapulted and Oni fell down. The Minotaur could roughly feel the power of this knife and quickly resisted it with another horn. Bang! A sound. The tsunami-like shock wave cut off the other horn of the Silt Minotaur, and at the same time, the whole person was shocked several meters away. Ichigo Kurosaki is chasing again. The Silt Minotaur suddenly took care of his mind, looked around, and found a young man with an ugly face and an expression like everyone owed him money. The Minotaur sludge swooped at the teenager. Get out! The boy was furious and burst into laughter. Hands out! Boom! It was as if a bomb had detonated. But this only hurt the skin of the Minotaur Silt monster, and then the boy was backhanded by the Minotaur Silt monster and pinched to the neck. Little ghost, if you get one step closer to me, I will kill him. The Silt Minotaur shouted anxiously as if grasping the last straw. This made Kurosaki Ichigo stop his forward steps. However, at this time, the boy who was detained by the Minotaur caused explosions one after another. This made the bullhead Silt monster stunned, and he did not expect that the teenager he caught casually had such a powerful personality. Little ghost, stay away from me. The Minotaur Silt monster yelled at Kurosaki Ichigo. Oh, Kurosaki Ichigo took a few steps back. At this time, the Silt monster came out of the Minotaur's body, and then wanted to devour the boy who used blast. Bastard! 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 The teenager kept exploding, causing everything around him to burn. Stupid! Kurosaki Ichigo saw the Silt monster dog jump off the wall, and actually ran out, secretly. Just when you're ready to do it again. A shout rang out. A freckled teenager picked up his bag and rushed towards the mud monster. At the same time, in the crowd, a thin blonde man was watching the scene in front of him. Chapter 026. It turned out to be them. Kurosaki Ichigo recognized the two at a glance. Bakuga Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku. To Kurosaki Ichigo's surprise, the scene that happened in the original book was reproduced again. It's just that this timing is not right. Forget it, leave him alone. Maybe it's your own butterfly effect. Kurosaki Ichigo burst out when Midoriya Izuku smashed his bag into the mud monster's round eyes. Bang! Bang! Far beyond the speed of the cheetah, so that passers-by can only see a series of shadows. When the mud monster was about to attack Midoriya Izuku, Kurosaki Ichigo swung out the ghost in his hand. Powerful gravity blessed the Silt monster's body. Bang! A sound. The Silt monsters were scattered all over the place in an instant. Everyone looked at Ichigo Kurosaki dumbfounded. Even the professional hero Death Chifist and others who just rushed over. Gravitational waves. Kurosaki Ichigo swung his sword again, throwing out a blue wave of light. The blue light wave hit a bottle of mineral water scattered on the side of the road. In an instant, the mineral water bottle was sucked over. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo sucked the Silt monster into the mineral water bottle again. Take it. Ichigo Kurosaki casually threw the bottle of mineral water to the professional hero Death Punch. Boy, it's you again. Junior, wait. Death Red Fist remembers Ichigo Kurosaki. A month ago, this little ghost had subdued the vulture, Matsushita Yuri, but he did not expect that after a month, he became stronger again. What's wrong? Kurosaki Ichigo stopped himself. Boy, nice job. Death Bear Fist was slightly startled, and then praised with a smile. When you graduate, you must join our hero office in the future. Death Bear Fist issued an invitation again. Sorry, I don't want to. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. Why, don't you want to be a hero? Death Bear Fist asked in surprise. No, I want to set up my own hero office. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled indifferently. When he said this, Momo Yaoyorozu also came to Kurosaki Ichigo's side, looking at the heroic brother. Momo Yaoyorozu faces full of happiness and joy. After Death Barefist saw the little beauty Momo Yaoyorozu, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Haha, your girlfriend is here, I won't bother you." Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo did not explain. As for the Momo Yaoyorozu was blushing, and hurriedly said, "I am not his girlfriend, he is my younger brother." Quote, "Oh yes, ha ha ha." Death Bear Fist laughed heartily. For opening his own hero agency, this is a small goal of Ichigo Kurosaki. Establishing a hero office and being the boss himself is very important for Ichigo Kurosaki, who does not like to be too restrained. In addition, when you come to this world, you naturally want to be a hero that everyone admires. As for the standard of heroes, Ichigo Kurosaki will make a new interpretation in the future. The matter came to an end, and Kurosaki Ichigo prepared to leave. Momo Yaoyorozu by your side. At this time, the mountain woman who returned to normal size trotted over and said softly, "Young man, thank you." Quote, "No thanks." 80 million said first, and then put his arm around Ichigo Kurosaki and left quickly, afraid that someone would snatch his brother. But before he could take 2 steps, another person appeared in front of the eyes of Momo Yaoyorozu's. Thank you. Midoriya Izuku bowed in thanks. "If it weren't for you, maybe." Speaking of the back, Midoriya Izuku's tone dropped a lot. Midoriya Izuku, who is still a weak chicken, was counted down by a professional hero just now. After seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo was about to leave, Midoriya Izuku rushed over and wanted to thank him in person. "Haha, no, if you hadn't just thrown your bag out, I wouldn't have picked him up so easily." Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. "Yes," Midoriya Idhisa said extremely unconfidently, and then stretched out his right hand and introduced himself. "I am Midoriya Idhisa." Quote, "I'm Ichigo Kurosaki, nice to meet you." Ichigo Kurosaki responded. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Midoriya Izuku was excited. "Come on, Midoriya Idhisa, see you at UA High School." Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. Midoriya Izuku nodded firmly. Chapter 027. Stinky Jew, do you know him? After Kurosaki Ichigo left, Bakugan Katsuki asked with a straight face. "He's Ichigo Kurosaki, and I just met him." Midoriya Izuku said. "HMPH, huh?" Bakugao Shengji said coldly. "Yes, he is really strong, I hope to meet him at UA High School." Midoriya Idhisa said with an adoring gaze. "Haha, Stinky Jew, don't laugh at the dead, just how can you be admitted to UA High School?" Bakugao Katsuki scoffed. "Okay." Midoriya Izuku sneered. Although he has no personality, he met All Might 8 months ago, and his first idol, All Might, told himself that he could become a hero. Midoriya Izuku is convinced of this. For the past 8 months, Midoriya Idhisa has been conducting special training every day in Tuku Seaside Park, in order to be able to enter UA High School. At this time, Bakugao Katsuji was unhappy to see that Midoriya Izuku, who had no personality, also wanted to get into UA High School, like himself, and at the same time, 8 months ago, he was attacked by criminals, and this waste material without personality actually wanted to rush out to save himself, and also said that he showed a picture of asking for help. Coincidentally, All Might was also on the scene and rescued himself. There are still 2 months to go before the entrance exam of UA High School. After today's events, both Midoriya Izuku and Bakugai were greatly touched. From the mouth of the mountain woman, the two learned that the outrageously strong teenager, Kurosaki Ichigo, turned out to be the same junior high school as them. "Nope, I want to get stronger." Quote, "I won't lose to him." Bakugao Shengji secretly clenched his fists and said with a firm expression. On the way home, 8 million eyes kept looking the mountain woman up and down. "Ichigo, is that mountain woman pretty?" Momo Yaoyorozu mentioned it seemingly unintentionally. "It's okay," Kurosaki Ichigo said subconsciously. "Oh, Momo Yaoyorozu weighs." But soon, Kurosaki Ichigo added, "But my sister is the most beautiful." Quote, "HMPH, nonsense." The Momo Yaoyorozu who were praised by his younger brother were full of joy in his heart, but his face was pretending to be disbelieving. "Ichigo, I have passed the special recruitment exam of UA High School, you have to cheer too." Momo Yaoyorozu said. "Ah, really, Congratulations. Kurosaki Ichigo was also very happy and said, "Don't worry, sister, I will." Quote, after saying Kurosaki Ichigo to cheer, he suddenly felt a little redundant. In the battle just now, his brother showed strength far beyond professional heroes. For his younger brother to become so powerful at once, 8 million Bai also felt good in his heart. At the same time, I also felt a little sour in my heart. Because she knew how her brother tossed herself to gain such a powerful strength. After returning home, Ichigo Kurosaki began to think about his exercise plan again. How to fully develop your personality. As my sister mentioned before, that is adaptation. I have to do devil exercises in a harsher environment. Kurosaki Ichigo, who thought for a moment, found a suitable place to Koba Seaside Park. You can practice your own knives underwater. With an evolution personality, he can now close underwater for 5 hours. In addition, if you apply 7x gravity field, the effect can be stronger. Dry words are dry. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the first rays of sunlight appeared. Ichigo Kurosaki began his workout underwater. On the shore, it is All Might who was conducting special training for Midoriya Idhisa. Chapter 028. A month later. Dogu Seaside Park. On the shore, All Might saw the energetic Midoriya Izuku, raised his thumb, and praised. Teenager, I have been doing well recently, and I have made great progress. Quote, is it, All Might? Midoriya Idhisa said. Ormeth nodded. For Midoriya Izuku, All Might has taken him as his heir. Although he is still weak, he has the potential to be a true hero. All Might, I have to get stronger. I think I want to catch up with him. Midoriya Izuku clenched his fists and said with fighting spirit. All Might was stunned and said, is that Ichigo Kurosaki? Quote, yes. Omelt, do you know him too? Midoriya Idhisa was surprised. Well, very strong teenager. All Might bared his shiny front teeth. As he spoke, huge waves suddenly rose on the surface of the sea, hitting the shore, and even All Might and Midoriya Izuku, who were tens of meters apart, were sprayed by the sea. All Might, what's going on this last month? It's like there's going to be a tsunami. Midoriya Izuku said in amazement. Haha, it's nothing, maybe it's been windy recently. All Might said with a snort. But as he spoke, his eyes kept staring at the sea. He secretly said in his heart, it's really a terrifying little ghost. In just 1 month, there has been earth-shaking progress. Quote, nearly 100 meters under the sea. Kurosaki Ichigo faces a large reef under the sea. One knife flow, Juhei, death, lion elegy. Rub. With a sound, a clearly visible knife mark appeared on the extremely hard reef. At the same time, it also makes the surrounding sea water flow violently. On the surface of the sea, small tsunamis have formed due to the influence of undersea currents. However, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was already powerful, was still not satisfied. This month's cultivation has only increased the proficiency of one Dao Lu, Juhei, death, lion elegy to 85%. After reaching 85%, Kurosaki Ichigo found that his progress was minimal. It seems that if you want to cultivate the elegy of one Daoliu, Juhei, death, and lion to Dacheng, you need actual combat. You can't improve just by practicing hard. At the same time, a month ago, Kurosaki Ichigo, who defeated the Minotaur Silt monster again, accumulated 9,000 points. After the lottery again, I got one knife flow 36 troubled phoenix. With 4,000 points remaining, Ichigo Kurosaki spent on developing the gravity fruit. The proficiency of one knife flow 36 troubled phoenix has also reached 60%, and the progress is great, which is not only related to Kurosaki Ichigo's hard training, but also Kurosaki Ichigo's own qualifications, which can also be seen in the tube. Ichigo Kurosaki, who practiced from 4 to 7 in the morning, was ready to get up and go home. No way, Momo Yaoyorozu are still waiting to make him breakfast. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was at the bottom of the sea, saw a 3-meter-long sea snake, spitting out snake letters and striking at him. One knife flow, 36 troubles phoenix. Oni Toru pulled out, volley. The current, like a whirlpool, directly carries the sea serpent flying. At the same time, it also affected nearby sea fish and shrimp. For these unconscious seafood, Kurosaki Ichigo directly put them in his backpack and took them away. I went to make breakfast for my sister. Gone. Kurosaki Ichigo took a sharp step. Bang, the seawater seemed to be hit hard, making a loud noise, and then saw Kurosaki Ichigo swimming out of the sea as if teleporting in the water. Host Ichigo Kurosaki. Power 130, 10 for ordinary people. Closing square bracket dot. Speed 150, 10 for ordinary people. Agile 148, normal people are 10. Personality evolution 1. The ability to recover from injuries and illnesses is 13 times that of ordinary people. 2. It can hold your breath for 10 hours in water. Skills 1. Jeet Kune Do, 100% proficiency. 2. Gravity Fruit. Proficiency 15%, 8 times gravity. Gravity Field 10 meters. Gravity Wave 100 kg. Gravity Knife and Burst Pressure 2800 kg. The highest value of gravity is 200 kg and the field range is 3 meters. 3. One Knife Flow. Juhei. Death. Lion Elegy. Proficiency 85%. 4. One Knife Flow 36 Troubles Phoenix. Proficiency 60%. Item None. Points 0. Your Fan Fiction Stories Hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 029. It is approaching 2 days before the entrance exam of UA High School. Dogu Seaside Park. Shore. Roar. Roar. A green-haired, freckled teenager stood on a garbage pile he had erected, facing the rising sun and roaring up to the sky. This roar surprised All Might. Did it? Really did. In 10 months, he cleaned the Dogu Seaside Park, which was like a garbage dump, and also cleaned some areas next to it. In the voice, you can hear the desire of the teenager's heart. A thirst for heroes. Proof of itself. The roar drained the boy's physical strength and almost fell off the garbage heap. At this time, All Might immediately turned into a hero of American comics and caught him. In the eyes, it is full of relief. He didn't let yourself down. At the same time, there was a roar on the sea. Roar, roar. The sound is like a wave, straight into the sky, deafening. All Might and Midoriya Izuku, who had almost been in a coma, were extremely shocked in their hearts. Who is it? All Might stepped up, carrying Midoriya Izuku and standing on the garbage mountain, looking at a rapidly running figure on the sea in amazement. It's him. All Might vaguely saw Ichigo Kurosaki's figure. As for Midoriya Izuku, he instinctively subconsciously realized that the figure running on the sea was the one who saved him that day, Ichigo Kurosaki. A terrifying imp can actually run on the sea. What a horrible physical. All Might couldn't help but be shocked. Even if it was his original self, compared with this little ghost, it was a world of difference. From the intelligence, All Might learned that Kurosaki Ichigo's personality is recovery, but it seems that there is a second personality, gravity. It stands to reason that it is impossible for a person to have two personalities. But at this time, All Might did not care about this, but was shocked by Kurosaki Ichigo's speed. To run on the water, at least subsonic, is required. In other words, this Kurosaki Ichigo has reached the level of quasisonic. Kurosaki Ichigo ran on the surface of the sea for 1 minute, then fell into the water with a pop. This is. All Might was stunned again. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who fell into the sea, had a smile on his face. After 2 months of cultivation at the bottom of the sea, his evolution personality can already control hormones. It is not to say that today's Kurosaki Ichigo has reached the level of subsonic. Instead, after Kurosaki Ichigo quickly secreted adrenaline, the whole person's body underwent earth-shaking changes. The main thing is speed, agility, perception, hearing, smell greatly improved. Controlling the secretion of adrenaline is a killer tool for Ichigo Kurosaki. Of course, if adrenaline secretion is excessive, the light will cause excessive physical exhaustion and a sense of weakness, and the heavy will cause the internal organs to be unable to withstand it. But that's just for ordinary people. Kurosaki Ichigo, who has an evolution personality, will recover immediately even if his organs and blood vessels are damaged, and his toughness will catch up with before. Now Kurosaki Ichigo can freely control himself to strengthen the secretion of adrenaline, thereby raising his combat effectiveness to a higher level. Fight. Combat. Kurosaki Ichigo was desperate to fight at this time. All Might, he's so strong. Midoriya Izuku envied. Hehe. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely be stronger than him in the future. All Might said with a firm smile. But in fact, All Might didn't have a score in mind. Although he is a teenager in front of him, inheriting his own personality coupled with his own hard work, however, I am afraid that it will be difficult to catch up with him in the future. There are two reasons for this. Kurosaki Ichigo is better qualified than Midoriya Izuku. Kurosaki Ichigo worked harder than Midoriya Izuku. How to fight a person who is more genius than you and works harder than you. However, All Might also knows that when neither of these aspects is superior, it is even worse if you do not work hard. Chapter 030. On the day of the entrance exam. The housekeeper Hiroshi Nohara drove Ichigo Kurosaki to the examination room, accompanied by Momo Yaoyorozu. Before getting out of the car, Momo Yaoyorozu, like a little daughter-in-law, intimately helped Kurosaki Ichigo sort out his clothes and said, "Ichigo, come on." Quote, "Well, I see, sister." Kurosaki Ichigo showed his white teeth. His eyes were full of fighting intent. After returning from the underground Black Fist, Kurosaki Ichigo only fought once, and for some reason, for today's entrance exam, Kurosaki Ichigo felt as if the blood in his body was burning. Also, don't hook up with other little girls, HMPH, before leaving, 8 million Bai raised her cute little pink fist and threatened. How is that possible? Kurosaki Ichigo smiled dumbly. In the examination room, thousands of candidates sat together. At this time, at the summit stage in front of him, a blonde all-headed, two-handed mustache hero high school teacher, Bress and Mac, made a very awkward opening, then cut to the topic and introduced the content of this entrance exam. There are 3 types of imaginary enemies, corresponding to 4 points, 6 points, and 12 points. After defeating with your own personality, you can get the corresponding score. When Bress and Mac finished his introduction, a young and old spectacled man questioned, "There are 4 imaginary enemies in the guidebook, and if they are mistyped, this is the biggest shame for UA High School." Quote, after speaking, the glasses man pointed to Midoriya Izuku, who had been muttering, and said, "The curly-haired boy over there is just starting to be so rambling. If you want to go sightseeing, get out of UA High School quickly." Quote, this immediately caused a burst of laughter at the scene. "Sorry, I'm sorry." Midoriya Izuku, who was somewhat introverted and timid, quickly apologized. At the same time, the glasses man also pointed to Kurosaki Ichigo, who was sitting not far away, trembling all the time, and said, "And this kid with a sword, if you are so afraid, just." Kurosaki Ichigo, who had been lowering his head and holding himself with both hands, couldn't help but raise his head after hearing someone pointing at him. There was a little doubt in his eyes, and overwhelming fighting spirit. His eyes revealed a fierce beast-like light, which made the glasses man, Tenya Iida, afraid to say more. For a while, the scene of laughter suddenly quieted down. This made Kurosaki Ichigo quite embarrassed to hold himself forcefully with his hands again, so as not to be unable to control the monstrous fighting intent on his body. Scary imp. Bress and Mac on the podium couldn't help but be shocked when he noticed Kurosaki Ichigo. After stepping into UA, the blood in Kurosaki Ichigo's body burned sharply. In order to control the excitement in his heart, Kurosaki Ichigo subconsciously hugged himself, which made Iida Tenya think that Kurosaki Ichigo was scared. Hello, do you want tissues? At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's ears sounded a crisp sound like a oriole. Kurosaki Ichigo looked up and saw that it was the gravityless personality of Leary Ochako. "Well, thanks." Kurosaki Ichigo smiled slightly, took the tissue handed over by Richie Ochako, and wiped the sweat from the fever on his lower forehead. After Leary Ochako saw the smile of Ichigo Kurosaki, who was handsome in the Toyo, the whole person's heart beat inexplicably. Subsequently, Bress and Mac explained, "Imaginary enemy no. Oh." After saying, "The real hero is the one who overcomes the unfortunate people in life," the entrance examination officially began. What moved Kurosaki Ichigo quite surprised was that he was actually in the same venue as Bakugao Katsuki and not with Midoriya Idehisa and Riri Ochako. However, this doesn't matter to Ichigo Kurosaki. Chapter 031. Don't want points. Hurry up and go. Bress and Mac used his voice personality and shouted loudly. For a time, the candidates in various venues frantically poured in. Oh my god, he's so fast. What kind of personality is he? The candidates who were in the same venue as Ichigo Kurosaki couldn't help but be frightened dumbfounded when they saw Ichigo Kurosaki, who took the lead and was a big way ahead of the rest. Hey, 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 Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes burst with monstrous fighting intent, and his whole body seemed to have endless strength. Abominable. Is he so strong? The second Bakugao who rushed out defeated himself, and blast, his feet burst out a burst of flames, like a booster, and moved forward quickly. But there is still a clear gap with Ichigo Kurosaki. One knife flow, Juhei, death, lion elegy. Kurosaki's ghost on his waist was unsheathed, and in the next second, an imaginary enemy was exploded into slag. Is it so weak? Kurosaki Ichigo muttered, his eyes full of loss. This scene happened to be seen by the teachers of UA High School, and they were shocked. What a strong little ghost. Yes, I haven't seen such a tough imp in years. One knife flow, 36 troubles Phoenix. Like a hunter, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly attacked behind the two imaginary enemies, and with a wave of the demon knife, a small tornado appeared, directly destroying the two imaginary enemies. Every time Kurosaki Ichigo appears, it is a deadly move. After one move, go to find the next target. Without the slightest stay in dragging mud and water. Only 2 minutes have passed. Kurosaki Ichigo scored 130 points, crushing the strength of the level, so that the other players in the same venue as him did not have the opportunity to show their personality at all. Slightly better is to be overwhelmed. Bakugao Katsuki scored 25 points. But even so, he was robbed of several monsters by Ichigo Kurosaki during the period. 3 minutes passed. At this time, the girl who was in the same venue as Ichigo Kurosaki was snatched away by Ichigo Kurosaki's 7 imaginary enemies in succession. Led to 0 shots, not a single point. I couldn't help but cry aggrievedly. This cry made some glass-hearted boys and other girls cry one after another. Looking at the aggrieved eyes of these people, Kurosaki Ichigo was very helpless. I've scored 250 points so far, this score is enough to enter the hero subject. Forget it, give them the rest. I'll go have fun at another venue. A smile appeared at the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth, and in turn, his body was like a cheetah, quickly climbing a tall building. He intends to jailbreak to other venues. This little ghost is also too messy. A proctor said, give him some fierce material. See what choice he will make. Another said. At the same time, All Might, who was watching the battle in front of the screen, looked at his heir Midoriya Izuku while looking at Kurosaki Ichigo, who surprised him more and more. Boom. Suddenly, there was a violent noise in the building connecting the two venues. A large imaginary enemy robot tens of meters tall suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This little devil named Ichigo Kurosaki should be the first time in the history of UA High School that we started number 0 early. Funny little ghost, rule breaker. Let's start preparing to escape. The proctor who released imaginary enemy number 0 laughed loudly. At the same time, in the middle of the arena, after everyone saw imaginary enemy number 0 appear, they were so frightened that they fled everywhere. Including Bakugao to defeat himself. After all, this number 0 imaginary enemy has no points, and even if you defeat it, it has no substantial meaning. However, for Ichigo Kurosaki, this is the perfect prey. Has it finally appeared? Kurosaki unsheathed his demon knife and walked towards the number 0 imaginary enemy step by step. Is he crazy? What a madman. Who is this guy? Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 032. The appearance of the imaginary enemy No. 0. Kurosaki Ichigo did not retreat, but advanced, stunned everyone. Not only the on-site candidates, but even the invigilator teachers. Is this little guy who is as strong as a monster really fearless, or is he a stunned boy? Number 0 imagined that the enemy walked towards Kurosaki Ichigo, and his steel feet slammed into Kurosaki Ichigo. Immediately, A huge wind was caused, blowing some small stones around. It can be seen that this number 0 imaginary enemy is not just as simple as big. Its strength is also quite strong. Kurosaki Ichigo jumped up in one step, and the Oni was unsheathed. Volley. A meniscus-shaped chopping wave flew out. Nani? Chopper. Has this little devil already reached the strength of Janao? Seeing the appearance of the chopper, the invigilators watching the battle instantly became uncalm. Strong. Simply too strong. But little ghost, this imaginary enemy number 0 is not so simple. The teacher who released the number 0 imaginary enemy was stunned for a moment, and then said with a smile. Boom. With a bang, the chopping wave made number 0 splash Mars at the imaginary enemy footboard, and at the same time, some broken iron splashes could be clearly seen. However, this is only a little scratch for the imaginary enemy number 0, and the internal parts are not a big deal. Bang. With a sound, the big foot of the imaginary enemy number 0 stepped down, and Kurosaki Ichigo in midair had nowhere to escape. After a loud crash, Kurosaki Ichigo's whole person was ejected. Haha, little ghost, the imaginary enemy number 0 is not something you can resist now, so hurry up and escape. A proctor said. Indeed, in the past history of UA High School it was not that no one had challenged the imaginary enemy number 0, but after the confrontation, knowing the gap between the two sides, he chose to escape. However, this trauma is simply painless for Ichigo Kurosaki. At the same time, the fighting intent in Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes became more and more intense. It's like a beast that sees delicacy. What a terrifying look, just like a ferocious beast. Brescent Mac thought in shock. Kurosaki Ichigo swung his demon knife again, and slashed at the imaginary enemy No. 0. Number 0 hypothetical enemy fiercely punched Ichigo Kurosaki. The chopping wave instantly turned into annihilation, and the iron fist rampaged, slamming into Kurosaki Ichigo. Poof! With a sound, Kurosaki held the sword rung. Bang! The fists and swords collided, causing huge air fluctuations. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in amazement. Kurosaki Ichigo actually blocked the huge iron fist of this imaginary enemy number 0 with his sword. Of course, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was already using all his strength. The other fist of the imaginary enemy number 0 also followed and smashed into Ichigo Kurosaki. Not good. All Might, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but get nervous for Kurosaki Ichigo. HMPH. Kurosaki Ichigo snorted coldly. Hormone secretion. Adrenaline. Kurosaki Ichigo instantly accelerated the secretion of adrenaline, and when the other iron fist was about to smash into him, he turned into a black shadow and dodged. Kurosaki Ichigo, who jumped into the air, swung a sword. One knife flow, 36 troubles Phoenix. A small tornado volleyed and hit imaginary enemy No. 0. Bang. This caused number 0's hypothetical enemy to take half a step back, and at the same time, some parts in front of it shattered. But this still did not hurt the origin of the imaginary enemy No. 0. Boom. Number 0 imagined the enemy, once again swung out a large steel fist, and directly flew Kurosaki Ichigo, who was still in midair, tens of meters. Bang! Until a building behind him was smashed, the whole person's figure stopped. Is it over? Imaginary enemy number 0 is so terrible. The melon-eating contestants looked at the scene in front of them in amazement and said. But soon, they found that there was not, and a figure burst out again from the ruins of a building. Bang, bang, bang. Ichigo Kurosaki continues to engage imaginary enemy No. 0. Mars splashes. Rocks are flying. This level of battle, the shocked melon-eating candidates, all stunned and stunned. I couldn't believe that this guy who fought with the imaginary enemy number 0 turned out to be the same age as himself. In addition, many people thought that he was so strong that Mao would not compete with those escorts. Boom. At this time, a heavy kick from the imaginary enemy number 0 took Kurosaki Ichigo with his sword and kicked him away again. But like the previous times, the monster got back on its feet, and became more ferocious than the last time. Chapter 033. Hey, hey, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth. One knife flow, Juhei, death, lion elegy. The demon knife is unsheathed again. In this exam, Kurosaki Ichigo, the purpose of strengthening the anus number 0 imaginary enemy is actually to practice his knife skills. A storm flashed, and one of the iron arms of the imaginary enemy number 0 was cut off. Finally, it's done. Kurosaki Ichigo saw that his Ikikari Ryu, EI, Death, Lion Elegy, proficiency increased to 100%, and a hint of joy overflowed from the corners of his mouth. As for the candidates who eat melons, confused again, it's really a monster, Seeing the imaginary enemy number 0 that attacked again, Kurosaki Ichigo swung a volley in the air. The chopping wave flew out, pierced the air, and struck the fuselage of imaginary enemy No. Oh, however, just when everyone thought that imaginary enemy number 0 would withstand this chopping wave head-on, it suddenly jumped into the air. Boom! A sound. Powerful power makes the ground tremble. What? It's so fast. The examinees were stunned, and at the same time, even All Might, who was sitting in front of the computer, looked surprised, as this. Quote, that's right, an improved version of imaginary enemy No. Oh, quote, unlike the others, he not only has the same strength, but also has amazing speed and agility. However, after making the first one, I felt that it was too difficult for the candidates, so I did not transform the other number 0 imaginary enemy. The teacher who released this improved imaginary enemy number 0 explained. At the same time, the imaginary enemy number 0, who jumped into midair, faced Ichigo Kurosaki and struck a heavy hammer. Shoot it down to the ground. Dwang. A sound. It sounded like an earthquake. This time, Kurosaki Ichigo did not immediately stand up and continue the fight as before. Instead, I lay on the ground for a while. You're too messy. All Might frowned. This is simply too harsh for him. Quote, don't worry, isn't there a recovery girl? The teacher who released improved imaginary enemy number 0 laughed. Come on, Junior. All Might looked at Ichigo Kurosaki in front of the computer while looking at Midoriya Idhisa. Imaginary enemy number 0 also appeared at Midoriya Izuku's venue. All the candidates were frightened and fled. But at this time, a short boy with grapes on his head, crushed by a boulder. At this moment, his disciple did not let himself down, and he cried and rushed to imaginary enemy No. Oh, what's going on? Why is his strength smaller than just now? This punch is much weaker than his own trauma. Ichigo Kurosaki, who was knocked to the ground, thought to himself. So, is there no electricity? Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but mutter this sentence. It is transmitted to the ears of the invigilator by the on-site Proctor communication equipment. Poof! Suddenly, All Might, who was still worried, sprayed out the tea he had just drunk. This kid, this flesh, it's just too strong. It's over. A playful smile passed at the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth. Faced with this improved version of the No. 0 imaginary enemy, he launched a fatal blow. Epinephrine. Secrete. After raising the physical condition to the limit, he will perform one knife flow, Juhei, Death, Lion Elegy. Moisture. Snap. A black shadow flashed, and immediately after, the improved version of the No. 0 imaginary enemy was like a short-circuit version, and the whole body crackled. The entire huge body shattered. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo did not stop his hunting, and once again escaped to the venue where the imaginary enemy number 0 appeared. However, it is not yet coming. I was stunned to see that a young man with green hair and freckles on his face smashed number 0 imaginary enemy with one punch. Just when he was about to fall to the ground, his life was in danger. Kurosaki Ichigo swung the ghost. Gravitational wave. A blue wave of light, causing its falling body, suddenly stopped. Chapter 035. Midoriya Izuku, who had safely landed on the ground, glanced gratefully at Ichigo Kurosaki when he saw that the person who saved him was Ichigo Kurosaki. Hey, Kurosaki Ichigo also showed his white teeth, and immediately after, he flashed and left in the surprised gaze of everyone. Go on, monster robbery. Soon, Kurosaki Ichigo discovers an imaginary enemy. Imaginary enemy Kurosaki Ichigo punches him. Bang! A sound. Kurosaki Ichigo did not dodge, but allowed the imaginary enemy to hit him. Sure enough, the corners of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth rose slightly. His personality is evolution, and he was hit hard many times in the battle between himself and imaginary enemy number 0 just now. For this reason, his muscles evolved the role of shock absorption. Of course, at present, Kurosaki Ichigo's impact absorption is not too strong, but ordinary strength-enhancing enemies cannot cause any damage to Kurosaki Ichigo at all. On the other hand, Kurosaki Ichigo found himself evolving faster and faster, and began to spin off other branches. Bang, bang, bang. In order to improve his impact absorption, Ichigo Kurosaki, who imagined that the enemy kept blowing, turned out to be imaginary enemies themselves spark, dead. Seeing the Invigilator and others behind this scene, they couldn't help but drop their jaws in shock. It's so strong. What a tough guy. I can't help but get my blood boiling when I see it. At this time, Kirishima Ruerlang, who saw this scene, couldn't help but clench his fists. Immediately afterwards, Kirishima Reiro concocted this trick to deal with the imaginary enemy. I'm stupid. When he heard the voice Hiro, Bress and Maki, say that there was 1 minute and 16 seconds left before the game time, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but knock his head. I have to wait for the imaginary enemy to fight myself for Mao. Wouldn't it be nice to accelerate the sprint directly yourself? Immediately afterward, Kurosaki Ichigo ran quickly. Like lightning, Ghost Shade put it away, and the whole person was like a running Iron Man. Directly collide with imaginary enemies. For this reason, there was once again a horrific harvest scene at the venue. As the competition progressed, the candidate's physical strength decreased, but Kurosaki Ichigo became more and more courageous. It's scary. Fuck. It's going to jailbreak again. The Invigilator said helplessly. But just as Ichigo Kurosaki escaped from prison again, Bress and Mac's voice sounded. Exam end. For a while, all imaginary enemies and candidates stopped moving. Recovery Girl appears in the arena to treat injured test takers. At the same time, the candidates who were in the same venue as Ichigo Kurosaki, as well as the venue where the escape was successful, were wailing. Woohoo! Woohoo! Those who come to take the entrance examination of UA High School are all students who are extremely confident in themselves. Everyone in the class is an excellent student. However, these outstanding students never dreamed that they would get 0 points. What to do? 10% of this year's candidates are 0 points. Moreover, some of these candidates have very good personalities and abilities, and it is only because of the existence of that stinky boy that they have become so embarrassed. Conversely, some candidates who get good scores are not as capable as these 0-point candidates. The Invigilator looked at Ichigo Kurosaki on the computer like an angry little daughter-in-law. This little bastard, who has not yet entered school, has brought a difficult problem to everyone. It's very simple. Let the candidates who were disturbed by that little ghost retake the exam. All Might laughed. For this entrance exam, All Might saw 2 seeds of hope. One is carefully cultivated by yourself. The other is savage growth. Chapter 036. Woohoo! After the game, there was still a large group of test takers crying on the field. I didn't expect that this trip to UA High School would be such a failure. It's just faceless. For this reason, the sound hero, Bress and Maki, is also helpless. Among these candidates, there are indeed some good abilities, but they are too unlucky to encounter a monster that is rare in a century. Also, what is the school's special recruitment office? A little monster like this did not even make a special move on it, causing one person to break the competition system. What? You mean, rematch? At this time, in the headset of Bress and Mac, who was still in the examination room, the final decision of the Invigilators sounded. Okay, please be quiet. Bress and Mac said using personality. Although Bress and Mac did not use a megaphone at this time, because of his personality relationship, his voice could be heard throughout the arena. I have a big announcement next. Bress and Mac continued. What's going on? All the candidates had a wooden face. For candidates in venues C, D, and E, rematches can be played 3 days later. The candidates in venues C, D, and E were all venues that were severely damaged by Ichigo Kurosaki. As for the venue where Midoriya Izuku was located, it was not among them. When Bress and Mac announced, the test takers in these venues, especially those who scored 0s, had happy smiles on their faces. But soon the smiles on their faces stopped abruptly. Ha ha ha, is it great? Kurosaki Ichigo, who originally belonged to the C examination room, laughed the loudest. Seeing the terrifying examinees of Kurosaki Ichigo, their faces instantly collapsed again. What if it's a rematch? This monster is still there. I'll go. The kid with the knife over there, except for you. Bress and Mac instructed specifically. Kurosaki Ichigo asked, puzzled, I'm also a candidate at venue C. Quote, little ghost, why the rematch, don't you have points in your heart? Bress and Mac said angrily. That, hee. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed awkwardly twice. At this time, those candidates who could retake the exam all cheered with laughter. Great, no need to be with this monster. God forbid, After the exam, after Kurosaki Ichigo walked out of the venue, he saw 8 million anxious figures. Ichigo, how is it going? Momo Yaoyorozu asked. Although Momo Yaoyorozu knew Kurosaki Ichigo's strength, she was still somewhat worried. She wants to go to the same high school as her younger brother Ichigo Kurosaki, preferably in the same class, only then can she watch him. Don't be seduced by the beauty of the outside. It's okay, Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile. After seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's confident and determined smile, Yamillion-bai's heart also relaxed a lot, and then praised, my brother is the best. Quote, hey, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. Just as the two were about to get in the car and go home, a voice sounded behind Kurosaki Ichigo. Hello, please wait. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo looked back and saw a tall man wearing glasses facing Chungcheng appear in front of him. I'm Tenya Iida, and I didn't mean to offend your excellency when I was at the venue before. I beg your pardon. Tenya Iida bent down and bowed apologetically. Oh, Kurosaki Ichigo reacted immediately. However, when he was at the venue, Kurosaki Ichigo was too nervous and excited to hear what Iida Tenya said about himself. It's okay, Iida-kun. Kurosaki Ichigo kindly stretched out his right hand and said, I am Kurosaki Ichigo, please advise. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo appreciates this man who is too honest, knowing that no one can have the courage to apologize after learning that he is wrong. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's spring breeze-like smile, Iida Tenya felt a little incredible for a while. In the venue, he was like a god-killing demon king, but he was so peaceful in private, completely without the furious aura like a beast before. The two looked at each other and smiled. 3 days later, candidates at the 3 venues retook the exam. This is a matter of never retaking the exam since the establishment of UA High School. When this news got out, it couldn't help but attract everyone's attention. What the hell is going on? Then, after the professional hero who graduated from UA High School learned the truth of the matter, he couldn't help but become interested in this boy named Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was training at home, couldn't help but miss the scene of fighting against the imaginary enemy No. 0. It's so cool. That feeling, I can't stop it. On the other hand, Kurosaki Ichigo, who found his impact absorption was not able to actively exercise and strengthen consciously. To put it simply, if you want impact absorption, you need to be in a state of battle, and it is best to grow in a state where you are in danger. The essence of evolution is to adapt to the harsh environment, and if it is in the external environment, comfort or mental comfort environment, then it will be half the effort. Chapter 037. A few days later, it was time for UA High School to announce its results. To be honest, Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't know how many points he has scored, because he doesn't remember how many imaginary enemies he destroyed, but there is one point, he has scored many points. And, it definitely has the highest score of all the candidates. After all, they were only killing monsters in a designated venue, and they had escaped several exam rooms. Although Ichigo Kurosaki has lived for 2 lifetimes, he also hopes to achieve a dazzling result, at least to make the Momo Yaoyorozu who accompanied him to see the results proud of himself. When the report card was released, Kurosaki Ichigo seemed very calm, without a trace of worry at all. But Momo Yaoyorozu people are very anxious. First place. Explosive heroes win over themselves. The explosive winner of the rematch scored a super high score of 141 points. Second place. Third place. Looking all the way in order, Momo Yaoyorozu did not find Kurosaki Ichigo's name. What's wrong? What the hell is going on? Could it be that he failed the test? The usually dignified and beautiful Miss Kionjin, Momo Yaoyorozu, frowned and looked nervous. It wasn't until he was 36th that 8 million found Kurosaki Ichigo's name. What's going on with this score? The results of the exam are divided into two parts. The first part is the corresponding score obtained by killing imaginary enemies. The second part is the evaluation score given to the candidates by professional heroes. The sum of the two scores is the final score. For example, Midoriya Izuhisa, who ranked 6th, found that his score for killing imaginary enemy was 0, but the invigilator gave him an evaluation score of 60. However, as for his own brother, the score for killing imaginary enemies is 1132 points. However, his final score was only 32 points. In the second column of others, all points are pluses, and the second one is also 0 points, and there is no point reduction at all. But his own brother turned out to be minus 1,100 points. That's a ridiculous achievement. At the same time, Momo Yaoyorozu also noticed that under the transcript, there was a column with special notes. Since the candidate Ichigo Kurosaki did something indescribable to the examination room, the score was reduced by 1100. Embarrassed. After Kurosaki Ichigo saw it, he couldn't help but touch his nose. Ichigo, what the hell did you do to anger people? After returning to the car, 8 million Bai asked with a curious face. Nothing, maybe, I guess I pushed too hard. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a sneer. 8 million rolled his eyes. In fact, what Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know was that his achievement was decided after an all-night temporary meeting between the principal, All Might, and others. In the impromptu meeting, there are probably two voices. The first type, minus points, must deduct points. This little bastard is also too unruly. The second, is the plus point advocated by All Might and others. The candidates who can defeat number 0 imaginary enemy one after another have never happened since the establishment of UA High School. Such strength and courage are worthy of praise. In addition, he saves Midoriya Izuku, who fell from a high altitude. After some verbal exchanges, the headmaster, who was almost sleepy, finally spoke. As for how many points are deducted, the teachers of the invigilation team are in charge, but there is a point. Kurosaki Ichigo can only be from UA High School. In the end, the proctor decided to soothe this little bastard who had broken his head. Let him fall from first place to last place. For this reason, this year's UA High School produced two surprising students. One is Midoriya Izuku, who scored 0 points in the first round and finished 6th overall. The other is Ichigo Kurosaki, who received a super high score, but did something unspeakable, resulting in the last place overall. Chapter 038. Time passed, and soon it was the first day of the admission report of UA High School. Early in the morning, 8 million Baiban wanted to go to UA High School with his younger brother Ichigo Kurosaki to report. But when he woke up in the morning, he didn't find Ichigo Kurosaki, and at the same time, he found that there was a note written by Ichigo Kurosaki on the dining table. Sister, there is something temporary today, I can't make you breakfast. Ichigo Kurosaki. Oh, Momo Yaoyorozu pouted and subconsciously answered. For Ichigo Kurosaki, every moment of every day, he can't wait to exercise. Especially during this time, Kurosaki Ichigo concentrated on developing the new ability of gravity fruit. Since it is at a critical juncture, so even Momo Yaoyorozu breakfasts, there is no time to take care of. UA High School, the annual enrollment ratio is less than 1/300th, and the hero department only recruits 36 students. Carrying the bag made for himself by Momo Yaoyorozu's, Ichigo Kurosaki stepped into the hero Class A. As soon as he arrived at Class A, Kurosaki Ichigo saw Bakugao Katsuji tugging on Midoriya Izuku's clothes. However, the moment Kurosaki Ichigo stepped into the class, the messy classroom suddenly became quiet. They all looked at Ichigo Kurosaki with astonished eyes. Look at this, big devil, who hammered the rules of the UA High School entrance exam into one place. Ichigo, Ichigo, Ichigo. At this time, 3 voices sounded at the same time. They are Tenya Iida, Izuku Midoritani, and Ochako Raihai. These 3 have some intersection with Ichigo Kurosaki, especially Tenya Iida. He has a high opinion of things, and he admires Ichigo Kurosaki very much in his heart. Even mentioned it many times in the chat with his brother Turbo Hero. Haha, Iida-kun, you're there too. Ichigo Kurosaki greeted with a smile. The smile of Mu Chunbreeze makes people feel good and surprising at the same time. He doesn't seem to be as scary as others say. A soft voice sounded. The speaker was a girl named Ashido Sana. She had a purple-pink complexion, black circles of her eyes were smoky makeup, and she had antennae on her head, and although she was not mainstream, she looked cute. Well, Kurosaki Ichigo gets along very well. Sitting next to Ashido Sana, Riri Ochako explained in a low voice. Kurosaki Ichigo, hee, your fight is really bloody. The red-haired Riko Kirishima also stepped forward and gave Ichigo Kurosaki a friendly handshake. Although the two had not communicated before, in the venue of the entrance exam, Kirishima Riero had seen with his own eyes that Kurosaki Ichigo fought in a way that made his blood boil in his body, which was a worthy friend for the hot-blooded tough Kirishima Riero. Ichigo Kurosaki, who was known as the Great Devil in the entrance exam, suddenly became the focus of attention of the audience, and even became the most popular person in Class A. As for Bakugai Katsuki, who held Midoriya Izuku's clothes, after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo appear, he actually let go of Midoriya Izuku and sat quietly on the stool, and his feet did not dare to put on the table like before. But Bakugao Katsuji has been looking at Kurosaki Ichigo intentionally or unintentionally. Although there are only 18 students in the class, there are still desks left among the teachers. At this time, there are several vacant seats for Kurosaki Ichigo to choose from. Midoriya eyed his tablemate, Momo Yaoyorozu of the same table. After Kurosaki Ichigo entered the class, Momo Yaoyorozu did not take care of Kurosaki Ichigo, but when Kurosaki Ichigo chose his desk, there was a slightly threatening look in Momo Yaoyorozu's eyes. Of course, Kurosaki Ichigo chose to sit next to Momo Yaoyorozu. Shu Yu, who was sitting in the front row of Kurosaki Ichigo, turned her head to Kurosaki Ichigo and said with a cute smile, "Today, isn't it only the entrance ceremony and the new student guide?" Quote, "I don't know what kind of person the teacher is, I'm really nervous." Just after Riri Ochako finished speaking, a voice sounded from outside the classroom. "If you want to play the game of making friends, go somewhere else. This is the hero section." At this time, everyone's eyes looked towards the source of the sound. A man sleeping in a sleeping bag, smoking jelly, spoke. After he finished sucking the jelly, he walked out of his sleeping bag. The alternative appearance of the head teacher, Aizawa Matsuda, made the freshman dumbfounded. After briefly introducing himself, he said directly, "It's a little sudden, but now put on your sportswear and go to the playground." Quote, "It's really sudden," Riri Ochako muttered. Chapter 039. In the first year of enrollment, the students of Hero Class A will take a physical fitness test. At the same time, Aizawa said with a strange expression, "The last place in the overall score will be expelled by me." Quote, UA High School is not only free for your students, but also for our teachers." As soon as the words fell, it caused a kind of consternation among the freshmen. Of course, Ichigo Kurosaki is not included. The first is a 50-meter dash, in teams of 2. The new students each use their own personality to achieve corresponding results. At this time, only the last group remained, Ichigo Kurosaki and Raihai Ochako. Among the freshmen, the fastest is Tenya Iida, who has the personality of engine and he can be regarded as a fish in water, achieving an amazing time of 3.04 seconds, temporarily ranking first. Before Riri Ochako races, she uses her personality, Gravityless, to turn all the clothes on her body into zero quality. As for Kurosaki Ichigo's words, he did not make any preparations. Begin. Order. As soon as Riri Ochako ran 2 steps, she found that Ichigo Kurosaki beside her had finished. 1.01 seconds. When he saw this result, Aizawa couldn't help but be surprised. This speed has far exceeded the cheetah's 30.5 meters per second. At the same time, it once again aroused the amazement of everyone. Ichigo, you're so powerful. Leary Ochako said adoringly. It's okay, you're pretty good too. Kurosaki Ichigo also has a good impression of this weightless girl. Of course, he doesn't like it, but he just thinks that this little girl is very innocent and kind, and it makes people feel very comfortable to get along with her. However, at this time, Aizawa Muda spoke. It's really worthy of being a great demon king, and he is so confident that he doesn't even use personality. Quote, I forgot. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. HMPH, poor acting. Aizawa debunked, but this is your freedom. Quote, the second item. Grip strength test. Wow, you're amazing. Ciro Fonta said to Shoji Mezzo. It turned out to be 540 kilograms, are you a chimpanzee or an octopus? Quote, the grip strength of 540 kilograms temporarily ranked first among the new students who finished the test. As with the first one, the last test was Ichigo Kurosaki. At this time, everyone's eyes were all focused on Kurosaki Ichigo. For this big devil, everyone was very curious about what kind of terrifying achievement he could achieve. Little ghost, come on. Aizawa is also paying attention to Ichigo Kurosaki. Just as he was preparing for the test, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly stopped and looked at Aizawa Shida, and said with a serious face, Teacher, if this is broken by me, I won't be compensated. Quote, Con. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and then couldn't help but laugh. HMPH, no need, hurry up. Cold-faced monster Uncle Aizawa smiled back angrily. Okay. Suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo pushed hard, and his forehead was bruised. Rub. The value of the grip strength tester is skyrocketing. 400, 500, 600, 800, 2000, 2800, bomb. After the grip strength testing machine reaches more than 3,000 kilograms, it suddenly short-circuits, green smoke was emitted, and at the same time, the entire grip strength tester was torn apart by Ichigo Kurosaki. Is he a monster? It's too much strength. It seems that the other two escorts in our class are not his opponents at all. The new students have different opinions. At the same time, hearing the scorching of everyone's discussion, he couldn't help frowning. He has always been invincible among his peers, and he also felt the amazing oppressive force coming from Kurosaki's protective body. Teacher, you said don't pay for it. Kurosaki Ichigo handed the torn grip strength tester to Aizawa while quipping. HMPH, stinky imp. Aizawa smiled coldly. Hee, teacher, you're still a little handsome when you laugh. Kurosaki Ichigo plays with taste. Continue to the next test. Aizawa didn't pay attention to it, but said coldly. Yes, everyone nodded. For some reason, Kurosaki Ichigo's ridicule of Aizawa Shutai, a cold-faced monster, made everyone's heavy mood a lot easier. At the same time, more and more people are talking to Ichigo Kurosaki. On the other hand, Kurosaki Ichigo destroyed the grip strength tester, so his score was plus infinity. Chapter 040. The third event is the standing long jump. Ichigo Kurosaki once again broke the student record of UA High School. Despite the first two projects, Ichigo Kurosaki has already shocked the rest of Class A enough. But after seeing the breathtaking long jump results, I was still shocked. Ichigo, you're too strong. Leary Ochako, Ashib Sana and other girls couldn't help but say with admiration. Hee, Ichigo, you're really hot-blooded. Boys such as Rishiro Kirishima and Tenya Iida couldn't help but instinctively get closer to Ichigo Kurosaki. It's not that these students and little heroes are deliberately begging Ichigo Kurosaki, on the contrary, they are just attracted by Ichigo Kurosaki's strong spirit. In addition, Ichigo Kurosaki himself is also a person with a relatively sunny personality, at least when he is not training or fighting. Seeing the stars holding the moon like Kurosaki Ichigo, this made the explosive hero who has always been called a genius and excellent student win over himself, and his heart was very unpleasant. In addition, seeing his younger brother out of Kurosaki Ichigo so popular, Momo Yaoyorozu is both happy and tasteful. Happily, the person you admire is your brother. Surprisingly, she saw that these little girls in the class all seemed to have non-divided thoughts about their younger brother, at least this suspicion. Test the items, one after the other. Kurosaki Ichigo's shining light covered everyone, even if it is a scorched, and Momo Yaoyorozu, let alone others. Compared to Kurosaki Ichigo's dazzle, Midoriya Idhisa is bleak. Among the items tested, Midoriya Izuku was at the bottom of every item, and his performance was not as good as that of ordinary class students. At this time, it came to throwing softball. Holding his breath, he used his personality to blast and achieved a brilliant result of 705.2 meters. I can't help but let others sigh at the talent of bursting the mighty over themselves. Next, the students were tested one by one. Among them, Leary Ochako used her personality, anti-gravity, to throw out a plus infinity score. Also stunned everyone. When it was Midoriya Izuku's turn, he wanted to make a desperate bet and use One for All to achieve a good result with one arm as the price of a serious injury. But this was used by Aizawa to use erased personality, so that Midoriya Izuku did not succeed in launching One for All. Only achieved a result of 46 meters, and at the same time, Aizawa Mita taught a lesson. In my opinion, you probably can't control personality. Do you want to lose your mobility again? Wait for who will save you. Quote, Midoriya Izuku nervously said that he didn't think so. After some lessons, Midoriya Izuku also understood the meaning of Aizawa elimination tie, and he could use personality but only if he could not lose his ability to act. In the end, Midoriya Izuku came up with the idea of launching One for All with his fingers, and threw a score of 705.3 meters. Just over 0.1 meters above Bakugao Katsuki. This achievement made Raihei Ochako, Tenya Iida, and Rishiro Kirishima happy for Midoriya Idhisa's performance. Teacher, I can still move. So that Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but applaud and cheer. Although Midoriya Idhisa's body is like a weak chicken, he has the heart of the child. Coupled with the inheritance of all might, he has unlimited possibilities in the future. Having such an opponent made Kurosaki Ichigo quite excited in his heart. Kurosaki Ichigo is not afraid of the strong, nor is he afraid of his peers with unlimited potential. On the contrary, Kurosaki Ichigo makes himself excited because of the presence of these people. This guy. At this time, Aizawa Yuta also showed a surprised expression. The final finale is Ichigo Kurosaki, the focus of attention. Everyone wants to see if he can break another record in UA High School. However, this seems somewhat impossible. After all, Riri Ochako has lost her infinity score, and no matter how strong Kurosaki Ichigo is, it is impossible to surpass her. It's your turn. Aizawa's gaze focused on Kurosaki Ichigo. Gravitational wave. No gravity. A blue light appeared from Kurosaki Ichigo's fingertips, projected onto the softball. And then throw it. Softball disappeared without a trace. Plus infinity. Displayed on the machine in Aizawa's hand. Could it be that Kurosaki Ichigo's personality is also weightless? Everyone was stunned, completely unable to believe what was in front of them. Among these people, the first to react was Riri Ochako, and she said in surprise, Ichigo, are you also a gravityless personality? Quote, sort of. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed, During this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's gravity fruit proficiency reached 16%, and he successfully developed gravityless. However, Kurosaki Ichigo's gravity is different from Raihei Ochako's. First of all, weightless cannot be used on oneself. Secondly, the trigger condition of no gravity is that it must be hit by gravitational waves. Finally, the load limit of Kurosaki Ichigo's no gravity is 500 kilograms, which is not as good as Raihei Ochako's 3,000 kilograms. Chapter 041. HMPH, abominable fellow, you didn't even tell me about this sister. 8 million Bai looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was talking and laughing with Riri Ochako, and was very surprised in his heart. During the middle school period, his younger brother was too ordinary, and some people with ulterior motives pointed behind him. At that time, Yamillion Bai was constantly worried that Kurosaki Ichigo's self-esteem would be damaged. But now, his younger brother, Ichigo Kurosaki, is too good enough to attract the attention of the audience, and most importantly, these little girls look at their brother like a wolf seeing a barbecue. What an unsettling guy, Momo Yaoyorozu complained in his heart. Ichigo Kurosaki, throw it again. At this time, Aizawa's voice sounded. Doesn't this result count? Riri Ochako asked first. Count, Aizawa said. Then, Raihai Ochako wondered why the teacher had to let Kurosaki Ichigo throw it again. Because I'm your teacher, Aizawa said coldly. Hey, good. Kurosaki Ichigo also wanted to know his softball results, so he picked up a softball casually. At this time, Bakugao Katsuji stared at Kurosaki Ichigo. In the entrance exam, Bakugao Katsuki knew the gap between himself and Kurosaki Ichigo, but how big it was, Bakugao Katsuki did not know. Drink. Kurosaki Ichigo burst out, his muscles bulged, and the softball streaked across the sky like a streamer. Swoosh. Suyu. Aizawa Mita gave Kurosaki Ichigo's results. 1500 m. Wow. Nani. 1422 meters. After this result appeared, everyone was shocked again. At the cost of sacrificing one finger, he just threw 705.3 meters. After Midoriya Izuku felt the gap between himself and Kurosaki Ichigo, he couldn't help but sit on the ground. In addition, Bakugao Shenji is also like a dead ash, and he can't believe that under the premise of using personality, he is not even half as good as him. How powerful is it? Hey, funny little ghost. No wonder, All Might said you were, savage growth. Sure enough, barbaric enough. Aizawa said darkly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a smile. The last of the 8 tests, long-distance running. Originally, the average long-distance run was 800 or 1,000 meters. But at this time, Aizawa, willfully, set it to 10,000 meters, a full 10 laps. The 10,000 meters is a challenge for everyone who has already taken 7 exams. As before, everyone can use their own personality to complete long-distance running. Ultra-long-distance running makes the vast majority of Class A students tired. Of course, there are exceptions. Long-distance running is a good ride for Tenya Iida. With such a long distance, the personality of the engine can be fully utilized. Bang Jiaojia uses personality, stands on the iceberg, and moves forward, all the way. Momo Yaoyorozu's created a pair of roller skates. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, it is a pure body race. Sister, do you want me to carry you? Kurosaki Ichigo, who was already ahead of everyone, passed by the Momo Yaoyorozu and said. Nope, number. Momo Yaoyorozu said shyly, let Kurosaki protect himself in public. Momo Yaoyorozu is embarrassed. Oh, okay, Kurosaki Ichigo said. At this time, Iida Tenya, who had entered the second gear, quickly chased after him and said, Ichigo-kun, I'm going to surpass you. Quote, Hey, huh. Kurosaki Ichigo was slightly startled, and then accelerated. At this time, Iida Tenya looked confused. Without using personality, he has already exceeded his crowd speed. After a long run, everyone was tired and panting. Including Iida Tenya, Boom Frost, Bakuga Katsuki. As for Aoyama Masa, who uses laser light, because of his excessive use of personality, he ran to the toilet after the game. However, Kurosaki Ichigo is still calm and relaxed, and he does not even have a disorder of breathing. Aren't you tired, Ichigo-kun? Riri Ochako asked. It's okay, I run 10,000 meters in the morning every day as a warm-up. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled lightly. 10,000 meters, every day. When everyone heard Kurosaki Ichigo's words, they were dumbfounded. Actually, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't tell the truth. He was referring to 10,000 meters, which is 10,000 meters in 8 times gravity. Of course, Kurosaki Ichigo hid it a little in order not to freak them out. On the first day of the admission report, 8 tests allowed the students of Class A to get to know each other in general. The final result, without a doubt, was the first in the 8 events, and the first in the crushing style, Ichigo Kurosaki. The second is Momo Yaoyorozu. The last person was Midoriya Izuku. Looking at the sad and powerless Midoriya Idhisa, Aizawa Shutai, a strange man, suddenly announced that the last place did not need to be expelled. Midoriya Izuku, who learned the news, seemed very happy, and at the same time, he glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo and secretly said in his heart, he has to work harder, otherwise he can't even see his back. Chapter 042, The Study Career of UA High School, began. Among them, there are also basic subjects, such as English lessons. English teachers voice hero Brescent Mac. If you want to enter UA High School, in addition to your combat ability, your academic performance must also be quite excellent. At noon, the cafeteria of UA High School can enjoy first-class meals at a cheap price. During the meal, Kurosaki Ichigo once again showed his strength as the Big Stomach King and quickly gobbled up, making Momo Yaoyorozu embarrassed to sit with him. In the afternoon, All Might came to the classroom coquettishly. Hero basic teaching, combat training. All Might said. As soon as the words fell, the students of Class A couldn't help but get excited. At this time, Boom Frost, Bakugao Katsuki, Kirishima Ruerling, these people couldn't help but look at Kurosaki Ichigo. From the entrance exam and the physical test, they all know very well that Kurosaki Ichigo is strong, but as a teenager with strong blood, they all want to challenge Kurosaki Ichigo. In particular, the two who have always been the pride of heaven since they were born until now, and no one is their opponent at all, but in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, he felt frustration for the first time in his life. Before conducting combat training, All Might proposed the combat uniform that he wore when he cooperated in combat. After possessing the battle suit, you can even exert several times more power than yourself. These combat uniforms are made according to the students' own wishes and their own personalities, and at the same time, they are also free. After All Might introduced the combat suit, they began to design it themselves. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was sitting at a table with Momo Yaoyorozu people, saw the Momo Yaoyorozu combat suit and his handsome face immediately turned black. This combat suit is also too revealing. Of course, this is related to the personality of Momo Yaoyorozu, try to expose the skin. But Kurosaki Ichigo didn't like it. Directly reached out and took it, and changed the Momo Yaoyorozu into a relatively strict set of clothes, covering everything except the arms. HMPH, are you trying to make me a liability? Momo Yaoyorozu displeased. It's okay, I'll protect you. Kurosaki Ichigo said with his white teeth bared. For Kurosaki Ichigo and Momo Yaoyorozu are cousin things. Nope. 8 Million Bai's heart warmed slightly, but thinking of Kurosaki Ichigo's hot fight with the female classmates, he was a little surprised, and he took the design drawing over again and prepared to revise it again. Oh yes. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled playfully at this time, and also began to design his combat suit. The upper body is directly unclothed. Then, a pair of shorts for the lower body. Exhibitionism. 8 Million Bai took a sip when he saw it, and then reached out to grab Kurosaki Ichigo's blueprint. For his brother's figure, Momo Yaoyorozu has naturally seen it, and now this guy is a type man. It was already very attractive to butterflies. If you swagger like this again, wouldn't that be? No. Momo Yaoyorozu hearts secretly said. Well, I can't modify it like this. Momo Yaoyorozu redesigned a combat suit drawing. Miniskirt, stretched a little. In front of Shang, there is a piece of clothing to cover it, it's not that you can see the ditch before. Kind of similar to naval packing. Although this is not the standard in Kurosaki Ichigo's mind, it basically meets the. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded in agreement. Then, Momo Yaoyorozu began to design Kurosaki Ichigo's combat suit. Upper body long sleeves, lower body trousers. The whole person is tightly wrapped. I am afraid that outsiders will see my brother's good figure. The most important thing is that on the combat clothes of the two people, there is a half-heart pattern. Moreover, at a glance, you can tell that it is the kind of couple outfit. Okay. Kurosaki Ichigo broke out in a cold sweat. For battle suit, Kurosaki Ichigo feels that there is not much need. His personality is evolution. If the defense ability of the battle suit is too strong, it is not conducive to his growth. However, Kurosaki Ichigo also has his own plans. On the 8 million design drafts, Ichigo Kurosaki added 2 bracelets and ankle rings. And in the lower right corner of the design drawing it is written. Technical requirements. 1. Clothes should be breathable. 2. By controlling gravity, you can control the weight of the bracelet and ankle ring without affecting normal operation. To put it simply, Ichigo Kurosaki wanted the bracelet and ankle ring to resemble weight-adjustable weights, and at the same time, they would be very comfortable to wear. This is a combat suit, or training clothes. After seeing his brother's design requirements, 8 million Bai couldn't help but complain. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 043. A few days later, everyone put on their combat uniforms and came to participate in All Might's Hero Foundation class. When Kurosaki Ichigo and Momo Yaoyorozu appeared in front of everyone's eyes, everyone was stunned. From these days of getting along, everyone knows that these two are a pair of siblings. But why wear couple combat suit? For this reason, the somewhat shy Momo Yaoyorozu, who was stared at by everyone, said, "These two combat suits represent that we are a family." Quote, "Oh, so that's it." Swish. Everyone suddenly realized. Dare to love this is similar to the meaning of the family crest. But Leary Ochako's instinctive feeling that things don't seem to be so simple. After getting the battle suit, Kurosaki Ichigo tried it. The scientists who discovered this world are really good. The bracelet and ankle ring are a special material composition, and when twice the gravity is applied, a strong gravitational force is formed between the ground and the bracelet and ankle ring, which makes Kurosaki Ichigo feel that he is bearing at least 300 kilograms of weight. However, it is a little pity that this bracelet and ankle ring can be adjusted to a maximum of 500 kilograms. For this reason, Kurosaki Ichigo plans to carry 500 kilograms every day to live, study, and even fight. Indoor combat training. All Might voiced the theme of the lesson. Indoor 2-on-2 fighting. Set scenario. The enemy hides nuclear weapons in the lair, and the hero goes to find nuclear weapons. Determination method. The hero must catch the enemy within the limited time, or recover nuclear weapons. The enemy is to protect nuclear weapons or capture heroes. After everyone has a general understanding, they start to randomly select partners. Is it so casual? Iida Tenya said subconsciously. At this time, Midoriya Izuku guessed. I think it should be when professional heroes want to partner with other hero firms, so they use this method. Quote, as All Might's die-hard fan, this answer is indeed very reasonable. This couldn't help but make Kurosaki Ichigo sigh with emotion. This Midoriya Izuku's brain is stronger than his body. Quote, yes, so it is, faux pas. Tenya Iida said, it's okay, let's get started now. All Might said, the draw begins. Ichigo Kurosaki and his sister, Momo Yaoyorozu, became a group. A group of Riri Ochako and Midoriya Idhisa. Bakugao Katsuki and Shangming Electric are a group. After the provisional group was formed, All Might began to draw the two groups of the battle. First group battles. Ichigo Kurosaki, Momo Yaoyorozu, hero vs Kaminaden, Bakugao Katsuki, enemy. When Kakuhiro Katsuki heard the battle against Kurosaki Ichigo, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Finally have the opportunity to experience firsthand how powerful Ichigo Kurosaki is, how far away he is from him. The enemy group went first to hide nuclear weapons, the hero group went in after 5 minutes, and the others observed with monitors. All Might said. 5 minutes later, Kurosaki Ichigo and Momo Yaoyorozu walked towards the building. Just 2 steps into it, Momo Yaoyorozu saw the figure of Bakugao Victory. It's just blind. The corners of Momo Yaoyorozu twitched. Sister, you leave first. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Oh, good. Then be careful yourself. 8 million replied. Ichigo Kurosaki, I'm going to beat you. After the Momo Yaoyorozu left, Bakugao Katsuji roared angrily and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Bang! Bakugao Shengji's right fist was thrown, accompanied by a strong explosion. However, Kurosaki Ichigo blocked it with only one hand. Bakugao Katsuji looked at his punch in amazement, but it didn't work. Drink. Bakugao won a loud drink. Punch again. A burst of Boom, accompanied by flames and black smoke. However, Kurosaki Ichigo still simply raised his hand and blocked it. Damn, am I not qualified to draw your sword? Bakugao Katsuji took 2 steps backwards and scolded angrily. Yes, Ichigo Kurosaki smiled playfully. After seeing this smile, everyone in Class A was shocked in their hearts. Especially those who have witnessed Kurosaki Ichigo fighting number 0 imaginary enemy. The terrifying scene at that time can't help but come to mind. In addition, they felt that Kurosaki Ichigo at this time was like the big demon king at the entrance exam, not Kurosaki Ichigo, who got along well with everyone and had a sunny personality during this time. Chapter 044. Abominable. Abominable. Explosive is better than his own rage. Using personality, both hands to emit a burst of blast boom, like an eagle rushing towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo did not dodge or dodge, and let Bakugan Katsuki hit him head-on. Bang! A sound. At the moment when Bakugao Shenji hit, he was happy at first, but soon, his face suddenly fused. It seems that his blast has been absorbed by him. The smoke quickly dissipated. Snap, snap. Kurosaki Ichigo flicked his combat uniform with his hand and said indifferently, "Useless attacks, you can only raise writing smoke." Quote, the blasting power of the explosive hero was completely absorbed by the impact at this time. Kurosaki Ichigo was not hurt in the slightest. Yes, Bakugao was shocked. At the same time, Ichigo Kurosaki slashed out his right fist. Whistle. Amazing strength, speed, forming a fist pressure. Before the fist reached Bakugao Katsuki's abdomen, Bakugao Katsuji felt severe pain. Not good. Bakugao Shenji hurriedly used blast again, and with the help of the reaction force, he escaped. Bang! A sound. At this time, Bakugao Shenji fled into the distance without looking back. Hey, hey! A smile appeared at the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth, and he quickly chased after Bakugao Katsuki. Because Kurosaki at this time wore a special bracelet and special ankle ring, it was like carrying a weight of 500 kilograms, and the speed was much slower. This made Bakugao Katsuki not immediately catch up. What a monster! Bakugao Katsuki, who had been using the demolition escape path, saw Kurosaki Ichigo getting closer and closer, and said in amazement in his heart. During the chase, Bakugao Shenji sweated much faster than usual. Soon, Bakugao Katsuki found that the storage tank of his combat suit was already full of sweat. Bakugao Katsuki's personality is blasting, and the sweat glands of the palm are sneaking out a substance similar to nitroglycerin, and then detonating. At this time, Bakugao Shenji, who was fleeing, suddenly killed a horse gun. Storage tank, with sweat in my right hand, pulled the trigger, pointed it at Kurosaki Ichigo, and blasted it out directly. At this time, in the underground monitoring room, All Might exclaimed to stop Bakugao Katsuki. But by this time it was too late. A huge blast wave had already been launched towards Ichigo Kurosaki. The more sweat, the more powerful it is. After fighting Kurosaki Ichigo head-on, Bakugao Katsuji knew that he was not his opponent at all. So while fleeing, store sweat. For this raid, In the face of a huge blast shockwave, Kurosaki Ichigo ghosts unsheathed his waist. So fast. How fast? Boom, who was observing in the basement, saw that Kurosaki Ichigo pulled out his knife at the moment of abnormality, and couldn't help but sigh. One knife flow, 36 troubles Phoenix. A small tornado collided with a blast shockwave, like Mars hitting Earth. In the aftermath of the battle, the walls and floors of the building cracked and fell off. Bang! A landslide cracked sounded. The whole building trembled for a few seconds. What's wrong with this? Shangming Electric, who was guarding nuclear weapons, looked confused. He had no idea what was going on. After Bakugao Katsuji found that his killer skills seemed to have no effect, a trace of panic appeared on his face. Not bad. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled lightly. Not bad. This evaluation is simply an insult to the explosive hero who has extremely good self-esteem. Bastard. Bakugao Katsuki fired another blaster. Boom. Kurosaki Ichigo waved the Oni-toru in his hand and once again sacrificed one Dao Ryu 36 troubled Phoenix. Yes, After Bakugao Katsuji found that he still couldn't break Kurosaki Ichigo's defenses, his whole person roared like crazy. Blasting shock waves, bursting out one after another. Due to the fact that there is less and less sweat, the power of the blast shock wave is getting smaller and smaller. In the end, Kurosaki Ichigo did not use the knife technique to defend, but directly stood in place, wanting to experience the blast shockwave. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo, who saw the demon knife in the sheath, Bakugao Katsuji, who had already launched that blasting shockwave, couldn't help but exclaim, "Bastard, hurry up and dodge." Quote, although Bakugao Katsuki wants to challenge Kurosaki Ichigo, he does not want his life. On the contrary, Bakugao Katsuki just wants to see the gap between himself and him. It is precisely because Bakugao Katsuki knows the strength of Kurosaki Ichigo that he dares to hit him in the front with the blaster shockwave. Boom! On Kurosaki Ichigo's body, a black smoke mushroom cloud suddenly rose. Ah, Ichigo-kun. At this time, in the underground monitoring room, girls such as Riri Ochako, Ashido Sana, and others couldn't help but hide their worries. However, soon, Kurosaki Ichigo's laughter like a demon king sounded, cool. Quote, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's combat uniform has been diluted. But the ankle and bracelet are still there. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo's clearly visible muscles were revealed. The girls should not blush and cover them with their hands. Just, the gap between their fingertips, some big. Chapter 045, very comfortable. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled at Kakuhiro Katsuki. Bakugao Katsuki didn't know what to say for a while. Keep coming. Maybe I'll draw my knife. Kurosaki Ichigo said excitedly. Bastard. Explosive is better than his own rage. Again continuously emitting blasting shockwave. Boom. Boom. A mushroom cloud bloomed on Kurosaki Ichigo's body. However, Ichigo Kurosaki was largely unscathed. Meanwhile, Ichigo Kurosaki discovered. After withstanding these blast shockwaves as powerful as small bombs, a warm current appeared in the body, pouring into the muscles and bones, as if it had been tempered. Could it be said that the impact absorption, derived from evolution, is not a simple impact absorption but an impact evolution? That's scary. After being attacked by a huge external impact, it can not only increase the degree of impact absorption but even strengthen itself. Doesn't that mean that he can grow sharply in battle in the future? You too, don't destroy buildings on a large scale when fighting indoors, this will deduct points. At the same time, All Might's voice sounded. However, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was enjoying himself, and Bakugao, who was almost mad, had no intention of caring about the outside world. After some blasting, Bakugao has reached his limit. The whole person collapsed on the ground. Kurosaki Ichigo walked up to him and tied white tape to his body. Successfully wrapped in white tape means victory in capture. Abominable. Bakugao Shengji roared unwillingly. Despite the battle between the two, Ichigo Kurosaki presented a crushing victory. But the talent of the explosive and victorious is also witnessed by everyone. Bakugao Katsuki uses the blasts ejected by the battle suit to move quickly, but it is not as simple as you think, and it requires mastering the balance. There is no doubt that Bakugao Katsuki has an excellent fighting talent. But alas, his opponent is Ichigo Kurosaki. After successfully subduing Bakugao Katsuki, Kurosaki Ichigo rushed upstairs. Momo Yaoyorozu have already found the location of the enemy. But she knows Shangming Electric's personality and releases electricity irregularly. 8 million people are using their individuality to create insulating cloth. Ichigo. Momo Yaoyorozu looked overjoyed when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo's arrival, but when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo who wanted to walk in directly, he immediately pulled him and said, "Wait a minute, my insulating cloth will be ready immediately." Quote, "No, sister, you wait outside." After that, Kurosaki Ichigo walked into the room. When Kaminari saw Kurosaki Ichigo walk in, he was stunned in his heart and secretly said, "Oops, Bakugao defeated himself." Quote, in order not to be disturbed by Shangming Electric, he turned off the contact. For this reason, Shangming Electric did not learn at the first time that Explosive Hero's victory himself had been defeated. Kurosaki, Ichigo, I will not give you nuclear weapons. Shangming Electric said in a somewhat stammering tone. Well, hand it over. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. As he spoke, Kurosaki Ichigo walked towards Naruto Kami. Shish. At this time, Shangming Electric began to use personality. Electric flint all over the body. Moisture. Suddenly, countless currents were released from Shangming's body. Kaminari Electric cannot control the direction of the electric current's attack, so it will accidentally injure friendly troops. But now there are no friendly troops around Shangming Electric. Electricity rushed to Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo Kurosaki felt numb all over his body and almost couldn't stand steadily, but that was all. Although the current Kurosaki Ichigo has not yet evolved the ability of resist electricity, his body is as powerful as a beast, and the current of Kaminari Electric does not play a big role. After the release, Kaminaruto looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who had not fallen, with some confusion. Not bad, more useful than the effect of electrotherapy massage. Kurosaki Ichigo wiped a smile from the corner of his mouth and walked towards nuclear weapon again. In order to protect nuclear weapons from being taken away, Shangming Electric discharged again. This time, Ichigo Kurosaki noticed that the effect of electricity on himself seemed to be reduced. And this electric current made Kurosaki Ichigo feel as if it was nourishing his body. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was waiting, Kaminari Electric released a third wave of electricity. But I found that this product became an idiot because of excessive discharge. Well, in this way, Kurosaki Ichigoku solved Kaminaridan without bloodshed. This kind of strength once again made the students in the class look shocked. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 046. After the first group showdown, it was soon the turn of the second group. Ochako Raihai, Izuku Midoriya Hero vs Riko Kirishima and Tenya Iida enemy. Midoriya Iida's performance is quite eye-catching, using personality, one for all, at the cost of sacrificing a finger to break Kirishima Riero's hardening, and at the same time, teaming up with Raihai Ochako to defeat Tenya Iida and win. The battles are exciting, it's just that this victory was exchanged for Midoriya Izuku's 3 fingers. In addition, the most notable group is Boom Frost and Shoji Mezzo vs. Night Hide and Tailed Ape. Boom's Scorched Freeze shows his powerful personality, half cold and half burning. Directly froze the entire building, and as for the people in the basement monitoring room at this time, they couldn't help but snort coldly. The Tailed Ape's feet were directly wrapped in the ice that suddenly appeared on the ground, and the naked night translucence jumped around on the ice. This sex is so powerful. It's just perfect. Didn't involve companions and nuclear weapons, and at the same time, incapacitated the enemy. All Might praised. At this time, Bakugao Katsuki, who lost to Ichigo Kurosaki, couldn't help but grit his teeth secretly after noticing the scorching. I didn't expect that in this UA high school there were so many people who were stronger than themselves. Also, it was obviously an inconspicuous pebble on the side of the road, but he also entered UA high school, like himself, and he was still in the same class. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo was also staring at the use of half cold and half burning, and his body trembled slightly. Ichigo-kun, are you cold too? Leary Ochako, who was cold and a little breathless on the side, asked. However, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo did not hear Leary Ochako's words clearly. But just after Leary Ochako saw Kurosaki Ichigo's expression full of fighting desire, she was slightly startled. I remember during the entrance exam, Iida thought that Kurosaki Ichigo's trembling was because he was afraid. But in fact, this should be Kurosaki Ichigo's subconscious physical reaction when he endured the desire to fight in his heart. Seeing this Kurosaki Ichigo, All Might couldn't help but secretly say, it's really a battle maniac. Quote, Ichigo Kurosaki is also looking forward to being able to fight against Boom, but there is no hurry now. The Hero Sports Festival is coming soon, and there is an opportunity at that time. It's really exciting to think about. In addition, from today's battle, Kurosaki Ichigo once again found a way to speed himself up and become stronger. Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo glanced at Kaminaridan, who had briefly turned into an idiot. After a morning, the indoor fighting ended. Except for Midoriya Izuku, the others were basically not seriously injured. At noon, Ichigo Kurosaki, Rishiro Kirishima, Tenya Iida, Ochako Raihai, and his sister 8,000,000 went to the school cafeteria. While cooking, Momo Yaoyorozu were entangled by a small lewd boy with a head full of grapes. Wow, Belle, Mineta teased. HMPH. As the Momo Yaoyorozu of the eldest lady of Kionjin, she snorted coldly and looked at Minoru Mineta with a clueless look. There are bugs. In order to take advantage of Momo Yaoyorozu's, Mita suddenly shouted. Immediately afterwards, Minoru Mineta wanted to lean up to Momo Yaoyorozu. However, just when Minoru Mineta was about to come into contact, suddenly, I felt an invisible pressure and directly pressed myself to the ground. Bang! A sound. Minoru Mineta's head collided directly with the floor, and suddenly, a large red and swollen bag grew on Minoru Mineta's head. Soon, Mineta discovered that the huge pressure in the air had disappeared. At this time, Minoru Mineta looked up with anger on his face, trying to find out who hurt him. "You're so daring." A voice seemed to come from hell. This made Mineta tremble in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Mineta discovered that the person who spoke was actually him. The big devil in the entrance exam. During the entrance exam, Minoru Mineta witnessed Ichigo Kurosaki slaying the huge imaginary enemy No. "Oh, yes, I'm sorry." Quote, "I'm sorry." Minoru Mineta quickly apologized and quickly walked away. Although Minoru Mineta is short and wretched looking, he ranks 37th in the entrance exam. In other words, if it weren't for Kurosaki Ichigo's sudden appearance, he would have entered the hero class. Today, Mikita can only stay in ordinary classes. Chapter 047. After school in the afternoon. Shangming Electric-san, do you have time at night? Kurosaki Ichigo said to Kaminaridan, who had regained his senses. Ah, what's wrong? Shangming Electric said suspiciously. Kurosaki Ichigo told Kaminari Electric straightforward about his purpose, and after Kaminari Electric listened, he only pumped the cold air. This big demon king even let himself call him that. "I'm sorry," Shangming Electric politely refused. It's not that Shangming Electric doesn't want to help, but he has released too much today, although he is now recovering. But if you release the current again, it is estimated that you will soon become an idiot. Okay, it's okay. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo thought that he seemed to be able to stimulate directly with electricity. Wouldn't it be simpler? To this end, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was on his way home, called his housekeeper, Hiroshi Nohara, and asked him to find the relevant equipment in the shortest possible time. After returning home, Ichigo Kurosaki saw several electric batons and equipment to control voltage and current. Moisture. Snap. Kurosaki Ichigo began the devil training of anti-electric. The next day, in Aizawa's class, he once again criticized Midoriya Izuku, who killed 1,000 enemies and injured himself 800. At the same time, Aizawa let the students in the class decide for themselves to elect the class committee. After notifying the news, Aizawa re-entered the sleeping bag. Regarding the election of the squad leader, everyone has a vote in their hands. After voting, Ichigo Kurosaki received 8 votes, ranking first in his class. This vote surprised everyone. You know, the students of Class A of UA High School are geniuses among geniuses. However, Kurosaki Ichigo convinced this group of proud little guys. Funny little ghost. At this time, when Aizawa Yuta, who was in the sleeping bag, heard the news, a smile could not help but appear at the corner of his mouth. As for the second, it was Momo Yaoyorozu, and a total of 2 were obtained. That is, Ichigo Kurosaki as the squad leader, and Momo Yaoyorozu as the deputy squad leader. However, the moment Kurosaki Ichigo became the squad leader and stepped onto the podium, he decided to give his place to Tenya Iida. However, at noon that day, due to the press group's raid on UA High School, a warning signal was touched. The result is chaos and possibly even a stampede. Tenya Iida staged a scene from the original book. He told everyone the truth of the facts, and the scene quieted. The only difference is that it was Ichigo Kurosaki who used gravity for Tenya Iida. After this incident, Kurosaki Ichigo elected Tenya Iida as the class leader during the class meeting. To be honest, Kurosaki Ichigo really likes Tenya Iida's middle two, serious and honest personality. It's fun and reassuring to be friends with people like that. Tenya Iida's performance in the chaos is obvious to all, and the classmates also recognize the new class leader. A few more days passed, and after Kurosaki Ichigo had almost practiced anti-electricity at home, he invited Kaminaridan to come to his home to test his progress. Kaminari Electric knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was the cousin of Momo Yaoyorozu, and also knew that Momo Yaoyorozu was a wealthy family. But I didn't expect it to be the degree of trench in humanity. Shangming Electric discharges at full strength. Let Ichigo Kurosaki feel like he is doing the most powerful electrotherapy. Some stinging, but more comfortable. It's just that it didn't take long for Shangming Electric to become an idiot again for a short time. After this incident, the relationship between Kaminaridan and Kurosaki Ichigo became close. Someday. UA High School. Aizawa told everyone to complete a human life rescue training exercise. And the location is USJ. Full name. Hypothetical Disaster Scene Utopian Shogai Jikoba. There are 6 training grounds in total. Storm and rain sites, water disaster sites, fire sites, mountain sites, dirt and sand sites, and collapse sites, where you can experience a variety of disasters. The special teaching facilities of UA High School are specially built by Space Hero 13 to carry out rescue training for students, and it is about a 3-hour bus trip from the school building. After arriving at USJ, number 13 introduced her personality, Black Hole. Anything can be sucked in and turned into powder. This personality, listening to Kurosaki Ichigo, couldn't help but feel numb in his scalp. She is a hero, and if she is an enemy, I don't know how terrifying it will be. After USJ finished talking about his personality and today's Kurosaki Ichigo their mission, suddenly, a black cave appeared out of thin air in USJ. Aizawa's face tightened, and he shouted, "Everyone get together quickly, don't move." Quote, at this time, in the black cave, a hand crawled out. Chapter 048. Everyone saw the outsiders crawling out of the black hole, and from Aizawa's nervous look, Riri Ochako knew that these people should be enemies. Only an eraser and a number 13. According to the class schedule one got a few days ago, All Might should also be right. The one at the head, a man with hands all over his body, said suspiciously. It seems that the last time the media was agitated, you bastards are the culprits. Aizawa said coldly, "Isn't All Might there? Is it rare that I brought so many people? The symbol of peace is not there. If you kill these children, will he come?" The man at the head did not answer Aizawa's words, but looked at the sky and said grimly. After feeling the substantial murderous aura, the students of Class A couldn't help but tremble. In addition, after putting on the combat uniform, I could have contacted the Kaming Electric from the outside world and found that the signal was disturbed. That is to say, there is a special personality among these people. Although Ichigo Kurosaki in his previous life also saw My Hero Academia, due to the long time, he could not remember the specific details, at most he could only remember a few special characters. On the 13th, the children are handed over to you. After that, Aizawa put on the blindfold and rushed to the enemy's lineup. How stupid. He dared to rush head-on. The strangely shaped raiders behind the leading man scoffed. Just when one person was about to use personality to shoot, he found that his personality was erased by Aizawa and could not be used at all. He was wrapped up in Aizawa's bandage. On the other hand, just when other enemies were about to sneak up on Aizawa Yoda. Bang, bang, bang. A powerful atmospheric pressure, like Mount Tai pressing on the top, crushed all the enemies around Aizawa Midai 10 meters to the ground. Gravity knife burst. Today's Kurosaki Ichigo can already use 10 times gravity. Under 10 times gravity, these punks were immediately crushed to the ground, and there was no chance to resist. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo slashed several chopping waves. In an instant, blood splattered. 7 or 8 punks immediately fell in a pool of blood. Little ghost, didn't you hear me clearly? Aizawa not only did not have a trace of gratitude for Kurosaki Ichigo who came out to help him, but sternly reprimanded. Teacher, although your personality is very powerful, you are not good at fighting more than one enemy at all. Kurosaki Ichigo said in a deep voice. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Aizawa was stunned. I couldn't help but look at Ichigo Kurosaki again. I thought that this little guy was just a martial arts maniac, but I didn't expect that my mind was so powerful. Indeed, the greatest use of his personality as a short-term raid. To put it bluntly, it was a surprise. Oh, Ichigo Kurosaki. Funny little ghost. I didn't expect to grow so fast. The man with the severed hand on his head, dead handle wooden hanging, said with a grim smile. Hey. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's fighting intent had burst out. After joining UA High School, except for the battle against number 0 imaginary enemy, there has not been a single painful battle. Today is finally possible. One knife flow 36 troubled phoenix. Kurosaki Ichigo sacrificed Onitoru and threw it hard. 4 or 5 enemies were shot away by a tornado. Ha. It seems that these people are not remarkable. As a tough guy, Kirishima Riero saw Kurosaki Ichigo who was chopping vegetables and said loudly. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki, who coped with it easily, it was true that the students' sense of panic about the invasion of foreign enemies had decreased sharply, and they even wanted to step forward to help Kurosaki Ichigo and Aizawa Takeda. HMPH, it seems that we are underestimated. Dead-handled wooden hanger sneered. Black mist, send them away. The Tamura Shigaraki suddenly shouted loudly. Suddenly, a black fog surrounded the students. Hugh, the most irritable Bakugou, wins over himself, bursts into a loud drink, and his hands explode and rushes towards the black mist. However, at the moment of contact, Bakugai Katsuki's body disappeared. At the same time, most of the students were also absorbed by the black fog and teleported to other places. After Kurosaki Ichigo saw his sister, Momo Yaoyorozu, disappear, he suddenly lost his mind slightly, and in this gap, a black hole appeared under Kurosaki Ichigo's feet. When Ichigo Kurosaki reacted and wanted to struggle away, suddenly, Brain Wu, who had a dinosaur head and a tall and strong body, kicked Kurosaki Ichigo down. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 049. At this time, everyone in Class A was separated by the black fog. Midoriya Izuku, frog blowing plum rain in flood area. Momo Yaoyorozu, Kamina electric, ear lang in the mountain area. The tailed ape is in the fire area. Aizawa is in the central plaza, and as for Raihai Ochako, Tenya Iida, number 13, and others are at the entrance of the USJ premises, about 3 kilometers from the school. Tenya Iida and the others quickly calmed down, and if they wanted to resolve the crisis, they had to inform the school. But you need to pass the black mist level. On the other hand, Ichigo Kurosaki was teleported to the flood zone. Ichigo Kurosaki, who can stay in the water for half a day, will naturally not be affected. After decisively solving the enemy who attacked Midoriya Idhisa, he came to a ship with frog blowing plum rain, Midoriya Idhisa and others. At this time, Midoriya Izuku, who was the analysis emperor, began to analyze. These people should not know our personality, otherwise they wouldn't have put Mayu-san in this area, Midoriya Izuku said with a frown, looking at the more than 20 enemies on the water. However, before Midoriya Izuku finished speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo's ghost Toru came out of the sheath again. Ichigo-san, calm down. Calm down. Quote, these people. Midoriya Izuku saw that. Kurosaki Ichigo, who wanted to make a move, quickly dissuaded, and Midoriya Izuku hoped to formulate corresponding countermeasures and attack again. But at this time, the demon knife ghost Toru had already been unsheathed. One knife flow 36 troubles Phoenix. Volley. A small tornado hits the surface of the water, creating a swirl of torrents. Suck the enemy all underwater. Ichigo-kun is so powerful that he doesn't need any strategy at all. Midoriya Izuku tugged at the corners of his mouth and said secretly. Hormone secretion. At the same time, Ichigo Kurosaki accelerated the secretion of adrenaline and the whole person's body seemed to burn. Midori-ju, protect Mayu-san. After Kurosaki Ichigo finished speaking, he ran on the water like a gallop. Before Midoriya could react, Kurosaki Ichigo turned into a phantom and disappeared in front of his eyes. Frog-blowing classmate, Midoriya Izuku said to the frog blowing plum rain behind him. Midorihisa-san. Just call me Mayu-san. Asui stuck out his tongue and said. Okay. Mayu-san. Midoriya Izuku laughed. Midoriya Izuku knew that the enemy's target was All Might, and he knew that All Might had been holding on to the current situation, and he wanted to hurry to the central field to help Aizawa deal with the enemy. At this time, the frog blowing Plum Rain, who had a straightforward personality and had something to say, said, Kurosaki Ichigo is really powerful, and with him, the sense of danger seems to have disappeared. Quote, Midoriya Izuku also nodded in agreement. As for Kurosaki Ichigo at this time, he did not immediately rush to the central square, but went to find his sister, Momo Yaoyorozu. Under the rapid secretion of adrenaline, Kurosaki Ichigo's speed skyrocketed. In addition, at this time, the situation was urgent, and Kurosaki Ichigo lifted the special anklet and special bracelet to suppress his gravity. Subsonic running. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly found the Momo Yaoyorozu who were in the mountain area. Looking at the Momo Yaoyorozu who were being attacked on all sides, Kurosaki Ichigo shouted angrily. One knife flow burst pressure. The overwhelming atmospheric pressure directly crushed dozens of enemies, and I felt that my ribs were suddenly broken. What a powerful imp. The intruders looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in amazement. Ichigo, are you coming? 8 million raised their eyebrows when they saw Kurosaki Ichigo's figure. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded slightly, and turned to, Sister, and Kamina-san, you guys are staying here, Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was speaking, a fist-sized electric current suddenly appeared behind him, hitting Kurosaki Ichigo on the back. Ichigo! Momo Yaoyorozu suddenly screamed. At the same time, Erlang and Shangming Electric were all stunned, and they did not expect that there were hidden enemies. A tall man wearing a white bone helmet appeared in front of everyone. These useless wastes, I thought they could delay for some time. The man in the white bone helmet said coldly to the person who was crushed to the ground by Kurosaki Ichigo. Raise your hands, or you'll be dead. The right hand of the white bone helmet was entangled with electricity, and he threatened viciously. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 050. At the same time, Ichigo Kurosaki, who suffered an electric shock from that white bone helmet man, his body was soft, and he stumbled and almost fell to the ground, and was simply held by Momo Yaoyorozu's. Oops. Kaminaridan couldn't help but get nervous at this time, and Ichigo Kurosaki, who was as powerful as a dragon, was also given electricity by this man wearing a bone mask, just now. And his personality can't control the direction at all, and it's easy to accidentally injure his teammates. In addition, the other two teammates are both auxiliary abilities. How to be good? Just as Shangming Electric was thinking, Erlang directly kicked Shangming Electric over. Moisture. Shangming Electric saw that he was about to hit that white bone helmet, and the surface of his body was immediately wrapped with electricity. HMPH. The white bone helmet snorted coldly, and a fist condensed by electric current blasted out. Directly sit on the ground with the same electric personality of Kaminari Electric to the electricity. Little Ghost, although our personalities are all electric attributes, we are not a level. The white bone helmet said grimly. Give me death. The white bone helmet jerked his foot up and stepped on Naruto Shang's head. However, at this moment, a blue chopper, cutting through the air, rushed forward. The white bone helmet immediately avoided. Bang! The chopping wave hit the boulder in the back and split it in half. Little Ghost, you, the white bone helmet looked at Kurosaki Ichigo who stood up again, with a stunned expression. You know, your current can stun a black bear. Or does he also have electrical properties? But this imp is safe and sound. It can be seen from this that how strong this little ghost's body must be. Uncle, your electrotherapy effect is good. Kurosaki Ichigo said indifferently. Ichigo, you, Momo Yaoyorozu saw that his younger brother who was attacked by that white bone helmet man just now, and he seemed to be fine, and his hanging heart couldn't help but let go a lot. Little Ghost, less proud. The white bone helmeted man knew the strength of this little devil from the battle of Kurosaki Ichigo just now. Even if it is himself, he is not an opponent at all. But there is one point, if you use electricity against the other two. This little devil will undoubtedly stop it, and this is also his best chance to beat him. Two electric currents struck towards Momo Yaoyorozu and ears. When Kurosaki Ichigo saw it, he had to temporarily give up the attack to protect his sister. Kurosaki Ichigo faced Momo Yaoyorozu heads, allowing the powerful electricity to hit his body. I have to say that the electrical properties of this white bone helmet are indeed stronger than Shengming Electric. Even though he has a certain anti-electricity ability, after being hit for the first time, he almost fainted. But the second time, Ichigo Kurosaki found that the symptoms of electric shock had eased a lot. Ichigo looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who stood up, 8,100,000 tears in his eyes. It's okay, sister. Ichigo Kurosaki smiled. Uncle, your personality is good, it just so happens that my family lacks a physiotherapist. Kurosaki Ichigo turned around and said to the white bone helmet. Rampant little ghost, I see how long you can resist. The white bone helmet is very intelligent, very different from the average villain. He knows that he has a personality, and can calmly avoid it with Kurosaki Ichigo's speed, but he attacks his teammates himself. He could only resist. Moisture. At this time, an electric light appeared on Kurosaki Ichigo's body again. The hair stood on end. Momo Yaoyorozu saw his brother, who was receiving an electric shock, forced tears to his eyes, and began to make insulation cloth. Moisture. The white bone helmet was not idle, and began to frantically output a strong electric current. Attempt to knock Ichigo Kurosaki down. And yet, 5 minutes passed. Kurosaki Ichigo is still standing well. The white bone helmet couldn't believe it, and shook his head. What the hell is his body made of? Is it rubber? After seeing that the Momo Yaoyorozu finally made the insulation cloth, Kurosaki Ichigo could attack with peace of mind. Uncle, tell the truth. Your current makes me very cool. When he said the word cool, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly roared. The excitement in his voice made Aizawa, who was suppressed by his brain at this time, and had already broken his hands, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Little ghost, good, but, don't come over. Poof. With a weightless kick in the brain, he vomited blood when he stepped on Aizawa again. Kurosaki Ichigo's evolution personality. As he grows, the speed of evolution becomes faster and faster. The last few electric shocks of the white bone helmet have made Kurosaki Ichigo feel little pain. It's really cool. The kind of cool that is cool to the bone. Kurosaki Ichigo was facing that white bone helmet, swooping down like an eagle. Little ghost, you are less proud. The white bone helmet was ridiculed by a 15-year-old teenager, and he couldn't help but be angry. The whole body seemed to be entangled with electricity, condensed to a point, and burst out. A dense electric current the size of a bullet brought Kurosaki Ichigo to a halt in action. Woohoo. At this time, due to the excessive use of personality, the physical consumption was serious. White bone helmet looking at Kurosaki Ichigo, who stopped, he sneered. Arrogant little ghost, no. Before he finished speaking, the white bone helmet noticed that the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth moved, and a cautious smile appeared in front of his eyes. This feeling is as if I am in the Asura hell. Gravity knife hell. Boom. The overwhelming atmospheric gravity rushed to the white bone helmet. The ground under the feet of the white bone helmet shattered violently. A round pit 1/2 meter deep abruptly appeared. The white bone helmet that could not bear it was pressed into the round pit, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The whole person fainted. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 051. After increasing the proficiency of Gravity Fruit to 18%, Kurosaki Ichigo developed the signature trick of Fujitora Smile in the One Piece world, Gravity Knife Hell Force. Compared to the Gravity Knife and Explosive Pressure, this can be regarded as an upgraded version of him, and his power is more than a little stronger. But this trick is also relatively large in its own consumption. Of course, the power of Kurosaki Ichigo and Fujitora's Gravity Knife Hell strength is not the same. Ichigo Kurosaki's Gravity Knife Hell power can only blast the ground into a round crater with a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of 0.5 meters. Of course, as he becomes stronger, Kurosaki Ichigo can also achieve the degree of Fujitora's Smile, or even surpass him. Host Ichigo Kurosaki. Power 160-10 for ordinary people. Speed 170, 10 for ordinary people. Agility 160, normal people or 10. Personality evolution. 1. The ability to recover from injuries and illnesses is 15 times that of ordinary people. 2. It can hold the breath for 10 hours in water. 3. Impact absorption. About 1,000 kilograms of theoretical impact can be absorbed. 4. Anti-toxicity. 100 poisons do not invade. 5. Anti-electricity. 2 W volts. 6. Epinephrine. 5 times. Skills. 1. Jeet Kune Do. 100% proficiency. 2. Gravity Fruit. Proficiency 18%. 1. 10 times gravity. Gravity field 10 meters. Gravity wave 100 kilogram. 2. Gravity Knife Burst Pressure. Gravity Knife Hell Power. 3. The highest value of gravity is 200 kilograms and the field range is 3 meters. 4. No gravity. The maximum load limit is 500 kilograms. Gravity wave hit cannot be used on yourself. 3. One Knife Flow. Juhei. Death. Lion Elegy. Proficiency 100%. 4. One Knife Flow 36 Troubles Phoenix. Proficiency 70%. Item none. Points 2,500. Dot. Sister, Erlang San, the two of you stay here to take care of Shangming Electric. After solving that white bone helmet, Kurosaki Ichigo said to the Momo Yaoyorozu. The two were still in the midst of feeling the strength of Kurosaki Ichigo at this time, and nodded subconsciously. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo once again transformed into a humanoid arrow and ran towards the central field. The brain nothing, who stepped on the black hole with one kick, but even All Might is difficult to deal with. At this time, Aizawa is too afraid of being fierce. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo arrived, he found Aizawa Yuta, the head teacher of this strange Shuhuang with facial paralysis, at this time, the inhuman form that has been tortured. Covered in blood, his arms and legs were all broken by his brain. Kurosaki Ichigo was furious in his heart. Although Aizawa seems cold, in fact, he is a good teacher. For the safety of the students, break into the enemy center alone. Elegy for a Knife Flow. Juhei. Death. Lion. Kurosaki Ichigo turned into a pitch-black lightning bolt that streaked across the right side of Generation Brain Nothing at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, brainless right foot, a column of blood shot out. The entire right leg was almost cut off by Ichigo Kurosaki, and it was only connected by skin. What? Dead-handle wooden hanger looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's arrival in amazement, and said, "What a terrifying little ghost." Quote, "But you're underestimating." The dead-handled wooden hanger laughed grimly. At this time, Brain Wu's right leg is healing, at a speed visible to the naked eye. This, Aizawa, who was suppressed to the ground, was shocked, and the physical strength of this monster was already comparable to All Might. Add to that the terrifying resilience. A symbol of world peace, as All Might really his opponent. He has a super regenerate personality. Little ghost, you can't knock it down. The Tamura Shigaraki said gloomily. The eerie voice, coupled with the personality and combat power without terror in the brain, made the rushing Bakugao Katsuki, Hiroshima Ruerlang, Midoriya Izuku, Asui and others couldn't help but feel a panic in their hearts. Yes, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly laughed. There was a frenzy in his eyes. See the mania of the hunter's heart. Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to know what his strength had been. Gravity Knife Hell. Kurosaki Ichigo jumped up, and Onitoru chopped down. The terrifying atmospheric pressure makes the air as heavy as a mountain. Fiercely slashed into the brain. Brain Wu raised his hand to block, and Kurosaki Ichigo's Gravity Knife Hell energy was absorbed by Brain Wu's impact absorption. Grabbed it with a backhand and held the Oni in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand. Whistle. The brain fell weakly and threw Kurosaki Ichigo as a softball. Ichigo Kurosaki crashed into the pile of stones. Collapse. Flying gravel. Kurosaki Ichigo was embedded in the whole person. What a terrible power. A stream of blood flowed down the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth. My brain has only one personality. The Tamura Shigaraki said again. Dead-handled wooden hanging. His intelligence is absolutely super high, but his personality is a giant baby, and he even told the enemy about his personality that he has no brain. Brain Wu, go and kill him. The Tamura Shigaraki said. The brain of the dinosaur's head, like a rocket launcher, ejects out. Along the way, there is a constant air explosion sound. Adrenaline accelerates secretion. Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils contracted. This brain is nothing but a joke, strong as a dragon's existence. Resist his punch hard. Even if you don't die, you will be half crippled. The secretion of adrenaline can make Ichigo Kurosaki stronger for a short time. The more secreted, the higher the strength will improve. But unfortunately, the current body cannot withstand the too high multiple of adrenaline. 5 times adrenaline. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly secreted 5 times more adrenaline than the average person. Before Brain Wu's fist pressure came, it turned into a phantom and appeared above Brain Wu's head. Aizawa-sensei. Kurosaki Ichigo gulped. Aizawa hurriedly used his personality erase. Elegy for a knife flow. Juhei, death, lion. Kurosaki Ichigo turned into an arrow and slashed down in the air. Oniche cut off half of his brainless body. However, Aizawa can only eliminate one personality. It is very unfortunate that what Aizawa eliminated was only shock absorption and did not eliminate the super regeneration of brain nothing. The brain trembled twice. The severed body grew back visibly with the naked eye. It's terrible. After Leary Ochako and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but say in horror. At the same time, the reconstructed brain suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Bang! There was a bang in the air. Brain Wu went behind Kurosaki Ichigo and punched out. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was as strong as a beast, was instantly shot to the ground by Brain Wu. Boom! A sound. Kurosaki Ichigo lay in a crumbling pit. Chapter 052. Brain Wu, quickly kill him. The Tamura Shigaraki spoke again. Kurosaki Ichigo's ability to display shocked the dead handle wouldn't hang, and if All Might arrived, these two would undoubtedly pose a great threat to his enemy alliance. After the brain did not hear the order, it jumped high and then fell quickly. The explosive power of the strong body made the brain like a meteorite, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. At the same time, Ichigo Kurosaki, who had just been hit hard by the brain, had at least 5 or 6 ribs injured, and his internal organs were churning sharply. If you are hit hard again, you will definitely be fierce. 6x adrenaline. Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth and let his body secrete the highest multiple of adrenaline he could withstand. Boom. A sound. Without Tarzan in his head, he sat down on Ichigo Kurosaki. In an instant, a large hole appeared in the ground. At this time, 8 million Bai let out a scream. Ichigo. Quote, tears couldn't stop flowing, but it soon turns out that Ichigo Kurosaki is not among them. One knife flow. Juhei, death, lion elegy. A pitch-black lightning bolt swept through the brain like an electric flint. Although the strength of Brain Wu's body is equivalent to that of All Might, his speed is 1 notch weaker than All Might. In my English formula book, the speed of a generation of brain infinity is A. But it's also subsonic. Coupled with Superman's reflexes, the brain does not hide sideways. Kurosaki Ichigo's Onitori only slashed at Brain's right arm. Hiss. In an instant, blood splattered in Brain Wu's right arm. An entire arm fell. Taking advantage of the lack of super regeneration in his brain, Kurosaki Ichigo attacked again. Black fog. The Tamura Shigaraki hurriedly shouted. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, blocking him and the generation of brains. Kurosaki Ichigo hurriedly dodged, but at this time, Brain Wu chose to go head-to-head with Kurosaki Ichigo. Strong body, hugging Ichigo Kurosaki from behind. At this time, Brain Wu has grown another arm through super regeneration. Oops, not good. Everyone in Class A who was watching the battle from afar changed their faces greatly. First, they instinctively cared about Ichigo Kurosaki. Second, once Kurosaki Ichigo is defeated, this guy with a head like a dinosaur will kill everyone in an instant. Brain Wu, tear off his right hand holding the sword for me. The Tamura Shigaraki laughed cruelly. Brainless pinned Kurosaki Ichigo to the ground, and his right hand pulled Kurosaki Ichigo's right arm. Don't. 8 million people cried, holding a machine gun that he had created using personality. Aim at the brain and shoot at nothing. However, all these bullets were sent to other places by the portal of the Black Mist. Click. The sound of broken bones sounded. Immediately afterwards, a severed arm supporting the sword was thrown by Brain Wu in front of the eyes of the Momo Yaoyorozu and others. Seeing the Momo Yaoyorozu behind this scene, the whole person sat on the ground with a dead face. Ah! When 8 million Bai saw that it was his brother's arm, the whole person cried. Although Kurosaki Ichigo's body is as strong as a monster, the strength of his brain is comparable to All Might. The gap between the two is huge. Well done. Twist this little ghost's head for me again. The Tamura Shigaraki ordered again. Don't. Abominable. At this moment, Midoriya Izuku suddenly rushed out. Sacrifice one for all. A punch slammed into the brain. Bang. But it's not the same. Brain Wu, who has the personality of impact absorption, absorbs the strength of this fist. At the same time, the brain did not punch towards Midoriya Izuku. The fist did not arrive, but the fist pressure made Midoriya Izuku feel extremely painful. It's over. A thought came to Midoriya Izuku's mind. Sue. The ground suddenly froze. At the same time, the ice spread rapidly, freezing the brain and restricting movement. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately pulled out, and instead, found that Bang Jiao had rushed over. Soon, Brain Wu broke free from the shackles of cold ice. Although part of the body was frozen, it recovered again with super regeneration. Hee. Interesting. The dead-handled wooden hanger sneered. Little ghost, your hand is gone, the knife is gone, I see what else you take and my brain has no fight. Quote, HMPH. Seeing that the enemy ignores him, he launches personality again. The ground quickly froze, and at the same time, rushed towards Brain Wu. However, at this time, the brain did not punch the air. Boom. The powerful fist pressure shattered the incoming ice like a cannonball. Boom was shocked. He couldn't imagine that this monster was so perverted. Even more unexpectedly, Kurosaki Ichigo actually fought with such an opponent until now. In the next second, the brain rushed to the scorching freeze. The speed was like a storm, and it was too late to even launch personality again. Just when Bang Jiao thought he was going to be killed, he found himself being pushed away. Immediately after, boom. The sound was as loud as the explosion of a bomb. Boom saw Ichigo Kurosaki, who was splitting the big boulder, with one arm in a parrying position. Did he block himself? Boom Jiao looked stunned. Kurosaki Ichigo, who blocked the full blow of his brain, the remaining left arm was also shattered. Like a loach, it softened. Ha, little ghost, both of your arms are wasted. Dead-handled wooden crane laughed. When he said this, the audience fell silent. It was as if the end of the world had come. But at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who lowered his head, suddenly laughed, and his eyes flashed like a beast. Do you think only your monster will supergenerate? Kurosaki Ichigo sneered. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, the dead handle was stunned. Then he looked at it incredulously, and muscles, skin, bones grew on Kurosaki Ichigo's broken arm. The other crushed hand is also constantly recovering. The essence of evolution is to adapt to harsh environments. The brain in front of him is Kurosaki Ichigo's most powerful sworn enemy since he came to this world. When he was almost cornered, Kurosaki Ichigo's evolution personality evolved into the branch of super regeneration. In the blink of an eye, Kurosaki Ichigo's hands appeared intact in front of everyone's eyes. And this sudden change made the dead-handled wooden hanger shout almost frantically, Brain Wu, hurry up and kill him for me. Quote, Chapter 053. Astound. Whether it was the dead-handled wooden hanger or Aizawa Yuta and Midoriya Izuku, they all looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in disbelief. I didn't expect that Kurosaki Ichigo's personality was so against the sky. Brain Wu moved quickly and rushed towards Ichigo Kurosaki with a heavy punch. The terrifying fist pressure made the air shake. The resulting wind blew so strong that the students in Class A could not even open their eyes. It's a non-human battle. Hiroshima Ruerlang sighed. Yes, if we play instead, we are likely to be killed in an instant. The frog with a straight personality and what to say. Said, abominable. Hearing this, the explosive hero couldn't help but grit his teeth. The pretentious self is simply a joke in front of him. At the same time, he has always wanted to prove that he is also frowning, just now he can be regarded as having a head-on confrontation with Brain Wu, but really, as the frog-blowing Mayu said, he will be killed by Brain Wu in just an instant. Gravitational waves. Ichigo Kurosaki casually threw out a blue light, and the blue light rolled Onitoru back. Kurosaki Ichigo, who regained his ghost, turned into a stream of arrows and rushed around his brain. Su. At the same time, everyone could see that pieces of flesh fell from Brain Wu's body, but they were recovering at an alarming speed. Ichigo Kurosaki, who sacrificed 6 times adrenaline, has reached sonic speed at a speed of sonic speed. Let the Brain Wu do not be able to keep up with its own speed. Black fog. The Tamura Shigaraki glanced at the black mist beside him. The black mist immediately used personality and a portal suddenly appeared behind Brain Wu. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was rushing away, immediately avoided it after seeing the portal of the teleportation black hole. But in this one action gap, he was caught by the brain without a gap. Without a supergravity punch, he ran directly to Kurosaki Ichigo's face. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately raised his hand to block. But Kurosaki Ichigo sent this trick turned out to be a false move. The purpose of Brain Mu is to catch Onitoru in the hands of Ichigo Kurosaki. After the brain didn't catch the ghost, he threw it violently. It was like a rocket roaring into the sky. Everyone in Class A was shocked, and Kurosaki Ichigo's combat effectiveness without Onitoru would definitely be sharply reduced. Oops, aren't the professional hero teachers here yet? At this time, Momo Yaoyorozu beautiful eyes looked at the closed door of USJ. Okay, no brain. The Tamura Shigaraki praised. As long as he throws his weapon, how much combat power can he have left? Quote, "Ahaha." The dead-handled wooden hanger laughed eerily. Yes, roar. Suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo roared. Yes, belch. The next scene made everyone speechless in shock. Kurosaki Ichigo was actually fighting this monster of the enemy in the flesh. Boom. Bang. Kurosaki Ichigo's combat uniform had been completely shattered, and his lean upper body was revealed. At this time, violent air explosions continued to sound in the air, and at the same time, the ground under the two of them was also shattered by the aftermath of the battle. Such a terrifying battle made it impossible to get close. The Bang Scorch, who wanted to help on the side, could not intervene at all. Ha. Stupid little ghost, just with you now, you dare to confront Brain Wu. It's stupid. The dead-handle wooden hanger saw that Kurosaki Ichigo completely lost his previous calmness after losing Onitoru. The physical strength of this brain is comparable to All Might, plus it has 2 personalities, super regeneration and impact absorption. Simply fight the flesh, and no one is a brainless opponent. Including All Might. But soon, the Tamura Shigaraki saw that the smelly imp whose body seemed to be broken did not fall. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was covered in blood, and white bones were even exposed in some places. But he faced Brain Wu without taking a step back. The scarlet in his eyes made the dead-handle wooden hanger feel a little alarmed. Does it mean that he is only supported by a force of willpower at this time? I'm coming. At this moment, a hearty laugh from USJ appeared in the ears of everyone in Class A. Tall body. The style of the manga. All Might. At this time, all the Class A students screamed. Except, of course, Midoriya Izuku, who knows the truth about All Might. Little ghost, it's time to rest. All Might quickly joins the fray. When Kurosaki Ichigo saw All Might, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then the whole person fell to the ground. Chapter 054. After All Might appeared, everyone in Class A quickly moved Kurosaki Ichigo and Aizawa out of the battlefield. Woo-hoo. Seeing the blurred flesh and blood, the skin and flesh, and even the white bones, Kurosaki Ichigo, Momo Yaoyorozu, Ashido Sana, Riri Ochako and other girls, they couldn't help but choke and sob. Tragic. It's really tragic. In order to protect everyone, Kurosaki Ichigo had what kind of power to be able to injure him, whose body was as strong as a beast, like this. On the other hand, previously, due to the great battle between Brain Wu and Kurosaki Ichigo, Brain Wu's strength at this time had declined. After all, whether it is super regeneration or impact absorption, they have an upper limit. Of course, All Might's overall strength has also declined due to injuries. But the justice in his heart made All Might's fighting power explode, punch after punch. A punch is heavier than a punch. Directly knocked the brain out of USJ's roof. Abominable All Might. Abominable little ghost. Game over. Seeing that his whole card was defeated, Tenyeyita came with the professional heroes of the school, and asked the Black Mist to open the portal. As for All Might, although he defeated Brain Wu, he was also an oil well lamp. Slightly different from the original work, All Might did not aggravate the injury because of this brainless raid. A porter robot in the school moves Ichigo Kurosaki to the infirmary, where the recovery girl stays. Along the way, 8 million pretty faces were covered with a heavy haze. Cheers couldn't stop flowing. Recovery girl, hurry up and save my brother. Momo Yaoyorozu hurriedly said. The recovery girl glanced at Ichigo Kurosaki's injuries and then shook her head. What's wrong? Seeing the recovery girl shaking her head, 8 million Bai was startled and asked in horror. At the same time, Leary Ochako, and the others who accompanied the Momo Yaoyorozu people who came here could not help but show a worried look. In USJ, if it weren't for Ichigo Kurosaki coming forward to deal with that monster, his own lives and others' lives would be in danger. They all hope that Ichigo Kurosaki will be safe and sound. Out. Ha. The short and elderly recovery girl smiled kindly and said, this kid's health is very good, he doesn't need to resort to external treatment to recover. Quote. Momo Yaoyorozu and one stunned. The recovery girl smiled and lifted the white cloth covering Ichigo Kurosaki. Everyone was shocked to find that Kurosaki Ichigo's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This couldn't help but make everyone think that when fighting that monster, Ichigo Kurosaki's arm was torn off, but it actually grew out of the back. Okay. Don't bother him. Let him rest well. In 3 days at most, he will wake up. The recovery girl issued an eviction order. Oh, okay. Momo Yaoyorozu and others said helplessly. In particular, 8 million Bai wanted to stay and take care of them, but was rejected by the recovery girl. In a corner of the city. I failed again. The dead-handled wooden hanger pointed to a computer screen. Teacher, it's different from what you said. Quote. Nothing is different. A voice came over the computer. We still underestimate them. Quote. By the way, teacher, one of the children is really too strong. It seems that he also has super regeneration. Dead-handled Muhong said indignantly, if it weren't for the consumption of Brain Wu by that little ghost before, All Might would definitely not be Brain Wu's opponent. Oh yes. This failure is nothing. Everything is not in vain. Gather more elites. Next time you have to plan in more detail. The voice in the computer sounded again. On the other hand, UA High School. All Might and Aizawa were both seriously injured and admitted to the hospital for treatment. Among them, Aizawa had a crushing fracture of his arm and a fracture of his face, but fortunately he did not hurt his head. At the same time, the police also intervened and found Brain Wu, who did not have any resistance. The little one is okay. Omelt, who had become a thin man, came to Ichigo Kurosaki's hospital room and asked. It's okay. The little guy is so ruthless, it's really tough to the point of terrifying physical fitness. The recovery girl said. All Might, who was covered in bandages, looked at the recovery girl in amazement. Now this little guy is undergoing a reborn transformation. Quote. The impact he receives in battle will be transformed into nutrition to strengthen his. Recovery girl laughed. What? All Might was surprised and delighted. Among these young people, he is most optimistic about 3. But what surprised him the most was this, savage growth, Kurosaki Ichigo. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 055. Ichigo Kurosaki's personality is evolution, which has derived anti-toxic, anti-electric, super regeneration, and impact evolution. Among them, impact evolution, he can absorb part of the damage, but the part beyond the absorption range will cause trauma to Kurosaki Ichigo's body, but after the injury, all the functions of Kurosaki Ichigo's body will skyrocket. This is similar to the Saiyan physique in Dragon Ball. The Vietnam War is getting stronger. The more serious the damage, the faster the strength will improve after recovery. But the difference is that with the evolution personality Kurosaki Ichigo, his enhanced discovery is directional. For this reason, it is difficult for the opponent to defeat Ichigo Kurosaki with the second and third times, and also use the same office. For example, this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's physical body was almost shattered by the powerful power of brain nothing, but after this battle, Kurosaki Ichigo's impact absorption ability was strengthened, and at the same time, his own physical strength would skyrocket. The next time you encounter Generation Brain Wu, you may still be defeated, but it will definitely not be as embarrassing as now. The next day, due to the USJ incident, UA High School was suspended. Another day passed. In the classroom of the first grade a class of UA High School. After yesterday's USJ incident, they knew that their head teacher, Yuta Aizawa, was seriously injured. Just when they thought that Aizawa might be absent, they found that Aizawa, who was covered in bandages, staggered in from outside the classroom. Wow, Aizawa-sensei is here. Aizawa-sensei, you are also too dedicated. At this moment, everyone in Class A suddenly stared at the same location. Momo Yaoyorozu empty seats on the left. 2 days have passed, I wonder how happened to Ichigo Kurosaki. However, at this moment, a figure appeared outside the classroom door. Sorry for being late, a voice like a spring breeze sounded. Ichigo, Ichigo, Ichigo. Everyone in the class smiled in amazement, even if they were full of thoughts about defeating Ichigo Kurosaki. Although he has an explosive temper, he is a bright and honest person. It only makes the most sense to beat Ichigo Kurosaki on a fair occasion. Oh, come in. Aizawa looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was safe and sound, and couldn't help but be slightly startled. This kid's injury is best known to him, although the recovery girl said that his body is special and will heal quickly. But I didn't expect it to be so strong. At the same time, everyone in Class A couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, this is the real monster. Kurosaki Ichigo, are you really not a monster in human skin? Asui said, haha, it's just some minor injuries, just sleep, drink 2 stabs of wine, and eat 3 pounds of meat. Kurosaki Ichigo said nonchalantly. Poof. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, everyone wanted to spray blood. Nima, is that a minor injury? Also, can drinking alcohol and eating meat heal injuries? What a monster. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled at everyone, and then sat down next to Momo Yaoyorozu. Looking at the Momo Yaoyorozu who covered her face and cried, Kurosaki Ichigo directly took her jade hand on the desk. The 2 siblings have not held hands, but in the classroom, under the eyes of the teacher, this is definitely the first time. This made Momo Yaoyorozu faces turn red with shame. Okay, let's get down to business. Aizawa said the news of the UA Games. The country's top heroes will tune in, and they want to recruit some of them. Once favored by Hero Agency, there will be more topics and experience points. This is a green channel to the road of heroes. At the same time, the games are once a year, and everyone only has 3 chances. The news of the UA Games made everyone in Class A very excited. Boom, Bakugao Katsuki, Kirishima Ruerlang and others couldn't help but look at Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo is strong, stronger than the first in the entrance exam, stronger than the special enrollment of the Scorch, Momo Yaoyorozu. But young and enthusiastic, they very much hope to fight against Kurosaki Ichigo. As for Kurosaki Ichigo himself, the fighting spirit in his heart burned again. Chapter 056. UA High School, After School. At the entrance of Grade A Class 1. What happened? Leary Ochako saw that the door of the classroom was full of people, and asked suspiciously. HMPH, after all, we survived the enemy attack, they want to find out our details before the games. Even if you passers-by are useless to do anything, get out of here. Bakugao Katsuki, who was standing behind Leary Ochako, said. You have to change the habit of calling strangers passers-by. Tenya Iida on the side said helplessly. Originally, I just wanted to see what kind of people you are, but I didn't expect that you were all a bunch of smelly farts. Are all the students of the hero department like this? In the crowd outside, an arrogant voice sounded. The person who spoke was a man with a seaweed head and inverted triangular eyes. You know what? It is said that the school is willing to transfer other subjects to the hero section according to the results of the sports day. Of course, the opposite is true. The general course student called Mind Care said, "Shoo you." Another person jumped out and shouted, "I'm from Class B next door, I didn't expect you to look like this smelly fart." Quote, Inside the classroom, Ichigo Kurosaki, who had packed his school bag, planned to go home with Momo Yaoyorozu's. "Ichigo, let's go." Momo Yaoyorozu saw that his younger brother was fine, and his heart was beautiful, and he didn't pay attention to the clamor of the other classes outside the door. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled slightly, subconsciously wanting to touch the head of Momo Yaoyorozu's. Because of Kurosaki Ichigo's injury, he was worried all night long, and he had dark circles on his eyes, which made Kurosaki Ichigo feel very distressed. Since the second year of junior high school, Kurosaki Ichigo has been taller than Momo Yaoyorozu's, so I don't know when he developed this habit. However, this action is generally carried out when the two are in private. In public, Momo Yaoyorozu was first startled, then blushed and avoided, and at the same time, he gave Kurosaki Ichigo a blank look. After Kurosaki Ichigo came back to his senses, he immediately coughed twice in embarrassment. This scene couldn't help but let the frog-blowing plum rain not far away see it, and couldn't help but ask straightly, "Are you sure it's a brother and sister, not a couple?" Quote, "Of course not." Momo Yaoyorozu immediately denied it. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, because of his thick skin, he had an expression of indifference. Momo Yaoyorozu bit his lip and glared at Kurosaki Ichigo, and at the same time, the slender jade hand pinched Kurosaki Ichigo's waist, wanting to give a severe punishment to his disobedient younger brother. However, just after Momo Yaoyorozu hard pulls, the whole person couldn't help but gasp for air. What's wrong, sister?" Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately asked with concern. "Bastard, is your body made of steel?" Momo Yaoyorozu whispered angrily. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned, for the Momo Yaoyorozu pinched himself just now. Kurosaki Ichigo just felt a little itch. No, to be precise, it's just a little tickle. It seems, for a moment, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to say. "Oh, you're that Kurosaki Ichigo." At this moment, an arrogant voice sounded again. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at the seaweed head, triangular eyes, a teenager about the same height as himself. "When the enemy attacked, throw your knife. Can you continue to stay in the hero department without a knife?" Ichigo Kurosaki said with worried eyes. Kurosaki Ichigo was in the battle with Brain Wu, and in order to ensure victory, Ichigo Kurosaki threw Ichigo Kurosaki's demon knife onto. Due to the power of the brain, even with the help of dozens of policemen, they did not find Kurosaki Ichigo's demon knife onto. However, Class A students who have watched Kurosaki Ichigo fight know that Kurosaki Ichigo is as strong as a monster even if he does not have a demon knife and onori. We'll get it back. Momo Yaoyorozu spoke up for his younger brother. I didn't expect that the great demon king without a knife would be reduced to a woman to stand out for him. The worrisome man scoffed. "What did you say?" Momo Yaoyorozu frowned. This annoying-looking guy degraded his younger brother so much, which made 8 million by very unhappy. "Sister, let's go home." Kurosaki Ichigo stopped Momo Yaoyorozu and laughed. Momo Yaoyorozu nodded obediently. Scared, Ichigo Kurosaki. The heart troubled the man again provoked, for Kurosaki Ichigo, the hard mani, hated him to the bone. When the entrance exam, the physically poor heart-troubled made use of the brainwashing skill to control a student to help him fight, and when he was dying of the imaginary enemy, the heart was able to execute the final blow. Originally, he got 35 points and could successfully enter the A class of the hero department. But it was this guy who suddenly broke out of prison and made a mess of the situation. Provoked many times, and still in front of his own sister. The anger in Kurosaki Ichigo's heart erupted. "On your knees." A word of kneeling quieted the noisy environment. At the same time, 10 times the gravity makes the physical strength no different from ordinary people, suddenly feel that the atmosphere is like mercury, instantly crushing themselves. Poof! With a loud sound, he knelt down in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, as if he had done something wrong. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo walked in front of the heartfelt messenger like a nobody, and the crowd automatically divided into a passage. Shu Yu, leaving only Kurosaki Ichigo's unattainable back. Chapter 057. Evening, after dinner. Ichigo, where are you going? Momo Yaoyorozu asked. Get out and hang out. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Oh, with whom? 8 million Bai said, pretending not to care. Don't follow anyone, just yourself. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Oh, then there you go. Momo Yaoyorozu said. The demon knife ghost Che didn't know where he had been thrown by Brain Wu, or if he had been picked up by someone. But just now, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly sensed Demon Dao Onitori. For this reason, Kurosaki Ichigo plans to go and retrieve the demon knife Ontaru. In some dark corner of the city, a man 3 meters tall was holding an extremely sharp knife against the branches stretched out by the dense forest Shinwei, constantly slashing. The personality of the dense forest divine power was completely restrained by the sharp knife in the man's hand. At the same time, Yu, mountain woman, who was a hero agency with him, was also injured. Haha, you deserve to be called heroes. The 3-meter tall man looked at the two with disdain and said, give Lao Su death. Quote, after that, the man swung his knife and slashed at Yu Shanyu. Gravity field. 10x gravity field. Boom. The 3-meter tall man suddenly felt thousands of pounds of weight pressing on his body. Bang. With a sound, the whole person couldn't help but kneel. Both knees shook the ground with scattered rubble. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the man heard footsteps behind him. When I looked back, I saw that it was a black-haired, handsome-looking teenager. Little ghost, did you do it? The man said angrily. So you're here. Kurosaki Ichigo did not bird him, but looked at the demon knife in his hand. Little ghost, what do you want to do? This is Uncle Ben's knife. The man said quickly. Yours. Kurosaki Ichigo seemed to have heard one of the funniest jokes under the sun. After speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. At the same time, the demon knife ghost sensed the arrival of the master, and suddenly emits a terrifying scarlet light in the moonlight, as if it has descended from hell to earth. The man hurried to throw away the knife in his hand in fear. Gravitational wave. Kurosaki Ichigo swung a blue light and rolled the demon knife back into his hand. After the demon knife returned to Kurosaki Ichigo's hands, the scarlet light suddenly dissipated, and at the same time, the demon knife seemed to make a crisp sound and tremble like a child and an adult. Well, no one will take you out of my hands in the future. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and stroked the blade of the demon knife Onitsu, and said in a comforting tone. This scene can't help but make people look at it. Especially the mountain heroine Yu Shanyu. Just now this knife seemed to have descended from hell to the world, but now, it was completely surrendered to the man's hands. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's gravity field on the 3-meter tall man was lifted, and Yu and Mibayashi Kamui were allowed to bring him back. Suddenly, the 3-meter tall man, who seemed to have given up resistance, suddenly raised his hands, and his eyes burst out a murderous aura. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The fingernails of the 3-meter tall man detached from his fingers and flew towards Ichigo Kurosaki like a sharp arrow. Little ghost, give me death. Haha, the power of my fingernails is equivalent to that of a 19th century musket. The man said grimly. Little one, be careful. At this time, Yu Shanyu, who was knocked to the ground, that is, the mountain woman, reminded. But it was too late, and his fingernails hit Kurosaki Ichigo one after another. Bang, bang, bang. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo's coat was pierced through 10 holes. Little ghost, the man's smile widened when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo being hit. His personality is flying nails. Of course, there is also a flaw, that is, the inability to reflect continuously. Each launch takes 3 hours, wait for the nails to grow back. Did you attack me just now? At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo asked as if he had nothing to do. What? The tall man, looking at the nails that fell to the ground, was surprised. HMPH. Kurosaki Ichigo snorted coldly, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gravity knife hell. Rub. With a sound, the demon knife was unsheathed. Wave casually in front of the tall man. Boom. A sound. The tall man was instantly crushed by the terrifying gravity, and at the same time, A round pit with a diameter of 1.5 meters and a depth of 0.8 meters appeared on the ground. As for the tall man, 5 mouthfuls of blood or bleeding, fall to the ground. Chapter 058. There have been more and more criminals lately. Dense forest, Shinwei said after handcuffing the 3-meter-tall man. Yes. The mountain woman, Yu Shanyu, nodded in agreement. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who had retrieved Onitori, was ready to go home. Just as he was leaving, he was suddenly stopped by Yu Shanyu. Kurosaki Ichigo, wait, Yu said. What's wrong? Kurosaki Ichigo was slightly startled. Yu Shan glanced at the dense forest divine power and said, you take him back first, I still have something to talk to him about. Quote, oh. Dense forest Shinwei glanced at Yu Shanyu with complicated eyes, and then took the criminal back. After the dense forest Kamui left, Kurosaki Ichigo said, what the hell is going on? Quote, the Loon family hurt their ankle. Yu Shan Yuchu said pitifully. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but be quite speechless. The foot is injured, is there any direct connection with stopping me? Can you carry me home? Yu Shan Yujao said. Ichigo Kurosaki. I'm a girl, this big night, said Yu Shan Yu again. You are a girl, Belch, you're a professional hero. And this big night, it's just after 7 o'clock in the evening. There are still quite a lot of people on the street, okay. Little brother, Yu looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a hopeful look in his eyes, and said coquettishly. Poof, little brother. After hearing this title, Kurosaki Ichigo almost didn't spray blood. Okay, let's go. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. Although this Yu Shanyu's personality is a little darker, he is definitely a big beauty, and he is not picky in terms of figure. In this way, Kurosaki Ichigo walked about tens of meters with Yu Yamayu on his back, and after seeing a taxi, he stopped it and stuffed Yu Yamayu directly into the car. What a brat, Yu Shanyu said in his heart, but on the surface, he was touching. Go to my house and sit down and have a cup of tea. Quote, to your house. Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to refuse, but when he heard this time, Yu Yama laughed softly, don't you dare. Quote, can't, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't think much about it, so he got into the taxi as well. After returning home, Yuiyama made a cup of tea for Kurosaki Ichigo. Then he entered the room and changed into a short dress, black stockings, a pure and moving look. Although Yu Shanyu is a professional hero, due to his special personality relationship, Yu Shanyu often damages the street, and his income is also beyond his means. To do this, she simply lived in a simple apartment. Little brother, come to our hero office after graduation. Yu Shanyu said in a snort. You still call me by my name. Hitsugo Kurosaki, who was covered in goosebumps, said. Okay then, Ichigo Kurosaki. I have a question for you. Yu Shanyu said. What problem? Kurosaki Ichigo said. Do you have a girlfriend? Yu Shan asked. Girlfriend. Speaking of his girlfriend, two characters immediately appeared in Kurosaki Ichigo's mind. The first, his own sister, Momo Yaoyorozu. The second, the Black Widow who met in Underground Black Fist. But neither of them is strictly his girlfriend. You probably don't. Immediately afterwards, Yu Shanyu said again. Kurosaki Ichigo did not speak. Let my sister be your girlfriend. Yu Shanyu suddenly laughed. Belch. Ichigo Kurosaki, who heard this, almost spewed out the tea in his mouth. Yu Shanyu wants to take the initiative to be his girlfriend. Little brother, the Loon family is very gentle. Yu Shanyu said with a snort again. Just then, Kurosaki Ichigo's mobile phone rang. When I picked up my phone, I saw that it was my sister. 8 million calls. Yu saw Kurosaki Ichigo's expression was a little abnormal, and then after Kurosaki Ichigo connected, he found that it was a woman's voice on the phone. Yu wanted to scream on the phone funny, but was stopped by a look from Ichigo Kurosaki. The contents of the call. Momo Yaoyorozu found a clumsy reason for Kurosaki Ichigo to hurry home. After hanging up the phone, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and said, I'm going home first. Quote, wait a little longer, little brother. No, it's really something. Oh, then let me drop you off. Kurosaki Ichigo and Yu were walking in the empty area, and suddenly, Yu Kurosaki said again, Ichigo Kurosaki, do you know? Since the last time you saved me, I have been thinking of you every night. Quote, when she said this, Yu Shanyu used her own original voice. Without pretentiousness, Yu's voice was still beautiful, and at the same time, Ichigo Kurosaki heard a trace of seriousness. The time in Yu Shanyu's mouth should be the silt monster incident. Little one, you impressed me. At this time, Yu said softly, and at the same time, turned to Ichigo Kurosaki. It was more than half a head shorter than Kurosaki Ichigo, who had risen to 180 centimeters now, and Yu didn't know where the courage came from, and after tiptoeing, he kissed Kurosaki Ichigo. It made Kurosaki Ichigo feel like a lightning bolt struck. In addition, at this time, the moon star was rare, and Kurosaki Ichigo subconsciously hugged Yu. Just as the two were heating up, Yu found that his body seemed to be a little out of control, and at the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo's movements became larger and larger. This made Yu Shanyu feel extremely shy in her heart. It was the first time. She wanted to push Kurosaki Ichigo away, but after fighting with the brain, Kurosaki Ichigo's body was like steel poured, and she couldn't push it at all. Yu Shanyu was worried about being seen, so he used personality to increase. In an instant, Kurosaki Ichigo discovered, Yu Shanyu, who was a bird in front of him, instantly turned into a behemoth. Chapter 059. P.S. Ahem, in the previous chapter, I wrote the pure love scene of Pig's Foot in Yu. It was banned. It does not affect reading. After it is released, you can go and take a look. Seeing UMT, Kurosaki said speechless. Just now, I didn't know why I made a ghost send God to kiss Yu Shanyu. But that feeling, it's really good. It is also the first time since I came to this world. But this Yu Shanyu will really be his girlfriend in the future. In case of a critical moment, she will become bigger if she doesn't agree with each other. This Nima is too disappointing. Yu Shanyu, who suddenly became bigger, immediately attracted the attention of many people around. At the same time, the residents who were on the apartment building could not help but look out the window. Yu Shanyu hurriedly changed back to his original state. HMPH, little ghost, you are simply abominable. You did that to me. Yu Shanyu said angrily. Didn't you take the initiative to give it first? Kurosaki Ichigo retorted. After returning home from Yu's apartment building, Momo Yaoyorozu took the opportunity to come to Kurosaki Ichigo's room. She looked Kurosaki Ichigo up and down, and the woman's intuition told Momo Yaoyorozu that her brother was a little greasy. Meanwhile, Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes kept avoiding his gaze. What's wrong? Kurosaki Ichigo said calmly. Nothing. Momo Yaoyorozu said. Sister, my ghost has been recovered. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Oh, really? 8 million were also very happy when they heard that Kurosaki Ichigo's demon knife Ontaru had been recovered. Suddenly, Momo Yaoyorozu's face changed, staring at Kurosaki Ichigo's neck and saying, Ichigo, that MT lady, very beautiful. Quote, I don't know, I forgot. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. HMPH, so what's going on with you? Momo Yaoyorozu angrily pointed to the lipstick print on Kurosaki Ichigo's neck. I met a criminal today. Look at my clothes, said Kurosaki Ichigo as he poked out 10 holes in his clothes and handed them Momo Yaoyorozu. This is. 8 million people were surprised. Sister, that criminal's personality is flying nails. Moreover, he is a man, and in addition, he wears lipstick. He is simply a pervert. Kurosaki Ichigo made up a lie. Although 8 million Bai is a genius and an excellent student, he is still as easy to cheat as a little white sheep in front of the old Kurosaki Ichigo. A few days later, UA High School Sports Day kicked off. Thousands of people watched the battle, and the scene was extremely spectacular and imposing. On this scale, that is, UA High School can be held. The UA Games. This is the annual battle in which future heroes compete fiercely with high fighting spirit in order to win the first place. Voice Hero, Brescent Mac, said. But the class you care about the most is them. With a will of steel, a miracle nova who overcomes difficulties. First grade hero section Class A. Brescent Mac shouted. The USJ incident brought the students of Hero Class A into the spotlight. At this time, Ichigo Kurosaki led everyone from Class A to enter. For a while, everyone's eyes were focused on everyone. HMPH. A smile appeared at the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth. I didn't expect that I liked this glorious scene. Of course, there are also people who can't stand it. That is, Midoriya Izuku, a little timid, he can't help but get scared and nervous. As for the other classes of UA High School, even Class B, which is also a hero subject, has completely become a foil. This is very unpleasant. The host of the first year of UA High School is the 18 Forbidden Heroes Midnight. As for the principal, he presides over the third grade every year. The body is sexy sensed, bumpy, really devilish to explosive body, compared to Yu Shan Yu, wearing some SM style at midnight, there is an extra layer of mature woman's charm. Here's the swearing in session. Midnight said, Ichigo Kurosaki. At midnight, he suddenly said to Ichigo Kurosaki in the audience. Ichigo Kurosaki, it's him, the little guy who broke the entrance exam to UA High School. Ha ha ha, great demon king Ichigo Kurosaki. In the USJ incident, Ichigo Kurosaki is said to have survived the main forces of the enemy by dealing with the main forces of the enemy. No, is he so strong? Although Ichigo Kurosaki's entrance exam results were at the bottom of Class A, everyone knew that it was because of the school's deliberate punishment. His actual score is the sum of the remaining 17. The moment he stepped into the ring, the blood in Kurosaki Ichigo's body boiled again, and the battle factor exploded. Hehe, are you here to compete for second? At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo said to everyone domineeringly. For a while, the scene was silent. Quiescence. Chapter 060. After the silence, there was a shouting and cursing. Less smelly fart, Class A brat. HMPH, laughed to death. Boy, you just pretend to be X. The rest of the class shouted at Kurosaki Ichigo in a rage. But at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo listened with his left hand that didn't care. This action is a bit like the celebratory action of an NBA superstar, Iverson. Hundreds of years ago, of course, this action has many people imitate, but only Iverson can make such a charm. In the face of boos, Ichigo Kurosaki, who made this action, made the popularity of other classes half dead. The boos were deafening. Ahem. Quiet, quiet. At this time, at midnight, he said loudly to maintain order. This kid, when Aizawa saw this scene, a helpless smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Ichigo Kurosaki, what a war maniac, paranoid. Usually, it's so gentle and nice. As the class leader of Class A, seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's pretense X remarks, although it has quite connotation, it damages the image of Class A. In this regard, Iida Tenya also had a headache. This friend of his own is definitely an elegant person like a spring breeze in normal times. However, once the battle begins, there will be a fearsome ferocity in the bones, and you have to fight for the first place. Unlike Tenya Iida, Raihei Ochako's domineering, pretentious, and slightly connotative remarks to Ichigo Kurosaki gave the whole a little red star. What a simple girl. Seeing this look of leery Yuchiko, Momo Yaoyorozu deflated mouths. Yes, but you seem to be blushing too. At this time, the frog standing next to the Momo Yaoyorozu said in the rain. Yes, Momo Yaoyorozu hurriedly reached out to touch his face. After Kurosaki Ichigo made himself angry, the professional hero, Midnight, began to talk about the first competition. Obstacle race. The formation is about 4 kilometers, and a total of 11 classes participate. Finally, at midnight, he emphasized, the signature of our UA High School is freedom. As long as you follow the route, you can do whatever you want. Quote, okay, let's get started. Order. The crowd began to rush towards the prescribed route. However, 2 of the students stayed where they were. Sister, I'll carry you. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Don't. You go carry or you Shanyu. 8,000,001 said with a displeased face. That, sister, you listen to my explanation. Kurosaki Ichigo explained again. Just this morning, Yu Shan suddenly posted a selfie of her, and the scale is not small. It was sent to Kurosaki Ichigo's mobile phone, and it happened that this scene was seen by Momo Yaoyorozu's. That's what we have now. Go, leave me alone. Find your Yu Shan Yu. 8 million people saw that they were far ahead, and they planned to create a long pole. But at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo on the side held Momo Yaoyorozu in his arms. Sudden upspeed. Bang! As soon as his feet hit the ground, a pit instantly appeared in the ground, and Kurosaki Ichigo ejected like a cannonball. This kind of speed surprised Aizawa too much. This kid, it's getting faster again. Stronger. It's really potential. At this moment, the diminutive and obscene Minoru Mindo was directly fanned by a fist by the robot that suddenly appeared in front of him. What? Isn't this an imaginary enemy during entrance exams? I'll go. Why is there still a hypothetical enemy number? 0. Everyone looked at the obstacle in front of them in amazement. However, at this time, a black lightning bolt burst out. Boom. With a bang, a huge hole appeared in front of the huge imaginary enemy No. 0 Shong. What? Who did it? Shu Yu. Everyone found that Kurosaki Ichigo, who was holding Momo Yaoyorozu, had appeared in the front and was far ahead of everyone. What did he just do? I saw a little bit. It seems that he just used his body to knock the imaginary enemy number 0 out of a hole. Is his personality diamonds? How else could it be so hard? Chapter 061. Kurosaki Ichigo after the battle with Brain Nothing, although he was seriously injured and his flesh crumbled. However, Ichigo Kurosaki, who has an evolution personality, not only recovers from his injuries, but also strengthens the weakness of the physical body is not strong enough. Today's Kurosaki Ichigo, the body is comparable to steel. Ordinary knives are difficult to hurt him. At the same time, at that station, Kurosaki Ichigo's strength, speed, and injury recovery ability were greatly enhanced. After knocking a huge number 0 imaginary enemy out of a hole, Ichigo Kurosaki, who could have been far away, suddenly had an idea. The demon knife is unsheathed. Rub. A sound. Gravity knife hell. One wave. The entire number 0 imaginary enemy instantly knelt down. Immediately after, swing another knife. Another huge imaginary enemy number 0 knelt down again. Poof, poof, poof. 4 or 5 times in succession, one after another, the imaginary enemy number 0 knelt down one after another, like a mountain, blocking the path of the people behind. The professional heroes in the audience seats also praised Ichigo Kurosaki. It's so strong. Dense Forest Kamui looked at Ichigo Kurosaki on the field with complicated eyes. HMPH, just a lecherous brat. His partner. What's wrong? Dense Forest Kamui asked curiously. It's nothing, Yu said with a little blush, and at this time Yu couldn't help but think of what Ichigo Kurosaki had done to him last night. However, I didn't expect that this kid was hugging other girls again today. Okay. Dense Forest Kamui said, Bobtail, this kid is very good. Mandalay Cat, well, it's amazing. The North American Bobtail said. Powerful boy, I like it. The tiger showed his white teeth and smiled. It's really strong. Boom, it seems that you have an extra strong opponent. The professional hero ranked second, and Andeva's eyes that even had flames on his beard condensed on Kurosaki Ichigo's body, and secretly said. After passing the first level, you will soon come to the second level, falling zone. There is an abyss in front of you with many stone pillars, at the same time, connected by steel cables. Put me down. Momo Yaoyorozu, who have become the focus of everyone, said a little shyly. Are you still angry then? Carrying Momo Yaoyorozu Kurosaki Ichigo, Warner said with a smile. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Momo Yaoyorozu was even more ashamed. Just as he was about to attack, he found that Kurosaki Ichigo planned to carry himself through again. Okay. Don't be angry. Momo Yaoyorozu said angrily. Really? Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Momo Yaoyorozu nodded. Kurosaki Ichigo put down the Momo Yaoyorozu and said, Sister, make a skateboard. Quote, skateboard. Momo Yaoyorozu one face confused. Now it's a tightrope walk, what's the use of you going to skateboard? Leave it alone, hurry up. Kurosaki Ichigo urged. At this time, Momo Yaoyorozu people began to create personalities. At the same time, The second echelon bang scorched frozen, explosive Hao Shengji and others had already rushed over. Boom Scorch continues to use personality, steady as a dog across the tightrope. As for Bakugao Shengji, he also uses demolition as a booster to move forward quickly. Instead, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was leading at the beginning, and Momo Yaoyorozu stopped. What are they going to do? Is it a fear of heights? Or maybe this kid is overstretched because of his excessive use of personality. The audience had a lot of opinions. At this moment, Momo Yaoyorozu finished the skateboard and handed it to Ichigo Kurosaki. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and said, "Sister, I'll take you to fly." Quote, "Take me flying." Momo Yaoyorozu and one looked confused. I saw that at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo cast gravity on the skateboard and then threw it sharply. The moment he threw it out, Kurosaki Ichigo held Momo Yaoyorozu again and leapt onto the skateboard in one step. Everyone was shocked. Skateboarding in the air. 2GL. Chapter 062. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded as they looked at Ichigo Kurosaki and Momo Yaoyorozu, who were flying in the air. Groove. What is this little guy's personality? Why is it still flying? Judging from the previous Kurosaki Ichigo hard number 0 imaginary enemy, Kurosaki Ichigo's personality should be related to hardening, strengthening, and the like. But he actually flew, which is a little strange. Could it be that his personality is flying or something? What a magical boy. Skateboarding flight. Kurosaki Ichigo first used gravity to act on skateboard and then threw it out forcefully. For this, a skateboard flying in the air. Of course, the skateboard cannot fly down indefinitely because it is subject to air resistance. It's just that this air resistance is pitiful compared to the kinetic energy that Kurosaki Ichigo gave skateboard. This trick was that Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly thought of the anime he watched in his previous life, Dragon Ball. The world's first killer, Taobaibai, which appeared in the early stage, used a similar method as a means of transportation. But the difference is that Ichigo Kurosaki improved on it, using gravity to act on skateboard. At first, because 8 million people wasted a little time making skateboards, not everyone surpassed them. At this time, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was riding on a skateboard, was almost flying in the air at a speed comparable to an F1 sports car. Izuku, Kurosaki Ichigo chased after the first echelons, Bakugao Katsuki, and Boom Scorched. Hello, Kurosaki Ichigo, in midair greeted the two people on the ground loudly. What? Boom and Bakugai Katsuki faintly heard Kurosaki Ichigo's voice, looked up, and found a shadow flying over the heads of the two. Sister, hold tighter. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was standing in front, said. 8 million nodded with difficulty. Kurosaki Ichigo's body is as hard as steel, and he naturally has no discomfort during high-speed movement. But the physical fitness of Momo Yaoyorozu is stronger than that of ordinary people, but it is blown by the oncoming wind and the body is extremely painful. Kurosaki Ichigo very intimately used his hands and hugged Momo Yaoyorozu. Little Nico's figure is much better than last year. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had his hands on his 8 million hips, thought hesitantly. After flying through the abyss of hundreds of meters, they came to the minefield. Minefield set up in a form that can be found by just looking closely. In addition, the mines in the minefields are not very powerful, but the explosion effect and sound are amazing. After the voice hero finished explaining that minefield, he said to Aizawa Yuta on the side, "That, Eraser, your student is too lippy." Quote, "Did you just fly over so easily?" Aizawa said expressionlessly. The voice hero was suddenly speechless. Sister, you hold steady, I'll go down and play first. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a playful look. Momo Yaoyorozu and one stunned. This is a minefield below, although this mine can't kill people, but the blaster will greatly interfere with the progress of the players. However, right in the middle of the minefield, Ichigo Kurosaki jumped from midair. Boom. With a sound, he stepped on the mine with unmistakable accuracy. What is this kid trying to do? The voice hero said puzzled. Seeing this scene, Aizawa couldn't help but cover his face with his hand in embarrassment. After so many days of getting along, Aizawa was too clear about Kurosaki Ichigo's character. A natural paranoid, usually very easy to get along with, very amiable. However, once that crazy tendon is triggered, something unimaginable will be done. But what makes Aizawa feel gratified is that this little guy is still very righteous in his bones, otherwise, there will be an additional terrible enemy in this world. Boom, boom, boom. Ichigo Kurosaki, who came to the minefield, kept guessing the mine. What intelligence does this kid have? Can't you observe it at all? Or is this kid brave and unshamming? Just when the audience was talking about it, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly said with a sneer, "What kind of mine is this? It's not powerful at all, it's boring." After speaking, he swooped and rushed towards the Momo Yaoyorozu who were riding skateboard in front of him. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, everyone was stunned. Immediately afterwards, a burst of laughter broke out. Ha ha ha, the good boy has a character, and he deliberately stepped on the thunder. It's really worthy of being the little guy who broke the entrance examination system of UA High School. It's funny. Eraser, you teach a good student. The voice hero said to Aizawa Yuta. Oh, Aizawa replied expressionlessly. At the same time, the first and second places are decided. First place, Momo Yaoyorozu. Second place, Ichigo Kurosaki. As for the third place, it was when the two of them won and lost. Midoriya Izuku used the impact of the mine's blast to use the imaginary enemy's iron armor as a skateboard, surpassing two people to become the third. Chapter 063. One after another, the students reached the finish line one after another. The first round of preliminary rounds is over. This round of assessment is the top 42 who passed the preliminary round. Although it is a pity, those who did not pass, although rest assured, there is still a chance for you to perform. Midnight Hour said. Immediately afterwards, Midnight's impassioned voice sounded again. Next, finally enter the final. From here on, journalists will get excited, and you'll all cheer me up. Quote, Speaking of which, I have to admire the style of UA High School. The first round of preliminary rounds is just over, and the second round of the competition is about to begin. Fight on horseback, Midnight Hour announced. Horseback fighting. Participants are free to form teams of 2 to 4 people to set up horses. Based on the results of the preliminary round, each person will receive corresponding points. 42nd place is 5 points, 41st point is 10 points, and so on, but first place is 1000 W points. The time limit is 15 minutes. The sum of everyone's points is the score of each team. Riders should wear a headband with that score written on it. At the end of the competition, each group will grab each other's headbands and compete with the points they hold. The snatched headband must be tied around the neck. The most important thing is that even if the headband is snatched away, or the team is defeated, it is not out. The first place in the preliminary round was Momo Yaoyorozu, and the moment horseback fighting was announced, there were countless lights cast towards Momo Yaoyorozu. This is a game in which the higher the score, the easier it is to be targeted. If it is placed in normal times, Momo Yaoyorozu will feel very nervous to be targeted by so many opponents. But tonight, with his brother by his side, 8 Million Bai's heart was very calm. Ichigo, who are we looking for? 8 Million asked softly. Well, it's just the two of us. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. Just the two of us. Momo Yaoyorozu looked puzzled. Yes, when the time comes, sister, you will ride on me, just like we used to. Kurosaki Ichigo said. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Momo Yaoyorozu's face turned red with shame. Shu Yu, the teams have been assembled. The moment the start was announced at midnight, everyone began to stir. However, Kurosaki Ichigo and Momo Yaoyorozu, who were the target of everyone, did not attack for a while. Ichigo. Momo Yaoyorozu whispered Kurosaki Ichigo's name. Hey. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was holding Momo Yaoyorozu cocked hips with his backhand, felt a little crazy in his heart. My own cousin, Momo Yaoyorozu bodies are really getting better and better. The texture is pretty good. This made Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but rub it. You, said Momo Yaoyorozu in a frustrated voice. That, sister, you are a little heavy, just afraid that you will fall, just lifted it. Ichigo Kurosaki hurriedly made an excuse. HMPH. 8 million Bai Leng snorted, naturally knowing that this was a lie by Ichigo Kurosaki, because she knew that her personality could convert fat. Ha ha ha, doesn't anyone dare to challenge them? Or are these little guys trying to wait for others to do it first? Eraser, don't sleep, wake up, the game has begun. The voice hero on the side said. Oh, Aizawa was too sleepy and listlessly answered. This kind of horseback fighting is almost invincible to Kurosaki Ichigo. His speed, others simply can't catch up. Plus your own personality. To challenge him, that is a very irrational thing to do. Of course, this is for Class A. Students in other classes, who did not feel his terrifying strength, might challenge him. Midorihisa, are we going to challenge? Riri Ochako asked tentatively, and was vaguely disappointed that Kurosaki Ichigo did not find himself as a partner. No, he is too strong, we are not opponents at all. As Midoriya Izuku's horse, Tsunade Dark, said. Midoriya Izuku said, although Midoriya Izuku also wants to prove himself, it is not worth it to fight against Kurosaki Ichigo in the active stage. 4 or 5 minutes passed, and Kurosaki Ichigo saw that no one had yet come to challenge him, so he said to the Momo Yaoyorozu riding on him, Sister, I want to have a cup of coffee. Quote, oh, 8 million Bai made a can of coffee, inserted a straw, and sent it to Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth. This scene, the professional heroes of the other hero offices watching the battle couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 064. Hiccup. Kurosaki Ichigo drank 3 bottles in a row, and after drinking, he also burped. Unlike the war-torn competition venue, the two siblings look like they are simply on vacation. At this point, 4 minutes had passed since the game. For the warlike Kurosaki Ichigo, he really wanted to destroy these people directly. But, Momo Yaoyorozu's, as the squad leader have another consideration. First, there are many students in Class A, and they are always a little embarrassed to do things to their classmates. After all, their younger brother is so perverted, is he a little too bullying? Second, and the most important point, the total score of himself and his brother is the highest, and there is no need to continue fighting. After all, there is the final next. It tastes good. After drinking the 4th bottle of coffee, Kurosaki Ichigo said hesitantly. Suddenly, at this moment, a group of people finally attacked. This is a team made up of Hero Section B class. The rider is the eldest sister in their class, Kazuka Kento. The personality is Big Fist. Kazuka Kento, a girl with a height of 166 centimeters and an orange oblique ponytail. Kento Kazuka, who had not really felt Kurosaki Ichigo's strength, raised a big fist that was nearly 100 times larger and attacked Kurosaki Kazugo. After seeing it, 8 million Bai couldn't help but be stunned. This fist is like a small hill, and its power is not weak. Oh, kind of interesting. When Kurosaki Ichigo saw it, his eyes couldn't help but be happy. The battle intent revealed by this inadvertent made Kento Yijia and their group feel inexplicable panic in their hearts. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo just extended one of his fingers. Bang! When the fist was less than half a meter away from Kurosaki Ichigo, he stopped. Good, Kurosaki Ichigo said with a look of praise. But Kurosaki Ichigo's praise, in the eyes of Kento Kazuka, seems to be a shame. HMPH, stinky fart. Kazuka Kento snorted angrily, and then swung out his other fist and attacked Kurosaki Kazugo. Hey, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled playfully and suddenly jumped up with his back to Kazuka Kento. Kazuka Kento's fist hit Ichigo Kurosaki's back firmly. Boom. There was a muffled sound. Belch. Yes, everyone was shocked, and they didn't expect that such a big fist would not cause any damage to Ichigo Kurosaki. The professional heroes watching the battle could not help but feel the horror of Ichigo Kurosaki. Reporters also pointed their cameras at Ichigo Kurosaki and took crazy pictures of him. This teenager is really strong. Yes, this body, even if it is All Might when he was young, is not necessarily his opponent. Don't joke, although this little devil is very strong, he is still a huge gap compared to All Might, the symbol of world peace. Your strength. Give me a massage, just right. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo's lazy voice sounded. What the? After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Kazuka Kento was furious. Both fists were quickly swung out, constantly smashing towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo Kurosaki turned his back to Kazuka Kento and began to move coquettishly. Every punch makes Kazuka hit himself, not the Momo Yaoyorozu on his shoulder. Poof. Ha ha ha. This little ghost laughed me to death. It's so interesting. The Pussycat Beautiful Girl Cat group, several cat woman ladies, are all laughing and trembling. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Kazuka Kento probably smashed dozens of punches. As a result, Ichigo Kurosaki was still alive. On the contrary, it is Kazuka Kento. Although his personality is Big Fist, the hardness of his fist has not increased. This dozens of punches full of anger directly made Kento Yigia sit on the ground and cry with grievances. This couldn't help but make Kurosaki Ichigo's movements stop. The Momo Yaoyorozu sitting on Kurosaki Ichigo's shoulder snorted coldly, and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with resentful eyes. As if to say, "Look, you did a good job." At the same time, Momo Yaoyorozu noticed that Kazuka's fists were already red and swollen. Don't send tissues to others yet. Momo Yaoyorozu used personality to create a paper towel and handed it to Ichigo Kurosaki. Although 8 million by sometimes has a little temper, she is a girl with a very kind personality. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki was handing over the tissue, a figure came from behind and slapped on his body. Chapter 065. P.S. Ahem. The previous chapter, it was written very correctly, but I don't know why it was closed again. Ichigo Kurosaki, who was padded, turned his head and saw a teenager with short and medium yellow hair. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned slightly. At this time, the yellow-haired teenager slammed a punch at Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo raised his hand to block. Although this kind of weak chicken-like strength can't hurt himself at all, but being hit head-on, Kurosaki Ichigo will feel very faceless. How is this possible? Isn't your personality gravity? Monoma Ninjan from Class B said in surprise. The personality of the Momo Ninjan is copying. Once you touch someone, you can use their personality for 5 minutes, but you can only use one personality at a time. Thinga Ninto has been waiting for an opportunity to capture Kurosaki Ichigo. Through the first round, Monoma Ninto knew that he would not be able to touch Kurosaki Ichigo at all, so he was waiting for the others to do it first. Take advantage of the chaos to touch Ichigo Kurosaki and copy his personality. Once the copy is successful, he can have his personality. From Kurosaki Ichigo's skateboard flight, Kinma Ninto probably guessed that his personality was related to gravity. But I didn't expect it at all, I guessed wrong. For this copying or FOA, they can't copy or steal Kurosaki Ichigo's evolution personality. As for the gravity fruit, he does not belong to personality and cannot be copied. Oh, yes. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed playfully. Then you. Izuma Ningren looked stunned. Hehe, you lie on the ground and think slowly. Kurosaki Ichigo said again. As soon as the words fell, the demon knife ghost was unsheathed. The war horse of the Ningren immediately collapsed. Several people fell in a variety of ways. Don't cry for you. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo walked up to Kazuka Kento and handed him a tissue. After receiving the tissue, Kazuka Kento continued to cry. Kazuka Kento's character is not the kind of pretentious person. It's just that it was hit too hard by Ichigo Kurosaki. His own fists, proud personality, turned out to be of no use to him at all. It's so shocking. Okay, don't cry, Kurosaki Ichigo said helplessly, and then, casually threw out a gravity wave and directly snatched the headband on Monoma Ninto's head. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo handed the headband into Kazuka Kento's hand and turned to leave. This stinky boy is quite pitying Shangshang Yu. This stinky boy should be very popular with girls in school. Dense Forest Shenwei, who was sitting next to Yu Shanyu, laughed. HMPH. Saying that this was unintentional, the listener had a heart, and Yu Shan, who had a delicate relationship with Kurosaki Ichigo, snorted coldly, which made the Dense Forest divine power immediately shut up. Time passes minute by minute. The battle is basically coming to an end. Just when 8 million Bai was about to let his guard down, Kurosaki Ichigo, who had always been lazy, suddenly said, "Sister, it's time to be vigilant." Quote, "Ah, what's wrong?" 8 million asked suspiciously, 30 seconds before the end of the game. Due to Kurosaki Ichigo's strength, the surrounding wind and waves were calm. Could there be any surprises? Suddenly, at this moment, everyone in the tournament pounced on Ichigo Kurosaki. The 8 million people who saw this scene, as well as the professional heroes and journalists watching the battle, were shocked. As if at the last moment, everyone attacked Ichigo Kurosaki together. But on second thought, this is also said in the past. As long as he grabs Ichigo Kurosaki's headband, it means that he will advance, which is the last chance for a team without points. At the same time, for the outstanding performance of the explosive hero and the Scorch, they also hope to get the first place and successfully advance. Hehe, it's finally here. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled playfully at the corner of his mouth. Gravity Knife Purgatory. The demon knife ghost was unsheathed, and the knife was wrapped with brilliant blue light. With a wave of the volley, the surrounding 15 meters is like a purgatory on Earth. The heavy atmospheric pressure instantly crushed the war horses under the riders. Gravity Knife Purgatory is a trick recently developed by Ichigo Kurosaki. It is not very long, only lasts 1 minute, but it can increase gravity to 15 times. The average weight of a rider is 70 kilograms. In addition to bearing the weight of the rider, the war horse also has its own load. In an instant, one team after another collapsed. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was standing in the center, seemed to be a king. Chapter 066. Kurosaki Ichigo's gravity fruit has been developed to 18%, which can manipulate 10 times the gravity and has a range of 20 meters. However, Kurosaki Ichigo found that he seemed to be able to gather gravity through spiritual power and forcibly increase the multiple of gravity. After some cultivation, Kurosaki Ichigo created Gravity Knife Purgatory. Boosts the gravitational field to 20 times. Of course, this only lasts for a minute, and at the same time, using this move will sharply deplete your physical strength and mental power. Physical strength refers to the fatigue of the human body. For example, an ordinary person will feel particularly tired after running 500 meters. Mental power refers to human mental fatigue, such as, an ordinary high school student, in one day, did 10 sets of 3 years simulation 5 years simulation math test papers. This trick actually does not play a big role in actual combat, but it is quite handsome when used to pretend. Wow, this little ghost, it's too strong. At the same time, many professional heroes couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. The strength shown by Ichigo Kurosaki has far exceeded the level of first-year students, and even the 3 giants of Yue High School for 3 years may not be his opponent. In addition, the reporters' cameras were all pointed at Ichigo Kurosaki to shoot wildly and record this crazy scene. There is no doubt that Ichigo Kurosaki is the most shining pearl of this heroic games. Since the establishment of Yue High School for decades, such strong students have been very rare. What is terrifying is that if he strikes from the beginning, then, he will likely eliminate all students. Oh, at this time, Andwa couldn't help frowning as he looked at the scorched frost who fell to the ground, and Kurosaki Ichigo, who was fighting alone. But then Andwa appeared to smile and secretly said, "Boom, your strong opponent is coming, do not use that half of the power, you are not his opponent at all." Quote, Andeva, as the professional hero of number 2, has long been suppressed by All Might. In order to defeat All Might, Andeva pinned his hopes on his son and improved the personality of Bang Scorched through marriage. Since childhood, the superhuman Bang Scorch, since a certain incident, no longer uses the power of flame. Of course, even so, the Bang Scorch is still unstoppable and unmatched. But all this seems to be broken by the strong teenager in front of him. Abominable. The person who fell on his back beat himself and couldn't help but burst into laughter, wanting to get up and continue fighting. However, at midnight the voice sounded, "Time up. Time to." Everyone stopped. Everyone's rankings begin at midnight. First place, Ichigo Kurosaki, 8,100,000. Second place, Boom Frost, Tenya Iida, Rishiro Kirishima, Frog Blowing Plum Rain. Third place, Bakugao wins his own team. 4th place. Mindful team. 5th place. Midoriya Idhisa. The above 5 groups will move on to the next round. Midnight said again. The next round is played in the afternoon. Ichigo-kun, you're too strong. Tenya Iida, who was subjected to gravity knife purgatory, was still shocked and said, "Yes, Ichigo, you are too strong. It was like being in hell just now," Riri Ochako said with both fear and adoration. However, after hearing the words of Riri Ochako, Kurosaki Ichigo felt embarrassed. A girl who says she is too strong in front of so many people. Ahem. But then again, having an evolution personality for yourself, in addition to the surge in combat effectiveness, you are also different from ordinary people in some aspects. It's a pity that heroes are useless. I'm going to, what is the use of this iron rod? What do I want this sister to do? Kurosaki Ichigo, looking forward to fighting you. At this time, Boom, who had been silent in the class, suddenly walked up to Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Hehe, me too." Kurosaki Ichigo grinned and said, "HMPH. Boom Jiaojia also smiled slightly. For Ichigo Kurosaki, the indifferent Bombard is not annoying, on the contrary, because he saved himself in USJ, which makes Bombard Frost even more grateful. However, Bang Scorched is not willing to be subordinate, and he hopes to fight Kurosaki Ichigo head-on. Hey, Hongjun, you actually laugh." At this time, Midoriya Izuku said. In an instant, Boom Frost turned into an indifferent boy again. Ha ha ha. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed even more when he heard Midoriya Izuku's unintentional words, and at the same time, a hand was put on Boom's shoulder and said, "Boom-kun, that's quite handsome when you laugh." Quote, "It's just a little bit worse than me." After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's boastful words, everyone in Class A hid their mouths and laughed. Ichigo Kurosaki in battle is as feared as the Great Devil. But in private, the personality is a little funny, but it is quite a reliable comic ratio. Boom Jiao Frozen suddenly had black lines on his face, but he did not speak, and what was even more surprising was that Bomb Jiao Frozen, who had such an indifferent personality, did not leave Kurosaki Ichigo's arm. In order to celebrate the next round of assessment, I will invite everyone to eat ice cream later. Kurosaki Ichigo waved his hand again. Good. Haha. Yes. Everyone in Class A smiled and nodded. See Class A full of laughter, and their core characters. Kento Kazuka's beautiful eyes couldn't help but wonder, who is he? Why, so popular with everyone? Obviously so terrifying in the examination room. Chapter 067. However, just after the announcement of the 16 people entering the next round of the squad at midnight, Ozai Saruo of Class A and Fantasiro of Class B withdrew because of the inexplicable promotion and teaming up with the Heart Mind. In their place was the 6th place, TZ, squad. In this way, the 16-man roster is Momo Yaoyorozu, Ichigo Kurosaki, Boom Frost, Tenya Iida, Riko Kirishima, Frog Buki Plum Rain, Bakugao Katsuki, Aoyama, Invention Me, Riri Ochako, Tetsu, Shiozaki Suko, Shinjido, Midoriya Izuku, Ashido Sana, Tsuneki Takashi. First round, Ichigo Kurosaki vs Tana Ashido. Scorched vs Frog Blowing Plum Rain. Midoriya Izuku vs Heart Care. Shiozaki Su vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was beckoning everyone to eat ice cream, a short and wretched boy with a Portuguese head came over and said to the 8 million and others. The teacher said, "In the afternoon game, you need to dress like a cheerleader." The words are not finished. A voice that seemed to come from hell followed. "Get out." Kurosaki Ichigo scolded angrily. "Ah!" The timid and lecherous Minoru Minda was instantly frightened by Ichigo Kurosaki, and turned around and left. In the end, I had to cheat on the girls in Class B. For Minoru Minda, Kurosaki Ichigo is always a little uncomfortable in his heart. This product always wants to take advantage of beautiful women, and at the same time, he also targets Momo Yaoyorozu. It's just that because of his own reasons, he doesn't dare to get too close to Momo Yaoyorozu's, but the macho Kurosaki Ichigo is still unhappy. Or find a time to castrate him. Anyway, he's so small. The boss brought me 20 boxes of Argendars. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Argendars, a famous ice cream brand 100 years ago. Although it is now the era of Superman, he is still standing tall and loved by the masses. Just like 100 years ago, this is definitely the aristocratic brand in ice cream. If the average family wants to eat, they still need to grit their teeth. Of course, for Ichigo Kurosaki, it's just small money. In Underground Black Fist, Ichigo Kurosaki has earned 500 million yen. Thank you. After Leary Ochako took Haagen-Dazs, she said with a grateful face. Leary Ochako's parents are building a construction company. Because of poor management, the economic conditions of Leary Ochako's family are not very good, and if Leary Ochako becomes a hero, she also hopes to make more money to help her parents. Some time ago, after Leary Ochako said this idea at lunch, Kurosaki Ichigo not only did not despise, but praised and agreed. What is a hero? Help others, yes, that's right. But a hero who can't even take care of his family, this is a bird hero. When Kurosaki Ichigo expressed his opinion, Raihei Ochako looked grateful. Unexpectedly, the boy who was happy with his heart did not laugh at him because of this. Seeing the happy appearance of the class, the Momo Yaoyorozu as the deputy class leader also smiled heartily. Although the classmates in the afternoon may compete on the field. However, this is the case when you were a student, friendship and healthy competition are indispensable. However, at this moment, Lady Yumpyump walked up to Ichigo Kurosaki in a snort and said, "Little brother, the Loon family also wants to eat ice cream." As soon as the words fell, everyone in Class A was stunned. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at this time. He thought of what happened to himself and Yu last night. In case this belly black woman tells the matter, the devil knows what the Momo Yaoyorozu next to her will be like in a rage. That, sister, Kurosaki Ichigo glanced at the Momo Yaoyorozu who was in charge of the total assets of the two siblings. No money. Momo Yaoyorozu came directly to such a sentence. HMPH, it's so petty, said Yu Shan-yu. Ahem, that, next time, Kurosaki Ichigo said stiffly. Okay, little brother, Yu Shan-yu softened again. Not to be outdone, he crossed his hands at the waist. Although he is only 15 years old, his figure is not at all lost to adults. Moreover, their own body proportions are better. That, at this time, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was standing next to him, took out 5 yen from his trouser pocket and secretly stuffed it to Ichigo Kurosaki. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned at first, and then bought an Argendar's ice cream, gave Yu. In this regard, Momo Yaoyorozu blackfaces throughout the process. In the afternoon, the competition began. The first matchup, Ichigo Kurosaki vs Tana Ashido. Thanks. She win 139 Shi for the 1001 point reward, today for the big guide ad. Thanks to the low-key brother for their monthly pass support. You hope that after the old dishes are on the shelves, they will be changed a few times a day. Belch, that is to say, a few times a day, so that you will not keep books. Welcome to leave a message. Chapter 068. The knockout tournament of UA High School is on TV every year, which is also an excellent channel to increase exposure. Of course, the format of the knockout tournament will be different every year, but it is all a two-person competition. Contest rules. If the opponent falls off the field, can't move, or says, "I lost," it's a loss. If it is a life-threatening act, it will be sentenced to a foul. Cementos, who has a cement personality, served as the referee of the knockout tournament and said, because the hero's fist is swung to arrest the enemy. Quote, Ichigo Kurosaki and Sana Ashido walked into the ring at the same time. Ichigo-kun, thank you Haagen-Dazs, but I'm going to be serious. Ashido-sana, who has a cheerful and lively personality, has a purple-pink complexion, smoky makeup on his eyes, and antennae on his head, said. It's okay. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. The game begins. Ashido-sana was the first to attack. She sprayed the dissolved liquid at Ichigo Kurosaki. However, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo did not dodge. What's wrong? This little ghost, it's impossible not to hide. Could it be that the morning game made him tired? The professional heroes watching the battle were puzzled. For this reason, the eraser covered in bandages, Aizawa couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands, and secretly said, "This little ghost, he can really do it." Quote, the liquid dissolved Ichigo Kurasaki's battle suit into 2 holes. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo's skin couldn't help but feel a pain after coming into contact with the dissolved liquid. It seems that my chemical resistance is really poor, Kurosaki Ichigo said with a serious analysis on his face. Ichigo-kun, are you underestimating me? Although I am a girl, I am also a hero. Ashido-sana couldn't help but feel a little angry when he saw that Kurosaki Ichigo didn't dodge. That doesn't mean that. Quote, Ashido-sana, please use your strongest dissolved solution. Because I'm going to use the strongest killing moves. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Good. Ashido-sana nodded seriously and said, Ashido-sana's personality is acid, which has a dissolving effect on steel, and can also freely control the amount and concentration of dissolved liquid. For this avatar style Ashido-sana, Kurosaki Ichigo still has some appreciation. In terms of figure, I really can't hide it, he is also very cheerful. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo's real purpose is to fight Ashido-sana, so that his personality evolution will derive a branch of chemical resistance. Skin that had been burned by the dissolving liquid is healing rapidly. At the same time, Ashido-sana also began to attack. In addition to acid, Ashido-sana's physical technique is also quite good. Suddenly, Ashido-sana jumped behind Kurosaki Ichigo and spewed out the strongest concentration of dissolved liquid. Ichigo-kun, I'm so sorry. This concentration is sufficient to dissolve steel. Ashido-sana said apologetically, however, the recovery girl will be cured, please rest assured. Quote, after Ashido-sana hit Kurosaki Ichigo head-on with what he thought was the strongest killing move, he concluded that he should be able to win. This silly boy, with his strength, this little girl must not be able to get close to him, and at this time, he actually pity Shangyu. Strong to strong, but unfortunately the heart is too naive, and it still needs to be honed. Yes, it's a pity. Some professional heroes said with regret, from the perspective of this battle, it is very clear that Kurosaki Ichigo is definitely releasing water. I think he's very good. Well, we beautiful girl cats like such strong and gentle boys. How nice it would be if he could be a few years older. The pretty girl cat group defended Ichigo Kurosaki's actions. At the same time, there are more and more female professional heroes who can't help but raise their thumbs up for Ichigo Kurosaki's gentlemanly behavior. However, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, after standing in place for tens of seconds, suddenly turned his head and said with a smile, it really hurts. Quote, belch, yes. As soon as the words came out, the audience was shocked. What the hell is this guy's body made of? Aren't you afraid of anything? During the battle with Ashido-sana, Kurosaki Ichigo deliberately touched the dissolved liquid. At first, every time I touched it, there was a burning sensation. But to the back, the burning sensation gradually decreases. As for Ashido-sana's last blow, it made Kurosaki Ichigo feel pain again. At this time, Ashido-sana saw this, helplessly smiled bitterly. I lost. Ashido-sana chose to surrender. At this time, the audience could not help but burst into applause. Strong. Good. Ichigo Kurosaki. My brother is awesome. At the same time, on the train from the United States to Reborn, a blonde woman with blue eyes and a devil's body looked at the beautiful legs of the stockings and smiled. Little ghost, it really hasn't changed at all. My sister is here, I don't know if you remember me. Quote, Black Widow, what kind of show are you watching? A thin man next to the blonde beauty said. The high school athletic day of the country. Black Widow laughed. Is it that good looking? The thin man laughed. Okay. Don't talk, go on the tour if you're fine. We at the Storm office do not allow accidents. The female leader, Parknoda, said. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories, tags, updates, sign in. Chapter 069. After Ichigo Kurosaki's victory over Ashido-sana, other matches followed. Scorched vs Frog blowing plum rain. Bang scorched and sacrificed personality, freezing all the ring. Even the audience near the ring couldn't help but feel the coolness coming. The frog blows plum rain directly frozen and cannot move. As for the midnight hour as the host, there is also one side of the body covered with frost. After the battle, Bang scorched to Eunice the two. Midoriya Izuku vs. Heart Care. Midoriya Idhisa was almost controlled by the heart and walked off the ring himself. However, after seeing the thin version of All Might, he used personality and used the pain to get rid of being manipulated. In the end, Midoriya Idhisa defeated the mind who had no physical ability at all. Shiozaki Su vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. This match, Kurosaki Ichigo watched the whole game. Shiozaki's personality is Thorn. Manipulate thorn-like hair, which can be stretched freely to take objects from the air, or cut off at will as a means of attack and defense, and has the same plant attributes as the dense forest Shinwei, and can grow quickly by ingesting enough sunlight and water, so there will be absolutely no balding problem, and the hardness may be comparable to iron wire. The personality of Momo Yaoyorozu is creation, which belongs to auxiliary skills, and it is very embarrassing to fight Shiozaki. Shiozaki greets the sun, causing his hair to grow like a waterfall. Like a whip, it struck Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo Yaoyorozu were able to escape in panic. Sister, make a flamethrower and burn her directly to bald. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was watching the battle, suddenly shouted. The sound was so loud that Shiozaki in the ring could hear it clearly. Poof! Ha ha ha! Laugh me to death. This kid didn't expect to be a funny under the ring. The beautiful girl cat group laughs and leans back. You! Shiozaki glared at Ichigo Kurosaki sitting in the first row of audience seats. And at this moment, Momo Yaoyorozu attacked, and she created a small bottle of spitter which sprayed against Shiozaki's thorny hair. Rumble! Shiozaki's hair caught fire instantly and spread rapidly. However, Shiozaki was also clever at this time, and she quickly gave birth to more hair, surrounding all the locations of the fire, forming an oxygen-free state and extinguishing the flames. At the same time, Shiozaki attacked again against the Momo Yaoyorozu. And Momo Yaoyorozu flamethrowers have a limited capacity, and after dozens of sprays, there is no fuel. In the end, Shiozaki took Momo Yaoyorozu rolls out of the field and won. This girl's personality is somewhat similar to the dense forest divine power. Well, in addition, that personality called Momo Yaoyorozu is also very powerful, but this alone is really difficult for her. Professional heroes also made judgments about the two girls. After the first round of PK, it is the round of 4. Ichigo Kurosaki confronted Shiozaki. Thinking of this guy who wanted to burn himself bald, Shiozaki was angry. As soon as it came up, it attacked wildly. The hair was like thousands of pythons, curling towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Hey! Ichigo Kurosaki smiled playfully. He wanted to see if this little Nizi's personality was strong, or if his own knife was faster. The demon knife is unsheathed. Rub. Of a moment, the air is like a sword light in the sky. In an instant, the thorns that surrounded him were all cut off by Kurosaki Ichigo. Yes. At this time, a smile appeared at the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth. Step by step towards Shiozaki Tsubaki. Shiozaki felt the fighting intent transmitted by Kurosaki Ichigo, and couldn't help but be frightened and frantically urged personality. However, it was only another slash. Countless broken hair, falling to the ground. And Ichigo Kurosaki's footsteps did not stop. Shiozaki found that his hair grew much slower than the speed of his knife. When Ichigo Kurosaki stood in front of Shiozaki's eyes, Shiozaki wanted to sacrifice personality again. However, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo stabbed Shiozaki's head. Shiozaki felt a strong wind sweeping over his head. This scares Shiozaki into forgetting to use personality. At this time, there was a burst of laughter from the audience. Poof! Ha ha ha! This little devil actually changed other people's long hair to short hair. But honestly, it's pretty good looking. After hearing the comments of others, Shiozaki took out the mirror he carried with him, and after taking a look at it, he almost didn't faint. A scream sounded. Kurosaki Ichigo glanced at his masterpiece with satisfaction. She had just defeated Momo Yaoyorozu, and if she were a man, Ichigo Kurosaki would have shaved her head. But to think that someone else is a girl after all. Still a pretty little beauty. So, he shaved her a smart and capable short and medium hairstyle. However, at this time, Shiozaki couldn't help but cry. Stop crying, Kurosaki Ichigo persuaded. At the same time, I don't know what to do at midnight. This stinky boy is simply too skinny. HMPH. Shiozaki snorted coldly at Kurosaki Ichigo in dissatisfaction, and cried with his hands on his knees. Okay, I'm sorry. Kurosaki Ichigo was most afraid of women crying, and apologized for this. But Shiozaki didn't buy it. If you cry again, I'll shave your head. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo threatened viciously. Belch. Yes. Hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's threat, he looked at the terrible knife in his hand again. Shiozaki immediately stopped crying and quickly surrendered. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 070. As time progressed, the sports day of UA High School has been released. The 4 finalists are: Class A, Ichigo Kurosaki. Class A, Explosive and Victorious. Class A, Scorched. Class B, Tetsu Toritsu. In the round of 4, Midoriya Izuku fought against Bang Scorched Freeze, and had a peak confrontation with Bang Jiaojia by killing 8,000 enemies and injuring himself 10,000. At the last moment, under Midoriya Izuku's mouth, Bang Scorched used the half-burn of the left body. Because, if you use ice all the time, the scorched and frozen tolerant of cold will also reach the limit. But after using half-burn, the situation will be improved. After defeating Midoriya Izuku's scorching freeze, he let go of some of his original preconceptions a little. As for Bakugao's victory, he first defeated Kirishima Rieru in the first round, and defeated Tsunade Wyan in the second round. Whether it is Kirishima Ruerlang or Chong's secret, their true strength is very good. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and ran into Bakugao. Especially Chong Dark. This is the guy in Class A, who may be ranked second in strength and can even challenge Ichigo Kurosaki. But his personality is Black Shadow, restrained by the personality of the explosive and victorious self, because under the light, the power will drop a lot. Tai Zeshtai of Class B was quite lucky, and the first round against Leary Ochako was relatively easy. However, in the second round against Tenya Iida, his personality was as hard as iron, which made Tenya Iida a little unable to start, and finally lost unfortunately. The list of matchups for the final 4 is as follows. Ichigo Kurosaki vs Tetsu. Boom Scorched vs Bakugao wins over himself. Both of these showdowns have attracted a lot of attention. In the second round, Ichigo Kurosaki defeated Shiozaki Tsubaki, but a knife was used. The audience and professional heroes were very curious about whether Ichigo Kurosaki could cut off the steel. As for Boom Frost and Bakugao victory, the powerful personality duel between the two is even more exciting. Before the start of the competition, the players will have a break for a while. During the break, Ichigo Kurosaki came to the Scorched Lounge. Kurosaki Ichigo said to Boom Scorched, "You have to come on, don't lose." Quote, "Oh," Boom said with an indifferent expression. "But I want to see your flames, don't let me down." Kurosaki Ichigo said again, "Don't lose either." Boom Jiao said, "Hee, how is it possible?" Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. "Come and explain in person." Kurosaki Ichigo really hopes to be able to fight with Bakugao. As for Bakugao Katsuki, although he is also very good, but he has already fought once before, Kurosaki Ichigo hopes to change his taste. You can't always bully against one person. After returning to his lounge, Kurosaki Ichigo saw Riri Ochako, Momo Yaoyorozu's, and a hideous Bakugan Katsuki. "Ichigo Kurosaki, you must win, I will fight you in the final ring." Bakugao Katsuji shouted loudly, "It will." Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. Unexpectedly, Bakugao Shengji actually found himself. It seems that the last time it hit him very hard. "Ichigo-kun, you need to come on," Riri Ochako said with a smile. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. At this moment, 2 beautiful figures appeared one after another at the door of the lounge. They are Kazuka Kento, Shiozaki Tsubaki. They didn't come in, but pretended to be passing by. After the 2 women found out that they were detected by the Momo Yaoyorozu people in the lounge, they quickly pretended that they had no intention of leaving. "Kento, are you coming to see him?" On the way back, Shiozaki asked curiously. How is it possible? The eldest sister of Class B, Kazuka Daikon, denied. Yes. Shiozaki looked incredulous. Shiozaki, did you come to see him? Kazuka Kento asked rhetorically. Bah, I'm not here to see this bad guy. Shiozaki said with a blushing face, thinking of this scoundrel who dared to cut his hair short in public. Shiozaki is angry and ashamed. The first game of the semifinals was Bakuga vs Boom. In order to win, advance to the next round and fight against Kurosaki Ichigo. Use half cold, half burned again. Flame on the left, ice on the right. Although it cannot be used at the same time, it can make his body withstand cold or heat for a longer time. As for Bakugao Katsuki, although he is a genius of the combat type. But in the last battle in Tenya Iida, it consumed a lot. Tenya Iida, who has the personality of the engine, has an advantage in terms of speed compared to Bakuga Katsuki. In this battle, Bakugao Shenji relied on his own willpower to survive to the end, but in the end he lost to Boom Scorched. After this one, there is a battle between Ichigo Kurosaki and Tetsu Toritsu. Can Kurosaki Ichigo's knife cut off steel? Chapter 071, Tetsu vs. Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo, you are very strong, but it's a pity that you met me, and your knife will not hurt me in the slightest. Tai Jesh laughed. Tetsu Toritsu, who has a steel personality, believes that he has completely restrained Ichigo Kurosaki. This overheated idiot, Kazuka Kento said helplessly. For Kurosaki Ichigo's strength, Kazuka Kento is naturally clear. This guy's body may be harder than Tai Jesh iron. Audience seats. It's a pity, this little devil named Kurosaki Ichigo. Dense Forest Kamui said. How is that possible? Yu Shanyu said with a look of displeasure. Don't you hate that little ghost? Seeing Yu so protective of Kurosaki Ichigo, he couldn't help but feel a pang of curiosity. Yes, Yu Shanyu said quickly. Then you. Dense Forest Shinwei looked puzzled. Okay, hurry up and watch the game. Yu Shanyu changed the topic. Tetsu Toritsu's personality is very similar to that of Riero Kirishima in his class, and the personalities of the two are also very similar. For the current Tetsu Toritsu, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but shake his head and said, you wasted your personality. Quote, what? Tetsu expressed a look of confusion at Kurosaki Ichigo's abrupt words. One knife flow Ju Dai Lion Elegy. The demon knife is unsheathed. Rub. Of a moment, Kurosaki Ichigo was like a pitch-black lightning bolt, so fast that it was completely unclear to the naked eye. I just felt a terrifying boiling murderous aura that instantly burst out from Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo appeared behind Tetsu. Bang! With a sound, Kurosaki Ichigo's demon knife returned to its scabbard. Instantly, a knife wound more than 10 centimeters long clearly appeared on Tai Jesh's waist. Hiss! Blood spurted out. Tai Chaitai was also horrified when he saw that he was cut like this. Belch. Yes. This. How is that possible? Is his knife so sharp? Even the steel was cut off. Everyone was shocked, and looked at Tetsu Toritsu who fell like this and Kurosaki Ichigo who stood on the arena in disbelief. I didn't expect that Kurosaki Ichigo would fight against Tetsu Toritsu, who has a steel personality, and it was a slash. No mud and water dragged at all. Kurosaki Ichigo, you, said Midnight frowning. Don't worry, he won't die. Kurosaki Ichigo's indifferent voice sounded. At the same time, the fallen Tetsu looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in amazement and said, can you cut off diamonds? Quote, hey. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled slightly and did not speak. Eraser, are all the people in your class monsters? Seeing this scene, the voice hero who came back to his senses for a long time said to Aizawa Yuta on the side. Oh, Aizawa still answered indifferently, but at this time, the bandaged Aizawa Yuta stared at Ichigo Kurosaki in the center of the ring. This little ghost seems to be getting stronger again. On the other hand, back row of audience seats. A Mediterranean uncle was shouting loudly. Did you see it? The big knife in his hand is from my shop. Quote, Uncle, don't think I don't know you, the knives in your store are all fakes. A sharp-eyed spectator recognized it and said, don't believe it, Don't believe you go and ask this little ghost, he bought this knife from my store. Of course, there are some knives in the store that are not so good quality, but whether you can buy good knives or bad knives is based on your own judgment and vision. Uncle Mediterranean's serious flickering way. Oh, yes, what Uncle said makes sense. Uncle, where is your shop? Give me an address. I'll go over and buy it tomorrow. Kurosaki Ichigo Katsu, Shu Yu, announced at midnight. For a time, the audience burst into thunderous applause. After the victory, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled like a spring breeze at midnight. Royal Sister fans' midnight hour was slightly startled. Is this little ghost multiple personalities? Why is it that I feel completely different now than I do in the arena? Kurosaki Ichigo in the arena, his eyes are simply more terrifying than beasts. When Kurosaki Ichigo returned to the lounge, he felt a look behind him watching him. Hee, it's you, Kurosaki Ichigo said to Shiozaki. I'm just passing through, Shiozaki quickly explained, his tone a little shy. Oh, haha, well, your hair will grow. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. You, hearing which pot Kurosaki Ichigo didn't open and which pot, Shiozaki suddenly left in anger. Seeing this scene, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but touch his nose in embarrassment. Little ghost, you're getting stronger again. Sister, I really hope to meet you again. On the train to Reborn, a sexy-dressed woman pursed her lips and said. There are also 3 or 4 months for the underground Black Fist. Black Widow joined the Storm Heroes Agency in the United States, and this time came to protect a group of priceless auction items. The auction items were targeted by an illegal international organization. And this dangerous illegal organization is full of monsters. For this reason, the merchant applied to the US government for a powerful hero office as a security guard. Chapter 072. After Shiozaki left, Kurosaki Ichigo continued to walk towards the lounge. Suddenly, I felt a rush of heat ahead. A man with 2 flames on his beard appeared in front of him. Boy, you are very strong. The man spoke. Hello, Uncle Andeva. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Oh, the professional hero Andeva, ranked number 2, was slightly startled in his heart when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo facing him and speaking calmly. You know, when he was looking for the boy named Midoriya Izuku, just now, he showed a shocked expression. In fact, whenever ordinary people see Andawa, their emotions may be out of order. Although Andeva's fame is far inferior to All Might, after all, he is also a strong man in this world, ranking number 2 professional hero. Little ghost, if you can defeat the Scorching Freeze, I can give you 500 million yen and let you come to my hero office for an internship. Andeva's slightly seductive voice sounded. Uncle, don't you know that I'm not short of money? Kurosaki Ichigo said. Ha, is it? Andwa was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Little ghost, I look forward to your performance. Andeva said again. Oh, okay. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Uncle, borrow a fire. Quote. As he spoke, Kurosaki Ichigo took out a cigarette from his arms and slashed it towards Andeva's body. Instantly, the cigarette was lit. Phew. Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath and spat out a smoke ring with a look of enjoyment. Andeva was startled at first, and then furious. Little ghost, you. As the number 2 professional hero, this little ghost's actions are tantamount to touching Andwa's nerves. However, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo did not have the slightest panic in his eyes. At the same time, Andeva felt that this little devil dared to exude a strong fighting intent in the face of himself. Andeva, long time no see. Just when the atmosphere between the two was tense, a strong man with beautiful comic style and blonde hair appeared between the two. Oh, it's you, All Might, Andeva said with an indifferent expression after seeing All Might's appearance. Kurosaki Ichigo, go and rest. All Might said to Ichigo Kurosaki. Okay. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded rather disappointedly. Little ghost. All Might smiled helplessly. This savage brat is really a monster, and he really wants to fight Andre. After returning to the lounge, Kurosaki Ichigo also began to close his eyes. On the other hand, Boom is thinking about how to defeat Ichigo Kurosaki. In addition to the strong personality, his own analytical ability is definitely a genius level. He knew that Kurosaki Ichigo's physical skills were simply strong. Once he gets close to him, it is likely that he will directly game over. In addition, his personality, which resembles gravity, is also very powerful. But it is generally clear that his gravity control has a range. In other words, if you attack from a distance, you will have a good chance of winning. Also, if you want to defeat that guy, you have to use the power of the left. Otherwise, certainly not his opponent. The break is over and the tiebreaker is about to begin. As Kurosaki Ichigo walked out of the lounge, there was a sudden burst of screams and shouts. Ichigo Kurosaki, win, quote. Ichigo Kurosaki, win, quote. Ichigo Kurosaki, champion, quote. Kurosaki Ichigo looked into the audience seat and was surprised to find that the boss who gave him Onitori for free did not know where to get a huge banner, and at the same time, it also said, Kurosaki Ichigo will win, Kurosaki Ichigo champion. At the same time, what is more eye-catching is that the banner also printed the address of his store. This is simply nobody, The game begins. Boom Scorched was the first to attack. The freeze ability is activated. Directly condensed Kurosaki Ichigo into an iceberg. One corner of the arena was completely frozen. It's too strong. This scorched freeze. It's really worthy of being the son of number 2 Andeva. The audience was directly dumbfounded. I can't imagine that Bang Jiao, who is still a freshman in high school, has such a terrifying ability. Hey, what about that little devil named Ichigo Kurosaki, is he frozen? Discovering that Kurosaki Ichigo had not come out of the iceberg, everyone started talking. Suddenly, at this moment, click, a sound. The Shaos mountain that sealed Kurosaki Ichigo was split in half. Hiss, a bit cold. Quote, a voice sounded from inside the Shaos mountain. Chapter 073, this little ghost is really a monster. Ha ha ha, I said, he bought my knife, how could he be defeated so easily? The audience started talking again. From the first round of the Yue High School Games obstacle course until now, I have not seen Ichigo Kurosaki really show his strength. This time, both the audience and the professional heroes are looking forward to whether Andeva's son can make Ichigo Kurosaki show his true strength. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki, who cut the iceberg in half, a smile passed on the corner of his mouth. This guy is really tough. At this time, Bang Jiao's right foot stepped on the ground. It was frozen like the waves, roaring towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Hey, Kurosaki Ichigo waved the Oni Toru in his hand, and with a whoosh, a sharp sword chi burst out. Bang! Instantly shattered the ice wave. Seeing that his attack was easily disintegrated by Kurosaki Ichigo, he couldn't help but be stunned. Hongjun, are you so capable? I was so disappointed. Kurosaki Ichigo jumped up in one step and jumped into the air. Gravity knife purgatory. Just when Ghost Che was about to split, he suddenly found that a stormy cold air was coming. Hiss. This can't help but make the dress itself relatively less midnight hour cold straight. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, who was hit head-on, his frozen hands and feet fell stiffly from the air. Is it over? This little ghost, too light on the enemy, jumped into the air, didn't it become a ready-made target? It's a pity, professional heroes commented. However, not a few seconds have passed. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly moved again. Good, it's cooler than my air conditioner. Kurosaki Ichigo teased at Boom Frost with an evil smile. HMPH. You know, although everyone at the scene was surprised, only Boom Frost was not surprised at all. He knew Kurosaki Ichigo's strength, and since this guy dared to jump into the air, he was naturally sure. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but sigh at this scorched freezing ability. If it weren't for his instant secretion of 6 times adrenaline, so that the blood accelerated, it is estimated that he would really be frozen into an ice sculpture. Boom Scorched Frost attacked again. The ground instantly froze, like a small avalanche, overwhelming Kurosaki Ichigo. Swoosh. Kurosaki Ichigo picked up the demon knife Onitori, and a crescent-shaped chopping wave cut the avalanche again. However, Kurosaki Ichigo, who wanted to move at this time, found that his feet were restrained, and he looked down to see that the cold ice had wrapped around his feet. Taking advantage of this gap, called the sensation to launch freezing again. The freezing ability of unprecedented scale was presented in front of everyone's eyes. It's like an iceberg moving fast. Hey, Kurosaki Ichigo, his muscles arched, and he swung his demon knife Onitori violently. The sharp sword chi collided with the iceberg. Fragments of ice scattered throughout the venue. Oh my god. Is this hail? It's terrible, it's really terrible. Is this really just a battle between students? The irregular explosion of the hail made some innocent spectators unfortunately shot. Abominable. Two abominable imps. The closest to the two, at midnight hour, which was constantly hit by hail, looked at the scene with black lines on his face. After a crazy artificial hailstorm. Is it over? The audience watched the scene in amazement. Bang Scorched Frozen used the freezing ability that surpassed his limit, and at this time, the whole person was also very embarrassed. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, one of his hands holding the knife has been flooded by an iceberg. My feet were also trapped in the ice on the ground. That's the end of it. However, at this time, a playful voice sounded again. It's really cold. As soon as the words fell, Kurosaki Ichigo forcibly broke free from the cold and ice of his feet. At the same time, the trapped right hand suddenly pulled out of the iceberg with force. Oh my god, monster. It's really a monster. Eraser, you're so bad, woo woo. The classmates in our class were so pitiful that they actually duel with this monster. Quote, In the battle against the freeze ability of Booming Frost, Kurosaki Ichigo's personality once again derived the branch of antifreeze. The effect of cold on Ichigo Kurosaki has been greatly reduced. As for the physical effects of the freeze ability, it was also absorbed by Kurosaki Ichigo's impact evolution. It's time to end. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Yes, Boom Jiao Jing also said. At this time, Boom Jiao Jing's left hand had already produced a roaring flame. Drink. The two burst into laughter at the same time. Chapter 074. Hey, finally here. Andeva, who was watching the battle, saw his son and prepared to do the same, and made a duel against Midoriya Izuku's Super Storm. The principle of the so-called Super Storm is to instantly heat the air that is sufficiently air-conditioned first, and then expand, form a super attack wave. Midoriya Izuku was defeated by this move. This time, the scorching freeze froze the surrounding air even lower, and the temperature of the flame was also higher than the last time. Then the Super Storm shockwave formed is completely different from the one against Midoriya Izuku. Kurosaki Ichigo is stronger. If you eat this trick hard, I am afraid that you will also have to break your tendons and fractures. Brother, be careful, Ichigo-kun. Ichigo Kurosaki. When the flame on the left of the scorched froze was completely burning, the girls of the first-year hero department, Yamillion-100, Riri Ochako, Ashido Sana, and Kazuka Kento and Shiozaki Tsubaki from Class B, all held their breath and put their hands in front of Shang. It seems to be praying for Ichigo Kurosaki. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo held the handle of the knife with both hands. His eyes glowed like a beast. Gravity Knife Tiger. Ichigo Kurosaki, who has reached 18% proficiency in Gravity Fruit, can already gather gravity. Kurosaki Ichigo gathered the lateral gravity on the demon knife Onitori, and then swung the gravity of the knife out. As soon as the tiger comes out, it is invincible. Boom. A bang. Super Storm and the gravity knife tiger's shockwave collided, creating a sound like a landslide. The ground of the arena was severely damaged, and the cement was shattered. At the same time, the wind was raging inside the arena. I wipe. Is this a Category 12 typhoon? My drink was blown off. The fierce wind even affected the audience seats hundreds of meters away, and many people's hats were blown off. The power of such a fierce wind is simply terrifying. After the wind and smoke cleared, everyone can see the arena clearly. At this point, the referee of the arena, 18 Forbidden Heroes, at midnight, were all blown directly to the ground by the aftermath of the battle. Boom scorched and a little exhausted half kneeling on the ground. As for Kurosaki Ichigo, the face of this little monster is still a light breeze. The battle just now did not have any effect on him. Abominable. How could he be so strong? Boom Jiao's heart was unwillingly said to himself. At this time, Bang Jiao Frost endured the fatigue in his heart and used the freeze ability again. Ice picks like waves pounced on Ichigo Kurosaki. Hey, hey! To test the results of the battle. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled, and then inserted the demon blade back into its scabbard. This scene couldn't help but make Boom Jiao a little annoyed. Could it be that this bastard is lying to me? He didn't move at all. Thinking of this, the scorching freeze has raised the freezing ability to the limit. This time, in the face of the tsunami-like ice pick, Kurosaki Ichigo did not dodge, but directly rushed over with his body. Boom! A bang! The ice cube was directly shattered by Kurosaki Ichigo's body. The whole person is like a brute plowing the field, breaking the ice and moving forward. Unstoppable. What? The strength of this Raud body is too terrifying. Is this guy really human? The audience was also stunned. Kurosaki Ichigo brought them surprise. Oh no, it should be shock, it was really too much. Bastard, do you despise me like that? Seeing the ice breaking and about to hit him Kurosaki Ichigo, he couldn't help but be angry. As soon as the words fell, the scorched left body burst out monstrous flames. The temperature of the flame was so high that the previous ice pick instantly turned into steam. The temperature of such flames is staggering. The smoke of the flames made Kurosaki Ichigo a little unable to open his eyes. There was a burning sensation in the skin. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo stopped, pulled out the demon knife in his hand and swung it diagonally. In an instant, there was another stunning scene in the arena. The flames ejected from Bang Scorched's body rushed into the air less than 10 centimeters away from Ichigo Kurosaki. What's going on? What the hell happened? Why? At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo took out a cigarette from his arms and stretched it out to the pillar of fire 10 centimeters in front of him. After ignition, Kurosaki Ichigo held the corner of his mouth and twitched with a look of enjoyment. Eraser. How did he do it? Quote, this is also too strong. Voice Hero, Bress and Mac, asked in amazement. Wind pressure. Powerful wind pressure. Aizawa explained expressionlessly, but at this time, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. About Kurosaki Ichigo's personality, gravity control, well, this is refilled in by Kurosaki Ichigo. He has mastered gathering gravity. The sword just now was similar to the scorched super storm of the battle. With all his might, the whole person almost collapsed to the ground, raised his hand and said, me. Lost. Quote, At the moment when he threw in the towel, there was a dead silence at the scene. Everyone was immersed in the battle between the two just now, unable to extricate themselves. At this time, a rough voice sounded in the audience seat. Did you see it? My family's knife is powerful. Ha ha ha. Sending Oni Toru to Kurosaki Ichigo's boss, laughed out loud. Uncle Boss, do you still have such a knife in your family? A teenager asked with a hopeful look in his eyes. Of course there is, but you need to choose for yourself. The boss uncle said flickeringly. Really, I'm going to buy one too. After all competitions, the winner of this year's UA High School athletic meeting is Class A, Ichigo Kurosaki. At midnight, he raised his hand and pronounced the verdict. At the same time, the sound of fireworks in the venue also sounded one after another. Ichigo Kurosaki won first place. Bang Scorched Frozen won second place. As for the third place, it is explosive and victorious. Standing on the podium, the three are in completely different shapes. Boom and freeze, explosive and victorious, because of the exhaustion consumed by the battle, the whole person still looks very weak. But Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't see a trace of exhaustion on his face at all. Chapter 075. After the UA High School Sports Day, Aizawa announced that it would be closed tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. After school, the housekeeper Hiroshi Nohara came to pick up by car. Young master, congratulations. First place. Hiroshi Nohara laughed. Thank you. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and nodded, and although Nohara Hiroshi was smiling at this time, some tear tracks could be seen from the corners of his eyes. For Kurosaki Ichigo, Nohara Hiroshi treated him as his half-son, practicing hard day and night, walking on the road of Asura almost every day, and all this finally made Kurosaki Ichigo stand out. The young lady is also doing very well. Hiroshi Nohara continued. Momo Yaoyorozu nodded. Although 8 million by is only ranked in the top 16, her personality has also surprised many hero firms. This personality is simply the most perfect support staff. What, sister? I have something to do tomorrow. Kurosaki Ichigo heard that 8 million asked him to accompany her to tomorrow's polymer materials extracurricular tuition class, and he couldn't help but hurriedly explain. Something. What's going on? Going on a date with Lady MT. Or Kazuka Shiozaki. Momo Yaoyorozu said angrily. How so? Kurosaki smiled and said, am I going to exercise? Quote, HMPH, can't you bear to spend a day with me? Momo Yaoyorozu pouted dissatisfied, looking extremely aggrieved, and there was a tendency to cry to you if they didn't agree with each other. In this regard, Kurosaki Ichigo had to sigh helplessly and said, okay. Quote, who let himself have a dramatist sister? Following. Ichigo Kurosaki accompanies Momo Yaoyorozu to cram school. Most of the students in the cram school are college students. Kurosaki Ichigo originally wanted to stay quietly with Momo Yaoyorozu for 2 hours. But not long after sitting down, a boy next to him said in surprise, you are Ichigo Kurosaki from the hero department of UA High School. Quote, it seems to be EH. The performance at the games was really good. Number 10. Quote, little brother, he looks good, and his figure is not bad. Do you have a girlfriend? Do you want your sister to be your girlfriend? At this time, the students of the surrounding cram school all gathered around after discovering Kurosaki Ichigo. Especially some bold girls directly began to tease Ichigo Kurosaki. But to be honest, Ichigo Kurosaki's figure is really good, especially in the battle with Bang Scorched. The fierce battle makes the battle suit hang. As a result, his lean body was vividly displayed. The perfect mermaid line, clearly visible biceps, and inverted triangles make some rotten women shout and want to lick the screen. In addition, Ichigo Kurosaki has been going from the first round of the games to the finals, and he is the student with the most exposure. For this reason, it also receives the most attention from the audience. Nearly 90% of the cram school people were impressed by Kurosaki Ichigo. Especially rotten women. Little brother, sister doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Do you want to think about it? Although Kurosaki Ichigo's face is thick, he can't stand being teased like this. For a while, Kurosaki Ichigo's face turned red at once. On the other hand, 8 million people were angry and happy to see their brother so welcomed. A hood was directly created and placed directly over Ichigo Kurosaki's head. All. Ichigo Kurosaki. After school at noon. When Kurosaki Ichigo and Yamillion were shopping for restaurants, they were also recognized by passers-by one after another. For this reason, Kurosaki Ichigo had to sigh that the ratings of this UA High School athletic meeting were really enough. Sister, what's wrong with you? Feeling a little unhappy, Kurosaki Ichigo asked. HMPH, which has? Momo Yaoyorozu said. Then you, how to put on a face? Kurosaki Ichigo asked suspiciously. Ichigo, let me ask you a question. 8 million suddenly said nervously. What problem? Kurosaki Ichigo looked confused. In the future, if you make money, will you give it to your sister for safekeeping? 8 million said as he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes seriously. Definitely, Kurosaki Ichigo said without thinking. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's answer, a smile appeared on his face and he turned to ask, oh, so what kind of girl do you like? Quote, same as my sister. This time, Kurosaki Ichigo thought for a moment and said, brother Ichigo, it's the best. After hearing this answer, 8 million smiled and took Kurosaki Ichigo's arm and walked towards a restaurant in front of him. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at his sister like a dramatist, and he really had a headache. At this time, whereas the Momo Yaoyorozu is a little like the usual calm and intelligent senior sister. 2 days later, Ichigo Kurosaki came to the school for lessons. When I first arrived in the class, other students were also talking about being recognized on the road. It wasn't long before Aizawa arrived at the class. At this time, Aizawa has removed the bandage, and it seems that the damage caused by the brain last time has basically healed. Aizawa, who has always been straightforward, directly announced several important things. Hero codename. Drafting of hero names. When this was announced, everyone in the class was boiling. Chapter 076. In the face of the already boiling crowd, Aizawa suddenly stormed away. The brunette suddenly became messy. After everyone calmed down a little, Aizawa said again. The hero code name is related to the professional hero recruitment application, a few days ago, and these applications will officially take effect, until your accumulated experience can be regarded as instant combat power, probably in your 2nd or 3rd grade. Quote, in other words, the application issued this time is basically just a professional hero who has interest in your future growth. If this interest wanes before graduation, it is also possible that the application will be cancelled directly. Many people in Class A who heard this couldn't help but show nervous looks. Well, the statistical results of these applications are as follows. Aizawa said again. Soon, Aizawa announced the number of nominations for UA High School and Hero Class A. First place, Ichigo Kurosaki, 7,890. Second place, Boom Scorched, 1890. Third place, Bakugao Katsuki, 1650. Fourth place, Often Dark and Cloudy, 150. Fifth place, Tenyi Iida, 128. In previous years, applications were more scattered, but this time they are concentrated on one person. Aizawa said. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of everyone in Class A converged on Kurosaki Ichigo's face. Ichigo-kun, it's really too powerful. Zhengji's frog-blowing plum rain said. Hee, it's okay. Luck. Kurosaki Ichigo said humbly. HMPH. Bakugao Katsuji looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with an angry face, thinking that he could fight Kurosaki Ichigo in the finals, but he did not expect that he lost to the more powerful Boom Frostbite. Let's be honest, though. Kurosaki Ichigo's performance at the games this time overshadowed everyone's light. Even the scorched freeze of Andeva's sun looked a little eclipsed under the dazzling light of Kurosaki Ichigo. The number of nominations he received was much smaller than that of Ichigo Kurosaki, and at the same time, the analytical Midoriya Idhisa found that the sum of the nominations of everyone in Class A was less than that received by Ichigo Kurosaki alone. After discussing for a moment, Aizawa said again, based on whether or not you apply, everyone will have various opportunities for workplace experience. Next, you need to actually participate in the Pro Hero event for training. Quote, is that why you have to be the same hero? Sunato said passionately. It became interesting all of a sudden. Richie Ochako echoed, well, it's just a pause, but don't just get up casually, otherwise I'll show him what hell is. Aizawa threatened. As soon as the words fell, the 18 forbidden heroes dressed sexy, blood-pumping Midnight Hour walked in from the classroom door, and she was responsible for the taste of the name. Immediately afterwards, everyone began to think about the hero's name. Hero name. Hey, what's so good? Kurosaki Ichigo thought as he gritted his pen, and suddenly, a bright light flashed in his mind. Brush. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly wrote his hero's name on the paper. Soon, the classmates' hero names were taken one by one. They also lit up. Some are praised by midnight, some are rejected by midnight hour. Not bad. Momo Yaoyorozu, the hero of all things, Genesis, is very appropriate to your personality. Midnight Hour Minute laughed. Well, thanks. 8 Million smiled slightly. Little one, what's yours? At this time, at midnight, he leaned over to Kurosaki Ichigo's position, put a delicate arm on Kurosaki Ichigo's shoulder, and asked with a smile. Hey. Kurosaki Ichigo did not pretend to be mysterious, but directly revealed the white paper with the hero's name written on it. Death, God. As the existence of the stars of Class A, everyone's eyes looked towards Kurosaki Ichigo. At this time, even when I saw this hero's name at midnight, I couldn't help but gasp. The name is too domineering and too cautious, and it doesn't seem to match the hero so well. The Grim Reaper who takes criminals to hell. Kurosaki Ichigo explained. Midnight Hour wanted to find a reason for Kurosaki Ichigo to take another one, but thinking of Kurosaki Ichigo's performance in the games, it was really like the Grim Reaper, a sickle-like harvest victory. Shu Yu, Midnight Hour said again, okay. But I suggest adding 3 words in front of your Grim Reaper. Quote, 3 words. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned. Midnight nodded, then took a black pen and added in front of death, kind, 3 words. In this way, the heroic name of Ichigo Kurosaki became Good Shinigami. After writing, Midnight Hour explained, when you grow into a powerful hero, this heroic name can not only frighten the enemy, but also make ordinary people feel warm. After all, the main task of our heroes is to save people. Quote, kind Grim Reaper. Kurosaki Ichigo read it silently several times and found that it was also very good. Okay, thanks. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Another week passed. In Aizawa's class, Aizawa sent a list of named items and you can choose the one that suits you best. In addition, those who have not received a nomination, such as Midoriya Izuku, can also choose one of the 40 professional hero firms. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little stunned to find that in his name there was Andwa's Hero Agency, and at the same time, there was also the hero agency of the Beautiful Girl Cat Group and MT Lady U. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo was undecided, he suddenly received a mobile phone message. Boy, come with me, otherwise, HMPH, Yu's threatening words made Kurosaki Ichigo quite helpless. But after thinking about it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, no matter what, I will open my own professional hero office in the future. Chapter 077. A few days later, Ichigo Kurosaki went to the hero office where Lady MT was located to report. I said, Kurosaki Ichigo will definitely choose our hero office. Yu Kurosaki smiled happily when he saw Ichigo Kurosaki's arrival. The corners of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth couldn't help but tug twice. To Kurosaki Ichigo's surprise, he came with Shiozaki Tsubaki, from the Hero Section B class. But when I think about it, her personality is somewhat similar to Dense Forest Shinwei, and Dense Forest Shinwei and Yu belong to the same hero firm. At this time, Jungle Kamui began to explain to Ichigo Kurosaki their job responsibilities. Our job is basically to suppress illegal and criminal behavior, and when something happens, the police will ask us for support, and these requests will be sent here in different regions and in one go. Clouds. Dense Forest Kamui began to explain. In addition to job duties, the government will transfer money to the bank card account of professional heroes based on the performance of heroes. Somewhat similar to the form of commission. In addition, professional heroes are allowed to side hustle. For example, the hero office where Momo Yaoyorozu is located is to learn from the beautiful big star, Long Snake Hero. On the first day, Ichigo Kurosaki, who entered the hero office, had nothing to do, and basically listened to the relevant knowledge with Shiozaki Tsubaki. Shiozaki, who was idle, flipped through the news. There was a piece of news that made Shiozaki scream. What's wrong? Kurosaki Ichigo asked. My god, I didn't expect the hurricane auction to come to our city. Shiozaki said in surprise. Hurricane Auctions, an internationally renowned auction company. The auction items inside are all starting at least 100 million yen, and the high is even tens of billions. According to news reports, there will be many treasures auctioned this time. Yes, Kurosaki Ichigo said boredly. Shiozaki Tsubaki was dissatisfied that Shiozaki had been paying attention to this scoundrel who cut his hair short in public, and forced herself to hate him. At this moment, Lady Yu walked up to the two and said, you have a task tomorrow. Quote, mission? Shiozaki asked curiously. Tomorrow's high-level hurricane auction invites us to go on a key inspection and beware of the misdeeds of criminal gangs. Yu said. Okay. Hearing that it was just patrolling, Kurosaki Ichigo became listless again. At the end of the day's work, Ichigo Kurosaki returned home and went blindfolded into the practice room. He used his consciousness to observe his character panel. Suddenly, I was stunned to find that my points had reached 6,000 points. It seems that during the games, those opponents defeated added a lot of points to themselves. Kurosaki Ichigo directly used 6,000 points to improve the proficiency of Gravity Fruit. As a result, the proficiency of Gravity Fruit has increased from 18% to 24%. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo tried to develop other branches of gravity applications. 2 hours later, Ichigo Kurosaki came to the garden of the 8 million family. At this time, a flock of wild geese flew overhead. Hey, hey, a smile appeared at the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth. Gravity light. Wielding the demon knife, a purple linear light wave. The linear purple light wave was extremely fast, almost equivalent to the speed of sound, and in an instant it touched a wild goose in the air. Naru. The wild goose let out a wail. As if it had been crushed by a mountain, his body fell quickly. Just when the wild goose was about to fall to the ground and break its bones. No gravity. Ichigo Kurosaki once again unleashed a blue wave of light. The wild geese survived this. After the gravity fruit proficiency is increased to 24%, Kurosaki Ichigo's gravity field is increased to 12 times the gravity, with a range of 15 meters. The highest value of gravity is 300 kilograms and the field range is 3 meters. No weight maximum load limit 1000 kilogram. As for the gravity ray used by Ichigo Kurosaki just now, the maximum length of the line is 500 meters and the gravity applied to the object is 5 times. Hey, wait. One day, I can also pull down meteorites in outer space. Ichigo Kurosaki clenched his fists and looked at the sky expectantly. On the other hand, inside a luxurious living room where the hurricane auction is located, Black Widow and her companions are in a meeting. The leader Pakinota said in a deep voice, according to reliable information, tomorrow the Black Beast group will rob our collection. Quote, you have to do a good job of protection, understand? Parkona said in a cautious tone. Yes, head. A thin middle-aged man next to Black Widow said. Black Widow nodded. In addition to the 3 of us, my side has already transferred their local professional heroes to the rough side to patrol with us. Parkanada said again. Head, can these guys be useful? The thin middle-aged man said with a disdainful look. Bill, don't underestimate them. Parkanada frowned. Hey, the middle-aged man named Bill laughed twice and then didn't say much. Parkanada began to analyze the situation of her opponent. According to intelligence, this time the Black Beast Regiment sent a total of 3 people. At the head is Werewolf, Wolf, the other 2 are Hyena, Jacken, Leech, Das. Chapter 078. Following. Ichigo Kurosaki and Shiozaki follow the Lady Yu of MT. Mount on their tour of the site of the hurricane auction to avoid damage to the auction by criminals. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki and Shiozaki entered the auction hall to inspect it, they suddenly found the Black Widow in a suit. Are you? Kurosaki Ichigo asked in amazement. Long time no see, little one, have you missed your sister? Black Widow smiled seductively, and then said as she touched Ichigo Kurosaki's cheek with her slender jade hand. This extremely provocative action made Shiozaki on the side frown, and secretly said, HMPH, he is really a merry guy who always likes to be unclear with girls. Quote, Black Widow, watch out in public. A thin man spoke. Okay, little one, after the auction, my sister invites you to dinner. Black Widow pursed her sexy lips and said, ahem. Kurosaki Ichigo coughed awkwardly a few times, but did not agree positively. Shu Yu, Black Widow and her companions left. It seems that your womanhood is really good. At this time, Shiozaki said with a slight irony. It's okay. Ha ha. Kurosaki Ichigo snorted disapprovingly. 7 o'clock in the evening. The auction officially began. What surprised Ichigo Kurosaki was that the beautiful host tonight turned out to be the long snake hero, Python. Sweet-looking, tall, with 3 snakes coiled around his head. Wow, I actually invited the snake hero, how much does it cost to appear? Shiozaki on the side said in surprise. Long snake hero, Python. In addition to being a professional hero, he is also a star, model, and sometimes attends some large-scale events and acts as a host. And those stars in the previous life, the fields involved are basically the same. This long snake hero, I have to say, whether it is voice or temperament, it is a big beauty level. Her arrival made the rich businessmen in the audience look very excited. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo also saw his sisters, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Kazuka Kento, who interned with the hero of the long snake off stage. When 8 million by noticed Kurosaki Ichigo, A hint of joy appeared on his face, but when he soon saw Shiozaki next to him, he couldn't help but deflated his mouth a little in surprise. The collections were auctioned one after another, and under the auspices of the hero of the long snake, the rich merchants who bid seemed very positive. Suddenly, it was during the auction of a 500-year-old piece of noble jade pendant. Suddenly, with a boom, a large hole was made in the wall of the auction hall. A tall man with a red upper body created it. The man was at least 2.2 meters tall, with blood-red hair standing on end, giving people a very fierce feeling. At the same time, the auction sirens sounded. In addition to the enemy's sneak attack on the main auction hall, there were also people at the door of the auction. Seeing this, the police guarding the law and order immediately rushed in and shot at the tall man. Bang, bang, bang. The tall man grinned, revealing a row of fangs like wild beasts, and continued to move forward in the face of the rain of bullets and bullets, without the slightest scruples. The bullet continued to fall as if it had hit a steel plate. The beautiful host Long Snake hero on the summit stage was ready to use his personality, but the tall man's speed was extremely fast, and he stunned the Long Snake hero in just a moment. For a while, there was a riot at the scene. The rich screamed and panicked, and this tall man who rushed in, not afraid of bullets, subdued the Long Snake hero with one move. This kind of strength can be seen in the peeping leopard in the tube. Wolf, I didn't expect you to really come. At this time, Black Widow and her partner, a thin middle-aged man, Bill, rushed in. Oh, that's you, little hedgehog. The man named Wolf looked at Bill with a clue and said, HMPH, give me death. Bill, a thin middle-aged man, was instantly furious. The short hair lying flat on his head suddenly stood up. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The hair was like a dark weapon, shooting madly towards the werewolf. Wolf. Wolf, my hair is no worse than a bullet. Bill said angrily. In front of Wolf's eyes, countless whistling hairs appeared, like a rain of needles, and the momentum was terrifying. However, just when the needle rain was less than half a meter away from the werewolf Wolf, suddenly, the werewolf Wolf burst into a loud scream. Roar. An earth-shattering wolf howl sounded. The shockwave-like sound stopped the needle rain. At the same time, the rich businessmen who competed with the sound instantly felt that their eardrums were about to be pierced. Little hedgehog, you are too weak. Wolf, the werewolf, couldn't help but laugh after blocking the hedgehog, Bill's special move with just a roar. You, Bill, who was already bald at this time, looked stunned. This werewolf, Wolf, is really worthy of the name, and his personality is Ancient Giant Wolf. The copper skin and iron bone, the force is incomparable, and there is even a sonic attack. Hee, let me have fun with you. Wolf the werewolf smiled cruelly. One step jumped up and jumped to Bill's side. Bill was shocked and wanted to escape, but he was caught by Wolf the werewolf, and with a click, Wolf the werewolf bit Bill's bare head. In an instant, Bill's small half of his head disappeared. Really bad. Quote, doesn't it mean that the dirtier the thing, the better it tastes? Wolf the werewolf said while chewing. Chapter 079. The powerful scene of Wolf the werewolf could not help but frighten the rich businessmen who participated in the auction. Even Shiozaki Tsubaki is the same. Shiozaki was so frightened by this scene that she hid directly behind Kurosaki Ichigo, who had never faced actual combat, saw such a bloody and cruel scene. Her heart was very panicked, and her body was trembling. You're Black Widow, right? Wolf, the werewolf, who was still chewing Bill's head, said to the Black Widow not far away. Black Widow was shocked and immediately kicked the werewolf Wolf. As soon as the werewolf raised his hand, he flew the Black Widow more than 10 meters until he hit the wall. Bang! The walls were dented by the knock. Poof! At this time, the almost werewolf Wolf, who was chewing, suddenly spat out a bone towards the Black Widow. This bone rushed like a bullet. Black Widow endured the pain in her body and quickly dodged it. Bang! The bones directly pierced the wall. At the same time, Wolf, the werewolf, jumped up in the air and punched Black Widow out. Not good. Black Widow looked terrified and couldn't dodge. Boom! At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of Black Widow. Little ghost. Wolf the werewolf said in surprise when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo, who blocked his fist. The power is really strong. Compared to the last USJ incident, it's just one level worse. Kurosaki Ichigo secretly said, even if he has impact evolution, it is already comparable to the physical strength of steel, but after resisting his punch, his entire arm can't help but be numb. However, this made Kurosaki Ichigo excited. At this time, Wolf the werewolf threw another punch. The Black Widow, who had broken several ribs behind her, frowned and reminded, be careful. Quote, this werewolf wolf, but a dangerous S-level criminal, is wanted by the whole meter. Black Widow doesn't want her favorite teenager to be in any danger. Boom. A bang. It was like a cannonball exploding. Ichigo Kurosaki punched the werewolf, wolf, again. After one punch, white bones were already exposed on Kurosaki Ichigo's fist. Little ghost, the strength is good. It's a pity, you're still too weak. Wolf the werewolf said with an eerie smile and prepared to attack again. At this time, Shiozaki Tsubaki, who had been watching the battle and was terrified, couldn't help but use his personality after seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo might be in danger. The hair grew like thorns, wrapping the werewolf wolf. Insect tricks. Wolf, the werewolf wrapped in hair, scoffed. Drink. Suddenly with a sharp force, it was directly forcibly torn open. One knife flow, Jew and death, lion elegy. Kurosaki Ichigo pulled out his demon knife, Onitori, turned into a pitch-black lightning, and slashed at Wolf's chest. Hiss. A scar was cut in front of Wolf's shong, and blood spilled out. But Ichigo Kurosaki's knife wound only hurt Wolf's skin. Such a strong body made Kurosaki Ichigo stunned for a while. This guy's body hardness is stronger than that of Brain Wu. It's really a monster. Little ghost, the knife technique is good, it can actually scratch my body. After seeing his body bleeding, Wolf praised. Wolf is known as an S-class criminal, and the most terrifying thing is his solid body. Just as Wolf the werewolf was about to start again, a sudden sound came from the communication headset. Oh, already done. Wolf the werewolf grinned and said to Kurosaki Ichigo, little ghost, our mission is completed, and I won't pay you to play today. Quote, after that, Wolf the werewolf walked away. Kurosaki Ichigo was worried about Black Widow and his companion Shiozaki Tsubaki, so he did not go in pursuit. Shu Yu, who was covered in injuries, came to Kurosaki Ichigo and said with a nervous expression, you guys go to safety, the enemy's strength is too strong. After that, the MT Lady Yu Shan Yu passed out. At the same time, the dense forest Kamui who came with Kurosaki Ichigo also fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. His face was extremely ugly, purple and black, and it seemed that he was poisoned. The auction item has been robbed. The dense forest god said with chagrin. Dense forest Kamui was defeated by a thin young man with pointed teeth, and at the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo clearly saw that dense forest Kamui was missing a piece of flesh in his arm. On the other hand, what? Bill is dead. Paikanoda of the American Storm Heroes Agency frowned. Black Widow nodded. Hi. Paikanoda sighed heavily and said, you rest here, I'll go after them. Quote, but, head, they, said Black Widow worriedly. Don't worry, I'll get everything back. Parkona said firmly, this is a matter of the face of our Storm Heroes Agency. Quote, Ms. Parker, please wait, we have contacted the other hero offices, they will go with you. At this time, Dense Forest Shinwei said, no need, wait for someone to come, this group of robbers will escape. Parkanada said coldly, expressing considerable dissatisfaction with this heroic office who came to help patrol. After that, Parkona was leaving. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo stepped in front of Paikanoda and said, let me accompany you. Quote, oh, can you, boy? Parkanada looked up and down. No problem. Kurosaki Ichigo said confidently. Ichigo, you, Dengal and Kamui couldn't help but worry when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo going on such a dangerous mission. Senior, trust me, Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Dense Forest Kamui thought that Kurosaki Ichigo's strength was strong. Even if he was defeated, it should be no problem to escape, so he agreed. Then I'll go too, Shiozaki said. Me too. At this time, Kazuka Kento, who arrived from the auction hall, and the Momo Yaoyorozu two people said in unison. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 080. This is not a child's game, you little girls give me quiet time here. Parkonoda scolded. Oh, seeing the angry Parker, the third daughter did not dare to say anything more. Shu Yu, Parknoda, and Kurosaki Ichigo hit the road. At the same time, Momo Yaoyorozu of them were responsible for liaising with the police and handling logistics. Little ghost, I'll tell you. My personality is Ray. Quote, release from the eyes. In order to better cooperate with Ichigo Kurosaki, Parknoda told Ichigo Kurosaki about his personality. At the same time, in order to show her strength, Parknoda's eyes suddenly shot out a red beam, directly piercing an iron garbage bin on the side of the road. Oh, so are you tracking the tracks of their car tires now? Kurosaki Ichigo asked in surprise. The traces of car tires on the road are basically not visible to the naked eye, but Parknoda, who has the personality of Ray, can see very clearly. Yes, Parknoda nodded, turned to look at the bushes in front of him and said, this group of guys is really hateful, they actually went to the nearby wilderness woods, and the car can't be used. Quote, hey, Ms. Parker, do you want to fly? At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly asked. How? Parknoda looked confused and said, could it be that your personality is related to flying? Quote, almost. Now you tell me where they are. I'll fly you straight over. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Southeast direction, 38.7 degrees, Parknoda said and looked at Ichigo Kurosaki with a curious expression. Okay. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, got out of the car, and went directly to a large tree. Rub. A moment. With a wave of the ghost, the tree was immediately split. What a fast knife, Parknoda said with beautiful eyes staring at the smooth section of the tree that was split by Ichigo Kurosaki. After Onitori put it back into its scabbard, Kurosaki Ichigo turned to Parkno and said, get out of the car. Quote, good. Parknoda nodded. You jump on my back. Kurosaki Ichigo said again. What? Parknoda frowned slightly. Don't ask. Get in the car quickly. Kurosaki Ichigo urged. Okay. Little ghost, I see what kind of tricks you are going to play. Parknoda stared at Kurosaki Ichigo and said. Don't say. This Parknoda's figure is really ripe. The plump body and black stockings look a little flesh, but they will be mature and beautiful, reflecting it vividly. Drink. Kurosaki Ichigo first applied gravity to the big tree, and then threw it violently. The big tree rushed forward like a cannonball, and at the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo turned on 6x adrenaline in order to catch up with the big tree. Swoosh. A bang. Ichigo Kurosaki, who was carrying Parknoda on his back, jumped into a tree. Looking at the scene of continuous movement under her, the famous professional heroine, Parknoda, of the United States couldn't help but feel shocked. This little ghost is so strong. And the speed that suddenly burst out just now, it is estimated to be close to the speed of sound. Sister, you can come down. Kurosaki Ichigo said to Parknoda behind him. Oh, Parknoda is not a little girl who is new to the outside society like Kazuka Kento, she only regained her composure after a brief period of shock. Kurosaki Ichigo. Less than 150 meters. They're right down there. Parker's voice rang in Kurosaki Ichigo's ears. Good. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. Kurosaki Ichigo directly revoked no gravity. The tree fell straight down. Kurosaki Ichigo and Parknoda jumped from the tree before landing. Bang! Bang! Kurosaki Ichigo and Parknoda appeared in front of the werewolf, wolf, the hyena, Jack, and the leech, Das. Oh, little ghost, I didn't expect you to dare to chase after you. Wolf, the werewolf, couldn't help but laugh when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo. Hand over the stuff, Parknoda said angrily. Is it, stinky woman? Hyena Jack sneered, and suddenly, turned into a phantom and rushed towards Parknoda. The speed was so fast that Parknoda's eyes couldn't see clearly. By the way, the dense forest divine power fell on his hand. Gravity knife purgatory. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo swung his demon knife Onitori. At one time, 10 meters around, it reached 20 times the gravity. But Parknoda was not affected in any way. Hyena Jack's personality is hyena. In addition to the speed of the wind, after being bitten by him, he will be anesthetized by the nerve. At this time, under the gravity field of 20 times, Hyena Jack was almost crushed. Parkanada seized this gap and directly released Super Energy Ray. Hyena Jack gritted his teeth and moved, dodging the key position, but his right hand was directly roasted by Super Ray. Chapter 081. Little Ghost, Very Strong Personality. Wolf the Werewolf shot a bloody light from his eyes. As soon as the words fell, Wolf the Werewolf strode towards Ichigo Kurosaki. Destruction Fist. Wolf the Werewolf unleashed his special move. Boom. As the fist was drawn, the air exploded. Such an amazing strength, it can produce such a high density of fist pressure. Parkanada looked at Wolf in surprise. Wolf is a cadre in the Black Beast group, and his strength is much stronger than that of Hyena Jack and Leech Das. But at this time, the strength shown by Wolf completely exceeded Parkanada's expectations. Super Rays. In order to help Ichigo Kurosaki, Parkanada wants to sacrifice Super Ray again. But at this moment, a fist suddenly appeared under Parker's body. He punched him in the jaw. This punch directly knocked Parkanada over, and at the same time, Hyena Jack, once again showing the speed of the wind, roared. The thin right hand, with sharp claws, grew and aimed at the throat area of Parkanada. Not good. Out of the corner of Kurosaki's eyes, Ichigo noticed that Parkanada was in danger, and his face sank. Little Ghost, where are you looking? A furious voice sounded in Kurosaki Ichigo's ears. Bang! With a bang, the destruction fist of the werewolf wolf hit Kurosaki Ichigo head-on, directly knocking it dozens of meters away. Meanwhile, Parkanada, who was in danger, suddenly kicked back 360 degrees in midair. The right leg directly knocks the raiding Hyena Jack away. Kurosaki Ichigo, you don't have to worry about me. I'm not as weak as you think. Parkanada said in a deep voice. Good. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had been buried in the pile of stones, nodded. At this time, the situation of the battle was already very clear. Wolf the Werewolf against Ichigo Kurosaki. Parkanada versus Jack the Hyena and Darth the Leech. Little Ghost, are you strong? Hee, I haven't met such a strong guy as you for a long time. Werewolf Wolf couldn't help but roar excitedly. Big guy, you also very much meet my appetite. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a playful smile. Yes, it's a pity, you are my enemy. Wolf the Werewolf sighed. After that, Wolf the Werewolf rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo again. One knife flow 36 troubles Phoenix. Kurosaki Ichigo swung his demon knife, and a small tornado condensed from blue light waves pounced on the werewolf wolf. Hey, Wolf the Werewolf was startled at first, and then barged in from the front of the tornado. Beyond Superman's body, Wolf the Werewolf just broke a little skin. Wolf the Werewolf slammed to the ground, bang. With a sound, the powerful reaction force directly caused the ground to crack and sink, like a spider's web. In an instant, the werewolf wolf had jumped more than 20 meters into the air. With the force of the dive, Wolf fell violently. Punch again. The strong wind pressure blew Kurosaki Ichigo's hair up. HMPH. Kurosaki Ichigo snorted coldly. After coming to this world, he has also experienced many battles, but Kurosaki Ichigo likes to use brute force the most. The demon knife ghost put it back into its scabbard. Facing Wolf's thousands of kilograms of heavy punches, Kurosaki Ichigo responded head-on. Dwang! A bang! It was like a flash flood. The shock wave generated by the collision of the two blew the rubble around the ground directly. At the same time, the ground under Kurosaki Ichigo's feet suddenly sank in. Interesting. Eat me another punch. Wolf, the werewolf who was getting more and more excited, punched again. Kurosaki Ichigo also threw out his fist. Dwang, dwang, dwang. The two began to fist wildly. The powerful battle fluctuations surprised Parkanada, Hyena Jack, Leech Das and others on the battlefield next to them. Wolf's physical strength can be called a human weapon. But this little devil was able to not be weak in a short time. It's really shocking. In less than a minute, the two had already punched each other for nearly 100 punches. Although Kurosaki Ichigo's body is very strong, it is still 1.5 notch worse than the werewolf wolf. Bang! At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was directly blasted out by the werewolf wolf. At the same time, Harkanata discovers that Kurosaki Ichigo's fists are already bloody and blurry. Little ghost, can you still fight? Wolf walked towards Kurosaki Ichigo step by step, and his eyes seemed to have encountered the most pleasant prey. It's just warming up. Kurosaki Ichigo wiped a smile from the corner of his mouth and stood up from the ground again. Although Ichigo Kurosaki was at a disadvantage, what surprised Harkona and Wolf the werewolf was that his fighting spirit not only did not weaken at all, but became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Harkona discovered that Kurosaki's bloody fists were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 082. This is, what personality? Regenerate. Parker Norda was extremely shocked. She could not have imagined that this high school teenager would be so strong. Come again. Kurosaki Ichigo burst into laughter. The offensive was more ferocious than before. In the face of Wolf's strong attack, Kurosaki Ichigo once again produced adaptive evolution. The flesh became stronger, and in the new round of hand-to-hand combat, the werewolf Wolf was also shocked. The little ghost in front of him was able to become stronger in battle. Quick victory. Wolf the werewolf thought to himself. Although he could still suppress the little ghost in front of him at this time, he could not take it down for a while, but once his reinforcements arrived, he and the others would be in trouble. On the other hand, the combination of Park Noda, facing Hyena Jack and Leech Das, not only shows a strong personality, but also her physical skills cannot be underestimated. Both sides are in a situation of long-term war. Roar. At this moment, Wolf the werewolf suddenly roared at Kurosaki Kazugo. The sound is like a wave, deafening. The strong shock wave directly broke Kurosaki Ichigo's eardrum and bleed. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, if not physically strong, would have fainted directly. Go. Wolf the werewolf made a quick decision, let Jack the hyena and Darth the leech carry a large number of treasures, and quickly retreated. Pakinoda tried to block, but was directly forced back by Wolf the werewolf's destruction fist. After the werewolf Wolf and the others escaped, Pakinoda did not chase, but came to check on Kurosaki Ichigo's injuries. Kurosaki Ichigo's recovery ability is amazing, and in an instant, the damage to the eardrum has been repaired. Chase. Kurosaki Ichigo said coldly. As a professional hero, Harkona nodded. Ichigo Kurosaki once again used his own ear's gravityless flight. This time, Ichigo Kurosaki stood on a boulder, with Parkonda behind him, showing him the way. The speed of the racing car, in less than a moment, the figure of the three people was found. Kurosaki Ichigo pulled out the ghost toru at his waist and swung it in the air. A chopping wave appeared, using the reaction force of the air, which slowed down the speed of the boulder. Gravity Knife Tiger. Kurosaki Kazugo slashed at the werewolf Wolf under the ground with a knife. Rumble. The space seemed to be torn apart, and the giant invisible sword chi waves swooped towards the werewolf Wolf and the others. Fuck, that bastard, why didn't you come to the rescue? Wolf the werewolf frowned. He didn't expect Ichigo Kurosaki to be so tricky. Wolf the werewolf jumped and dodged. The giant sword chi hit the mountain, and in an instant, the rubble exploded and splashed out. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo swung a few more Gravity Knife Tiger. Except for Wolf the werewolf, the other two were all injured to varying degrees. Gravitational Wave. Kurosaki Ichigo once again unleashed countless blue light waves. Hundreds of pieces of rubble instantly rose into the air. Parker Noda, Hyena Jack, Leech Das and others who saw this scene were stunned. What kind of monster is this little ghost? And what exactly does he want to do? See hundreds of rubble in the air. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth. Gravity Knife Fire Festival. The demon knife ghostly penetrated, and countless purple rays of light burst out in an instant. That's right, gravity rays. It can greatly increase the gravity of an object. Boom, boom, boom. For a time, countless rubble in the air fell rapidly like miniature meteorites. Oh my god, this is... Parkonda, who was standing behind Kurosaki Ichigo, couldn't help but be stunned when she saw this scene. Terror. It's really horrible. Yes. A falling gravel directly smashed Jack Hyena's head out of a hole. Darth the Leech wants to get into the ground. But it's late. He also died tragically under the rubble. As for the werewolf Wolf, his body was also smashed many times. But his strong body still gives him the ability to move. Hey, hey, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled playfully and jumped down from the boulder in midair. Gravity knife hell force. Swing the knife again. Airplanes, airplanes, airplanes. The air below Ghost Che could not withstand the strong gravity, and made a humming sound. Bang! The ground under the feet of the werewolf wolf instantly sunk into a pit. When Kurosaki Ichigo's Onitoru slashes the arm of Wolf the werewolf. Again. Bang! With a sound, Wolf the werewolf knelt down on one knee in front of Ichigo Kurosaki. Chapter 083. P.S. I wrote last night until 2 o'clock at night, lying on my stomach in front of the computer and falling asleep. I just woke up now, sorry ha, try to 6 more today. Wolf, the werewolf who suffered the heavy blow of the cottage version of the meteorite fall, has been hit hard. Even the body, which is known as a human weapon, has many injuries. It's over. Kurosaki Ichigo sneered. Gravity knife tiger. One knife to slash. The sword chi and wind pressure like a torrent of swords and wind pressure rushed violently towards the werewolf wolf. Wolf the werewolf blocks with both hands. Burst. But the powerful attack directly made the werewolf wolf's internal organs churn violently, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood, and the whole person fainted to the ground. What a horrible boy. In midair, Hakunoda looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who seemed to be the Grim Reaper, with a stunned expression. Take it. Ichigo Kurosaki grabbed a large package and threw it directly at Parker. Inside this package are precious items from the auction. Immediately after, it is time to deal with Wolf the werewolf. According to the laws and regulations of this world, even heroes cannot kill, they can only be arrested. Although it is a bit nonsense, the current Kurosaki Ichigo can only comply. As for the hyena Jack and Leech Darth, who were smashed to death by the low-end version of the meteorite, Kurosaki Ichigo unleashed a gravity wave, and the bodies of the two floated in the air, and then they were directly buried in a large pit. And the werewolf wolf, Ichigo Kurosaki intends to take it away. I have to say that this guy's body is really hard. Even eating the gravity knife, fire sacrifice, gravity knife tiger, gravity knife and hell power, the flesh has not collapsed. You must know that this is replaced by ordinary people, who have long been crushed into meat foam. The demon knife ghost swung in the air, and a blue wave of light rolled up the werewolf wolf. Just as he flew towards Parknoda, a black hole suddenly appeared in midair, sucking the unconscious werewolf wolf in. Game over, little ghost. The sound of a Tamura Shigaraki sounded, but it quickly dissipated in the air. Ichigo Kurosaki did not pursue. In the battle with the werewolf wolf, his own damage is not small. Both arms were almost crushed fractures, of course, because of the relationship of super regeneration they were able to recover. However, this consumed a lot of mental power, causing the current body to be a little tired. Shu Yu, Parkno in midair said to Kurosaki Ichigo, "Little ghost, are you okay?" Quote, on the cold cheeks, a trace of worry was revealed. Big sister, it's okay. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Big sister. Hearing this name, Parkona was first startled, and then found that the stone floating in the air began to fall. So, Parkona jumped out of the air. Ichigo Kurosaki, are you interested in joining us? Storm Hero's office. At this time, Parkona looked up and down at the boy who brought him infinite surprise with beautiful eyes and said, "Not interested." Kurosaki Ichigo said bluntly, "Oh, yes." Parker Noda said nothing more. Suddenly, at this moment, 4 figures jumped out of the night. This couldn't help but make Parker Noda alert. A crisp female voice sounded. Kurosaki Ichigo, where is the enemy? I saw a big beauty with golden hair, and asked Kurosaki Ichigo suspiciously. Ran. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at one of the beautiful girl groups, North American Shorthair, who was busy with blind dates recently, and said, "Oh, yes." The other man spoke. "Boy, good job." A middle-aged man who looked like a big man patted Ichigo Kurosaki's shoulder and laughed. These 4 are the beautiful girl-cat combination who was good at mountain mission, and as for the big man who patted Kurosaki Ichigo on the shoulder, he used to be a girl, but later went to Taikoku to change sex. Belch. The auction was cancelled due to enemy attacks. In total, 28 police officers were killed and 34 injured. Professional heroes. Mountain Heroine, Jungle Shinwei, and Long Snake Hero are all damaged to varying degrees. Fortunately, Ichigo Kurosaki's bravery was able to recover the precious auction items. For this reason, Ri's major newspapers have published Ichigo Kurosaki's heroic deeds. And Kurosaki Ichigo was hyped for a while as the strongest hero of the new generation. For Ichigo Kurosaki, these things don't matter. After returning home, Kurosaki Ichigo continued to immerse himself in exercise. System, I'm going to run a lottery. Ichigo Kurosaki secretly colludes with the system. Shu Yu, the sound of the system sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining teleportation. Teleportation, the skill of quickly teleporting the body, which can move to the opponent's side or farther away at a speed that the opponent cannot see. After defeating Wolf the Werewolf, killing Hyena Jack, and Leech Doss, Kurosaki Ichigo received 5,000 points. After drawing Instantaneous Step, 1,000 points were consumed. With the remaining 4,000 points, Ichigo Kurosaki loaded onto his proficiency. Instant for every 100 points consumed, 1% increase in proficiency. In this way, the proficiency of Instantaneous has increased to 40%. Inside the practice room, Hiroshi Nohara, a housekeeper who was planning to escort Kurosaki Ichigo, couldn't help but almost be frightened when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo disappearing out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, a figure seemed to appear in front of him. Stunned, he found that the food in his hand was missing. And then, Kurosaki Ichigo sat down on the table and ate happily. Uncle, today's meal is really delicious. Quote, young master, if you like it. Nohara Hiroshi looked confused. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was eating, the SMS alert tone suddenly sounded. When I picked it up, I found that it was actually sent to me by Black Widow. Honey, I'm leaving tomorrow, and now I'm at Hotel XXX. Do you dare to come? Kurosaki Ichigo hesitated a little when he saw the text message. However, it wasn't long before a text message came again. My dear, you can't do it, or don't dare. No way. After Kurosaki Ichigo saw this text message, he got up directly. Chapter 084. Inside a gloomy room. Master, I've brought back Jack the Werewolf. The Tamura Shigaraki said into a computer screen. Okay, I have contacted the Black Beast group and they will pick him up soon. A voice rang out on the computer. But, Master, why don't we directly? Asked the dead-handled wooden hanger curiously. Don't joke. The forces of the Black Beast group are not so easy to deal with, and now is not the time to fight with these huge forces. The master of the dead-handled wooden hanging, FOA, said. Okay, but what good can we do if we help them? The Tamura Shigaraki asked again. Don't you know that making brain woo is a waste of money? FOA said. So what do you mean? The dead-handled wooden hanging suddenly came to interest. The powerful combat power of the brain. If it weren't for that little ghost last time, All Might would have died at his own hands. That's right, I've made 6 recently. FOA said. Then you lend me it all. The Tamura Shigaraki interrupted excitedly. No, I can only give you up to 3 heads. FOA said. Jingle bells. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo recalled last night, all kinds of fancy, slam dunk. The phone rang. Kurosaki Ichigo, why haven't you come yet? You know what, you're late today. Quote, Shiozaki on the other end of the phone said. Oh, right away. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. After rushing to the hero office. Mount Lady Mountain Range, as the other day, waited for the police to ask for help. Today it seems that the situation has changed somewhat, not calmly. 10 o'clock in the morning. Lady MT suddenly received a task. Hosu City. Suddenly 3 heads, brain woo, large-scale destruction, local heroes fiasco. At this time, the police turned to the neighboring mountain woman for help. This time the enemy is very strong, so please remember to be more careful. The mountain woman said. Shiozaki nodded. As for Kurosaki Ichigo, there was a hint of excitement on his face. Brain none. It's finally here. Chapter 085. Before leaving, Shorin Kamui said to Shiozaki, you stay. Quote, why? Shiozaki asked, puzzled. There is no why. Dense Forest Kamui said. That, Shiozaki pointed at Kurosaki Ichigo and wanted to say why he could go, but after thinking about it, his combat power was simply different from him. Although first-year students are allowed to participate in professional heroic activities, in reality, they are just experiencing the workplace and doing miscellaneous work. Except, of course, Ichigo Kurosaki, who has already made his mark. Senior, take her with you. Kurosaki Ichigo said. But, Mibayashi Kamui was not as decisive as rejecting Shiozaki, but instead carried a deliberative tone. Ichigo Kurosaki's strength has proven to be far above their professional heroes. How to thrive without wind and rain. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Dense Forest Shinwei hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. However, he repeatedly told Shiozaki to follow the command. Shiozaki nodded, and at the same time, he glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo with gratitude. I didn't expect that this bad guy would speak for himself. Half an hour later, Kurosaki Ichigo arrives in Hosu City. What? The fly was killed. After arriving in Hosu City, the mountain woman learned from the mouth of passers-by. What exactly is the purpose of these monsters? Dense Forest Shinwei frowned. I don't know. The mountain woman was equally puzzled. Suddenly, at this moment, a stout, tall black brainless man lifted a car on the road and threw it into the crowd. Not good. Dense Forest Kamui and Shiozaki use personality at the same time, and the vines grow madly and intercept the car. But the next second, this mind rushed over. The speed is extremely fast, and with a heavy punch, it directly blasts the dense forest divine power away. Another punch, striking Shiozaki. Instantaneous. Kurosaki Ichigo's body appeared in front of Shiozaki out of thin air. Bang! Raise your hand and punch. Then he blocked this tall black and thick brainless fist. On a tall building in the distance. These brains are really useful. The wooden hanger with a dead handle full of hands said. Dead-handled wooden hanging, aren't you going to do it? The black fog beside him said. Get rid of it, I'm okay with injuries. The Tamura Shigaraki said. Dead-handled wooden hanging, the prey has appeared, not ready to act. Kurosaki said as he stared at Ichigo Kurosaki. Don't worry, the game has just begun. The dead handle of the giant baby's mind said, looking at the scene in front of him. It's too strong. These monsters are really too strong. Mountain Woman transformed into a 20-meter tall giant, but was knocked down by a relatively thin brain. At the same time, the surrounding masses couldn't help but become more alarmed after seeing the professional heroes being defeated one after another. Instantaneous. Bang, bang, bang. There were several explosions in the air, and immediately after, the Mountain Rangewoman noticed that Kurosaki Ichigo appeared in front of her eyes. For himself, he blocked the thinner brain in front of him, and did not hit a single blow. However, at this moment, the tall and thick black brain Wu instantly rushed over and punched Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo was in no hurry and pulled out his waist. But at the moment when the knife was drawn, there was a sudden fluctuation in the air. A pair of winged brains grabbed Kurosaki Ichigo like an eagle catching a chicken and carried it into the air. Ichigo, be careful. Shiozaki was shocked, and quickly used his personality to grow vines, wanting to catch Kurosaki Ichigo. But the black and thick brain grabbed these vines with one hand, like throwing a softball, and threw Shiozaki out. Got it, black mist. Ichigo Kurosaki smiled as he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was caught by his brain. Yes, Black Mist asked suspiciously. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was grabbed by his brainless hands, laughed involuntarily. Stupid, really stupid, ha ha ha, do you think you caught me? Kurosaki Ichigo laughed playfully. Suddenly, as soon as his hands were forced, he broke free from the hands of Flying Brain Wu. Immediately, he jumped directly onto the back of Flying Brain Wu. Hey, have some excitement. Gravity field. Rumble. Suddenly, the Flying Brain felt that he was carrying a hill. But Flying Brain Wu insists on inciting wings. Hey, these wings are quite powerful. Ichigo Kurosaki grabbed his wings directly. Grab one in each hand. Suddenly, with a sharp force. Chapter 086. Click. A sound. The wings of Flying Brain Wu were directly torn off by Ichigo Kurosaki. Hiss. Blood continued to flow down from the wound that came out of Flying Brain Wu. This body is also weak. I only used 8 points. Kurosaki Ichigo said with disdain. For the increase in strength, Kurosaki Ichigo feels new changes almost every day. Especially after fighting against the werewolf wolf the day before yesterday, his physical strength rose to another level. But Kurosaki Ichigo knows that his current self is still a world away from the number 1 hero All Might. After all, even the N0.2 hero, Andwa, himself said that the harder he tried to improve himself, the more he could feel the gap with him. At the same time, Flying Brain Wu fell rapidly under supergravity. Boom. A bang. When he fell to the ground, he directly smashed the other thin brain to death by the way. 2 birds with 1 stone. The dead-handled wooden hanger looked at the 2 brains that died in one breath, touched his head with a headache and said, "This little ghost seems to be getting stronger again." Black Mist said in surprise. "Yes, what a terrifying little ghost. Every time they meet, they will feel that his strength has been rapidly improved. No wonder my master said that he must get this little ghost, maybe he will surpass All Might in the future." The Tamura Shigaraki said, Looking at the mountain woman, dense forest Shinwei, Shiozaki and others who tore off the 2 wings of Flying Brain Wu, they were all stunned and dumbfounded. "It's a pity, it's not a big bird, otherwise Bangjun, if you are here, you can also roast bird wings for me." Kurosaki Ichigo said with a pitying look. Everyone was speechless. "Be careful." At this moment, Shiozaki suddenly shouted loudly, "Dare to love that black and thick brain, and throw another car over." Kurosaki Ichigo directly pulled out the demon knife Onitori. Volley. A meniscus-shaped chopping wave directly split the car in 2. "Fall in front of yourself." Slag. Kurosaki Ichigo looked indifferently at the monster in front of him who made the professional heroes who arrived one after another. This little ghost, maybe it's too strong. Many injured professional heroes at the scene looked at Ichigo Kurosaki in amazement. He hasn't shown his true strength yet. At this time, Shiozaki on the side mended the knife. As soon as the words fell, the rest of the professional heroes were all scared and their jaws were about to break. He hasn't shown his true strength yet. So how strong is his strength? One knife flow Ju Dai Lion Elegy. Swoosh. A bang. Kurosaki Ichigo transformed into a pitch-black lightning bolt, and the cane rushed towards Kurosaki's brain. Next second, Ichigo Kurosaki appeared behind Kurosaki, brainless. Rub. A bang. The demon knife into the sheath. Hiss. Hiss. The black and coarse body was directly split in half. Blood shot out. Good. So handsome. For a time, the surrounding people were screaming and shouting. "This guy is too strong." Shiozaki clasped his hands in front of Shang and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with adoration. Although, this bad guy shaved his long hair into short bangs during the UA Games. But I don't know why, from that time on, I began to pay attention to him silently. Suddenly, at this time, the dashing and handsome Kurosaki Ichigo, with his left hand close to his ear, made a listening gesture. Stinky fart. Mountain Ridge woman couldn't help but scold with a smile. Badass. Shiozaki blushed and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said, However, at this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo found that a message tone suddenly appeared on his mobile phone. "I'm in the XX street of Hosu City. This is a message sent by a scorched group. In order to ensure the safety of everyone and the arrangement of activities in normal times, Tenya Iida, as the leader of the squad, formed a group." At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo saw that Bang Scorched Frozen only sent a positioning, but did not say anything. According to the personality of this cold boy, it will definitely not be so boring. After all, he is not a blue light with a more coquettish personality. Well, that is, there is a danger of scorching. Just when many professional heroes who arrived lamented that Ichigo Kurosaki was powerful and smelly. Suddenly, Ichigo Kurosaki disappeared. Bang. Kurosaki Ichigo rushed according to the location address and used teleportation. "You'll have to wait until I come." Kurosaki Ichigo worried. Although Kurosaki Ichigo is belligerent, he is absolutely sincere to his classmates, especially Bang Jiao. Last time at the UA High School Athletic Day, it was this guy who solved the siege for himself and paid tens of thousands of yen to buy Argentus for the MT lady. On the other hand, in the next city, Midoriya Izuku, who was being pulled by the classic car of All Might's class teacher when he was a student, was also shocked when he saw the location address sent by Boon Zhao. In order to train Midoriya Idhisa, the classic car took Midoriya Izuku to a crowded city. Because in cities with many people, there are many criminals, and there will be more hero offices. It's not good, my classmate is in danger. Midoriya Izuku said hurriedly. What's wrong? The classic car asked. In Hosu City, Midoriya said in a deep voice. Hosu City, I was going to take you to Hosu City. But the cheese bread in this city is delicious. The classic car was surprised. Midoriya Izuku, boy, don't worry, there are many great heroes in the local area. The classic car comforted. However, Midoriya Izuku's face was still gloomy. Until he saw a message. Chapter 087, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was running fast, also used his mobile phone to send his position. This means that Kurosaki Ichigo has rushed towards the scorched position. Ichigo-kun, be careful. Midoriya replied with a smile. The haze on his face was swept away, replaced by peace of mind and certainty. What's wrong, little ghost, why are you suddenly not worried? The classic car asked curiously. Well, a companion has already rushed over. Midoriya Izuku said. Oh, is he Ichigo Kurosaki? The classic car asked curiously. Yes, old man, do you know him too? Midoriya Izuku said with a look of joy and surprise. Midoriya Izuku has always been inferior due to his lack of personality, and he does not have many friends. And Kurosaki Ichigo is one of his few friends, and although he is like a demon god in battle, Midoriya Izuku is not afraid, because, every time, he is there to protect his companions. On the other hand, on a street rarely populated. You imposters, go to death. Hero Killer Stein, the long knife slashes directly at the scorched frozen who has been restricted from moving. Poof, a bang, Stein discovers that his long knife has been kicked flying. Another companion, it seems that you really have quite a few companions. Stein said to Tenya Iida, who was lying on the ground. You are the hero killer, Stein. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled playfully. I heard that your reward is very high, when I catch you, hee. You imposters of money worship. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, the hero killer Stein looked angry. On the growth path of hero killer Stein, I saw too many negative news about heroes, which caused the hero killer's thinking to become very extreme. And a type like Ichigo Kurosaki is also what he hates the most. You are not only trapped by selfish desires, but even try to satisfy them with the power of heroes. That's against the hero. So, go. Like an avid orator, Stein tells his theories while preparing to attack Ichigo Kurosaki with a short knife. However, before the hero killer could finish, Kurosaki Ichigo interrupted impatiently, don't beep. Quote, after that, Kurosaki Ichigo punched the hero killer. The powerful wind pressure brought by the heavy punch made the hero killer's cheek tingle. What a strong little ghost. It's hard to deal with. Hero killer Stein secretly said in his heart. However, the hero killer has extremely rich combat experience, and after he felt the power of this punch, he quickly dodged it. The speed of the hero killer is outrageously fast, and it is a notch stronger than the brain Wu dealt with today. In the formula book, the speed of the hero killer is S level. He dodged Ichigo Kurosaki's attack. Next, he turned around and picked up the long knife that had been kicked and flown by Ichigo Kurosaki before. Quickly rushed in the direction of Tenya Iida. Oops. After seeing that Tenya Iida was in danger, he couldn't help but worry, but at this time, because he was, by the hero killer Stein, his body couldn't move. Instantaneous. 6x adrenaline. Kurosaki Ichigo sacrificed teleportation, and although the proficiency of teleportation is only 40%, the speed has reached the level of A+. Plus, 6 times more adrenaline, and the speed has reached the S class. Even faster than the hero killer. Kurosaki Ichigo pulled out the ghost from his waist and slashed down. However, To Kurosaki Ichigo's surprise, the hero killer Stein actually killed a horse gun. The hero killer at this time wiped a gloomy smile at the corner of his mouth. The long knife swept towards Kurosaki Ichigo like the wind. Broken. Boom Frost and Iida Tenya saw that Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't avoid it at all, and they couldn't help but be anxious. Especially Tenya Iida, if not for his insistence on finding a hero killer. Then their own companions. There will be no danger to life. Thinking of this, Iida Tenya couldn't help but burst into tears. Just when everyone thought that Kurosaki Ichigo would be slashed in blood. Poof! A bang, rang. Yes, belch. Everyone was stunned to see the scene in front of them. The long knife in the hand of the hero killer Stein actually broke. Hey, hey. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo threw a punch. Bang, violent wind pressure, so that the air vibrate. A punch directly blasted Stein more than 10 meters, until it hit the wall and stopped. Stein, you poor weakling. I don't hate your heroic philosophy, but I definitely don't agree with it. True heroes, you won't even be able to afford a better knife. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo's first 2 sentences are very serious, and the last sentence is ridiculing the broken Stein. Meanwhile, Boom Frost found himself moving. Quickly used the frozen personality to trap the hero killer Stein. But at this time, the heroic killer Stein, with a terrifying personal will, jumped up and dodged, and at the same time threw a short knife at Tenya Iida, who was still unable to move. Gravity light. Kurosaki Ichigo swung his demon knife on it, and a purple beam of light instantly rolled the short knife away, sparing Tenya Iida. But the heroic killer Stein at this time fled. Ran away. Boom-kun, hurry up and make me an ice skateboard. I'm going to chase him. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo said with a look of displeasure. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 088. Boom Frost was startled at first, and then thought that this guy had an alternative way of flying. So I quickly made an ice skateboard. However, the current personality mastery of Bang Jiao Jiao is still much worse in terms of fine work. The skateboard doesn't look very standard, but it's pretty good. It's ugly. Kurosaki Ichigo muttered. Boom scorched. At the same time, Tenya Iida, who has always felt guilty, couldn't help but smile knowingly. For some reason, the arrival of Ichigo Kurosaki is like All Might, which is so comforting. You two stand up first. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Oh. Both nodded. After the two stood up, Kurosaki Ichigo used gravity to float the two in midair. Immediately afterwards, Ichigo Kurosaki threw the skateboard straight out. Skateboards are like rockets, scurrying fast. The fierce wind rushed, making the two people, whose physical fitness was only slightly better than ordinary categories, feel as if they were being strangled. But as Kurosaki Ichigo jumped up, the wind pressure felt by the two was much less. Boom-kun, don't hold me too tight. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo also quipped with interest. Boom Frost was suddenly speechless. This bastard always likes to tease himself. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo saw a figure moving quickly in the moonlight. As his physical fitness became stronger and stronger, Kurosaki Ichigo's facial features were much stronger than ordinary people. Today's eyes, if not clairvoyance, can see things within 1.5 kilometers. As for the nose, it is comparable to the most sensitive dogs. Stein, where are you running? Kurosaki Ichigo in midair suddenly burst into laughter. This voice, like a tweeter in the dark night, is deafening. What? This little ghost, Stein, who wanted to abscond, saw Ichigo Kurosaki flying towards him in the air, and Stein looked stunned. Stein knows very well that he is not the opponent of that little ghost. This little ghost has a speed that is not weaker than himself, his strength is far stronger than himself, and most importantly, the body of this product is harder than steel. The personality of his own blood can't be used at all. Although Stein is radical in his thinking, he is a smart person, and he who was chased and killed by Ichigo Kurosaki, if he continues to be in a place with few people, he will definitely be easily chased by him. To this end, Stein rushed into the crowded streets. Hero killer Stein, where are you running? Kurosaki Ichigo roared again. The sound is so loud that it is simply a super megaphone. Don't be silly. Call it for me. Kurosaki Ichigo looked back at the two with wooden faces and said. Oh, okay. The two nodded with a confused look. But I didn't understand what Kurosaki Ichigo was doing. Hero Killer Stein, where are you running? This sentence spread widely in the dark night. This surprised many melon-eating people. These teenagers were chasing professional heroes during this time, and the danger level was as high as S-level criminals. Oh my god, this is the most murderous criminal since All Might. But at this moment, he was chased by several teenagers running around the city. In pursuit of the hero killer Stein, Ichigo Kurosaki in midair uses chopping waves to change direction. Like rowing in the water, this wave of operation directly looks at Rainbow and Tanya Iida. Myself and this guy, I feel that the gap has become wider again. At this time, the heroic killer who had come to the hot area shouted several times in midair by Kurosaki Ichigo. Passers-by on the ground were all attracted to it. Okay, almost. Kurosaki Ichigo pulled out his waist and jumped straight off the skateboard. Ichigo Kurosaki, who appeared directly above the hero killer, unleashed gravity knife hell force. The overwhelming atmospheric pressure, like a mountain falling down, hits the heroic killer. But what surprised Kurosaki Ichigo was that the heroic killer Stein, who had extremely rich combat experience, actually predicted it in advance. Successfully evaded. At the same time, the hero killer jumped into the air in one step, pointed at Kurosaki Ichigo's back, pulled out the last knife on his body, and rushed down. Be careful. At this time, Lady Yu Shanyu, who was attracted by the huge movement, couldn't help but scream. Just when the short knife was less than a few centimeters away from Kurosaki Ichigo's neck, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly disappeared. Stein was flabbergasted. Instantaneous. Kurosaki Ichigo made an instantaneous step, stepped on the air, and with the help of the counterforce, appeared behind the hero killer. Gravity knife hell force. Rumble. This time, Stein, who was hit head-on, quickly fell. Bang. With a bang, the ground made a bang, a deep pit suddenly appeared, and at the same time, Stein fell into the pit. Stein, reflect on what you did. Kurosaki Ichigo said to the heroic killer Stein who was unconscious in the past. For a while, the busy neighborhood once again resounded with the screams and shouts of passers-by. I am the good Grim Reaper. Ichigo Kurosaki. Kurosaki introduced himself lightly, and then put his left hand close to his ear and listened to the screams of passers-by. Such practices let Boom Jiaojia and Iida Tenya be directly speechless. At the same time, Shiozaki Saki, a thorny beauty who had just rushed over, scolded with a smile, "What a stinky fart." Quote, Chapter 089. Wow, it's him. The top seed at the UA High School athletic meeting. Yes, I didn't expect him to be so strong. Well, it's really too strong. Hehe, I didn't expect him to be so handsome in reality. Many girls with a spring have red hearts for Kurosaki Ichigo, and they are full of flowers. Kurosaki Ichigo's self-marketing in the air is very effective, and the most lively street in Hosu City, as well as the media that has heard about it, all the focus is on Kurosaki Ichigo. It's over. Oops. At this time, Shiozaki suddenly thought of an extremely serious consequence. The next day, Shiozaki accompanied Ichigo Kurosaki to watch Boom and Tenya Iida, who were injured in the battle last night. Boom-kun, how did you know that I would be with the hero killer? Tenya Iida suddenly asked curiously. Of the people I've seen on TV shows who have been harmed by heroic killers, 60% are found in deserted streets. After I learned of the appearance of Brain Wu, I felt that there was a good chance that the hero killer would also be there, so I searched every street with few people. Quote, Hongjun, you are so smart. After listening to it, Iida Tenya praised. To this end, Boom Jiao smiled slightly. Hongjun, he is indeed very smart, but his body is too weak, and he was kissed on the neck by the hero killer and took away his first kiss. Kurosaki Ichigo on the side couldn't help but quip. Iida Tenya smiled helplessly. This kind of joke, only Kurosaki Ichigo dares to open. If it is someone else, the devil knows if the indifferent scorched freeze will break out because of this. You, facing the mouth cannon King Kurosaki Ichigo, the scorched tooth itched with anger. Suddenly, at this moment, a group of people suddenly walked into the ward. Among them was a tall, dog-headed, uniformed policeman. "This is Mr. Anuji, the chief of the Hosu City Police Department." "MT Lady Yu said. "You are the hero students who defeated the hero killer." Anuji said. Several people saw that the other party was not good, and did not speak. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, he sharpened the apple with a calm face. Before obtaining a formal hero license, or using personality to harm others without the permission of the guardian, this is also the most serious violation. Wong, said Anuji Ling ran with great righteousness, so you three will be severely punished as well as Yu Shanyu, Dense Forest Shinwei, and Andwa. Quote, "What, if Iida-san doesn't use personalities, you'll be killed by him, you know. According to your meaning, we will not save death." At this time, Boom Frost was furious. "So do you think that as long as the results are satisfactory, laws and regulations do not need to be followed?" Chief Anuji said calmly, "Isn't it a hero's duty to save people from danger?" Boom Scorched retorted again, "Ahem, that's just my opinion on this matter as a police officer." Chief Anuji said. After that, Chief Anuji bowed deeply to the three and said, "I don't want him to expose this matter, then you won't be punished." But, when he said this, Anuji's eyes looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "The movement caused by this teenager is too great, so I can only ask you to go to the police station with me." Quote, "Hee, no problem, Chief, but let me go alone." Kurosaki Ichigo took the initiative to reproach. "Nope, I'm with you." As soon as the words fell, Iida Tenya and Boom Jiao said in unison. Seeing his two companions bear it with him, this couldn't help but warm Kurosaki Ichigo's heart slightly. I'm so sorry. As the chief, I would like to help you, but I can't violate the law." Anuji bowed again to Kurosaki Ichigo. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo and the other three were escorted to the police station, a large group of reporters suddenly popped up. "Mr. Anuji, why did you put the good Shinigami on their feet?" The reporter asked. "They broke the law," Anuji said expressionlessly, "but they saved a lot of people." The reporter explained. Anuji didn't explain anything more. And at this moment, a reporter stretched out the microphone in front of Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Kurosaki Ichigo, you arbitrarily defeated the criminal with personality, do you regret it at this time?" Quote, when Anuji heard this, he couldn't help but stop and look back at Kurosaki Ichigo. "Regret? How is that possible? Heroes are about saving people from danger. A hero is to dare to break the rules. It's all for justice." When he said this, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly became impassioned. At this time, both the reporters and the police were infected by the vigorous righteousness that came from Kurosaki's protective body. But just when the image of Ichigo Kurosaki was incomparably tall in their eyes, suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo made another gesture of putting his left hand to his ear and listening to the applause. Hurry up and take him away." Anuji twitched the corners of his mouth and whispered to the policeman beside him. Chapter 090. What? That kid got caught in the police station. Aizawa Shida, who was dealing with things in the school office, learned that Ichigo Kurosaki had been arrested in the police station, and his usual coldness dissipated without a trace, replaced by a look of sadness. "Rubberhead, this is not like you." The voice hero, Mike, on the side teased. "HMPH. Aizawa snorted coldly, and then got up and went to the principal's office. Aizawa is a cold-faced teacher who usually does not smile at his students. But when in danger, the kind that would rather sacrifice yourself than protect your students, good teacher. Not to mention Ichigo Kurosaki, the kind of student who was favored by Aizawa Takeda. After arriving at the principal's office, Aizawa was surprised to find that All Might was also there. "Aizawa Takeda, you're here too. Please sit," the principal said with a smile. "Regarding the problem of those three brats, Director Anuji contacted me, and he himself could help them hide the matter, but the little guy named Ichigo Kurosaki actually made a mess in Hosu City." The principal frowned and said to the two. "So?" All Might asked worriedly. "These three are all elites of Class A, especially Boom Frost and Kurosaki Ichigo. If they are punished too harshly, it will affect the future of the three." Ha ha. At this time, the principal's brows suddenly stretched, and he said with a smile, "Your worries may be superfluous." Quote, as soon as the words fell, the principal handed the two a video of the Baoshu City Police Department. They are still children, and children with justice in their hearts. You can't do this. Yes, let them out, they are real heroes. Heroes must not be humiliated. It's all about justice. The crowd outside, holding signs, pulling banners, and holding megaphones outside the police station, made a loud noise. Such moves naturally attracted a lot of media. The media kept pestering the NUG director, asking the NUG director to listen to the voice of the masses. For this reason, the director of the NUG Bureau can only move the relevant laws and regulations out. However, in this era of full-name Superman, the law is of course very important and needs to be strictly observed. But the law also needs human care. This is also a contradiction point in the era of heroes for many years. Indeed, if the use of individuality is used without permission to affect society, it will be a great disaster for the world. But this seems to make people indifferent. Imagine a criminal attacking a passerby. Can't he stand up just because he is not a professional hero? The incident of Kurosaki Ichigo chasing hero killer has already made a lot of noise in Hosu City, and it has also made many people question whether this law can be adapted. If these three naked hearts, at least from the outside's point of view, if they go to jail and are severely punished, will this deteriorate the humanity of society? Sorry, this matter needs to be handed over to the court for judgment. The entangled dog helplessly, only forced to play an official tone. The verdict on the actions of Ichigo Kurosaki will be tried in the local court of tomorrow Hosu City. But the matter is far from over. The day before the verdict, the media across the country were enthusiastic about this matter. Netizens have sided with Ichigo Kurosaki. Society needs a good Grim Reaper. Please return the good Grim Reaper to us. Ichigo Kurosaki is not only not guilty, he also deserves praise. If not, wouldn't that allow those criminals to continue to go unpunished? Quote, how many people did the hero killer kill? How can such murderous criminals who gamble their lives be severely punished? I think this is the #1 joke of the century. Quote, this little ghost, it's a headache. The president of the local court, after seeing this tricky case, could not help but have a headache. Should we do things according to the law? The assistant next to him asked. Do things according to the law? The judge frowned. Are you trying for us to be tied into hedgehogs by the media? Quote, that released them. The assistant suddenly became even more puzzled. How to put it? Don't we enforce the law impartially? The judge said coldly. So what the hell should we do? The assistant was speechless. Hey, otherwise why would you have a headache? The judge rubbed his head, and after thinking for a moment, he suddenly said, by the way, isn't one of them the son of Andwa? At that time, it will be said that they have their permission, okay. Quote, Your Honor, you are so clever. The assistant praised. I'm also for justice. The judge immediately said with a straight face, your side sent someone to find Andwa, to collude, it's important to get things right. Quote, Following, the court opened to try Ichigo Kurosaki and 3 others. Under the arguments of Ichigo Kurosaki's defense lawyer and the court's intentional release, successfully turned the case into a wrongful case. The 3 of Kurosaki Ichigo used personality reasonably with Andwa's permission and were acquitted. The judge finally pronounced the verdict. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 091. After being released in court, Ichigo Kurosaki walked out of the courthouse with a smile on their faces and 2 people, Ichigo Kurosaki and Tenya Iida. Suddenly, a large number of reporters interviewed Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo Kurosaki, were you nervous when you faced the hero killer? The reporter asked. Not nervous. Kurosaki Ichigo said directly. Oh, is it absolute confidence in your own strength? You know, but multiple professional heroes died at his hands. The reporter asked. Nope. Kurosaki Ichigo shook his head and said with a smile, because I believe that evil is invincible. Quote, when you faced a strict punishment, did you ever regret what you did at that time? Another reporter asked. When this reporter asked this question, All Might, Aizawa Mita not far away, and the police chief of Hosu City, Anuji, couldn't help but change their faces. This reporter's question is very tricky. Kurosaki Ichigo was acquitted because he had the permission of Guardian, not merit. This reporter has an extremely bad reputation in the circle, and likes to dig holes for people, which can't help but make fellow reporters worry about Kurosaki Ichigo. Once you say it, it's a troublesome thing. No regrets. Because I got Andrewa's permission. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. As he spoke, Kurosaki Ichigo glanced at the reporter with disdain. This product is simply terrible. Poof. The reporters on the side, after hearing that Kurosaki Ichigo had discovered the conspiracy, couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, the reporters were very surprised. They thought that he was a teenager who was too hot-blooded, but they did not expect him to be so thoughtful. Then why didn't you tell things before? The reporter asked again. As soon as these words came out, the scene was suddenly silent. This reporter obviously wants to provoke trouble. At this time, the scorching freeze on the side was a little breathless, and wanted to open his mouth to fight back. But he was stopped by Kurosaki Ichigo and smiled. Sorry, I'm still a child, and I don't know the laws and regulations in this area very well. Quote, still a child. This sounds a little awkward. But that's exactly what happened. The other is still a student, only 15 years old, where is it clear so much? And this sentence also directly scolded the reporter, speechless, ashamed. Okay, I still have some things to investigate. At this time, Shifunuji walked directly over, and the police on the side immediately stopped the reporters. Anuji immediately took Kurosaki Ichigo and the others away. Little ghost, are you doing well? In the car, Anuji said to Kurosaki Ichigo in the passenger seat. Okay. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly asked, by the way, Shifunuji, we are now acting legally and contributing, will you give us a reward or something? Quote, After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Anuji's face suddenly covered with black lines. You kid, you still want our reward, because you made things bigger, and there were reporters ambushed near my house all day. Even buying a vegetable can't stop. I also want to be rewarded. Hongjun, you don't seem to have eaten enough yesterday. After all, it's just white rice, and you can't eat it at all. Kurosaki Ichigo saw Inazaki pretending to be stupid and stunned, and turned his head to Boomfrost and said. Bang Jiao was first stunned, and then speechless. Boom Scorched quickly understood what Kurosaki Ichigo meant. This product is to slander the dog for not giving him good food. Now this product is the focus of media attention. If once it spreads, Anuji doesn't yet know how much trouble there will be. Little ghost, don't worry, I will let the press praise you tomorrow, and the bonus will not be less. Anuji gritted his teeth and said angrily, if it hadn't been confirmed by himself, it was indeed this little ghost who defeated the hero killer, he wouldn't have believed that he had a heroic heart. This is just a little bastard, little rascal. Thank you, Shifunuji. Kurosaki Ichigo said squarely. But in terms of bonuses, you go and donate to the disaster area. Quote, Anuji was a little surprised. Could it be that he saw this little devil wrong again? Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo muttered. Anyway, it's tens of millions, it's not enough for me to buy a luxury car. Quote, Anuji, 3 days have passed since the hero killer thing, and the week-long hero internship has ended. On the day Kurosaki Ichigo went to school, a sensational news appeared again in the country. It's just that Ichigo Kurosaki, a freshman in the first year of UA High School, a student who doesn't even have a temporary license, actually appeared on the professional hero ranking, which is renewed every year, and at the same time, what is even more surprising is that he is ranked 7th. I turned out to be no. 7. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was sitting in the car driven by Hiroshi Nohara, said with a surprised look. Professional hero ranking is not a simple strength ranking, but a ranking of social contribution plus number of incident solutions plus support rate, which has a certain relationship with strength. After all, there is no way to solve big events without hard power. But anyway, it was absolutely impossible for Ichigo Kurosaki to go up. Chapter 092, Professional Hero N0.7 Good Grim Reaper. Wow, Kurosaki Ichigo turned out to number 7 heroes. No, he is still a student and has become a professional hero of number 7. It's not funny, is it? All go. For a time, Ichigo Kurosaki, who defeated the international criminal, Wolf the Werewolf, and captured the hero killer Stein, who killed the most criminals since All Might became a symbol of world peace, was once again on the hot search of the country. After Kurosaki Ichigo and Yamillion Bai stepped down from the car, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. At least a few hundred pairs of eyes were staring at Ichigo Kurosaki in the school. Looking at their adoring, puzzled gazes, Kurosaki Ichigo was calm, but the Momo Yaoyorozu on the side was very unnatural. Suddenly, at this moment, the surrounding crowd became restless again. What? Misprinted. It won't. Nani? Wrong. Quote. Everyone looked at the major news media, and when a piece of news popped up, they were shocked. The official organization that announced the professional hero ranking said that the negligence of the staff put Ichigo Kurosaki, who was still a student, in the number 7 position, and the employee has been dealt with seriously. In addition, the official body praised Ichigo Kurosaki. The death of criminals, the good hero. It turned out to be a misprint. When the masses learned the news, they couldn't help but be speechless for a while. What are you doing, really? But at this time, the corner of All Might's mouth in the office couldn't help but show a gratifying smile. Official institutions absolutely will not allow such stupid questions to arise. Then all this, there is only one possibility. This is a compliment on Ichigo Kurosaki's behavior. In addition, this teenager may be able to break a rigid legal regulation since entering the era of Superman for all. Is it only heroes who can save people? It's a bit pedantic. Of course, the main reason for this law is that if everyone uses personality at will, then the whole world will be chaotic. Ichigo Kurosaki, funny little ghost, UA High School, 1A Year 1A Class. The moment Kurosaki Ichigo stepped into the class, Ashido Sana, Raihei Ochako, Yi Yinto, Kirishima Ruerlang and several others greeted Kurosaki Ichigo. Awesome, Ichigo Kurosaki, Kirishima Ruerlang said enthusiastically. Hee, it's also on the hot search. Riri Ochako said, Ichigo-kun, you're awesome. Yi Yin said with a dance. It's fine. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. Huh. Momo Yaoyorozu smiled coldly. Indeed, what Ichigo Kurosaki did during this period has become a hot topic of discussion throughout the country. The fame is so great that the 3 giants of UA High School are on par, and even comparable to some famous professional heroes. Soon, the class returned one after another. Ha, burst trench, can't you think about it? Kirishima Ruerlang and the others laughed. The Bakugao who interned with the professional heroes of N0.2 has changed from the previous explosive head to a scholarly appearance. It makes people laugh. That bastard styled my hair, and I couldn't change it back after washing it N times. Bakugao Katsuki said furiously. I kind of tried 3 or 7 points. Kirishima Rihiro laughed. Shu you, the people in the class are basically here. Everyone expressed their admiration for Ichigo Kurosaki, Boom Jiao, and Tenya Iida. It's really powerful, it's so brave. Riri Ochako said. Well, we definitely wouldn't dare to change it. Zhengji's frog blowing plum rain said. Midoriya Izuku, your performance is also great. Ashido Sana said. I actually fought the enemy officially. Quote, yes, Midoritani-kun is also very good. Richie Ochako echoed. To be honest, Midoriya Idahisa's performance during the internship period should be the best except for the 3 Kurosaki Ichigo, and the rest of the class is just doing some chores, basically without any danger. However, Midoriya Izuku was taken by classic cars to a city with many people for actual combat. And it also received the attention of the media in that city, just because Kurosaki Ichigo was too dazzling during this time, completely covering the light of Midoriya Idahisa. For Midoriya Izuku, it doesn't matter, the heroic concept he adheres to is a very ideal heroism. And Kurosaki Ichigo will not be jealous of Midoriya Idahisa, who has obtained the inheritance of All Might, even if he knows very well that Midoriya Izuku may surpass himself in the future. But Ichigo Kurosaki used this as a motivation. A truly strong person is never afraid of being chased by others. The classroom was full of jokes, ridicule, and laughter. Seeing the chaotic classroom crowd, Kurosaki Ichigo also laughed along with everyone. It's just that the Momo Yaoyorozu born by the eldest lady next to him couldn't help but pout. It's really rude. Quote, but Momo Yaoyorozu have been silently listening to their conversation. After class, I'll treat you to barbecue. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was in a good mood, laughed. Oye, Ichigo-kun, handsome. The crowd shouted. Bangjun, you can control the flame temperature at that time. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile to Boom, who had been sitting quietly. Boom scorched frozen, suddenly full of black lines, this bastard, sure enough, waiting for me here. Youth, there can be no abortion, but only secondary too. Ha ha ha, your fan fiction stories hub. Search, categories, tags, updates, sign in, Chapter 093, the bell rings for class. As the squad leader, Tenya Iida hurriedly organized discipline. Shu Yu, a beautiful man in a suit and tie, All Might, walked in. Hi, I'm coming, All Might said. Immediately afterwards, All Might led them to a labyrinthine factory area. Today is going to be a rescue training match, All Might said. This time we will train in groups of 5, divided into 4 groups. After I sent out the distress signal, you set out from outside the factory at the same time, and whoever can be the first to arrive will be able to see the teacher and me. Quote, of course, the damage to the building should be kept to a minimum. When All Might said this, he was very mischievous and kept pointing out the heroic victory over himself. Don't point at me. Bakugao Shengji was speechless. My destructive power is not the greatest. Quote, after that, Bakugao Katsuji glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo beside him. Immediately afterwards, the grouping began. Ichigo Kurosaki, Tenya Iida, Kakutaka Katsuki, Frog Buki Plum Rain, Midoriya Izuku, a group of 5. After All Might announced the grouping, the rest of the crowd was listless. After all, they knew very well in their hearts that no matter who was in a group with Kurosaki Ichigo, it would be a sure loss. But at this moment, All Might said, Kurosaki Ichigo, you don't need to use your flying skateboard. Quote, why? Kurosaki Ichigo was surprised. Hee, because you are the hero of number 7. All Might teased. Poof. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. If Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't use flying skateboard, then the rest still have hope of winning. For this reason, Ichigo Kurosaki did not choose to refute it. Even if he did not use gravity, he was invincible. Begin. 5 people started at the same time. Tenya Iida took the lead and rushed to the front. After all, he has the personality of Engine and he has a natural advantage in jumping and running. Hey, you guys look at Midoriya Izuku. Wow, he's jumping. His jumping posture seems to be overwhelming. It's only been a week, has he improved so much? Everyone has discovered Midoriya Ida's growth. After all, although Midoriya Izuku has had good performances in the past, every time he plays extremely unstable, and he always hurts himself. But now, Midoriya has become stronger and has a bit of a heroic appearance. Of course, all this is inseparable from Midoriya Izuku's efforts. Even during class, this guy is using the shadowless stool to practice. The so-called shadowless stool means that the butt does not touch the stool. However, at this time, the voice of Riri Ochako sounded, breaking everyone's attention to Midoriya Ida. Where's Ichigo-kun? It seems to have been gone since the beginning of the game. Where the hell did he go? Riri Ochako is cute and looking for Ichigo Kurosaki. At this moment, I suddenly heard Kurosaki Ichigo's hearty laughter. Guys, go on, I'll have a cup of tea first. Looking towards the source of the voice, everyone found that Kurosaki Ichigo had reached the end and was standing with All Might at this time. Oh my god, Ichigo-kun, what the hell did you do? Why didn't I see him? Did he learn to teleport? Everyone talked about it. Even All Might was surprised by Kurosaki Ichigo's speed. Fast, simply too fast, as if teleporting. At this time, the graceful Kurosaki Ichigo, holding Jiro's legs, drinking a bottle of black tea, wiped a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. After defeating Hero Killer Stein, the points he will get will all increase the proficiency of Instantaneous. In this way, the proficiency of Instantaneous has reached 60%, and the speed is only half a chip weaker than the previous Hero Killer, and it is currently about the level of A+. The explosive heroes who are still running to the point of victory can't help but be shocked. Why, I've worked hard myself. But the gap with him is getting wider and wider. Kurosaki Ichigo is like a mountain that is difficult to climb, appearing in the hearts of Bakugao Katsuji and everyone in Class A. However, at this moment, All Might's voice sounded. Hero, it is to break the despair. Break the so-called impossible. These words, like thunder, exploded in everyone's minds. It seems that there is much less cowardice in the heart. Chapter 094. UA High School Class 1A. Seeing that the summer vacation is getting closer and closer to you, there is no reason for you to take a relaxing rest for a month. Aizawa said. Ah, no way, Shangming exclaimed bitterly. During the summer vacation, we will do forced accommodation. Aizawa said again. After hearing this news, the students in the class seemed very excited. Including Ichigo Kurosaki. Cultivating with these people is also quite interesting. In addition, Ichigo Kurosaki recently enlisted the help of the invention target of the logistics section and recreated a set of battles for himself. Oh no, it should be training clothes to be exact. The main role is still weight-bearing. After all, the previous bracelet and anklet were already destroyed by the brain in the USJ incident. Today, the appearance is similar to before, but after Kurosaki Ichigo uses gravity, he can get a load of 1,000 kg. Not only does he want to prove himself Midoriya Izuku, even if he uses the shadowless stool to exercise himself in class, Kurosaki Ichigo is even the daily training of the devil. Kurosaki Ichigo was not sitting on the shadowless stool but sat firmly on the stool, but he had to control the strength of his whole body, otherwise, the stool collapses immediately after being subjected to a heavy pressure of 1,000 kg. I have to say that Ichigo Kurosaki invested 500 million yen in her. Let them invent what they want. It's just that this patent is to be owned by Ichigo Kurosaki. While everyone was jubilating, Aizawa said again, if you fail the final exam, you will stay in school for hellish tutoring. Quote, let's work together. At this time, Hiroshima Ruer Lang roared loudly with boiling blood. It's boring. Bakugao Katsuji said. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the last week of June. Because of the busy training, everyone did not have time to prepare for homework. Just when everyone was worried, the top student, Momo Yaoyorozu, who had a teacher's hobby, stepped forward to help the students with poor grades in the class to make up for it. Really, I'm looking forward to going to 800 homes. Hee, me too. Weekend. The class arrived at the Momo Yaoyorozu mansions. 8 million Bai and Kurosaki Ichigo siblings came out to entertain everyone in couple costumes. Oh my god, I knew that 800 families were rich, but I didn't expect that they would be luxurious like this. Huh, what's your clothes? At this time, Iida Tenya asked. It's nothing, it's just a brother and sister costume. 8 million Bai said calmly. Well, Iida said with a strange expression. Although these two are brothers and sisters, they really can't see it at all. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a couple. Among these tutors, only Kaminari Electric has come to the home of Momo Yaoyorozu because Kurosaki Ichigo wants to evolve the resistant ability. At this time, Shangming Electric whispered to everyone, you will know better later, how rich their family is. Quote, since 7 students in the class came, Momo Yaoyorozu opened the lecture hall at home. When they saw a lecture hall of this size, everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. By the way, what kind of tea do you want to drink? Our family usually drinks Da Hong Pao, or diamond tea, which one do you like? Momo Yaoyorozu is a natural, warm hospitality. Everyone who heard this frog-blowing plum rain was directly dumbfounded. 2 kinds of tea in 8 million mouthfuls, but the world's top 10 famous teas. The annual income of ordinary families is estimated to be able to afford to drink a cup. Although 8 million Bai casually said his superiority, it did not make Frog Kui Mayu and others feel disgusted. On the contrary, 8 million Bai seriously wanted to entertain everyone very cute. Ichigo, you go help them make tea. I'm going to start lecturing. Momo Yaoyorozu is very natural to instruct Kurosaki Ichigo, his assistant brother. Okay. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled lightly. Kurosaki Ichigo is very aware of her sister's personality, although she is usually very calm. A cold iceberg female student, but in fact she knows how to think about others, and most importantly, she especially likes to be a teacher. This can't help but remind Ichigo Kurosaki of the scene when he was in junior high school. 8 million people wore teacher clothes and made up lessons for themselves. Under the makeup class of Momo Yaoyorozu, everyone in Class A successfully passed the final exam and ushered in the practical test before the forest dormitory. This year's combat test is different from previous years. Every 2 people in Class A will face off against a professional hero teacher. Among these teachers, Kurosaki Ichigo wants to fight All Might the most, but Kurosaki Ichigo is a little unbearable. Although All Might did not let the dead-handle wooden hanger hurt him because of his performance in USJ, it was difficult for Ichigo Kurosaki, who was fighting, to stop. In case it caused All Might's injury, it would be worth the loss. Given the strength of most of the students, the principal explained that all it takes is for students to handcuff the professional hero teachers, or one of them to escape from the venue. The time limit is 30 minutes. After announcing the combat test rules, the principal began to group. A group of Ichigo Kurosaki and Sana Ashido, against Midnight Knight. When he saw this group, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chapter 095. In view of the ability to take care of students, for this reason, professional teachers will wear a weight of half their own weight. But there is one teacher, and that is Midnight Hour Minute. Kurosaki Ichigo, their exam venue is outdoors, somewhat similar to the Highlands. And the sex-feeling 18 forbidden heroes were directly at the gate, waiting for Kurosaki Ichigo to pass by at midnight. Midnight-sensei, why don't you put it on? Ashido Sana, who was in a group with Kurosaki Ichigo, asked suspiciously. Because one of you almost became the number 7 professional hero. Midnight Hour looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and laughed. In this regard, Kurosaki Ichigo had black lines on his face. Number 7. This meme of professional heroes, it seems that everyone is playing. Nima, Okay, little ghost, just let the horse come. At midnight, he directly tore off his tights and combat uniform, sat lazily on the ground, and said to Kurosaki Ichigo. Okay. Ashido Sana, who has a lively personality, took the lead in attacking. Be careful. Kurosaki Ichigo was about to remind Ashido Sana and had already rushed over. Ashido Sana's personality is acid. However, the acid did not stain the body at midnight, and Ashido Sana was already unconscious. At midnight, he leaned Ashido Sana on his beautiful lap and slept sweetly. It's really an amazing personality. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled secretly in his heart. The personality at midnight is sleeping incense, which releases body fragrance from the body that is enough to hypnotize the opponent to make people fall asleep, and it is more effective for men than for women. At this time, only Kurosaki Ichigo was left. At midnight, he stood up and said to Ichigo Kurosaki with a smile, "Little ghost, don't try to pass by me." Quote. After that, he tore off all the tight stockings on his legs at midnight. At the age of 31, he kept his figure quite well. It is worth mentioning that since her debut, her costume has been questioned since her debut. The body fragrance of midnight spreads in the air. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was still a few meters away from midnight, even though his body was as strong as a fierce beast, his brain was also dizzy. Sanity began to blur. At this time, Midnight Hour showed her good physical skills. Hurriedly rushed towards Ichigo Kurosaki. A hand axe slashed at Ichigo Kurosaki. Kurosaki Ichigo raised his hand and blocked. A strong body fragrance comes to the face. This made Kurosaki Ichigo feel refreshed, and his brain became heavier. Oh, this little ghost, he has such amazing perseverance that he hasn't even slept yet. Midnight was secretly surprised. Teacher, how old are you? Suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo asked. Why are you asking this? Midnight frowned slightly, and asked with an unkind face. For older unmarried women, age can be a hard wound. No, I just said, are you so old and wearing such strong perfume because you are worried that you will not find a boyfriend? Kurosaki Ichigo teased. Bastard imp. However, what Kurosaki Ichigo did not expect was that his ridicule completely angered Midnight. She put the combat clothes on her body at this time, that is, tights, all torn off. Sexy, enchanting body, presented in front of Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes. Little ghost, is my sister beautiful? Midnight Fox smiled. It's not a midnight hour deliberate showmanship, on the contrary, it's a way of fighting for her. As long as Kurosaki Ichigo opens his mouth to speak, the sleeping incense inhaled will also increase. Compared to the ant of the same age, it is already very good. Kurosaki Ichigo said playfully and defiantly. Bastard. At midnight, he rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Just less than 20 centimeters from Ichigo Kurosaki. At midnight, Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him, his body began to shake, and the whole person seemed to be unable to hold on and was about to fall. Seeing the midnight hour behind this scene, he smiled and said, Little ghost, just you are still younger. Quote, and then, just after speaking, at midnight, I found my hips and was smacked by someone. A scream was released at midnight. This scream surprised the recovery girl in the monitoring room. What happened? Immediately afterwards, a playful bad laugh sounded softly in the ears at midnight. Teacher, good figure. Hey. Midnight was shocked, and when he looked back, he found that Kurosaki Ichigo had actually appeared in front of him. The two looked at each other, never nervous in front of the man in the midnight night. At this moment, the heart was racing everywhere like thousands of deer. The previous anger, I don't know why, was swept away. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo's voice sounded. Midnight Sensei, may I ask you to dance? Yes. At midnight when I heard this, I couldn't help but be frightened. At the same time, the students who passed the assessment in the monitoring room, especially the Momo Yaoyorozu, can hang a soy sauce bottle on their mouths. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 096. What is that like? Why is that? And this little ghost, why didn't you sleep over? At midnight, he looked at Ichigo Kurosaki with a puzzled expression. Taking advantage of the slight loss of concentration at midnight, Kurosaki Ichigo's right hand had already wrapped his arms around his waist at midnight. Waltz, will you? Kurosaki Ichigo said softly. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, he nodded his head at midnight. But just after nodding, midnight found something unusual. This imp. But at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo had already waltzed with midnight. Just when he subconsciously lowered his head at midnight, a trace of sanity was restored in his mind. Could it be that his eyes can affect his sanity? Midnight distracted by the shock. Through the big screen, everyone in the monitoring room saw the two dancing with different expressions. I'm so envious, Shangming Electric said. Iida was speechless. HMPH. 8,000,001 looked gloomy, obviously angry that his brother was hooking up with someone else. Ichigo-kun, it's really powerful, and he can actually be immune to sleeping incense. Midoriya Izuku said with a look of adoration. Yes, after all, it is the professional hero of number 7, Yi Yinto, who had a lively personality, teased. Ha ha ha. At this time, everyone burst into laughter again. For the midnight hour, sleeping incense, it really worked for Ichigo Kurosaki before. But if Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to clear the level, it was basically a matter of minutes. With one instantaneous step, you can directly rush through the gate. In addition, you can hold your breath for 12 hours, as long as you gag your mouth and nose. Basically sleeping incense will not play a big role. However, Kurosaki Ichigo, who has an evolution personality, will not have the idea of avoiding any danger. Hard as king. As a result, what surprised Kurosaki Ichigo was that in the face of the sleeping incense, Kurosaki Ichigo, who had been walking in hell, did not immediately fall into a coma, but also felt dizzy in his head. But soon, his mind regained consciousness, and at the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo found that his spiritual power had been greatly enhanced. The magnitude of the increase made Ichigo Kurosaki a little unbelievable. At midnight, when he and Kurosaki Ichigo looked at each other, the reason why the heart beats faster and the blood vessels dilate is because Kurosaki Ichigo releases the powerful, spiritual power through his eyes. And this is like an electric eye, which will make women sink for their charm. So, the 18 forbidden heroes have been sleeping incense for a long time, and their spiritual power is far stronger than ordinary people, but if they are female high school students in ordinary schools, at this moment, it is estimated that it has already been emotional. In addition, the strength of spiritual power also allows Kurosaki Ichigo to use gravity fruit for a longer time. Teacher, do you want to see a meteor shower? After the waltz finished jumping, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly asked. At midnight, I couldn't help but be startled, and I looked at the little ghost in front of me in disbelief. Wait a minute, Kurosaki Ichigo released his right hand holding midnight. The demon knife is unsheathed. A volley. One knife flow 36 troubles Phoenix. In an instant, a blue tornado appeared, cutting through the ground and producing countless rubble. Gravityless. Kurosaki Ichigo swung his sword again. All the rubble, all raised into the air. Gravity Knife Fire Festival. Immediately afterwards, countless purple gravity beams pulled all the rubble in the air. Here we go. Midnight Sensei. The voice just fell. The demon knife into the sheath. Countless rubble, falling from an altitude of 200 meters. It's like a fantastic meteor shower. This scene made the 31-year-old look at Ichigo Kurosaki with affection as a red face like a high school girl. The girl's heart, which had been absent for a long time, suddenly moved. But at this moment, the headset that I carried with me at midnight suddenly made a noise. Midnight Night. The harsh voice of the sound hero mic made him wake up instantly at midnight when he was almost immersed in Kurosaki Ichigo's romantic town. At the same time, he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with annoyance. Bastard imp. After seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's playful face at midnight, he couldn't help but be angry. As a professional hero, he was actually played by this little guy. At this time at midnight, he uses physical skills to attack Ichigo Kurosaki. But in terms of physical skills, at present, the entire country, except for All Might and a generation of brains, there will be no one who is Kurosaki Ichigo's opponent at all. At midnight Midnight is a teacher. He was successfully subdued by Ichigo Kurosaki and pressed under him. Teacher, you lost. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo also put the handcuffs on at midnight. At this time, the sound of the broadcast sounded. Ichigo Kurosaki and Sana Ashido emerged. At midnight, when she was defeated by the students and the little brat, she was very embarrassed in her heart, and in order to take revenge on Kurosaki Ichigo, she forced her anger and laughed. Little ghost, you won. The teacher will give you a special reward. Quote. After that, he walked towards Kurosaki Ichigo's Zui at midnight. Chapter 097. Seeing the 18 forbidden heroes kissing him at midnight, Kurosaki Ichigo was a little confused. Stinky little ghost, it makes me so faceless, I want to teach you a good lesson. Midnight distracted in the dark way. Yes, Kurosaki Ichigo passed the actual combat assessment, but Kurosaki Ichigo was too dazzling, and did not put himself in the eyes of this professional hero and the teacher of UA High School. At midnight, I felt very humiliated. He is known as the 18 forbidden hero, but he was turned around by a child. What is even more ashamed is that he is still watching meteor showers with him. Damn it, little bastard, it's so humiliating for me. At midnight, he thought that the sleeping incense he emitted may be because this little guy is not breathing, so the amount he ingests is not large, plus he is a little monster who can hold his breath in water for hours. But if I kiss him, and it's still that kind of kiss at a negative distance. Your own sleeping incense will definitely play a bigger role. This trick has never been used on anyone at midnight, and Kurosaki Ichigo is the only time he makes an exception. However, the next second, at midnight, I was surprised that this little bastard not only did not fall asleep, but on the contrary, took the initiative and became fierce. Woo-hoo, Shen Yuka wants to break free, but her strength is where Kurosaki Ichigo is an opponent. Kurosaki Ichigo's arms, like iron hoops, could not move at midnight. In a hurry at midnight, he had to bite Ichigo Kurosaki's tongue, head. Hiss. Even though Kurosaki Ichigo's body is like steel poured, his tongue and head are still relatively fragile. Being bitten like this, Ichigo Kurosaki almost cried out in pain. In an oversight, he broke free from Kurosaki Ichigo's embrace at midnight, glared at Kurosaki Ichigo in annoyance, and left indignantly. At the same time, in the monitoring room, because this scene is really a bit uncustomary. For this reason, when the recovery girl took the initiative to provoke Kurosaki Ichigo at midnight, she briefly turned off the video. However, the moment she turned on the computer, the recovery girl couldn't help but be startled. Kurosaki Ichigo actually carried Ishido-sen out of the gate intact. As for Midnight, a man with a red face and complicated eyes sat on a rock. Abominable little bastard, I should have bitten you off. Midnight said indignantly. Ichigo Kurosaki, who has amazing resilience, did not take long to recover from his injuries. At the same time, the actual combat assessment at the end of the first year a class of UA High School was all completed. Ichigo-kun, your ability is so handsome that you can actually engage in meteor showers. Yes, Ichigo-kun, you are really powerful. Ichigo-kun, we really want to see the meteor shower. At this time, Leary Ochako, Yi Yintu and other women said with adoration to Kurosaki Ichigo. This is very physically demanding. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately explained after seeing the unkind look in the Momo Yaoyorozu eyes. Oh, that's it, then forget it, it's really a pity. Leary Ochako said regretfully. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled slightly. At night, Momo Yaoyorozu homes. Ichigo Kurosaki and Momo Yaoyorozu sat on the roof beams of the house. Sister, let's start right away. Make a wish, Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile. Momo Yaoyorozu were like a devout believer, clasping their hands together and making a wish to the artificial meteor shower. Hey, Kurosaki Ichigo chuckled twice. In the actual combat assessment, because of the artificial meteor shower, his sister was jealous of 8 million. For this reason, after returning home, he pestered himself and had to give her a single cast. In this regard, Kurosaki Ichigo would like to say something, MMP. Just like Fuji Tiger smiled, knowing that he used his super trick to pick up a girl, would he cut himself to death across the border. However, my sister's request, Kurosaki Ichigo must do it. Shooting stars across the night sky. A man and a woman in the moonlight leaned and sat together. The bright moonlight shines on the girl, making the girl's temperament more and more light and holy. As for the boys, they are playful. A few more days passed. Class 1A. The bell rings. Aizawa walked in from outside the classroom. He first announced the scores for the exam. The first place in the 8,000,000 written tests, the third in actual combat scores, and the first overall ranking. Scorched, in second place. Explosive Glory over himself, third. Midoriya Izuku, fourth. The most surprising thing was that Ichigo Kurosaki, who performed well in battle, ranked 15th. The test score was second only to 8,000,000. But the actual combat results are only just over the passing line. Sensei, why is Ichigo-kun's actual combat score so low? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have passed the exam at all. Ashido Sana said, the actual combat results are the scores of the teachers you fought against, and I don't know the specific reasons. Aizawa said with a palpitation. Kurosaki Ichigo was Aizawa's most valued student, and after seeing such a low score at midnight, he couldn't help but ask him why. But as a result, at midnight, when he was drinking milk tea, he directly threw the milk tea into Aizawa's face. In this regard, Kurosaki Ichigo, who had a thick face, couldn't help but blush. Indeed, midnight is a loss of madam and a soldier in his own place. Chapter 098. Immediately afterwards, Aizawa announced the results of the remaining people. In the actual combat assessment they did not pass. When he learned that he and the others did not pass, his face couldn't help but show a gloomy look. But soon, the playful Aizawa announced, even those who fail can participate. Quote, yes, belch. Everyone was stunned. Ha ha ha, this is also the so-called reasonable hypocrisy. Aizawa smiled again. Poof, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. After class, the classmates meet to go shopping. The most excited is Momo Yaoyorozu. After arriving at the big mall, everyone went to buy the items they needed when they stayed together. Momo Yaoyorozu was like a big sister, and she brought the female classmates with her. And very arrogantly bought for everyone. At the same time, he smiled beautifully. It's okay, you can buy it, this is all my brother's money. Quote, wow, Ichigo-kun's money, everyone wondered. Yes, my brother is the best. 8,000,001 said with a proud face. As soon as the words fell, the female students all showed envious eyes, and they all looked at Kurosaki Ichigo who was helping them hold the goods. Outside the mall, Midoriya Izuku was suddenly hugged by a young man in a trench coat. "You are." Midoriya Izuku was horrified in his heart. He turned out to be a dead-handle wooden hanger. "Don't resist, I just want to talk to you. My 5 fingers have already caught your throat, and if I use my personality, you will turn into a ball of blood in less than a minute. Quote, if you do it here, you will soon be detected by the hero and arrested." Midoriya Izuku frowned. "Yes, but before I get caught by the hero, I can kill at least 20 of them." The dead-handled wooden hanger looked at the happy passerby and said, ... Immediately afterwards, the Tamura Shigaraki took Midoriya Idhisa to a stone bench on the side of the road. "What exactly are you trying to ask?" Midoriya Izuku said. "Teenager, what is your relationship with All Might, and why is your personality so similar to him?" Dead-handled wooden hanger asked. "Because Ichigo Kurosaki defeated Hero Killer and Wolf the Werewolf and made a big splash in the USJ incident, the plan of the dead-handle wooden hanging was ruined. As a result, Midoriya Izuku has always been under the brilliance of Kurosaki Ichigo, and it is not conspicuous. But some time ago, Midoriya Idhisa and the classic car defeated B-class criminals in a certain city, and Midoriya Izuku showed the same personality as All Might. In addition, in the USJ incident and the heroic games, Midoriya Izuhisa's personality was displayed. This makes Izuku suspect that Midoriya Izuku is All Might's heir. Midoriya Idhisa promised All Might not to say it. At this time, under the threat of life, Midoriya Idhisa stammered but still did not reveal a word. Boom! The gloomy voice of the dead-handled wooden hanger laughed, and from Midoritani's expression, it was roughly clear that this little ghost was the successor of One for All. "That kid named Ichigo Kurosaki, does he have any weaknesses?" The Tamura Shigaraki asked again. "Weakness?" Midoriya Izuku was slightly startled. "If you don't want to die, just say it quickly." Dead-handle wooden hanging path. Midoritani-kun. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo and the others walked out from outside the mall, and the frog-blowing plum rain saw Midoriya Izuku for the first time, and began to greet from afar. The dead-handled wooden hanger revealed an extremely ugly smile, and at the same time, his right hand gripped Midoriya Izuku's neck even tighter. The sharp-eyed Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help frowning when he saw it. An invisible murderous aura came towards the dead-handled wooden hanging. After seeing this, the dead-handled wooden hanger immediately left quickly. What a horrible boy. Dead-handled wooden hanging secret passage. Instantaneous. Kurosaki Ichigo flashed directly in front of the dead-handled wooden hanger, and was about to strike. A black hole appeared behind the dead-handled wooden hanging, directly sucking him in. "It's really fast," Kurosaki Ichigo said with a playful smile. At the same time, the dead-handled wooden hanger who returned to his hometown couldn't help but sweat coldly, and he was really a little monster. After this incident, Midoriya went to the police station to file a record. On the other hand, All Might approached Ichigo Kurosaki alone. To Kurosaki Ichigo's surprise, All Might told Kurosaki Ichigo everything about One for All and All for One. The so-called All for One is the strongest opponent defeated by All Might a few years ago, and at the same time, it is also the culprit that caused All Might's injury. In addition, One for All and All for One were originally brothers. One for All in order to stop All for One, it has been passed down to Midoriya Idhisa's generation. After speaking, All Might suddenly bowed deeply to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly helped All Might up. "What's wrong, All Might?" Kurosaki Ichigo said. My time is getting shorter, I'm afraid," All Might sighed, and instead told Kurosaki Ichigo that he might not be able to protect world peace in the future, and as for Midoriya Idhisa was also discovered by them, he hoped that Kurosaki Ichigo could protect Midoriya Idhisa until he is fully grown. In this regard, Kurosaki Ichigo shook his head and said with a smile, "All Might, the flowers that grow in the greenhouse will never really bloom. Also, I will become stronger than you." All Might was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. "Well, little ghost, I didn't misread you. You really are not a guardian, but a pioneer." Quote, belch. All Might's sudden transformation surprised Kurosaki Ichigo a little. But from All Might's eyes, he saw infinite approval. The reason why Kurosaki Ichigo did not promise to protect Midoriya Idehisa is because he believes that the biggest target of the enemy in the future is not Midoriya Idehisa, who inherited One for All, but himself. Chapter 099. Time is like a white horse passing by, fleeting. Summer vacation has arrived. Today is the day to go to the Hobbit. On the school bus, everyone in Class A let themselves go. Let's play solitaire. Put on a song and listen to it. I really want to sunbathe. Seeing the boiling people, Aizawa Shuta, as the head teacher, couldn't help but have black lines on his face, and secretly said in his heart, "You can take advantage of it now." Quote. Then, Aizawa took a look at his favorite disciple, Ichigo Kurosaki. I saw Kurosaki Ichigo sitting quietly, seemingly thinking about something. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but wipe a smile. The kid's personality has become a little calmer, Aizawa said darkly. However, at this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo very uncontestably broke Aizawa's 5-star praise for him. I have an original song for you. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly laughed. Boom Jiao frozen looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who suddenly got up with a stunned expression. Oh. Quote. Riri Ochako looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with longing eyes. Ichigo-kun can still sing. Quote. Ashido-sana said, original song. Quote. Tenya Iida's glasses almost fell in shock. Nani? Ahem, an English song. Suddenly written yesterday. Kurosaki Ichigo cleared his throat and said without embarrassment at all. Okay. Looking forward to it. So handsome. I want to hear it, Ichigo-kun. The girls in the class suddenly turned into little idiots and screamed. At this time, as long as 8 million of the girls still maintained their sanity, the expression on their faces became unfazed, and the corners of their mouths overflowed with a smile, as if to say, he is my younger brother, is it difficult? Quote. However, Momo Yaoyorozu uneven breathing still betrayed her. Because his younger brother has not written a song for a long time, after all, more and more time is spent on cultivation. As for Aizawa Mida at this time, his face was full of black lines, and he was quite annoyed in his heart. Abominable little ghost, it seems that the recent training has been too easy for him, otherwise he would have written songs with this kung fu. Quote. Aizawa's teaching style is casual and harsh. For Kurosaki Ichigo, Aizawa is even harshest among harshness. For no other reason, Kurosaki Ichigo is the most valued disciple of Aizawa since he became a teacher. Even Aizawa believes that Kurosaki Ichigo's achievements will surpass the existence of All Might in the future. Shu you, Kurosaki Ichigo's voice sounded. If I got down on my knees and I pleaded with you. If I get down on my knees and beg you for forgiveness. If I crossed 1,000,000 oceans, just to be with you. If I cross billions of oceans, just to be with you. Would you ever at me own, if I climbed the highest mountain? Will you still disappoint me if I climb the highest mountain? This is, Because I Love You, by Shakin Stevens, known as the new Elvis on Earth in a previous life. Young people in love often lack courage or worry too much, which is very similar to this song. Ahem. To put it bluntly, this is a flirtatious divine comedy. When singing this song, Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes always looked at Momo Yaoyorozu intentionally or unintentionally. As a top student, the Momo Yaoyorozu naturally knows the meaning of the lyrics. In fact, the students who can enter the hero department are all Wenwu all-rounders. The classmates are also clear. It's just that they didn't see Kurosaki Ichigo flirting with girls from time to time at that time. Oh no, it should be the eyes of the sister. 8 million Bai's heart beat faster, and his face was slightly red, but in front of the classmates, 8 million Bai still calmly moved his eyes to the window. It's just that I have been thinking in my mind that if my brother listens to this song while letting himself watch the meteor shower, it should be the most romantic thing. Kurosaki Ichigo's crispy voice is simply a natural electric sound. Even if there is no special effects technology processing, it can be compared to the world's top singing superstars. The journey to Hop Homestay was so easy and enjoyable. But after the bus drove for most of the day, suddenly stopped. What's going on? Why did you stop halfway through? The crowd was puzzled. A vast forest appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Aizawa Yuta. Long time no see, Eraser. A hot, Sexy woman greeted Aizawa Shimida. Aizawa nodded in a paralyzed manner. Hee, Ichigo-kun, I didn't expect it, we met again. The North American bobtail laughed. Well, hello. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Wow, they're pussy cats, counting this year. They've been around for 12 years, Nerd Midoriya Izuku muttered to himself with an excited look on his face. However, the words are not quite spoken. The North American bobtail punched Midoriya Izuku directly in the face. Chapter 100. Did you see that? The place to stay is at the foot of that mountain. The North American bobtail pointed into the distance and said, It's so far. Aoyama said helplessly. The rest of the class was also speechless. However, just as they were about to go back to catch up with the bus, the school bus had already left. Immediately afterwards, the Mandalay cat said, You will pass through this devil's forest in 2 hours. Quote, within 2 hours. Everyone was shocked again. However, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was looking forward to it. The hobbing begins. The North American bobtail touched the earth with both hands, like a mudslide, pushing everyone towards the devil's forest. For the North American bobtail cat with soil flow personality, Kurosaki Ichigo is also slightly startled. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo used teleportation to avoid the embarrassing scene of being pushed down by a mudslide. Of course, during this period, Kurosaki Ichigo also conveniently saved his sister Momo Yaoyorozu and Yi Yinto, who was closest to him. Ichigo-kun, thank you. Yi Yin's shy voice sounded. Although Kurosaki Ichigo can't see Yi Yinto, the feel will not deceive. This leaf-hidden figure is really good. This can't help but remind Ichigo Kurosaki of a movie he watched in his previous life, Transparent Man. And Transparent People OOXX. It's a mysterious feeling. Ahem. Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but blush. Ichigo-kun, you can help me put it down. At this time, Yi Yinto's voice sounded again. Oh. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled awkwardly, and quickly put down the clamped Yi Yinto. Eraser. This little ghost, it's really strong. This kind of strength, even if it is an ordinary professional hero, is not his opponent. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's reaction speed and movements, the North American bobtail said to Aizawa in surprise. Yes, this imp is really strong. So please add some ingredients to him. Aizawa said noncommittally. Okay. The North American bobtail smiled wickedly. That's natural, I also want to see what level of professional heroes of number 7 is. Quote, belch. If Ichigo Kurosaki heard it at this time, he would definitely shout again. Nima, this 10,000-year-old terrier. Shu Yu, a hideous-looking, huge monster appeared in front of everyone. Warcraft. Aoyama was shocked, but the movement in his hand was not slow, and his navel released a laser light. Directly destroyed the earth demon beast in front of him, but it was also a side effect of personality engaged in a livid face. I want to go to the toilet. Quote, at the same time, more and more earth demon beasts are endlessly attacking the students. Everyone in Class A also coped with each other. To the surprise of Bakugao Katsuki and the others, nearly half of the dozens of earth demon beasts went to besiege Kurosaki Ichigo. Gravity Knife Purgatory. The demon knife is unsheathed. Boom. With nearly 20 times the gravity, the earth monster close to Kurosaki Ichigo directly turned into a pool of mud. In this way, Kurosaki Ichigo walked step by step towards the designated place of the hop to stay. From above, the North American bobtail who saw this scene looked at Aizawa in surprise. The corners of Aizawa's mouth twitched slightly. After all, others are the heroes of number 7. Quote, all right. The North American bobtail is a little crying and laughing. As early as the Yue High School athletic day, the cat's combination had seen the power of Kurosaki Ichigo, but he did not expect that after many days, this Kurosaki Ichigo had made rocket-like progress. Look at me, I'm going to be serious. The North American bobtail smirked. Then, in the Devil Forest, a group of earth monsters appeared. Look around. At least 40 or 50. I really can't hold it anymore. Aoyama covered his stomach with a graceful face like a pig's liver and said. In addition, among these 40 or 50 earth demon beasts, there was also a large monster twice as tall as ordinary earth demon beasts. Midoriya Izuku, who was already able to control 5% of his strength, flew towards this huge earth demon beast with a punch in order to surpass himself. However, this earth demon beast only took a flick of gear, and flew Midoriya Izuku a few meters away, until it hit a large tree. Not bad, Aizawa said. Of course, the North American bobtail said with a tired look. Okay, let's go, Aizawa said. The CT's duo said. Eraser and a few people were on their way to the shared accommodation, and suddenly, the North American bobtail said, Eraser, will this be too harsh on them? Quote, I would like to have increased the training volume tenfold. Eraser said. Cats looked stunned. You'll know then. On the other hand, in the forest of Warcraft, in the face of the huge earth demon beast, the students in the class were tired of dealing with it. Even if it is scorched and scorched, it will not be the opponent of this earth demon beast for a while and a half. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo discovers that his gravity knife purgatory cannot completely collapse him. So, one knife flow Ju Dai Lion Elegy. Kurosaki Ichigo turned into a pitch-black lightning bolt, streaking through the oversized earth monster like an electric flint. Rub. A bang. Kurosaki Ichigo turned his back to the oversized earth monster and showed a beastly smile. The earth demon beast shattered to the ground. And then, the other earth monsters. Chapter 101. Gravity Knife Hell. 1/. It was as if the demon Yu fell, directly crushing the earth demon beast. Terrible. Midoriya Izuku exclaimed that although he had been practicing with All Might's former homeroom teacher for a period of time and had improved a lot in terms of strength, there was still a huge gap compared to him. At this time, Midoriya Izuku's mind came to mind what All Might said to himself. Midoriyahisa, trying to catch up with him. Abominable. Bakugao Shenji's pupils dilated, and he looked at the scene in front of him in horror. Bakugao, who has always been known as a genius, for some reason, in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, the frustration is getting stronger and stronger. Ichigo-kun, it's great. Yi Yinto, who had been rescued by Kurosaki Ichigo before, was pleasantly surprised. My brother is the best. Momo Yaoyorozu and One Faces, I'm proud of my brother, expression. Hee, everyone, how about we go and surprise Aizawa-sensei? Kurosaki Ichigo said suddenly. Surprise? What surprise? Everyone looked puzzled. At this time, Boom Scorched, who had the best relationship with Ichigo Kurosaki, couldn't help but have a strange expression. Rocket flight. Kurosaki Ichigo pulled out a large tree more than 10 meters tall like a willow. The next second, everyone in Class A was sitting on a tree, and Leary Ochako took Weightless to make the classmates float. The maximum weight of Weightless is 3,000 kg. And Kurosaki Ichigo is only 1,000 kg. Soon, Kurosaki Ichigo pushed hard. Hasten. It's like a rocket, rushing towards the end. On the other hand, Aizawa and Katz have been talking about the situation of their classmates on the road and the special training of them in the following time. However, when talking about Ichigo Kurosaki, Aizawa and the other four were silent. How on earth is this little devil going to improve? It's really a headache. Unconsciously, Aizawa and the others came to the joint accommodation. I can go take a shower first, and then wait for the group of imps to come. The North American bobtail said. The other three, cats, also smiled. Just now, the North American bobtail cat has worked hard, almost beyond its own limit to use personality. No matter how strong those imps are, they can't estimate it before dark. However, at this moment, a lazy voice sounded in their ears. Aizawa-sensei, did your car go to the gas station halfway? Ichigo Kurosaki led the hero Class A in his pajamas to stand in front of Aizawa and said. Belch, yes. Seeing this scene, Aizawa Yuta and the North American bobtail were shocked. This group of imps actually arrived before them. In addition, he even deliberately wore pajamas to prove that he had been waiting for a long time, which couldn't help but make Aizawa and others cry and laugh. Death, you are not kind at all. The North American bobtail said angrily to Ichigo Kurosaki. Aizawa's face turned red, but in order to maintain the dignity of the teacher, he left indifferently. Ha. At this time, everyone in Class A laughed heartlessly. Aizawa Hida is the devil teacher of Yue High School. This is not a joke. Kurosaki Ichigo, their last class, was expelled by Aizawa in the entrance test. But this year, it was Ichigo Kurosaki's session. Because of the existence of Ichigo Kurosaki, he wants to change the character of Aizawa Mitsuda with facial paralysis. For the students' sneers and ridicule, Aizawa didn't say much. On the contrary, a gratifying smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But any normal teacher, no matter how strong or weak his ability is, wants his students to surpass him. Kurosaki Ichigo's existence makes Class A funny, and at the same time, the classmates also regard Kurosaki Ichigo as their goal to catch up, and everyone's strength is increasing unconsciously. Cats began to comment on everyone. You guys are better than I expected. Especially the four of you. The North American bobtail pointed at Midoriya Izuku, Bakugai Katsuki, Boom Frost, and Tenya Iida and said, "You guys have a very good reflex." Quote, after speaking, the North American bobtail looked at Kurosaki Ichigo again and said, "Of course, our number 7 is the most amazing." Quote, poof. See also the terrier number 7, everyone laughs crazy. Immediately after, it's time for lunch. At this time, Midoriya Idhisa asked, "May I ask whose child is this little boy?" Quote, him, Mrs. Liu, you misunderstood, he is my nephew. Mandalay Cat said, this way. Midoriya Izuku smiled and looked at the little boy with an unhappy face. Hello, I'm Midoriya Izuku. Hero High School, Hero Class A. Before he finished speaking, this junta kicked Midoriya Izuku's eggs. Suddenly, Midoriya Izuku was so painful that his eyes were about to fall. Yes, everyone looked stunned. HMPH, I don't want to go with you guys who aspire to be heroes. Angry Koshoda said. Sorry, Mandalay Cat said apologetically. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and walked towards Yuta. Chapter 102. After seeing Kurosaki Ichigo arrive, his small face glared at Kurosaki Ichigo with annoyance. Stay away from me. Shota suddenly punched Kurosaki Ichigo in the abdomen. Ichigo Kurosaki didn't dodge. Just when the Mandalay Cat was about to apologize to Ichigo Kurosaki, Junta covered his fist with a bitter face. Is your body made of iron? It's still a child's wife, and tears of pain flow. It should be harder than iron. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and reached out to touch Yuta's head. Yuta tried to dodge, but after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes, the tension was surprisingly eased. What shocks the Mandalay Cat is that this little nephew of his own, because his parents died tragically at the hands of the enemy, for this, he hates heroes. In addition, Junta has not been an outsider for many years, and he is still so calm in front of a teenager who wants to become a hero. I'm sorry. At this time, Junta said in a low voice. This scene not only surprised the cat's group, but also Aizawa Yuta. What method did Kurosaki Ichigo use to stabilize this little ghost's emotions? Actually, it's nothing. After an alternative battle with Midnight Hour Minute, Ichigo Kurosaki's mental power skyrocketed. And the strongest medium of Kurosaki Ichigo's own spiritual power is the eyes. Both men and women will be attracted by the spiritual power released by Ichigo Kurosaki. Just like at midnight, he promised to watch the meteor shower with Kurosaki Ichigo. As for Yuta, he is a little fart at all, and he will be infected by Kurosaki Ichigo's charm in every second. Little ghost, you have to be kind. At this time, Kirishima Reiro also learned from Kurosaki Ichigo and touched Yuta's head. Outcome, whoops, a bang. Another slap in the leg of a broken grandchild. So, Kirishima Ruerlang's personality is hardening this leg. It didn't make Kirishima feel any pain. But this also made everyone in Class A, especially the boys, dare not approach Mrs. Liu. In the evening, everyone starts bathing in the hot springs. Of course, men and women are separated. At this time, Shangming Electric said with a lewd look, I don't know what the situation is on the other side. Quote, however, as soon as the words fell, Shangming Electric felt a monstrous murderous aura. I definitely don't dare to hit the idea of Momo Yaoyorozu's. Shangming Electric quickly changed his words. For Kurosaki Ichigo's sister control, everyone knows that you can joke with this product, but once it is driven on his sister, it will cause big trouble. For example, last week, a senior in the second year of the hero department wanted to take the opportunity to go close to Momo Yaoyorozu sets. However, after being seen by Kurosaki Ichigo, he directly threw it dozens of meters away. For this reason, the label of Kurosaki Ichigo's sister control has been widely circulated in schools. On the side of the boys' hot spring bath, in addition to the students of Hero Class A, there is also Yuta. However, at this time, Junta was next to Kurosaki Ichigo without saying a word, taking a bath. Hongjun, my back is a little itchy, I can't reach it. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo rushed over like a scoundrel. Boom said angrily, what's wrong with this? Isn't it bigger than yours? When he said the last sentence, Kurosaki Ichigo deliberately raised his voice. This can't help but make others drill into the water. Yeah, I really don't know how long this goods is. The age is also about the same age as everyone, but that place is simply a giant elephant. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo's body is also the best of all. Each muscle, in addition to the corresponding beauty, can also make people feel that powerful explosive power. Juntai, do you know if you want to eat meat in the future? Otherwise, it will be the same as your brother in the future. Kurosaki Ichigo said half-jokingly. The voice just fell. The hot spring water began to freeze. Hiss, Ichigo-kun, don't joke around. Iida snorted coldly. Okay, Hongjun, in fact, yours is quite big. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Boom Jiao revealed a helpless smile. Since school, no one has dared to bully himself, let alone say such things. This bastard is the first. And it's strange that I don't hate him. After swimming for a while, Kurosaki Ichigo noticed that something was wrong with Yuta's body. What's wrong with this? Kurosaki Ichigo touched Yuta's head, and then said in surprise, he has a fever. Quote, yes, everyone was stunned. At first, it was only a low-grade fever, but under the hot spring bath, it did not dissipate heat, resulting in a high fever. So what to do? Someone said, I'll take him to her sister-in-law. Kurosaki Ichigo said, Ichigo-kun, you're in trouble. Tenya Iida said. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo just wrapped himself in a bath towel and carried Kuta out of the hot spring pool. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 103. What's wrong with Yuta? The North American bobtail asked worriedly when he saw the unconscious Tomita. It seems to have a fever. Ichigo Kurosaki, wrapped in a bath towel, said. This way. The North American bobtail quickly went to find a cooling patch and some fever-reducing drugs. The science and technology and medicine of this world are much more developed than in the previous life, and you can basically recover after simply taking fever-reducing drugs. Of course, due to the relatively poor physical fitness of Lu Tai, he has not woken up for the time being. Taking advantage of this time, the North American bobtail tells Ichigo Kurosaki about why Yuta is so rebellious and why he dislikes heroes so much. Speaking of which, Mrs. Hu is also very pitiful, and both parents died at a young age. Shota's parents are both professional heroes who lost their lives in the mission, which makes Yuta think that his parents abandoned him, and there is a prejudice of heroic irresponsibility in his mind. When he said this, the North American bobtail's expression was a little low. Ichigo Kurosaki patted the shoulder of the North American bobtail comfortingly. When the North American bobtail raised its head, it was opposite to Ichigo Kurosaki. At the same time, his eyes saw the looming chest muscles under Kurosaki's bath towel. For some reason, the North American bobtail's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, his cheeks were slightly red, and he secretly said in his heart, "What's wrong with me?" The other person was just a 15-year-old. Quote, however, in fact, this is all due to Kurosaki Ichigo's mental power that is n times more than ordinary people. Excess spiritual power turns into charm, especially for the opposite sex, which is even more deadly. Black, Kurosaki Ichigo, you put Yuta down, I'll take care of him. The 31-year-old North American bobtail said with a red face. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, and then put Kuta down. Dad, Mom. At this time, Junta suddenly spoke. This made the North American bobtail startled in his heart, and quickly stepped forward to check. The little one is talking in his dreams. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo planned to leave. But at this moment, Yuta, who was talking in a dream, suddenly reached out and grabbed Kurosaki Ichigo's bath towel. Tear and pull, one time. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was about to turn around and leave, suddenly became red. Time. Kurosaki Ichigo's golden ratio figure is undoubtedly presented in front of the eyes of the North American bobtail. The 31-year-old North American bobtail cat who was in the blind date period was frightened by this sudden scene and closed his eyes directly. That, said Kurosaki Ichigo apologetically. Little ghost, don't hurry up and put it on. The North American bobtail blushed and said shyly. Ooh. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded quickly, intending to put the bathrobe back on. And at this moment, knowing that his little nephew was sick, the Mandalay cat who came from outside happened to push the door and entered. Just saw the back of Kurosaki Ichigo white flowers. And the North American bobtail on the side. You guys. The Mandalay cat was frightened and screamed. Shish. Seeing this, the North American bobtail cat felt bad, and quickly covered the mouth of the Mandalay cat. In case someone else knows about this situation. That's not clear. That, even Kurosaki Ichigo, who had a thick skin like a city wall, was quite embarrassed at this time. Unexpectedly, I was seen by two girls. Don't leave soon, the North American bobtail said with disgust. Ooh. Kurosaki Ichigo trotted away. After Ichigo Kurosaki left, the North American bobtail told the Mandalay cat that he had taken fever-reducing drugs and was starting to improve, but he would not wake up for the time being. The Mandalay cat who heard this breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, the Mandalay cat looked at the North American bobtail with a look of confusion and said, I didn't expect you to be so good at this mouthful. Quote, what do you think? It's all an accident. The North American bobtail said angrily. It's actually nothing. Wasn't there an old saying hundreds of years ago? Height is not a problem, age is not a gap, as long as it is appropriate. Mandalay cat teased. The North American bobtail turned red and took a sip. I said it was just a misunderstanding. Quote, in fact, this kid named Kurosaki Ichigo is indeed very good. According to his growth rate, he will definitely be a big man in the future. If you are with him, you will definitely be happy in the future. Mandalay cat said again. Happiness. It's really big enough. Bah, what was I thinking? The North American bobtail secretly scolds himself for not being ashamed, but the 31-year-old North American bobtail was taken by his friends when he was a student, and he has also watched some action movies that are not suitable for children. But I've never seen a size like this. Remember that when a friend of mine said that what black giants came, it seems that there is no big EH from this little ghost. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 104. The next day, it was 5:30 in the morning. The people of Hero Class A gathered to prepare for special training. The purpose of this dormitory is to increase everyone's personality and obtain temporary licenses. Aizawa said to everyone. Oh. Everyone nodded blankly. Immediately afterwards, Aizawa took out a softball from his pocket. He threw it to Bakugao Katsuki. Hey, isn't this the personality test when you first entered school? Bakugao wins his own secret way. I remember your previous record was 705 meters. Here, now let's see how many there are. Aizawa said. It's definitely over 1,000 meters. Bakugao said with a smile that he was determined to win. From the beginning of admission to the present, the progress of the explosion is obvious to all. However, after Bakugao Katsuki threw it out, the result is only 708 meters. This achievement made the students in the class stunned and puzzled. Shu-yu, Aizawa explained. It is true that your progress is not small, but it is all about the fair use of personality. And personality itself is not really enhanced. Quote, Teacher, I want to try it too. Kurosaki Ichigo said at this time. Take it. As if he had known that Kurosaki Ichigo would ask for a softball for himself, he didn't say anything more and threw a softball directly. Swoosh. A bang. The softball was thrown by Ichigo Kurosaki like a cannonball. The howling wind, and the smell of burnt in the air. That said, the speed of this softball has become outrageously fast. What? Aizawa was shocked. Soon. Dee. Aizawa's test machine rang. 4,600 meters. Belch. Yes. Everyone was shocked. You know, when Ichigo Kurosaki started the personality test, his score was 1,500 meters without using gravity. And now it was thrown to 4,600 meters, more than 3 times the original. Ha. After everyone's achievement, the corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching. Nima, it's inhuman. However, the most shocking thing should belong to Aizawa Shuta. This softball is not an ordinary softball. The material inside him is similar to magnet, but it is not magnet. This prop was developed by invention purpose. At the moment of being thrown out, Aizawa's left hand was inserted into his pocket and a red button was pressed. This will increase the gravity of the softball by 5 times. Aizawa originally thought that Kurosaki Ichigo could be thrown up to 1,600 meters to hit this kid, let him settle well. But what I didn't expect was that this product threw out a shocking data. Ahem, there will be some different things in this world. Shu Yu, Aizawa's voice sounded again. Alright, forget it, who made him a monster? What a pervert, the power is too terrifying. Everyone secretly said in their hearts. However, at this time, after Kurosaki Ichigo saw his results, he couldn't return to his senses for a long time, and said with a sad face, I thought I could throw 10,000 meters, but I didn't expect the progress to be so small. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was hit, looked frustrated. Heat. Boom scorched dark passage. Ichigo-kun, you're already strong, okay. Midoriya Izuku envied. Damn, when will I be able to surpass him? Bakugao is extremely unwilling. You really are a monster. Tenya Iida, bastard little ghost, you can simply pissed off. Aizawa Shuta was also quite helpless in his heart. For a long time, Aizawa has always disliked the qualifications of students, but this year he met a little ghost who constantly broke his bottom line and constantly impressed him. I thought it would be a very happy thing, but I didn't expect it to be so shocking. But soon, Kurosaki Ichigo's sad face suddenly dispersed. Because at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo thought that he still had a 1,000 kilograms weight bracelet on his body. A moment later, Aizawa once again explained the personality enhancement. After hearing Aizawa's explanation, everyone understood for a while. But we have 20 people now, and there is only one teacher. At this time, Genji girl Asui said, overusing muscles breaks muscle fibers and then grows tougher. That's the same with personality. So there's only one thing you're going to do. Pushing the limits. Aizawa said. As soon as the words fell, the cat's combination also walked out. Due to the large number of people, I asked the 4 of them to come and help. Aizawa said. Cats introduced his personality. However, at this time, deep eye bags appeared on the eyes of the North American bobtail, although covered with cosmetics, but still obvious. North American bobtail, what happened last night? Didn't you sleep well? The students whispered. Chapter 105. When the students mentioned their dark circles, a hint of embarrassment flashed in the eyes of the North American bobtail. Last night, I lost sleep. The mind is full of a little ghost. I didn't go to sleep until after 3 o'clock in the evening, and it was only 2 hours from now, and the dark circles under my eyes were naturally serious. Okay, let's each start your own breakthrough journey. Aizawa said. Aizawa takes a different approach to training for everyone. Such as, scorching, in an oil drum, ice for a while, fire for a while. The tailed apefu, and Kirishima Ruerlang are a group, and the tailed ape man whips Kirishima Reiro with his own tail, which can increase the hardness of the tail of the white apefu, and also increase the limit of Kirishima Reiro. Aoyama is elegant, constantly shooting laser light. Shangming Electric wants to accumulate more electricity. Midoriya Idakuya and the tiger, in the cats, engaged in PK practice. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, he was left to the side. Aizawa didn't give himself advice. Teacher, what about mine? Kurosaki Ichigo asked. Aizawa did not speak. Teacher, I am. Kurosaki Ichigo asked again. Aizawa looked at Kurosaki Ichigo too coldly, feeling extremely helpless in his heart, and secretly said, wasn't I thinking? Suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo said, Sensei, I have an idea. Quote, Aizawa looked puzzled. I'll go find Chong Dark Stepping Yin to practice together. Kurosaki Ichigo asked. Often in the dark. Aizawa looked puzzled. Well, Chong Dark Stepping Yin, isn't he controlling his black shadow? Kurosaki Ichigo said with a playful smile. Oh, what do you want to do? Aizawa is still puzzled. Hee, I'll help him control black shadow. Kurosaki Ichigo said in a loud voice. Chong was cultivating in an artificial cave built by a North American bobtail, and his screams were heard from time to time in the cave. The dark shadow that often goes dark is very powerful, not only can be used to attack, but also to defend. Moreover, the darker the sky, the stronger the strength. In addition, the more negative emotions that often go dark, the stronger the black shadow's strength. Kurosaki Ichigo was very curious about how powerful this black shadow's strength was. Hey, Kurosaki Ichigo walked into the cave with a wicked smile on his face. Ichigo-kun, why are you here? When Chong Dark saw Kurosaki Ichigo coming, he was shocked in his heart and hurried to let him out. For Kurosaki Ichigo, although there is not a lot of contact with him, but for Kurosaki Ichigo's character, the calm and reliable Chong Dark Taiyin not only does not reject, on the contrary, he likes to play with him. In the dark, Chong Dark Taiyin can't control his black shadow, so he is worried that black shadow will hurt Kurosaki Ichigo. It's okay. After that, there was a sound of fighting in the cave. In the training of everyone, the homeroom teacher of Class B, Blood Hero, Bradkin, brought his classmates to the place where they stayed. When they saw everyone in Class A, who had already started training, they were dumbfounded. My goodness, is this hell? The voice just fell. The training ground, that is, the hill built by the North American bobtail using its personality, suddenly shattered with a boom. Yes, belch. What the hell is going on here? Immediately afterwards, a huge black shadow appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and under the black shadow was always dark stepping Wyan. Everyone was shocked. Aizawa suddenly opened his personality erase. Soon, the irascible black shadow was suppressed back by Aizawa Takeda. Bastard, I haven't made enough trouble. The violent black shadow said in a very unwilling tone. At the same time, an anxious voice sounded. Aizawa-sensei, don't, I haven't played enough. Among the rubble, Kurosaki Ichigo, whose clothes were torn, said with a look of uncertainty. Fuck. Everyone was speechless for a while. Nima, it's the movement of this product again. It's really not peaceful. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo glanced at everyone in Class B. The Thorny Beauty, Shiozaki Tsubaki, and Kazuka Kento both lowered their heads in unison. Suzuki, Aizawa Yuta tells Kurosaki Ichigo that he can practice with Tsuneki, but there is a premise that he must go somewhere else. Teacher, now the enemy is very rampant. I am too far away from you, will it be very dangerous? Kurosaki Ichigo asked, pretending to be afraid. Get out, Aizawa said angrily. As for the side, because of the black shadow violent walk, which caused a large loss of physical strength, he couldn't cry or laugh. Kurosaki Ichigo's strength has surpassed many people. At the same time, All Might said that although Kurosaki Ichigo is not the most top-notch combat power, as if he wants to escape, even if he is himself, it is difficult to catch up. Oh, teacher, let's go then. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Bring some clothes and go. Aizawa turned his head and said. The voice seemed cold, but everyone present could hear it, which was a straight man's concern. Chapter 106. Teacher, are they all monsters? It can still be like this. Everyone in Class B looked at the site destroyed by Ichigo Kurosaki with a confused expression. This amazing destructive power is simply a weakened version of All Might. HMPH, as long as you are willing to strengthen your exercise, you will surpass him one day. Blood Hero Bradkin said quietly. That's for sure, hee. Tai J Che Tai was like beating chicken blood, and his fighting spirit was high. Afternoon. When Chong Dark's physical strength was almost restored, Kurosaki Ichigo came to him with an excited look and said, Tsunade-san, let's hurry up and enter the cave. Quote, No. Chong Dark Taiyin quickly shook his head and said, Ichigo-kun, it's not that I don't want to practice with you, it's just that once this black shadow's strength becomes too strong, it will be beyond my control. Quote, What does it matter? Hee. Don't worry, I'll help you tame him. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Tame. Chong darkened and speechless. Well, tame. Ichigo Kurosaki nodded again in confirmation. Now the classmates, some of the strength, have basically dealt with each other, but they often tread in the dark. And the black shadow that often walks in the dark, to be precise, should be the black shadow in the state of rage, and it is Kurosaki Ichigo's opponent who wants to fight the most. Just now in the artificial cave, the strong and powerful black shadow made Kurosaki Ichigo very refreshed. This kind of hand-to-hand combat in actual combat is simply blood pumping. Well, alright, Tsunade finally relied on Ichigo Kurosaki. For Kurosaki Ichigo's strength, Chong Dark Stepping Yin also has some understanding. This guy is definitely a pervert level. Even the violent black shadow may not be able to really hurt him. It's just that, never mind, let him be. Chong Darken smiled bitterly. This cave was told to herself, and she often came here alone at night. Su-Yu, Kurosaki Ichigo, and Izuku Dark Shadow all walked into the pitch-black cave. The dark shadow, which was often dark, began to storm away. It instantly rose to 2 meters, like a tall shadowman, and after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo appear, he directly swung his fist. Bang! A bang! Kurosaki Ichigo was also shocked back half a step. Hee. Interesting. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo jumped up in 1 step and also punched out with a heavy punch. Whistle. The sound of fist pressure and wind pressure made Chong Dark Stepping Yin below frightened. Kurosaki Ichigo's wind pressure sound seems to be much stronger than when he was at the Yue High School Athletic Day. Bang, bang, bang. Kurosaki Ichigo did not actually fight any martial arts, just simply used his fist to bombard the black shadow. Constant air booms, constant crashing sounds. A small vibration began around the cave. Half an hour later, Kurosaki Ichigo's voice sounded. Chong Dark, be angry a little more. The current black shadow is still so weak. Kurosaki Ichigo said very unpleasantly. Often secretly stepping on the clouds and panting. A little wooden look. Kurosaki Ichigo, who has been fighting with the violent black shadow. You scumbag. The black shadow heard that Kurosaki Ichigo was actually mocking himself for being weak, and turned into a pitch-black beam of light and crashed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Bang! With a sound, seeing the black shadow that was about to hit him, Kurosaki Ichigo directly punched down. Dwang! A bang! Black Shadow's eagle-like head was directly hammered to the ground by Kurosaki Ichigo's punch, knocking out a large hole. The outside of the cave shook again. This shocked the North American bobtail who came to watch secretly. I really don't know if this 100-meter-high mountain will also be destroyed by this little ghost. Kurosaki Ichigo faced the dark shadow that was often dark and did not choose to use the gravity fruit but simply used hand-to-hand combat. The main purpose is to strengthen your body. Progression personality can make Kurosaki Ichigo's body harder. At the same time, if you are injured, you can also recover from the injury faster. What is adaptive evolution? Only in the harsh environment will accelerate growth. If it is just a self-mutilation exercise, the effect is gradually decreasing for Ichigo Kurosaki today. An hour later, the black shadow, who was beaten by Kurosaki Ichigo like a bereaved dog, continued to attack Kurosaki Ichigo in anger. You scumbag! While fighting, while roaring. Although Black Shadow is a personality that often goes dark, he also has his own mind and can speak. However, once it runs away, it is a monster that attacks irregularly. In this regard, Kurosaki Ichigo liked it very much. Gravity fist crack wind. Ichigo Kurosaki, raising the gravity around his fist, compressing. And then, a punch blasted. A transparent column of gas condensed by wind pressure appeared out of thin air and hit the Black Shadow's body. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 107. Thundered. The fist of the terrifying waves shook the space. The Black Shadow, whose defense was comparable to steel, was actually punched out of a hole by Ichigo Kurosaki. Lao Su. The battered Black Shadow began to decrease in body. Chong Darken regained control. Chong Dark San continued to be angry. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Chong Dark and said with a hopeful face. Ichigo-kun, let me rest for a moment first. Chong darkly stepped on the yin and gasped and said. Oh, haha, okay. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled awkwardly. I am happy to play, but this is a great drain on physical strength for Chong Dark. Chong Yan-san, I'll go get something to eat first. We'll continue to practice later in the evening. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Chong Dark nodded. During the joint training with Ichigo Kurosaki, Chong Dark Taiyin found that the degree to which he could control Black Shadow also began to increase. Of course, in terms of the progress of Ichigo Kurosaki, it is still a lot worse. Chong darkened and watched how Kurosaki Ichigo compressed gravity around his fist to form destructive power. This guy is a genius without a doubt. But the move he used just now, Gravity Fist Cracking Wind, was definitely not used in an instant. In order to perfect this punch, Kurosaki Ichigo threw at least 1,000 punches at his Black Shadow. Oh, Shu Yu, who often stepped into the shadows, heard screams one after another in the forest. And these screams are the wails of beasts. Without thinking about it, this must have been done by Ichigo Kurosaki. Because only he would be such a beast. At this time, Chong Dark couldn't help but feel sympathy for those poor beasts. On the other hand, Midoriya Izuku, who was cultivating under the mountain, also heard the wailing of the beast. What's going on? Could it be that some terrifying monster has appeared? Who else could there be? It wasn't Ichigo Kurosaki. Quote, well, it's just him. In the forest, Kurosaki Ichigo became a violent hunter, looking for large beasts one after another as the sun set. At the same time, against these large beasts, it is one punch at a time. Soon, Kurosaki Ichigo carried a wild boar and several wild wolves and rushed in the direction of Chong Dark. After arriving, Kurosaki Ichigo started a fire. Although Ichigo Kurosaki does not have half cold and half burning, it is still possible to drill wood for fire. After a while, Ichigo Kurosaki is very skilled in racking up the barbecue. Chong darkly saw the wild boar flowing with golden oil, and couldn't help swallowing. Chong Yan-san, do you know where your shortcomings are? At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly said, my shortcomings? Chong darkened asked curiously. Yes. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and said, you are too dependent on your personality, your physical fitness is too poor, resulting in your mental power, perseverance, and all aspects are not enough to suppress the Black Shadow. Quote, then, Tsunade looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, hoping that he would give himself a solution. If you want to control, I don't think it's difficult, exercise every day. And, most importantly, Kurosaki Ichigo said, I often come to exercise with you. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Chong darkened Yin nodded incredulously. This surprised Ichigo Kurosaki. In fact, the previous sentence asked him to exercise well. As for letting him practice with himself, although it is also useful, it is more of a joke by Ichigo Kurosaki. What I didn't expect was that this silly boy took it seriously. It's simply. Suddenly, at this moment, a short figure walked over. Chong Dark's Yin suddenly became alert. It's okay, it's Junta. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Brother Ichigo, this is the wine you want. Yuta took out a bottle of white wine and handed it to Ichigo Kurosaki. Hey, okay. Kurosaki Ichigo took it with a smile and said, Hida, you also sit down, and everyone eats together. Quote, seeing that the wild boar had been roasted, Kurosaki Ichigo directly reached out to grab it. Brother Ichigo, be careful. Worried about Kurosaki Ichigo's burns, Hida reminded. However, Kurosaki Ichigo simply ignored such temperatures. In the battle with Bang Scorch, he not only evolved anti-freeze but also had high temperature resistance. Ichigo, you're really too strong. Chong secretly stepped on the dark and said with a feeling. Chong Dark-san, you too. Moreover, yours there is much bigger than Bangjun. Kurosaki Ichigo teased. Chong darkened couldn't help but blush for a while. Although he was usually calm, he couldn't resist the old driver playing hooligans. While laughing, Kurosaki Ichigo handed Chong Dark a glass of white wine and said, Tsune-san, toast to me in our friendship. Quote, Tsunade wanted to refuse, but Kurosaki Ichigo made Tsuneki drink a few cups after a few persuasive words. The whole person is already half drunk and half awake. Hee, I want to see how strong the drunken black shadow is. Kurosaki Ichigo thought playfully. After dinner, Kurosaki Ichigo said, Yuta, you go home first. Quote, Nada nodded. Chong Dark, offended, for your good, I am good, only this. Kurosaki Ichigo carried Tsunade into the cave, and at the same time, blocked the cave, leaving only a few traces of moonlight. Haha, Lao Su is out again. The violent black shadow roared. However, as soon as he finished roaring, a heavy punch hit the black shadow's head. What the hell? Kurosaki Ichigo said angrily. Chapter 108, It's you again. The violent black shadow saw Kurosaki Ichigo clearly in the dark cave, and said angrily. Xiaohei, accompany Lao Su to practice boxing. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. HMPH, I'm better than you now. The dog-like black shadow, who had been beaten by Kurosaki Ichigo 3 times, said angrily. Rumble, rumble, rumble. One person and one shadow, once again began the landslide and ground crack. I have to say that after getting drunk in the dark, I let the black shadow let go of himself. There are no restraints, and the dark, black shadow, is all around, exerting much more powerful combat power than before. The stormy attacks and collisions made the whole mountain begin to shake. What's wrong with this? Was there an earthquake? At this time, Juntai, who was descending the mountain, looked stunned. But on second thought, it may be that Ichigo's big brother is practicing. Because Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes can be discharged, and its power is comparable to the mouth of a pig's foot in some anime. Before he knew it, his thoughts began to change. It seems that Lao Su's body is still a little poor. Kurosaki Ichigo touched the scars he had been knocked out by the black shadow and said. Get out of my way, I'm going out and wreaking havoc. The black shadow roared again. At this time, the black shadow was at least 4 meters tall, which was taller, stronger, and much larger than before. In terms of attack alone, it can already be comparable to the werewolf wolf of the black beast group. Its defensive power is also quite amazing. The most terrifying thing is that this black shadow without a body has almost no enemies at all except light. Gravity fist crack wind. Boom. Ichigo Kurosaki threw a punch. With this punch, the strong wind pressure condensed into a transparent column of chi, which once again slammed into the black shadow's body. The palm that instantly transformed the black shadow shattered. The black shadow roared more and more. Kurosaki Ichigo is getting more and more painful. Let the black shadow attack and hit yourself head on. This pain not only did not make Kurosaki Ichigo feel afraid, on the contrary, the blood in his heart was boiling. Half an hour later, the violent shaking caused the cave to begin to collapse. But Urhei is still attacking endlessly. Even if it was the black shadow in the midst of a violent walk, he had an instinctive fear of Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him. This guy seems to be getting more and more difficult in the battle. Moreover, both strength and physical strength are constantly improving. The most terrifying thing was that the momentum on his body seemed to drag him into hell. Lie down for Lao Su. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo faced the big hand that the black shadow had transformed into, raised his hand to block it, and knocked it away. At the same time, his right hand pinched the head of the black shadow, pulled it fiercely, and pinned it to the ground. The black shadow struggled and began to frantically attack Ichigo Kurosaki. However, Kurosaki Ichigo punched and punched, knocking Kurosaki's head into the ground. The violent vibration made Chong Dark, who was still in a drunken state, gradually regain his senses. After Bakang woke up, Chong Darken found that his black shadow's head was buried in the soil sack, and his body couldn't move. Chong Darken looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a shocked expression, not expecting that Kurosaki Ichigo would actually beat the violent black shadow into this virtue. Ichigo-kun, your injuries? Chong Darken asked with a worried look after discovering Kurosaki Ichigo Chong's blood. It's okay. It's already good. Kurosaki Ichigo wiped it casually, and sure enough, a piece of intact skin appeared in front of Chong Dark. That, Xiaohei, in the future, Laozi will be your boss, do you know? At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo said to the black shadow who was buried alive by himself. Buzz. The violent black shadow was not convinced and wanted to resist. But he was slapped by Ichigo Kurosaki and slapped down again. The body suddenly sunk. Call a big brother. Kurosaki Ichigo said again. The black shadow was still unconvinced. MMP. Make your mouth hard. Kurosaki Ichigo directly sacrificed the newly developed gravity knife cracking wind this time. Punch after punch. A punch is heavier than a punch. A punch is faster than a punch. Even Chong Dark Taiyan beside him could clearly feel that Kurosaki Ichigo's fist strength seemed to be able to pierce the heavenly dome. The black shadow's body was constantly deformed by the beating, as if it was pinching plasticine. After a while, well, I promise, big brother, don't fight. The violent black shadow began to beg for mercy, and for some reason, the black shadow felt that he was likely to be killed by this guy. Well, good. By the way, your second brother is here, hurry up. Kurosaki Ichigo said again. Second brother, you asked the eldest brother not to hit me. The violent black shadow, aggrieved like a child, begged Chong Darken for mercy. Ichigo-kun, this, Chong Dark Stepping Yin is still quite affectionate for the black shadow. After all, the black shadow in the normal state is very docile, and it is also obedient to Chong Dark Stepping Yin. Good. Ichigo Kurosaki let go of the violent black shadow. At this time, Chong Darkian found this violent black shadow, and he seemed to be able to control it. Well, that's good. Very obedient. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the black shadow and said. Don't say. This black shadow is still quite good. After this often dark shadow, you can completely think of the black shadow as the one in the fire shadow, Susanoo. Although the color is different and the length is different, the feeling is still similar. Ha ha ha. In the future, if the eldest brother is not there, you must listen to the second brother. If your second brother says that you are disobedient, Lousy will not spare you. Kurosaki Ichigo flashed his surging fist and threatened. The violent black shadow trembled in fright, and at the same time, he hid behind Chong Dark. However, this dark shadow, the real source of strength is not darkness on all sides, but anger and darkness in the heart that is constantly secret. This power is infinite. Nima, this personality is really quite okay. Chapter 109. By the way, Chong Dark-san, although I helped you temporarily subdue Black Shadow, it is not your power after all. Kurosaki Ichigo said to Tsuneki. Well, I know. Chong Dark Stepping Yin smiled. At this time, the Black Shadow has become an ordinary state again. After all, although the Black Shadow of the riot is powerful, it is extremely consuming the mental power and physical strength of Chong Dark Stepping Yin. I'm going to strengthen my physical training. Chong secretly said solemnly. Hee, actually, it seems that the Black Shadow can't transform. Kurosaki Ichigo said again. Transfiguration. Chong secretly stepped into the shadow with a puzzled face. Yes, just imagine if you could turn Black Shadow into that kind of sharp knife and sword, then how much more powerful. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Chong Dark nodded. Also, when you can control a more powerful Black Shadow and let him envelop you all over, this is equivalent to wearing a layer of iron armor. Kurosaki Ichigo suggested again. Ichigo Kurosaki incarnated as an online author with a huge brain hole, giving various development routes of Black Shadow, which listened to the dark and nodded one after another. If others were here, they wouldn't believe it at all, but the usually calm Black Shadow actually looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with adoration like a curious baby. In this joint practice, the relationship between the two gradually warmed up, and they became intimate from ordinary classmates before. But, Chong Dark-san, your amount of alcohol is a little small, When he said this, Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. At this time, Chong Darkian nodded embarrassedly and said, since I was a child, I have been drinking for the first time. Quote, just when the two were talking happily, a rapid figure quickly ran towards here. Iida-san, it's coming towards us. The corners of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth rose slightly. Anyone? Chong secretly stepped into the shadow with a puzzled face. Well, it's about 1,000 meters away from us just now. Kurosaki Ichigo said. 1,000 meters? Ichigo-kun, can you have night vision? Chong Dark Stepping Yin was stunned at first. He didn't expect Kurosaki Ichigo's eyesight to be so good, and he could clearly see a person's appearance from a distance of 1,000 meters. But soon, I often thought with great fear, but now it is night, and when night falls, the vision will be greatly reduced. Night vision. It seems to be. Kurosaki Ichigo was also stunned. Although he had excellent eyesight, he did not have night vision. However, when fighting with the violent black shadow, because it is in an environment where there is almost no light at all, for this reason, his personality will derive the branch of night vision. Ichigo-kun, you are really powerful. Chong secretly said with admiration. Hehe, your personality is also very powerful. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Soon, Tenya Iida rushed over. Chong Dark-san, Aizawa-sensei let you go back. Tenya Iida said, let me go back. Chong darkened and wondered. At this time, Iida Tenya said with a bitter face. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. I think our daytime exercise is too relaxed, so we should practice more at night. Quote, practice. All right. Chong darkly nodded. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo and Tsuneki Tsunade planned to leave, but at this time, Iida Tenya said to Kurosaki Ichigo with a slight embarrassment. Ichigo-kun, as for your words, Aizawa-sensei said, let you exercise alone. Quote, no need to come with us. Kurosaki Ichigo has black lines all over his face. Is this eraser abandoning me? Too strong. Is it also my fault? But forget it. Practice by yourself. As the two were about to leave, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly asked, Iida-kun, why did you come by yourself? Doesn't the Mandalay cat have a telepathic personality? Even from such a distance, she could be notified. Quote, that, Aizawa-sensei said, this is also a kind of exercise for me. Tenya Iida said, oh, yes. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and nodded. A moment later, outside the Homoku base, Aizawa is arranging the content of tonight's special training. Class A and Class B play the game of Ghost Scary together. Use personality to scare people. It looks hilarious, but it may trigger students to develop other aspects of personality. At the same time, the North American Bobtail told everyone that creativity is a key plus. After announcing the rules of the game, everyone began to act. Eraser, why didn't that kid come over? After the students gradually left, the North American Bobtail asked curiously. Aizawa sighed heavily. Although the students in the class have potential, they seem to have developed a bad problem of relying on that little ghost. Quote, Dragon Not Snake House. Kurosaki Ichigo was doomed that he could not undergo ordinary training like these students. However, as long as this little devil is admitted to the provisional license, it is time to show his strength. Hopjuku Forest, on a certain mountain range. A group of people with very different looks looked at the students who had started the Ghost Scary game. Decaying Hero, Fall, it's all about a glorious future. Chapter 110, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was too strong to play the Ghost Scary game with everyone in Class A and Class B, was lying on a mountain peak, basking in the moonlight, and suddenly wanted to chant a poem, but seeing that there was no one around, so forget it. Brother Ichigo. At this time, a voice sounded behind Kurosaki Ichigo. What's wrong, Yuta? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Yuta, who came again, and asked with a smile. Brother Ichigo, I don't like heroes. Junta said with a sad face. Yuta, actually, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at this strange and poor little boy and couldn't help but want to pour chicken soup on him, but at this moment, an evil voice sounded not far from the two. I wanted to find a place with a wide view, but I didn't expect to see you. Hey, one on the data. One is not on the information. This person is tall, wearing a black trench coat and mask, and his body is covered in a thick killing intent. This murderous aura made the still child Shutai pale and tremble with fright. The tone was condescending, and between the words, it was as if Kurosaki Ichigo and Yuta were prey. Get out. However, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo coldly scolded the trench coat masked man. MDZZ, this guy, does he think he can eat himself? Ichigo Kurosaki, number 7. I'm not looking for you this time. Quote, but I don't recommend killing you. The man threw away the trench coat, and after the mask was removed, he revealed a hideous appearance. The man's left eye is equipped with a prosthetic eye. It's you, Bakuga. Shota looked at the one-eyed man in front of him in horror. Bakuga is the murderer who killed Yuta's parents, and a few years ago, Shota had seen a wanted photo of him on TV. Oh, little ghost, it seems that you know me. The bloodthirsty muscle man said with a fierce face. As soon as the words fell, the bloodthirsty muscle man used his personality muscle enhancement, and for a while, the muscle fibers of his right hand broke through the surface of the skin, and a thick right hand swung a punch towards Shutai. Gravity fist crack wind. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned slightly, and directly punched over. What a strong wind pressure. After the bloodthirsty muscle man felt Kurosaki Ichigo's punch, he couldn't help but be surprised. Bang! A bang! Kurosaki Ichigo's heavy punch directly dented the muscle fibers of the bloodthirsty muscle man. At the same time, the ghost is unsheathed. Gravity knife tiger. One slash. The wind pressure like a flash flood and tsunami hit the bloodthirsty muscular man overwhelmingly. The explosive muscle was horrified in his heart, and hurriedly used muscle strengthening again, blocking with both hands, dense and huge muscle fibers, constantly being cut off. The whole person was directly slashed into the rubble by Kurosaki Ichigo. At first, Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to practice with him. After all, this guy's strength is not bad. But suddenly I thought that this guy's arrival was not just him. There are definitely others. His sister Momo Yaoyorozu is staying at the base. On the other hand, in the Devil's Forest, where students play the Ghost Scary game, poisonous smoke rises at this time. The enemy began to invade. The enemies this time are almost all newcomers to the enemy alliance. Their purpose is to capture. Bakugai wins over himself. As for the reasons for capturing Bakugao Katsuki, there are roughly three. First, the dead-handled wooden hanger and FOA believe that the character of Bakugao Katsuki is very similar to them. Second, the personality of the explosive and victorious self is worth developing. After defeating the bloodthirsty muscle man, Ichigo Kurosaki wants to leave. But just then, the exploding muscle climbed up from the rubble. Little ghost, you are very good. But it was just a game, and now it's really getting started. The bloodthirsty muscular man roared at Kurosaki Ichigo. Oh, you can actually stand up. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but be slightly startled. In fact, the muscle enhancement personality of the bloodthirsty muscle man is very strong. Even if all might is against him, it will take a certain amount of time. Roar. The bloodthirsty muscle man roared, and the muscle fibers of his limbs began to break through the surface of the skin, and with his fake eyes that flashed red, it seemed like a monster. It's scary, Kurosaki Ichigo said playfully. One knife flow, Ju and death, lion elegy. As if it were an aurora, Kurosaki Ichigo rushed towards the bloodthirsty muscular man. The muscle fibers of bloodthirsty muscle men are constantly being cut, however, more muscle fibers are also growing. Little ghost, who do you think you are? The muscle fibers of the bloodthirsty muscle man bind Ichigo Kurosaki's demon knife onto. Kurosaki Ichigo struggled to pull out the demon knife ghost, and the bloodthirsty muscle man's muscle fibers continued to break and grow. This made it difficult for Ichigo Kurosaki to pull it out for a while. At this moment, the bloodthirsty muscle man's empty fist rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo raised his hand and blocked. Bang! A bang! The fist hit Kurosaki Ichigo's special bracelet, and suddenly, the trait bracelet fell apart. Boom! Another punch, banged over. The fist power is amazing. Compared to the first generation of brains, not much different. Kurosaki Ichigo once again made a block. The bracelet on the left hand also shattered. Little ghost, do you have good combat armor? The bloodthirsty muscular man scoffed. In the eyes of the bloodthirsty muscle man, this bracelet is Kurosaki Ichigo's protective gear. But what he didn't know was, frog at the bottom of the well. Kurosaki Ichigo sneered. Chapter 111. Kurosaki Ichigo, who did not have a ghost, once again punched the bloodthirsty muscle man. Gravity fist crack wind. Boom. A bang. The wind pressure generated by the fist made the space shake. A transparent pillar of light hit the bloodthirsty muscle man's body firmly. Boom. With a sound, the position where the bloodthirsty muscle man was hit suddenly dented. The whole person flew out again like a kite off the line. Hiss. Little ghost, I'm really moving. The bloodthirsty muscular man who fell to the ground said with a hideous face. At this time, not only the limbs, but also the muscles of the whole body began to break through the surface skin. The whole person is like a monster. This look made Hunta, who was watching the battle next to him, tremble with fear. This is simply a demon from hell. However, in the eyes of Kurosaki Ichigo, it ignited the blood in his body. Although he also fought the world upside down when he fought Black Shadow before, he was not a real enemy after all. Hey, hey, Kurosaki Ichigo stared at the bloodthirsty muscle man with his eyes, and the bloody light was like a god of death from hell. Slag, I hope you can play with me for a while, Kurosaki Ichigo said with a cruel face. This gaze made the violent murderer, muscular bloodthirsty man, also feel cold in his heart, and such murderous gaze was more than his own. Melee. This is one of Kurosaki Ichigo's favorite ways to fight. Thundered. The aftermath caused by the battle between the two caused the surrounding rocks to crumble one after another. As for it, he was blown more than 10 meters away early. Hey, a little power. Kurosaki Ichigo is not an explosive man like Midoriya Izuku. After one explosion, he either broke his hand or his foot. However, this bloodthirsty muscle man's ability to resist blows is also amazing. After all, even Midoriya Izuku used 100% of his one-for-all strength, he couldn't hurt it. And the strength of the bloodthirsty muscle man's explosive muscle, even if he does not have 100% strength, has at least 92%. If the impact he brings is replaced by Aizawa Takeda, or the tiger, in Pussycats, he will be beaten into meat mud in less than dozens of moves. But Kurosaki Ichigo, he has impact evolution. At first, Kurosaki Ichigo was slightly suppressed, and his body appeared cracked in many places, but at the same time, he also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even more terrifying, in this kind of battle, adaptive evolution personality allows Kurosaki Ichigo's strength to grow rocketily. The rate of growth is much faster than when Ichigo Kurosaki fought against the Black Shadow. This is not even clear to Kurosaki Ichigo, because at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo wants to solve the explosive muscle as soon as possible to save his sister. This urgency made Kurosaki Ichigo's growth very cruel. Bang, bang, bang. The exploding muscle punch fractured the fingers of Ichigo Kurosaki's right hand, revealing all the bones. But Kurosaki Ichigo's punch directly pierced the thick right arm of the explosive muscle. Hee, scum, why has your strength become smaller? Are you bored? Kurosaki Ichigo in the battle laughed playfully. Bakugan felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect this little ghost to be so strong. Before he fought, he found someone to give his muscle growth personality, which doubled. But even so, he was severely suppressed by this little ghost. I won't play with you, scum. Ichigo Kurosaki directly burst out, 6 times adrenaline, whether it was strength, speed, reaction, it was a geometric increase. In an instant, Kurosaki Ichigo condensed all his power in his right hand, and at the same time, around his right fist, a terrifying gravity compression appeared. Punch out. It was like a ferocious beast crashing apart, shaking the sky. Boom. The explosive muscle was directly bombarded by Kurosaki Ichigo and flew out backwards. The body crashed into a mountain peak. But this did not stop. The exploding muscle was like a drill, embedded in it all the time. Until the whole mountain range collapsed. Thundered. The huge sound not only frightened Tai not far away, but at the same time, everyone below the mountain also felt this vibration. Aizawa frowned slightly, and secretly said, "Boy, you can't lose." Quote, at the same time, Aizawa finds the Mandalay cat and tells him to use telepathy to tell Class A and Class B that they can use personality to deal with enemies. Also, tell Ichigo Kurosaki to come back as soon as possible. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, with a wave of his hand, a blue gravity wave appeared. The demon knife was re-held in his hand. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo planned to get rid of the explosive muscle. Brother Ichigo, heroes can't kill. Junta on the side screamed. Kurosaki Ichigo did not speak, but continued to slash. Professional heroes cannot kill. There is indeed this rule, and there is also his corresponding statement. But, that TMD was before he came into this world. Gravity Knife Tiger. Kurosaki Ichigo slashed out with a sword. A light wave tens of meters long appeared in the air, like a vertical river, rushing towards the explosive muscle like a decay. However, at this moment, a black hole suddenly appeared in the air. A thin hand pulled the exploding muscle in. Fuck. Black fog again. This disgusting teleportation array. Kurosaki Ichigo thought very unpleasantly. Chapter 112. After seeing that Bakugan was rescued, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't have the heart to chase. Well, sister matters. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly aimed at the mountain peak in front of him and swung a knife. A large stone rolled down. Gravityless. Kurosaki Ichigo swung his sword again. Standing on the stone, Ichigo Kurosaki quickly flew towards the Ijuku forest. Brother Ichigo, am I flying? Hunta looked at the earth below him with a stunned expression. Ichigo Kurosaki nodded slightly. Ichigo Kurosaki, whose vision is like an eagle falcon, has a panoramic view of the situation on the ground. However, because of the dense foliage in the forest, some places cannot be seen. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo heard the sound of fighting and looked in the direction of the sound. The North American bobtail is actually fighting the enemy. Due to the defeat, the North American bobtail was quickly knocked to the ground. It's him. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the man who knocked down the North American bobtail. Look. Isn't this Spinner he met in Underground Black Fist? Just as the enemy was about to deliver a fatal blow to the North American bobtail, a chopping wave suddenly appeared in the air. The fierce chopping wave slashed towards Spinner like a lash. Sensing the danger, Spinner quickly dodged. Boom. A bang. A crack several meters long instantly appeared on the ground. Who is it? Spinner was taken aback. Boom. A bang. A figure descended from the sky. Without slowing down in the slightest, it fell in front of Spinner's eyes. A round crater several meters in diameter appeared on the ground, and a violent vibration caused the ground to raise a layer of smoke. Spinner. Long time no see. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. You. Spinner was slightly stunned. Although he had seen Kurosaki Ichigo in the information, he did not think that Kurosaki Ichigo was the Asura in Underground Black Fist. HMPH, I've been looking for you for a long time. Spinner, who had been defeated, roared angrily. After losing to Ichigo Kurosaki, Spinner did not practice hard. At this time, Spinner did not consider himself to be an opponent of Ichigo Kurosaki. Yes. Kurosaki Ichigo sacrificed Gravity Knife Purgatory. 20 times the gravity simply could not make Spinner swing the big knife on his back. On your knees. Kurosaki Ichigo's death-like voice sounded. The thick murderous aura, coupled with the huge gravity, made Spinner instantly kneel in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. You are no longer qualified to fight me. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a playful smile. Spinner looked unwilling and reluctant. But so what? Ichigo Kurosaki directly scrapped Spinner's limbs. Kurosaki Ichigo, who felt that it was not very safe, directly found a pit and buried Spinner. Only one head was exposed. For the demon knife ghost who was used as a shovel by himself, he shook twice in dissatisfaction. A generation of famous knives, unexpectedly, do this. But Kurosaki Ichigo glared at the demon knife onitory, and the demon knife onitory suddenly quieted down. Little ghost you. The battered North American bobtail looked grateful, and then told Ichigo Kurosaki what she knew. It's okay. It's just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Kurosaki Ichigo said playfully when he heard the enemy coming. The calmness, determination, and unique confidence that he felt from Ichigo Kurosaki made the North American bobtail couldn't help but froze. If it weren't for the fact that he was 31 years old. We'll really go after him. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo took a large one and a small one, and the combat effectiveness of the two was almost zero. The North American bobtail was seriously injured. And the words of Yuta, still a child. If you leave these two people behind, you will throw the sheep into the mouth of the tiger. If you bring two people, it will be very inconvenient to act on your own. For this reason, Kurosaki Ichigo hopes to find someone to protect them. After a little thought, Kurosaki Ichigo made a decision. Gravity Knife Fire Festival. The demon knife is unsheathed. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo said to the North American bobtail beside him, have you seen a meteor shower? Quote. Belch. Yes. North American bobtail, stunned. Shu Yu. The North American bobtail cat saw, hundreds of meters in radius, the inner stone, floating into the air. With a wave from Ichigo Kurosaki. Countless stones. From an altitude of about 300 meters, it descends quickly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying acceleration made the stones rub out flames. Like a meteor shower, it quickly landed. HMPH, little ghost. I knew you wouldn't let me down. At this time, Aizawa Yuta, who was preparing to rescue the student in the forest, had a smile on his lips. The meteor shower not only overshadowed Aizawa Tai. At the same time, it attracted everyone else from Pussycats. After seeing his little nephew safe and sound, Mandalay Cat quickly thanked Ichigo Kurosaki. Okay, it's okay. Kurosaki Ichigo turned to Aizawa and said, Sensei, I'm going to appear next. Quote, be careful, Aizawa said, Ichigo Kurosaki, who quickly entered the depths of the Devil's Forest, found that there was a poisonous gas in the air. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 113. For poison gas, Kurosaki Ichigo is completely worthy, and due to the relationship of Black Widow, Kurosaki Ichigo is already invincible. To this end, Kurosaki Ichigo swaggered out into the forest full of toxins. Bang. A bang. Ichigo Kurosaki heard the gunshots. Instantaneous. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately rushed over. Cheesy, be careful, Kazuka's voice sounded. I saw that at this time, a man wearing a mask and a strange helmet directly shot Taijei's head. Due to Cheesy's steel personality, although he was injured and bleeding, there was no mortal danger. Oh, here it is, another person. The mustard gas that released the poisonous gas looked towards Ichigo Kurosaki. This toxin is released by the man in front of him. Mustard, he can control the toxin, and as long as once in the toxin, through the flow of the toxin, he can detect the opponent's movements. Taijei was not only injured at this time, but also because he gave the gas mask to Kazuka Kento, he had been holding his breath. The style of a tough guy makes Kurosaki Ichigo quite appreciated. In an instant, Kurosaki Ichigo came to Tetsu's side, and a wave of anti-gravity directly allowed Tetsu to rise high into the air and breathe fresh air. Seeing the calm Kurosaki Ichigo, Mustard's heart froze, but he said instead, HMPH, no matter how many of you come, it's useless. In the poison gas, I am invincible. Boasting Mustard, he shoots at Ichigo Kurosaki. Kurosaki Ichigo did not dodge, nor did he use gravity control. It's hard to resist bullets. Poof. With a bang, the bullet was as if it had hit a steel plate. Ichigo-kun. Kazuka Kento screamed worriedly. It's a little itchy. Kurosaki Ichigo's playful voice sounded. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo began to walk towards Wasaki step by step. For some reason, with every step Kurosaki Ichigo took, Wasaki was able to feel that his life was in danger. You, don't come here. Fearful Mustard, shot again. Poof, poof, poof. The continuous shooting hit Ichigo Kurosaki's body and burst into sparks. This made Taijei, who was in midair, stunned. Why is this guy's body harder than after using his steel personality? Isn't that too strong? Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo directly punched Wasaki. The brutal punch directly knocked the mustard gas away. The poison mask on his face also shattered completely. Although this mustard gas can release poison, it will also be eroded by toxins. Ichigo, thank you. At this time, Taijei and Kento Yijia thanked at the same time. It's okay. I went to find someone else. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo turned into a pitch-black lightning bolt and disappeared in front of the two of them. Ichigo-kun, it's too strong. Even if I don't have a personality like hardening, my body is much harder than mine. Tetsu looked adoringly at where Kurosaki Ichigo had left. And at this time, Taijei found that the boxing vine Yijia beside him, as if he had lost his soul, looked ahead. Kazuka Kento, Taijei shouted 3 times in a row, and only after Kento Kazuka came back to his senses. Kazuka Kento, what's wrong with you? Taijei said. It's nothing. Kazuka Kento said. Then why is your face so red? Is it because you're sick? Taijei, who has a straight male personality, asked curiously. It's okay. Let's go. let's go help the other students. Kazuka Kento said. Zheng Taijie nodded. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had been moving forward, suddenly heard the sound of Chong Dark stepping on the cloud. Often the dark step is roaring. And, the sound is moving fast. Kurosaki Ichigo hurriedly chased in the direction of the voice. At this time, Midoriya Idehisa and the others led the violent black shadow in the direction of the enemy. This time, the black shadow is more powerful than the previous ones. Along the way, countless trees were destroyed by it. Immediately afterwards, Midoriya Izuku led the black shadow to a moonfish, whose mouth was full of sharp blades. Moonfish has a perverted penchant for meat. After seeing the black shadow appear, he actually took the initiative to attack. Slag. The black shadow directly slapped the moonfish into the air, and at the same time, said domineeringly. Midoriya Izuku, who saw the black shadow, and the others were all shocked. But at this time, the black shadow was completely out of control and was attacking indiscriminately. The body of the black shadow slapped Midoriya Izuku, and the speed was so fast that Midoriya Izuku didn't have time to react. But at this moment, a boom sounded from behind him. Xiao Hei, stop for Lao Su. Chapter 114. After hearing this voice, the black shadow who ran away was slightly stunned, and said instead, Big brother, bah, stinky little ghost, I'm n times stronger than before. I'm going to slaughter you. Quote. After that, the black shadow rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Don't. Black shadow. Not long ago, he had been talking with Kurosaki Ichigo for a candle night, and he roared in a low voice, trying his best to bind the black shadow. The true source of the black shadow's strength is not simply the darkness of the environment, but the darkness of the heart. At the moment when his classmate, Shoji's replica arm was cut off by the enemy, the anger in Chong Dark's heart was completely ignited, which allowed the black shadow to gain unprecedented explosive power. At this time, the black shadow, although he still had his previous consciousness, had memories of Kurosaki Ichigo, but at this time, he had swelled, and he did not think that Kurosaki Ichigo was his opponent. On the contrary, Kurokage also wants revenge and is humiliated by Kurosaki Ichigo. At the same time, the huge movement made the nearby Bakugao Katsuji and Bang Scorched Frozen also rush over. Ice Wall. Boom Scorched Freeze made his frozen personality, like an ice wall like ocean waves, overwhelmingly rolling towards the black shadow. HMPH. Insect Tricks. The violent black shadow snorted angrily, and casually crushed the ice wall into powder. So strong. What a domineering force. The two of Bakugao Katsuji and Boom Frost were stunned in their hearts, but soon, Midoriya Izuku reminded him loudly, letting Bakugao Katsuji and Boom Frost take Blast and Flame to subdue the black shadow. But at this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo jumped high with a very unhappy face. Gravity Fist Exploding Landslide. One punch. It was like a black shadow falling down a mountain and swooping away. With just one punch, he directly hit the head of the black shadow and deformed. Immediately after, Kurosaki Ichigo grabbed it smoothly. A rip. Previously, in front of Midoriya Izuku and Shoko, the domineering black shadow was used as gummy by Kurosaki Ichigo, Nima, stretched out. Bang, bang, bang. Kurosaki Ichigo squeezed Kurosaki's head and raised his fist, and it was a sharp hammer. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the ground shaking made Aizawa feel too much facial cramps, and who was so unlucky to meet that little ghost. Make you obedient, you don't listen. Still in front of so many people, grass. Lao Su doesn't want face. Kurosaki Ichigo scolded every time he threw a punch. Everyone around here was stunned and dumbfounded. I couldn't believe what was happening in front of me. Violent, bloody, cruel, it's just so perverted. Ichigo. At this time, Midoriya Izuku wanted to say something to remind Kurosaki Ichigo, let Bakugan Katsuki and Boom Frost, and use his personality to suppress Black Shadow. But he was persuaded by the shoji on the side. Sure enough, any scheme is so powerless in the face of absolute power. Midoriya Izuku said to himself, Little ghost, oh no, big brother, spare me. I don't dare to make trouble anymore. The violent black shadow began to beg for mercy. HMPH. Kurosaki Ichigo is still a hammer. The violent black shadow was very speechless. He did not expect that after he became stronger, he would be beaten so miserably. At the same time, the violent black shadow was shocked to find that it had only been a long time since he saw the kung fu, and it seemed that his strength had become stronger again. Second brother, you beg me for intercession. At this time, the black shadow of the beaten crying father and mother let Chong Dark on the side plead for himself. That, Ichigo-kun, you see, Chong Dark and Yin pleaded helplessly again. Well, give your second brother a face this time. If you dare to scream next time, don't blame me for turning my face ruthlessly. Kurosaki Ichigo said coldly. Don't dare, don't dare. The black shadow was so frightened that his body trembled involuntarily. Kurosaki Ichigo let go of the black shadow, and at the same time, Tsuneki stepped on the dark shadow to regain control. After the black shadow returned to its normal size, Chong Dark stepping on the yin was also a sigh of relief. Well, are you all right? Said only then did he notice Midoriya Izuku, Shoko, Bakugan Katsuki, and the scorched Kurosaki Ichigo. Didn't, it's okay. Several people were stunned before they spoke. Let's go and see who else is. I'm really looking forward to the appearance of the strong. Kurosaki Ichigo looked ahead, a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. This smile, as well as this bloodthirsty gaze that was even more bloodthirsty than a beast, made the rest of the crowd shudder, and at the same time, they began to vaguely worry about the enemy. Soon, several people found Asui and Lirio Chako, who were being entangled in Watari body. This time, before Kurosaki Ichigo could make a move, Bakugao Katsuki rushed directly and punched. Wataru was knocked away. Wataru, who was shot off, was overwhelmed, and saw Kurosaki Ichigo and the others rushing over, and quickly fled. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to pursue, in the forest, 8 million voices suddenly sounded. Ichigo. There was despair in his voice. Suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo stopped and turned his head to look at the source of the sound. Bang! Kurosaki Ichigo's whole person disappeared in the eyes of Midoriya Idhisa and others. Chapter 115. Kurosaki Ichigo used teleportation to move forward, like an electric flint in the forest. Soon, it came to the location of Momo Yaoyorozu. At this time, a head more than 3 meters tall and 7 or 8 tentacles were attacking Momo Yaoyorozu and Class B's Yukase Yoyuki. This brain has no corresponding weapons on each antennae, such as hammers, electric drills, and so on. It's over. The Momo Yaoyorozu who were chased by the brain tripped over a stone, and the whole person fell to the ground. The brain powertrain is about to take 8 million lives. 8 million closed their eyes in despair. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned when he saw this scene. One knife flow 36 troubles Phoenix. One slash. A tornado appeared out of thin air, sweeping the brain into the air for tens of meters. Momo Yaoyorozu slowly opened his eyes and found that it was his younger brother, Ichigo Kurosaki, in front of him. Involuntarily hugged Kurosaki Ichigo. However, at this very moment, Kurosaki Ichigo hurriedly pushed Momo Yaoyorozu away. Momo Yaoyorozu were stunned, and then he saw a thick arm suddenly rise from the ground and grab Kurosaki Ichigo's right leg. With a forceful pull, he pulled Kurosaki Ichigo to the ground, unable to move. Little ghost, it's finally waiting for you. At the same time, a hideous young man with skin and skin spliced together walked out of the dark forest. This person is the Cremation, who has newly joined the enemy alliance, and his personality is Flame. Cremation raised his hand sharply. A fierce flame shot out towards Kurosaki Ichigo. The temperature was so high that both Yamalian-bai and Yoyuki Awase felt a burning sensation on the side. HMPH, little ghost, from the information you are very strong, but now I have tripled, see if I don't burn you into black charcoal. Cremation said secretly. This time the enemy alliance came here for 2 main purposes. They are bright and dark lines. The bright line is to take away the explosive hero to win over himself. The dark line is to kill Ichigo Kurosaki. Kurosaki Ichigo's potential shocked all for one. If it can be used for itself and cultivated well, it will be a destructive force, and even All Might cannot stop it. Kurosaki Ichigo's potential is 10 times, no, even 100, 1,000 times higher than him. But All for One finally gave up capturing Ichigo Kurosaki after some careful deliberation. Because he is too strong. Not only strength, potential, but also mental power and willpower are terrifying. Most importantly, it is 100 times more difficult to capture him alive than to kill him. As for capturing the explosive alive to win over himself, it is relatively much easier. Kurosaki Ichigo's personality is so powerful that All for One doesn't understand what it is. To this end, the Dead Handle Wooden Hanger sets up a chess game to kill Ichigo Kurosaki. The Dead Handle Wooden Hanger of the giant baby mentality, in the face of this game, has been as serious as the USJ incident killed the symbol of world peace, All Might. The powerful flames, like a sea of fire, buried Ichigo Kurosaki in it. At the same time, Midoriya Idhisa couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the flames appear. Surely the classmates and enemies are fighting. It's not good, let's rush over. Midoriya Izuku said. Boom Zhao Jing and the others nodded. However, at this moment, Bakugao Katsuki suddenly disappeared. A playful voice sounded before their eyes. A man in a magician costume said playfully, "Plan A is complete." Quote, Midoriya was stunned, and in the previous confrontation with the enemy, he learned from the enemy's mouth that the opponent's goal was to capture the explosive hero and win himself. At this time, I looked back and found that Bakugao Katsu was gone. Goodbye. The magician waved at them and flew into the air. What to do? This. For a time, Midoriya Izuku, Shoji, Chong Dark Stepping Yin, and Bang Scorched Frozen were all at a loss. Midoriya Izuku, who had been pondering for a moment, spoke. So. Midoriya Idhisa's plan divides the four into two teams. Chong secretly went to the battle site, and the remaining three went in pursuit of the magician. Little ghost, I know you have a personality similar to super regeneration, but after I carbonize your cells, see how you still regenerate. Cremation frantically sprayed flames and continued to laugh loudly. Chicken tile dog. However, after a few minutes passed, Kurosaki Ichigo's voice sounded. Gravity fist exploding landslide. One punch. It was like an ancient chariot, destroying and decaying, annihilating the flames, and the fist of the landslide and the ground cracked, rushing towards the cremation. When the fist pressure was still 2 or 3 meters away from the cremation could clearly feel that this punch was enough to kill himself. Bang! However, Brain Wu, who was previously flown into the air by Kurosaki Ichigo, and Brain Wu, who was scarred and bleeding, blocked in front of the cremation. Loud popping sound. Rough. Deafening. Good risk. After a while, the sound of cremation sounded again. Chapter 116. The brain that chased Momo Yaoyorozu and Yoyuki Ukase before was desperate, just like that, was directly blasted into meat foam by Kurosaki Ichigo's fist and exploded. Is it so scary? Is this the Grim Reaper? Yoyuki Awase said with horror as he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who looked like a great devil. HMPH, even if you kill your brain, what can you do? Cremation was startled at first, and then said with a fierce glare, "You are still unable to move." Quote, "Ha ha ha." Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly laughed and said, "You're trapping me, that's right. But why aren't you trapped by me?" Quote, Cremation looked stunned. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo once again sacrificed gravity fist exploding landslide. Boom. A bang. The terrifying wave of air blew Momo Yaoyorozu and Bubble Snow Yoyuki's eyes could not be opened. Ukase Yoyuki said in shock again. The power of this fist should be no worse than that of a cannon. Quote, at this time, the ground, which was bombarded by Kurosaki Ichigo's explosive fist, fell apart and shattered. And the enemy hiding underground also appeared at this time. It won't. Wolf the werewolf. 8 million were surprised to see a different, wolf. He looks about the same as Wolf the werewolf, but the only difference is that his head. Like all brains seen before, the organs inside the brain are exposed. A few months ago, when 8 million Bai was interning next to the hero of the long snake, he had seen Wolf the werewolf at auction. Wolf the werewolf is powerful and outrageous. With just one punch, he defeated the long serpent hero. I just didn't expect that the werewolf wolf would appear again. And, it looks like it's still transformed. Similarly, Ichigo Kurosaki was a little surprised when he noticed this scene. Could it be that Wolf the werewolf was transformed into a brain nothing? In some dark corner of the city. Teacher, the brain Wu, transformed by the werewolf Wolf, should be able to kill that little ghost. After all, in terms of strength, he is stronger than Yusuke's brain. The Tamura Shigaraki said into the computer screen. Well, there should be no problem. Even if there is no super regeneration personality, it has an extremely good personality. All thanks to the support of the Black Beast Legion. All for one said in a deep voice. Oh, I wish I had seen that little ghost's head earlier. The Tamura Shigaraki said with a hopeful look. Gravity fist exploding landslide, the power of this punch is comparable to a cannon, even a small hill can smash it. But, this guy's body is not a big deal. The surface of the body is only a few abrasions. That is to say, at this time, the werewolf wolf transformed into the werewolf wolf has risen another step in terms of physical strength. Boom! Wolf the werewolf punches Ichigo Kurosaki. The powerful fist wind was like a hurricane, and even the rubble behind Kurosaki Ichigo blew away. With impact evolution coupled with a rock-solid physical body, Kurosaki Ichigo is not a big deal. It's just that his sister Yamalian-bai and Yoyuki Awase of Class B can't withstand the aftermath of the battle. Go, Kurosaki Ichigo said sharply. The two looked confused, and at this moment, another brain nothing fell from the sky. The shape of this brain is a bit like a hyena, and the body is not as powerful as other brain nothing. The hyena had no brains and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo at a gallop. Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to use teleportation to leave, but at this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo found that his arm was entangled in something. Looking back, it turned out to be werewolf brain nothing. The hair on his body suddenly grew longer, entangled his body. Seeing the hyena rushing, Kurosaki Ichigo used the 3-meter-tall werewolf brain as a weapon to slash at the hyena brain. Bang! A sound. To Kurosaki Ichigo's amazement, the hyena brain, who was hit by the werewolf brain, was unharmed. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo clearly saw that there was a thick layer of hair between the werewolf brain and the hyena brain. Nima, what kind of personality is this? Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but ponder. But at this moment, the werewolf brain did not hold Kurosaki Ichigo's body. On the other hand, the hyena brain has nothing and strikes again. Hiss. A piece of flesh was torn off Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Gollum. The hyena brain ate quietly and tastefully. This is, after being bitten off a piece of meat, Kurosaki Ichigo felt that his head was a little dizzy. What's going on? I am invincible, why do I have symptoms of poisoning? Kurosaki Ichigo wondered in his heart. The cremation watching the battle looked at Ichigo Kurosaki with a look of horror. What kind of monster is this guy? This hyena brain is not toxic, but it can poison an African elephant in an instant. Just 2 days ago, I saw with my own eyes that this hyena has no brains and kills African elephants in seconds. The hyena brain does not have the hybrid personality of hyena and black mamba. Hyena speed, sharp teeth. The toxicity of the black mamba. Once you bite your prey, you can definitely kill in seconds. Of course, the only flaw is that hyena brain has a limited amount of toxins. At most 2 to 3 prey kills a day. This is a secret weapon used as a kill Ichigo Kurosaki. Originally, this was used against All Might. But Ichigo Kurosaki will be more difficult to deal with in the future than All Might.